Q&Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable price.
மணக்க மணக்க மசாலா மணக்காடு சிக்கன் மசாலா மற்றும் சில்லி சிக்கன் மசாலா
மணக்காடு மசாலா Daily Daily Taste Daily Taste the Daily.
This is something I wanted to experience firsthand. I could form my own team, Ajith Kumar Racing.
Number 901 car. Every single time it passes the pits. This is the Ajith Kumar racing car.
You see these guys? I love them unconditionally. Acting and racing, emotionally demanding jobs.
Never ever give up.
Will, you were out in practice and obviously out for this second part of qualifying session for the 992 class. How did you find it?
Well, first of all, I think Mugello said I'll be done with qualifying, so we're looking forward to the race tomorrow.
How are you anyway? Let's start at the beginning. How are you? Great to see you back here in the 24-hour series. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you so much, and good to see you all again. It's always a pleasure coming back to the circuits.
So you've had some time behind the wheel. You were out in practice and obviously out for this second part of qualifying session for the 992 class. How did you find it?
Well, first of all, I think the Mugello circuit, it's an amazing circuit. I mean, from both drivers' perspective and from the spectators' perspective, it's a beautiful circuit. And yeah, it's been good so far. And the good thing about the Creventic series, you get so much of seat time, so much of track time, which I think for drivers like me coming in, into the sport, I mean, at least the endurance series, it really helps us, give us more experience, more seat time. And
What are you learning every time you get behind the wheel?
everything. First of all, the car. I'm used to driving single-seaters, so the first time, in a Porsche 992, so first get to understand the machine, and then I think learning the circuits is 20% of the job, so 80% is getting to know your car and getting to drive it better. So.
And how have you adapted to the endurance racing? You said you did a lot of time in single-seaters. How have you adapted to the endurance racing when you've got, teammates and another team effort behind you?
Yeah, like you all know, it's a completely different format. Single-seaters, although motorsports is a team event, but single-seater is more about individual performance. Here, and thanks to Fabian, Matthew, Bascoten Racing, they've been so helpful, sharing data, getting me to where I am currently from where I started. So it's been a good journey so far. And it's not just about your personal lap times. You need to keep the equipment, safe so that your teammates get to. There's so much involved, and it's a pure team sport. Endurance racing, a pure team sport.
Is that the biggest thing? The whole fact that it's a whole team effort. You've got the whole team behind you that makes you want to.
I didn't get you.
I'm sorry. I said, is that what keeps you wanting to be involved in the sport, having this whole team effort and the people around you?
Yeah, I'd like to be involved in any which way possible. So for now, it's as a team owner and a driver, and let's see how it goes. And so I'd like to be involved with the sport for many years to come.
Well, we hope you are too. It's great to see you. We'll see you for sure over the weekend. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Brilliant. Ajith Kumar smiling. What a polite man he is.
Q&Q Pharmacy.
To actually gain a position on qualifying, Ajith Kumar would have to find about 2.5 seconds, just under 2 and a bit seconds. So no point in doing that. So he's got the job done. Their car is sitting 8th of the 11 in the 992 Cup class, or alternatively 4th in the 992 AM class. So for Ajith Kumar, he'll have time to digest and think about the 2 days of racing ahead. We'll go from qualifying to 7 hours of racing on the Saturday here at Mugello, followed by 5 on the Sunday. Looking cool, calm and collected.
Ajith Kumar is just the epitome of cool, isn't he? Just the epitome of a movie star. Hjelte Hofner has got that 965 MDM car going. Now, will he be allowed to rejoin? I'm not quite sure of that regulation, actually, I must be honest. Hopefully he can, because he was flying. He really was flying on that lap. He was trending up on the fast.
And while we just have this little gap, if you don't mind, gentlemen, Ajith Kumar has just jumped out of the 901. Ajith, you're not going back out for the rest of this session. It's about to be restarted.
We're done with qualifying, so we're looking forward to the race tomorrow.
How are you anyway? Let's start at the beginning. How are you? Great to see you back here in the 24-hour series. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you so much, and good to see you all again. And it's always a pleasure coming back to the circuits.
So you've had some time behind the wheel. You were out in practice and obviously out for this second part of qualifying session for the 992 class. How did you find it?
Well, first of all, I think the Mugello circuit will be done with qualifying, so we're looking forward to the race tomorrow.
How are you anyway? Let's start at the beginning. How are you? Great to see you back here in the 24-hour series. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you so much, and good to see you all again. And it's always a pleasure coming back to the circuits.
So you've had some time behind the wheel. You were out in practice and obviously out for this second part of qualifying session for the 992 class. How did you find it?
Well, first of all, I think the Mugello circuit, it's an amazing circuit. I mean, from both drivers' perspective and from the spectators' perspective, it's a beautiful circuit. And yeah, it's been good so far. And the good thing about the Creventic series, you get so much of seat time, so much of track time, which I think for drivers like me coming in, into the sport, I mean, at least the endurance series, it really helps us, give us more experience, more seat time. And
what are you learning every time you get behind the wheel?
Everything. First of all, the car. I'm used to driving single-seaters, so the first time, in a Porsche 992, so first get to understand the machine, and then I think learning the circuits is 20% of the job, so 80% is getting to know your car and getting to drive it better. So.
And how have you adapted to the endurance racing? You said you did a lot of time in single-seaters. How have you adapted to the endurance racing when you've got, teammates and another team effort behind you?
Yeah, like you all know, it's a completely different format. Single-seaters, although motorsports is a team event, but single-seaters more about individual performance. Here, and thanks to Fabian, Matthew, Bascoten Racing, they've been so helpful, sharing data, getting me to where I am currently from where I started. So it's been a good journey so far. And it's not just about your personal lap times. You need to keep the equipment, safe so that your teammates get to. There's so much involved, and it's a pure team sport. Endurance racing, a pure team sport.
Is that the biggest thing? The whole fact that it's a whole team effort. You've got the whole team behind you that makes you want to.
I didn't get you.
I'm sorry. I said, is that what keeps you wanting to be involved in the sport, having this whole team effort and the people around you?
Yeah, I'd like to be involved in any which way possible. So for now, it's as a team owner and a driver, and let's see how it goes. And so I'd like to be involved with the sport for many years to come.
Well, we hope you are too. It's great to see you. We'll see you for sure over the weekend. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Focus, plenty of focus too from Ajith Kumar. Dakar Rally as well, but just such great characters in and out of the car. But again, yeah, a career that goes on and on and on.
Another driver who made their career in Asia too, winning the Japanese Formula 3 Championship in 1997, the Formula Nippon Championship, and of course so much success in touring cars. It is going to be Ajith Kumar who jumps on board his team car, the Ajith Kumar Racing Machine, which is run by Bascoten. They've teamed up with Bascoten Racing, who are a team that know this series inside and out. They know the strategy, they know how everything with the series works, and that's really important if you're a new lineup of new team coming in. To pair up with an established operation makes such a difference.
It really does. We talked before, we'll talk about it during the race as well, no doubt. Do not pick up penalties, or just certainly keep them to the minimal. And when you're sort of consuming the rule book. Things will go past you. You might read it, but you sort of need to understand it. And that's why having a team that has the experience can just save you so much grief.
That lap from Rick Breukers has just blown everybody out the water. 150.5. The nearest driver is half a second away. That's Matteo Detri. Ricardo Pera, ELMS wet racer as well, 6/10 quicker than him. Really remarkable. But Red Camel Jordans might have had Fabian Dance on a very short leash in Q1 saying, keep those tyres in, we need them for Q2. That's the thing, is that it's the condition of tyre that you hand over to your teammate. So Matteo Detri jumps out of the 901 Ajith Kumar racing machine, and Ajith Kumar waiting. Could you say he's waiting patiently? I think maybe more impatiently, anxiously to jump aboard. Full focus there. A man who knows, you think of what he does for a living. He's an actor, you know, he knows exactly to get himself into a zone. Right, I need to go and perform now. Prepare my mind, ready to go, and then we go and perform. This isn't much different,
except
in mindset-wise.
No, mindset-wise, except you don't get take 2, take 3. You get your one chance in qualifying. And so it's a different form of focus. But again, it's about removing extraneous influence. It's about absolutely honing in to the job you're doing over the next 15 minutes. And the fact the car clearly handles very, very nicely indeed is something that will be really encouraging for him, because that was some great lapping there from Matteo Detri. Good job. No wonder he's smiling as he removes his helmet. The team quite happy. Baz Kooten and the gang, well, they always have a smile on their face.
There's a game going on there, which I feel must be part of the order of the weekend. Big congratulations from the team owner. A bit of a debrief as well there. This is the thing that's so important with, particularly here in the 24-hour series, you have mixed driver lineups in every car, and nobody has an absolute car of superstars. That's not the type of championship it is. It's a mixed driver lineup, and the professionals have to get the best out of their non-professional driver. That's the secret.
That is the absolute key to multi-class and multi-category racing. It's aggregate across all three is what counts. And so focus, plenty of focus too from Ajith Kumar, the Indian actor, well, racer turned actor turned racer again. And great to see him out to enjoy himself, get to, some new circuits under his belt as well.
This is a big moment for him. Of course, drove the GT4 Porsche at Dubai, was going to drive the Cup car, but made a last-minute decision to go for the GT4. Fires up the 992 GT3 Cup machine and ready to head out onto the track at Mugello. What a feeling. I mean, does it get a great deal better than that for a driver?
I think,
fairly open.
It's about
circuit
building, but it's a circuit. If he's starting to feel he's getting on top of a 992 class car, this is a circuit that will really reward the best elements of the 911 format of car. And the fact he's got 10 class competitors, you know, again, it gives him a good point, a good yardstick, a good something to measure his performance against and to enjoy himself. It's a fantastic circuit, 50+ years of racing here, and it's always been special. It had periods where it wasn't in the limelight. Fantastic a few years ago during COVID when it was granted a Grand Prix, and people who didn't know of this circuit before, who only followed Formula One, suddenly were going, wow, what a beautiful circuit. Why did we not know this? Well, again, spread your net wider and you shall find. But so for people to come and race, and the whole point about the 24H series is racing on brilliant circuits, and here we are.
This is something I wanted to experience firsthand. I could form my own team, Ajith Kumar Racing.
Number 901 car. Every single time it passes the pits. This is the Ajith Kumar racing car.
You see these guys? I love them unconditionally. Acting and racing, emotionally demanding jobs.
doesn't feel like going back out. To actually gain a position on qualifying, Ajith Kumar would have to find about 2.5 seconds, just under 2 and a bit seconds. So no point in doing that. So he's got the job done. Their car is sitting 8th of the 11 in the 992 Cup class, or alternatively 4th in the 992 AM class. So for Ajith Kumar, he'll have time to digest and think about the 2 days of racing ahead. We'll go from qualifying to 7 hours of racing on the Saturday here at Mugello, followed by 5 on the Sunday. Looking cool, calm and collected.
Ajith Kumar is just the epitome of cool, isn't he? Just the epitome of a movie star. Hjelte Hofner has got that 965 MDM car going. Now, will he be allowed to rejoin? I'm not quite sure of that regulation, actually, I must be honest. Hopefully he can, because he was flying. He really was flying on that lap. He was trending up on the fast.
And while we just have this little gap, if you don't mind, gentlemen, Ajith Kumar has just jumped out of the 901. Ajith, you're not going back out for the rest of this session. It's about to be restarted.
We're done with qualifying, so we're looking forward to the race tomorrow.
How are you anyway? Let's start at the beginning. How are you? Great to see you back here in the 24-hour series. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you so much, and good to see you all again. And it's always a pleasure coming back to the circuits.
So you've had some time behind the wheel. You were out in practice and obviously out for this second part of qualifying session for the 992 class. How did you find it?
Well, first of all, I think the Mugello circuit will be done with qualifying, so we're looking forward to the race tomorrow.
How are you anyway? Let's start at the beginning. How are you? Great to see you back here in the 24-hour series. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you so much, and good to see you all again. And it's always a pleasure coming back to the circuits.
So you've had some time behind the wheel. You were out in practice and obviously out for this second part of qualifying session for the 992 class. How did you find it?
Well, first of all, I think the Mugello circuit, it's an amazing circuit. I mean, from both driver's perspective and from the spectator's perspective, it's a beautiful circuit. And yeah, it's been good so far. And the good thing about the Creventic series, you get so much of seat time, so much of track time, which I think for drivers like me coming in, into the sport, I mean, at least the endurance series, it really helps us, give us more experience, more seat time. And
what are you learning every time you get behind the wheel?
Everything. First of all, the car. I'm used to driving single-seaters, so the first time, in a Porsche 992, so first get to understand the machine, and then I think learning the circuits is 20% of the job, so 80% is getting to know your car and getting to drive it better. So.
And how have you adapted to the endurance racing? You said you did a lot of time in single-seaters. How have you adapted to the endurance racing when you've got, teammates and another team effort behind you?
Yeah, like you all know, it's a completely different format. Single-seaters, although motorsports is a team event, but single-seaters more about individual performance. Here, and thanks to Fabian, Matthew, Bascoten Racing, they've been so helpful, sharing data, getting me to where I am currently from where I started. So it's been a good journey so far. And it's not just about your personal lap times. You need to keep the equipment, safe so that your teammates get to. There's so much involved, and it's a pure team sport. Endurance racing, a pure team sport.
Is that the biggest thing? The whole fact that it's a whole team effort. You've got the whole team behind you that makes you want to.
I didn't get you.
I'm sorry. I said, is that what keeps you wanting to be involved in the sport, having this whole team effort and the people around you?
Yeah, I'd like to be involved in any which way possible. So for now, it's as a team owner and a driver, and let's see how it goes. And so I'd like to be involved with the sport for many years to come.
Well, we hope you are too. It's great to see you. We'll see you for sure over the weekend. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Okay, this is Bruce doing on-air check for you. On air, on air.
Yep. Yeah, it's 2 because of the weather.
This is something I wanted to experience firsthand. I could form my own team, Ajith Kumar Racing.
Number 901 car. Every single time it passes the pits. This is the Ajith Kumar racing car.
You see these guys? I love them unconditionally. Acting and racing, emotionally demanding jobs.
He doesn't feel like going back out. To actually gain a position on qualifying, Ajith Kumar would have to find about 2.5 seconds, just under 2 and a bit seconds. So no point in doing that. So he's got the job done. Their car is sitting 8th of the 11 in the 992 Cup class, or alternatively 4th in the 992 AM class. So for Ajith Kumar, he'll have time to digest and think about the 2 days of racing ahead. We'll go from qualifying to 7 hours of racing on the Saturday here at Mugello, followed by 5 on the Sunday. Looking cool, calm and collected.
Ajith Kumar is just the epitome of cool, isn't he? Just the epitome of a movie star. Hjelte Hofner has got that 965 MDM car going. Now, will he be allowed to rejoin? I'm not quite sure of that regulation, actually, I must be honest. Hopefully he can, because he was flying. He really was flying on that lap. He was trending up on the fast.
And while we just have this little gap, if you don't mind, gentlemen, Ajith Kumar has just jumped out of the 901. Ajith, you're not going back out for the rest of this session. It's about to be restarted.
We're done with qualifying, so we're looking forward to the race tomorrow.
How are you anyway? Let's start at the beginning. How are you? Great to see you back here in the 24-hour series. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you so much, and good to see you all again. It's always a pleasure coming back to the circuits.
So you've had some time behind the wheel. You were out in practice and obviously out for this second part of qualifying session for the 992 class. How did you find it?
Well, first of all, I think Mugello said we're done with qualifying, so we're looking forward to the race tomorrow.
How are you anyway? Let's start at the beginning. How are you? Great to see you back here in the 24-hour series. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you so much, and good to see you all again. It's always a pleasure coming back to the circuits.
So you've had some time behind the wheel. You were out in practice and obviously out for this second part of qualifying session for the 992 class. How did you find it?
Well, first of all, I think Mugello circuit, it's an amazing circuit. I mean, from both driver's perspective and from the spectator's perspective, it's a beautiful circuit. And yeah, it's been good so far. And the good thing about the Creventic series, you get so much of seat time, so much of track time, which I think for drivers like me coming in, into the sport, I mean, at least the endurance series, it really helps us, give us more experience, more seat time. And
what are you learning every time you get behind the wheel?
Everything. First of all, the car. I'm used to driving single-seaters, so the first time, in a Porsche 992. So first get to understand the machine, and then I think learning the circuits is 20% of the job. So 80% is getting to know your car and getting to drive it better. So.
And how have you adapted to the endurance racing? You said you did a lot of time in single-seaters. How have you adapted to the endurance racing when you've got, teammates and another team effort behind you?
Like you all know, it's a completely different format. Single-seaters, although motorsports is a team event, but single-seaters more about individual performance. Here, and thanks to Fabian, Matthew, Bascoten Racing, they've been so helpful, sharing data, getting me to where I am currently from where I started. So it's been a good journey so far. And it's not just about your personal lap times. You need to keep the equipment, safe so that your teammates get to. There's so much involved, and it's a pure team sport. Endurance racing, a pure team sport.
Is that the biggest thing? The whole fact that it's a whole team effort. You've got the whole team behind you that makes you want to.
I didn't get you.
I'm sorry. I said, is that what keeps you wanting to be involved in the sport, having this whole team effort and the people around you?
Yeah, I'd like to be involved in any which way possible. So for now, it's as a team owner and a driver, and let's see how it goes. And so I'd like to be involved with the sport for many years to come.
Well, we hope you are too. It's great to see you. We'll see you for sure over the weekend. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Well, Ajith Kumar.
Focus, plenty of focus too from Ajith Kumar. Dakar Rally as well, but just such great characters in and out of the car. But again, yeah, a career that goes on and on and on.
Another driver who made their career in Asia too, winning the Japanese Formula 3 Championship in 1997, the Formula Nippon Championship, and of course so much success in touring cars. It is going to be Ajith Kumar who jumps on board his team car, the Ajith Kumar Racing Machine, which is run by Bascoten. They've teamed up with Bascoten Racing, who are a team that know this series inside and out. They know the strategy, they know how everything with the series works, and that's really important if you're a new lineup, a new team coming in. To pair up with an established operation makes such a difference.
It really does. We talked before, we'll talk about it during the race as well, no doubt. Do not pick up penalties, or just certainly keep them to the minimal. And when you're sort of consuming the rule book, things will go past you. You might read it, but you sort of need to understand it. And that's why having a team that has the experience can just save you so much grief.
That lap from Rick Breukers has just blown everybody out the water. 150.5. The nearest driver is half a second away. That's Mathieu Detry. Ricardo Pera, ELMS WEC racer as well, 6/10 quicker than him. Really remarkable. But Red Camel Jordans might have had Fabian Dance on a very short leash in Q1, saying, keep those tyres in, we need them for Q2. That's the thing, is that it's the condition of tyre that you hand over to your teammate. So Mathieu Detry jumps out of the 901 Ajith Kumar Racing Machine, and Ajith Kumar waiting. Could you say he's waiting patiently? I think maybe more impatiently, anxiously to jump aboard. Full focus there. A man who knows, you think of what he does for a living. He's an actor, he knows exactly to get himself into a zone. Right, I need to go and perform now. Prepare my mind, ready to go, and then we go and perform. This isn't much different,
except
in mindset-wise.
No, mindset-wise, except you don't get take 2, take 3. You get your one chance in qualifying. And so it's a different form of focus. But again, it's about removing extraneous influence. It's about absolutely honing in to the job you're doing over the next 15 minutes. And the fact the car clearly handles very, very nicely indeed is something that will be really encouraging for him, because that was some great lapping there from Mathieu Detry. Good job. No wonder he's smiling as he removes his helmet. The team quite happy. Bascoten and the gang, well, they always have a smile on their face.
There's a game going on there, which I feel must be part of the order of the weekend. Big congratulations from the team owner. A bit of a debrief as well there. This is the thing that's so important with, particularly here in the 24-hour series, you have mixed driver lineups in every car, and nobody has an absolute car of superstars. That's not the type of championship it is. It's a mixed driver lineup, and the professionals have to get the best out of their non-professional driver. That's the secret.
That is the absolute key to multi-class and multi-category racing. It's aggregate across all three is what counts. And so focus, plenty of focus too from Ajith Kumar, the Indian actor, well, racer turned actor turned racer again. And great to see him out to enjoy himself, get to, some new circuits under his belt as well.
This is a big moment for him. Of course, drove the GT4 Porsche at Dubai, was going to drive the car.
this is something I wanted to experience firsthand. I could form my own team, Ajith Kumar Racing.
Number 901 car. Every single time it passes the pits. This is the Ajith Kumar racing car.
You see these guys? I love them unconditionally. Acting and racing, emotionally demanding jobs.
A very good morning and welcome to the Mugello circuit in Italy for the opening round of a brand new season of the Michelin 24-hour series, live here on Preventing Motorsport TV and on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Peter Mackay and Bruce Jones here in the Global Broadcast Centre, and Bruce, we've been greeted today with not the weather that we booked when we went through the travel agent.
No, indeed. Spring sunshine in Tuscany was what was ordered, but what doesn't take away from the rather grey start, and there's a little light rain in the air, a little bit of rain overnight, is the majesty of the Mugello circuit. It truly is fabulous. This is your first visit, but just an aerial shot showing the flow of this circuit. But what it never shows is the vertical drop and climb of this circuit. It is a majestic place.
It is wonderful. Majestic Mugello. You could put that on a postcard, couldn't you? And this whole series here in the 24H series with Michelin is a postcard. It's a European postcard. It's some of the best circuits anywhere in the region. We start off here at Mugello. We're going to head off to Spa in about a month's time. We're going to go to Misano. We're going to go to Paul Ricard, and of course the traditional curtain call at Barcelona, the end of the season. Always a great way to finish with that 24-hour race. But here at Mugello, the drivers are going to be earning their corn this morning with that weather. 7 hours ahead of us today and 5 hours tomorrow.
What is the great unknown? The great unknown is how these cars are going to handle in wet weather, wet conditions on their new Michelin tyres. They've done lots of running in the dry. And again, we were talking about this before. It's some circuits actually, when it's wet, you still have a high level of grip, and others not so much. So it's a real voyage, but it's a passage through great circuits through Europe this year, starting here at Mugello.
It is. That's what the 24-hour series is all about. It's about going to these iconic tracks. I mean, Mugello and Spa, they have a kind of similarity, don't they? The uphill, down dale, following the natural curvature of the land. Mugello very famous for motorcycle racing with MotoGP over the years. Spa so famous for, well, everything really, Formula One, endurance racing, etc. That's just under a month's time actually, so not much time to get the cars turned around. Misano in late May, ice cream, pasta, the seaside, beautiful.
You know what, looking at this championship, it goes to places with very, very good food. Mugello, you know, it's absolutely fantastic. Misano, when you go down to Cattolica on the Adriatic coast, it's a real holiday resort atmosphere as well. And Spa-Francorchamps, how do you want your frites with their mayonnaise? Well, just like that, really.
Always mayonnaise with your frites, definitely. And then we finish off in Barcelona. What a place to go to close off our season and hand out the championship trophies that are being chased down by all of our crews. A 32-car crew for this opening round of the season. Weather is going to be the discussion all weekend. Let's have a chat through what the weather's going to look like, because we've had dry testing all week. We had a dry qualifying session yesterday, albeit in overcast conditions. Today we arrive at a wet Mugello circuit. At the moment, if it is raining, it's kind of drizzle at the moment. We'd like that to go off. That would be nice. Temperature pretty cool, 12 degrees. These new Michelin wets, or new to the 24-hour series teams, it's a voyage of discovery today.
It really will be, and don't forget, all these cars, they've been cycling their drivers through four driver crews, 3 driver crews, some with 2, 77% humidity. It shows there is more rain coming, and looking at the weather forecast as we came in this morning, light rain, sort of 10-15% chance of rain until about 1 o'clock, and then at 2 o'clock it goes up to about 30%, but then it eases off. We should have sun late afternoon, or so it says, which is better than we'd expected. But for all these drivers, they're getting an extra formation lap, so we'll have 2 formation laps, because they've just got to see where the circuit is dampest, but it's only been drizzle this morning. If we go to full rain, that is an entirely different prospect.
That's so true. Well, down on the grid, braving the weather, is Diana Binks, who fans of the Binksy bobble hat will be pleased to know that it is in full flow today. Binksy, sounds like there's great atmosphere down there on the grid. Where are you?
I'm at the front of the grid, Peter. Thank you very much. Welcome everyone to the grid. It is a drizzly start this morning, as you just talked about, but we won't drone on about that too long, because I think we've got a bit more to come. All the preparations are getting underway for this race to start. We've got a fantastic display here on the grid with the drummers in their local costume and flags, entertaining the teams and drivers and crowds that are down here. But this is where it all starts, at this point on the grid. And look at this fantastic Fiat 500 that we've got here just at the start. It's not the safety car, in case you were wondering. It's just purely on display. And on top of the car, we've actually got the trophy that all the class winners will receive at the end of this Mugello 12 hours. The Michelin 12 hours Mugello, beautiful trophy the class winners have had. So let's just wander over now and chat to our pole position team, Kessel Racing in the number 8, and I'll just come and have a chat with David, Alessandro. Guys, we're getting ready for the yeah, thank you very much, David. We're getting ready for the start of this race, just having a chat with your team and your drivers here. How are you feeling this morning?
I mean, completely different condition, as we can see, so it's going to be an interesting race. But the 4 of us, we are ready. Our car seems to be quite good on the wet, so we couldn't test. But, I mean, let's see. We need to survive. It's an endurance race, so hopefully we can get through Sunday.
What do you think the main challenges will be?
I think adapting to the new conditions, because we had 3 fantastic days of sun here in Mugello, so every driver taking the start will be the first time driving the car on the wet. Then probably they can give the feedback to the teammates, so we're going to see. The first lap will be challenging.
What's your approach going to be at the start?
I mean, it's an endurance race, as I said, so we keep it safe. Of course, we try to maintain the lead, and then we're going to try to pull a gap to the competitors. But, the main key is going to be no risks.
All right, David, thank you very much. You're starting the race. Your teammates are just sort of tucked in here behind. Any words before the start of the race? How are you feeling?
If the weather remains like this, we can be quite confident. But if the condition will be became worse and worse, it's I don't know. We will see. Last year, the end of the race was a bit scary. So.
Okay, well, I'll let you chat to everyone just to get a feel for the day while I just move on to the grid to the national anthem. We have the national anthem. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to have the national anthem now, and then I'll continue a few more interviews along the way.
Elmo di Scipio, s'è cinta la testa, dov'è la vittoria? Le porga la chioma che schiava di Roma, Iddio la creò. Parapam, parapam, parapapapapapa. Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia s'è desta, dell'elmo di Scipio s'è cinta la testa, dov'è la vittoria? Le porga la chioma che schiava di Roma, Iddio la creò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò.
Thank you very much. That's a wonderful rendition. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for that this morning. So we will continue along the grid here, and the Heart of Racing team are alongside. Hannah, you were the quickest in that qualifying session yesterday for the team. How satisfying was that?
Yeah, it was good. It was a good effort from everyone, but I'm definitely starting to get comfortable with this Mercedes. The SBS guys did a great job getting it together, but I'm excited for today. It'll definitely be interesting with the rain, but obviously everyone's in this same situation. No one's had any practice. Rhythm track, but overall, really fun track to drive.
Are you really pushing the car? Are you fighting it, or are you sort of comfortable with what you've got underneath you?
I think I feel pretty comfortable. I think the car is strong here, so, and again, they've set up an amazing car, so I think we're in a pretty good place. Obviously, I've never driven this car in the rain, so that'll be a little bit different, but I feel confident in our team and the car.
So what changes with your driving style when you have to drive a car that you haven't driven in the rain?
Just obviously being a bit cautious. I mean, we have 2 days of racing. At this point, really just
down the grid here, and I'm looking for unfortunately, yes. I mean, for a driver, these conditions are always a bit difficult, aren't they? It's neither wet nor dry. It's drizzling at the moment. It's probably different out at the back of the circuit. How much does that change? How are you feeling this morning?
I don't understand the question, sorry.
How are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, cold and wet.
Unfortunately, yes. I mean, for a driver, these conditions are always a bit difficult, aren't they? It's neither wet nor dry. It's drizzling at the moment. It's probably different out at the back of the circuit. How much does that change?
Yeah, I think also the new tires for everyone will have a bit of an impact. Nobody was driving it until now, so it's a bit of a gamble to be a bit smart and come down and don't risk so much depending on what the guys around are doing. So yeah, we will keep it like an endurance race. Hopefully nobody will touch us, and then we will go through the first hours.
What's your approach at the start going to be? Have you had a sort of team discussion about that?
Yeah, but it's the same. You cannot plan a real race start. Even in an endurance race, people doing crazy stuff. So we want to survive the first 3-4 laps. Then then we will have a line already, feeling the tires. The car is in good shape. I'm used to it. We had the same weather last year for the last hour, so I'm quite used to it. It's already my 9th race this season, so yeah, I'm quite good in shape.
Yeah, you guys and the team are all pretty experienced. You've raced together a long time, so you know each other well. Is that a benefit?
Yeah, for sure. The kids, I have so much fun. I raced together with the father, Bert. We won the 24 Hours of Zolder so many years ago. Seeing the kids growing and now sharing the car with them, for me, is very, very special. It's a really family-based team, but they do it on a very high professional level. Already in the last years, a couple of years with the Porsche, they won more or less everything with that class. So the goal is clear. We want to get it done in the first weekend, and then we want to grow and be a really strong enemy for everybody else.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much. We love seeing you here and being part of it. Have a great race. Now, I'll just go over. I wanted to chat to our race director here from the 24-hour series. Jerome, you're the race director. I thought it'd be interesting just to have a conversation this morning. Obviously, we know these conditions are potentially going to change quite a lot. So from a race direction point of view, does your job involve and what decisions do you have to make? Could you just explain that to us for anyone that's here that probably doesn't know?
Well, after a couple of beautiful days with dry weather conditions, we now face a wet track. That's the reason why we've decided that this morning in the start procedure we'll have 2 formation laps. So all drivers can get used on these wet track conditions. Throughout the race, we will have a look at the weather forecast. As you know, we have a split race in 2 parts. So after part 1 today, we will have the intervention break. Standard procedure is that the Parc Fermé and the intervention break will be here on the starting grid. If weather conditions or the forecast on that is bad for tonight, then we have a scenario to put the cars in another position. But we will inform the teams on that when we have taken that decision.
Yes, I guess it's a hour by hour or minute by minute basis, depending on how it's changing. But what's the biggest challenge for you?
I think to keep it safe and fair for everybody. Weather can change very quickly, and we do not have that experience here yet. On other circuits we have, so we will have a close look on that.
Okay, Joran, thank you so much for that insight, and I hope everyone has a good race and everyone up in race direction as well. So for the moment, we're just going to take a short break here on the grid, and I'm going to take a look around the track to get some more information for you.
Well, Mugello is a historic place to go racing. They've been racing here since 19...
Been some fantastic races across the years. Motorbikes, most notably, great sports car races. You look at Ix and Mass, they won a couple here, spread across a decade as the 70s went to the 80s. But it's, of course, had a Grand Prix not so long ago during the COVID years as well. So a lot of people saw it for the first time, even though it's been open for 50 years. But let's go back to Die in the drizzle.
Thank you very much, Bruce. We've got 10 minutes to go before those 2 formation laps get underway. I've come down to the GTX class pole position down here, and it is the Vortex that took that stunning pole position. Arno, you had a great run yesterday.
Yes, yesterday it was a great day. The car was okay with the weather condition. And now for the rain, we don't know because it's a new car. We drive just one time on the rain. But the target is to finish the first part in the same lap as our concurrent for tomorrow.
You've made a lot of developments with the Vortex car, haven't you? You've been part of this 24-hour series for some time. What is it about this series that makes you want to keep being involved?
Yes, last year it was years of development. We have just one car in 24-hour series. This winter we have a lot of development too, and this year the target is to start the commercialization of the car.
Okay, well, we wish you well for the race. Have a great race.
Thank you.
It's quite an amazing machine, that new Vortex, Bruce. I mean, they made so many upgrades to it, particularly the aero components. Arno's brother, Olivier, has been really involved with that aero concept. And the pace that they set yesterday, quite remarkable. And the average times, the Vortex is going to start 12th overall, quicker than a few of the factory GT3 cars.
Yeah, we both commented about how balanced the car looked as well, and that's taking away and ignoring, for now, actually, its aerodynamic efficiency. Huge tunnels going towards the rear of the car, taking the airflow to the middle of the back to give that car the great balance, but it also has that fantastic V8 rumble that goes with it as well. And when the car was unveiled, it was the 24 Hours of Barcelona at the end of 2023, no one knew what to expect, but someone started saying it could be quite special. I remember the covers going off and people in the paddock going, oh, Oh, wow, that is a huge leap forward. And as they said, they're developing it as they go. It's something different. There are two of them in the field. The sister car is back towards the rear of the grid. But the opening laps, just going to be enthralling to see how that will take on the front runners.
Well, they've talked about how they've done a lot of development with the car, but that's amazing that the guys that designed it have only driven it once in the wet. So that might tell. We'll see how they get on. It's an amazing machine, carbon tubular space frame with carbon fibre bodywork. It's a really impressive car. 1,000 kilograms, 550 horsepower. That is a recipe. It might be a little bit hairy on those opening laps, actually, in the wet.
It could be, but in comparison to its predecessor, it felt like it jumped forward a full decade. The previous one, you often saw it in states of disarray, and as they took it apart, effectively you had a cockpit and an engine in the first Vortex, but this is another fish entirely. Different game. Right, front of the grid, though, we talk about the GT3 cars. We've got 15 of those. That's fantastic. A big jump from 2024's front class offering. It's split between AM and there's some outright runners as well, but the Pro-Am, AM, so the three classes within the top group as well. But we've got 6 manufacturers out there playing. It's Ferrari and Mercedes hogging the first 2 rows, but it's good to have other mates in there as well, with Audi, Aston Martin, Porsche, et al. And but again, for all of them, we keep talking about the greasy track, and in fact, in the last half hour, the weather forecast has become a whole lot worse. Originally, the rain was going to arrive properly at about 2 o'clock. That's come forward by 2 hours. Instead of being a likelihood, it's a definite element, listed at 71% likelihood of rain when it comes to be, and it's coming soon. So it could be the end of the opening stint. And what the teams are going to have to hope, it's not just into the second stint. They want to be able to know what tyres to put on their cars without having to bring them in 2 or 3 laps later.
I mean, we don't have a clue who's got pace in the wet. Not a clue. Well, we know who's got pace in the dry. When you look through the sector times, the Ferraris look really strong. I mean, through all 3 sectors of this track, the Ferraris just totally dominate of the top times that were set in qualifying yesterday. But this is the wet is the great leveler, isn't it? All the time in motorsport, and we could well see the Porsche Cup cars, well-driven Porsche Cup cars, making their way through the order. And of course, they can run longer on a tank of fuel too.
They can, and also we've commented many a time that if it's a long straight, they're going to be as quick as the GT3 runners by the end of the straight. And here we have got the long straight, the start-finish straight. Admit it has a bit of a swerve halfway through it, but it could be very interesting. And let's hope nobody's going to make any mistakes. But that's why it's so important they're getting this second formation lap, just to get a feel, because they're not used to these tyres, not used to wet surfaces, and a very wise decision from the race organisers.
I think that even that lap to the grid would have been really important, just to get a feel of where the grip is, where it isn't. Too, of course, many drivers in this field have never been to Mugello before. Yes, they've had lots of dry track time this week, but the wet is a whole other matter. The grid is starting to be cleared. Sometimes it's a nightmare to try and get a grid cleared, because everyone wants to keep enjoying that experience and keep enjoying the nice weather. Not such a problem today, the grid clearing nice and quickly for our drivers to get going, as one of the Maserati safety cars goes for a little tour around to check everything is safe to go. Maserati Ghibli. I wonder if they've driven the Fiat 500 off, or if it was pushed off, but I did notice it looked like it had a parking ticket actually on the front, underneath the windshield wiper. VIP parking pass, but I spotted it going around the paddock yesterday, and it made me feel I really was in the heart of Italy all over again. And I like, that car wouldn't have even been contemporary when the circuit opened in 1974. Great bit of design though, the Fiat 500. So looking down the grid, the sea of umbrellas that were masking most of the cars have largely disappeared and gone through the gap in the pit wall. But so soon we'll have the cars, 32 cars coming out to play, and it's 7 hours of racing today, and we'll add 5 more tomorrow to get to the 12 hours. This is the first of 4 12-hour races this year, and then we culminate the 24H European Series with a double that, the 24-hour race at Barcelona in September. So not far away from the green flag then. These 2 warm-up laps are going to be really important. Now the drivers just alone with just one mechanic alongside them, just in case, and it's time to get down to business for the Michelin 12 hours of Mugello. A great grid of cars here.
Yeah, we talked about the 15 cars in the top class. That's the GT3 category. There are 11 in the Porsche 992 Cup class, and the car that qualified third in that group had a misdemeanor, or it had the wrong thickness of brake disc, so that's right at the back. That's the Holmgard Motorsport car, so that will be a story of its own coming up through the field. And the back of the grid, otherwise we don't have any TCE runners, but we've got 3 cars from GT4 and 3 from GTX. We heard from the driver of one of those, that was Arno Gomez, with one of the 2 vortices, do you say? No, we don't. And then IRC is the other make. It's the Silhouette car from Australia. Looks fantastic. It's black and yellow. They're starting towards the back. There is now suddenly a bit more of a flurry of rain, certainly on the lenses of some of the cameras, so it is blowing through. We can't see the mountain tops around the circuit. It's a misty morning, but it's not really properly wet. It's damp.
Definitely damp. We did have in the GT4 class 1 balance of performance change this morning. So this is balance of performance is a system that's used to get all of different types of cars as close in performance as possible. It's used in GT3 as well. So, you know, the Mercedes, for example, a big front engine V8, the Ferrari is a mid-engine V6 with a turbo on it. So there's lots of balancing that needs to happen. GT4 is no different. They've had a very late change for the Mercedes AMG GT4 run by the Venture team. They've had 10 kilograms added to the car, but they've also had a bit more power added to the car. They've had an extra 10 kilowatts, which equates to 14 brake horsepower. So they might actually well sort of even each other out a little bit.
It could well. And could I just have a little shout out as we take in the scene here in Tuscany? We haven't mentioned the Lotus at the back. That really caught our eye yesterday with a thoroughly enthusiastic team running that one. Lotus PB Racing, an Italian team at home. But of course, normally they'd come here thinking spring sunshine. That's what we're going to have Mugello launch our season. But we take what we get, and rain is going to be the order of the day. The big question, of course, is how much rain, how heavy, and for how long.
Yeah, the Lotus team, they only managed to get 3 laps in on Thursday, or Alberto Nasca only managed 3 laps on Thursday. Friday they had a broken alternator, they had to change that, but they did have a strong qualifying yesterday, and I loved the line from Alberto Nasca. We set a 1 minute 57.4. He said, "It was the lap of my life." And he was just beaming and smiling at the same time. And those guys in the Lotus, they're having a brilliant time. Brilliant to see a Lotus. It's quite a rarity nowadays in motorsport, and brilliant to see them here with that V6 engine machine, the Emira GT4. You see a few of them racing in British GT and various other places, but they are a rarity.
Mahiki Racing got 3 entered in this year's British GT Championship, so it is finding its feet, but it looks just very, very sharp in its bright yellow livery. Not quite so bright today, because nothing's feeling very bright here at Mugello Circuit, but we're going to have 7 hours of racing today, and the cars will form up after that on the main straight, on the starting grid. They'll be kept there overnight, and we'll start again tomorrow. And bear in mind, say, you know, the race leading car at the end of 7 hours, if you're on the same lap, you can form up just a few positions behind it on the grid, so you can almost get an entire lap back. And so it really is a bit like a lot of racing in the early days, the Daytona 24 hours, get through the night. Le Mans used to be the same, get through the night, and then we'll see where we are to take the sprint to the finish. And there is an element of that, but the moment you get a penalty, a drive-through for some little misdemeanor, you fall down a lap. That is a disaster. But for those of us in the commentary box, and Ben Constantinos will be joining us later, you look and you cringe when someone's picked up another penalty, and in this, if it just drops you down onto the lap behind, it does have ramifications.
Yeah, we had quite a few as the field roll off either side of the beautiful little cheery looking original Fiat 500, the Cinquecento. I had a Seicento in the 90s, or from the car was from the 90s. I had it about 10 years after that. As the field roll off for 2 warm-up laps here, very important to get that tyre temperature. And as you rightly say, Bruce, it's all about staying on the class lead lap. When we come back tomorrow, as long as you're on that lead lap, you start it on that lap on the grid and ready to go again. If you've got a bit of pace in hand, you've got the opportunity to decide, do we not fill up the car with fuel and put our rivals another lap down, or do we fill it up with fuel and go in with an advantage to run longer in the morning? That's the decision. I mean, Herbert Motorsport, who have won this race more times than any other, they were always of the view, fill the car up and start tomorrow afresh with a full tank. It's a little bit like, were you the sort of person that did your homework on a Friday and then you had the whole weekend to enjoy, or did you cram it in on a Sunday? I was probably a bit of the latter, I'll be honest.
Or copy it from a friend on the Monday. Never mind, we don't go there. But the important thing for me, I was saying it's a little damp on the grid, but as the cars go around the circuit, they're up, they've come out of Poggio Secco, a corner, lots of people going into the gravel on the outside of that effective third corner. Then they go down over a little rise, then down to Materazzi. It's a left-right combination. There is spray coming out of the rear of the cars. There is more moisture on board than I thought.
So on pole position then is the number 8 CCC Kessel Racing Ferrari, looking very, very strong, with the heart of racing by SPS Mercedes starting on the outside of the front row. So Ferrari and Mercedes on the front row. Then it's Ferrari and Mercedes again with Red Ant Racing. They're making a step up to GT3 after winning the 992 championship last year. They start alongside Era Motorsport in their brand new Ferrari 296 GT3. On the third row is the first of the Porsches. Car number 73, Proton Hooper Competition, will start off alongside the first of the Audis, Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, car number 69. Row 4 is the number 44 of ARC Bratislava with their bright yellow Lamborghini alongside the Jutta number 71 Audi, the red and white Circle K machine. Row 5 sees the brightly coloured Porsche from Manamuri Energy by Ebby Motors, car number 95, alongside the Pellin Racing Gulf coloured number 29 Ferrari. Row 6 sees the E2P Racing Aston Martin. They ran a Porsche last year. They bought one of the brand new GT3 Evo Aston Martin Vantages, and they will start alongside the pole sitter in GTX, that number 702 Vortex V8. On row 7, it's Hoffer Racing. Car number 11 set some great times in qualifying yesterday. They'll start alongside their the number 56 Scuderia Para Ferrari, which has won twice at this race in the past. Row 8 will see the number 23 Pellin Racing Ferrari 488, one of the older Ferraris, starting alongside the 58 MP Racing Mercedes in the AM class, the Gosner family outing. Then we get into the 992s, and boy oh boy are we going to have a fight here. Row 9 sees the pole sitters 909 Red Camel Jordans fighting with Müllner Motorsport 921. That's going to go all the way through, I'm sure of it. Then we've got a mixed class on row 10. Car 111 for 111 Racing in the GTX category. The IRC GT will start 19th alongside Seb Lejeune Racing in the Porsche 992 category. Then on row 11, it's the Dutch squad, MDM Motorsport. Maybe they could go well in these wet conditions. They will start alongside series stalwarts RPM Racing in car 907. Row 12 is Ebby Motors with their 973 Porsche 992, and Ajith Kumar Racing, a fan favourite, I think it is very fair to say. Car 901, watch for that crew coming through the field as well. Row 13, HRT Performance in their 928 car, share it with the number 949 of Scuderia Faron. Row 14 is the second of the Vortexes, car 701, which shares with the 992 numbered machine of Porsche Baltic. Row 15, still they come. CCS Racing, your pole sitter in the Porsche, the Gebhardt family outing. Father and son having a brilliant time. They will start 29th overall, alongside the Lotus of Lotus PB Racing with an all-Italian driver lineup. Then in 31st, it's the Venture Engineering Mercedes, the winners, of course, in their category at the Barcelona 24. And the big story, Homeguard Motorsport, who qualified up towards the front of their class, put to the back after an out-of-homologation brake test was detected during scrutineering. That is your 32-car grid for this 2025 Michelin Mugello 12 Hours. What a lineup, Bruce.
It's fantastic, and there's great diversity there as well. As I said, in the GT3 class, as the windscreen wipers blaze across the screens, 6 manufacturers there. That's a really, really good mix. What we've seen in practice, and then in qualifying, it's Mercedes and Ferrari, or Ferrari and Mercedes at the front end of the grid. But that was all on dry track. How are they going to shake out when we're on what is actually an increasingly wet track? It was drizzling on the grid, but it seems to suddenly become a whole lot heavier. A lot of spray being picked up by the drivers as they go around in formation on this second formation lap. They're about halfway around the circuit, and if you've never seen Mugello before, it's not only got a fantastic combination of corners, but it rises, it falls, it dips, it twists. it is a circuit it's so hard to relax on. But for all these drivers, they're learning the Michelin wet weather tyre for the first time. They're also trying to work out where, if the rain gets worse, it may flow across the circuit at various points. Certainly with all the gradient change we've got, there's plenty of potential for a bit of a river across the circuit, so they're going to have to be on their toes. So this region, bear in mind, a week ago was a huge heavy rainfall, a lot of landslips. A lot of the roads today were awash with the mud that had come down and dried out, and then overnight rain has made it flow onto the roads. So yesterday we had many detours getting to the circuit because roads were still closed. Made it interesting, and we did debate. We were probably driving on some of the roads the original road circuit had that opened in 1914. It almost doesn't bear thinking about some of the cars that won those races, right up to 1969, the last top sports car race, with little Arturo Mezzario winning that in an A-bar. But that was history. This is the current day. And for the drivers out there, I think a lot of the drivers who aren't taking the start will be going, you know what, I think I'm actually suddenly quite glad. Coffee, anyone?
Yes, a nice cup of strong coffee from our wonderful hospitality here at the 24H Series.
Yeah, a fantastic new facility. It does make me smile on this very grey and wet day. The pole-sitting car, sponsored by Ray-Ban sunglasses. Not required today. Rain glasses, please.
There is no price on looking cool.
So they tell me.
You can get clear Ray-Ban glasses too. So they'll make them for you. So the safety car guiding the field around. They're into the 2x2 formation. It's going to be David Fumanelli, who was so strong in qualifying yesterday, who's going to lead them away in that number 8 Ray-Ban backed Ferrari alongside the Heart of Racing Mercedes, waiting for that green flag. The GT3's pairing up 2x2, waiting for those lights to go out. As soon as those lights go out, it is go time for the 2025 Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello. Lights still up, race director letting them go. Green flag in the air. We are racing in Tuscany as the Ferrari of David Fumanelli, well, doesn't have to worry about that spray behind them, but the middle of the pack, imagine being in the middle of that pack with all that spray. But Fumanelli strong on the brakes as here comes Manuel Lauk up the inside in the Porsche, moving up into third position, really being brave on the brakes there. Good start for me and James as well in second for the Heart of Racing Mercedes, but Manuel Lauk looking very racy in that Porsche, Bruce.
Yeah, it's going to be 7 hours of racing today, and you always debate how hard are people going to push in the first corner. But the wonderful thing about Mugello is you lose the cars as they accelerate away from the grid, because there's such a dip and then a climb as they come up towards the first corner. But definitely a good move, and up to second place, but getting it wrong at turn number 4, which is Materazzi, was the Porsche, the Huber Porsche that had gone from 4th to 3rd to 2nd. I think he collected it, but certainly very busy out on the track, and it's getting wetter by the moment.
It is a big moment there for Manuel Lauk in that Proton competition machine. I mean, you don't win 7 Nürburgring 24-hour class victories if you're not good in the wet. You have to be good in the wet if you want to win that much at the Nürburgring, and he's using that experience. But deeper in the pack, Nick Johnson in the 907 RPM car, I mean, right in the middle of the storm. All that spray everywhere, and you've got to try and pick your line and try and keep the car clean. We've got 12 hours of racing, 7 today, 5 hours tomorrow. You do not want to throw it away on this first lap.
No, the first 2 drivers making their break, David Fumanelli in the pole Ferrari, but certainly Manuel Lauk is attacking big time. Our timing screens actually have lost Manuel Lauk. They haven't adjusted to have him in that second position. But the first 2 cars getting away, and everybody else trying to be polite, careful, and the Hofer Racing Mercedes that showed flashes of speed with some of its driver lineup in qualifying, trying to choose its moments. Alexander Prince at the wheel of that at the moment. But the first 2 cars, the Ferrari from David Fumanelli, he said to Diana Binks down on the grid, yeah, I'll just basically try and get to the front and stay there. He did that, but there's a huge amount of spray for all the drivers following.
You definitely want to be at the front. You do not want to be trailing in that spray. It's Fumanelli just got the back end sliding out of Corintau, heading up towards Biondetti 1 and 2, but it's Fumanelli who leads then for Kessel Racing with Manuel Lauk right behind him. Then there's a reasonable gap back to the Heart of Racing SPS Mercedes. Good start from the Continental Audi in 4th.
Yeah, very good indeed. Lost in the spray, it most certainly was, but we did start to pick it up. And the 992 class, it's super close in that. Just waiting to see who's going to be the first one across the start-finish line. Quite possibly Brick Roykers. Yes, it is. He's just gone through he was on class pole for Red Camel Jordan's .NL. But as they go on to the second lap, down to that fabulous first corner, San Donato, still there are people trying to make overtaking manoeuvres and braking very late into the corner at the tail end of the GT3 class, and then come the 992 Porsches. But at the moment, it's being led by the pole sitter, David Fumanelli. His advantage just a whisker over 1 second at the opening lap. But bear in mind, all these drivers are getting their first proper feel at racing speeds for the grip or lack of grip they're getting out of this wet weather Michelin tyre underneath them. It is a voyage of a discovery, and you just don't want to be the one that pushed that little bit too hard.
A voyage is maybe the correct word if it's going to keep raining. Well, and you know, we've seen that the Porsche and the Audi that sits in second and third right now, they've not really had a great deal of pace in the sessions that we've seen. It's been, certainly in qualifying, it was the way of the Ferraris and the Mercedes, but in the wet, it's such a leveler and often comes down to the driver behind the wheel. As, oh, now a spin for one of the Vortexes.
It'll be 7:02, Biano Gomez.
No, yes, it is. You're right. It is. Oh, dear.
He'd started picking off some of the GT3 cars we expected. We just couldn't see it. We would get a look for it in the opening laps, but such is the spray that there he was running in about 10th position, but round he went, and that was at Materazzi, which is the first corner is San Donato, sort of double apex uphill, then you have the left-hander at the crest, Luca, then Poggio, Secco, but the fourth corner is very, very tricky indeed. It's the first part of a left-right combination. The next part is Borgo San Lorenzo, but if you get it wrong, you get it wrong at Materazzi. But I think it was gathered up for Gomez. He'll have to do it all over again. 11th at the end of that lap.
This flying lap here from Fuminelli is seriously impressive. He took 4/10 out of Lauk in Sector 1 and another 4/10 out of Lauk in Sector 2 as he comes up towards the timing beam to start lap 2. Fuminelli looking really strong in that Ferrari. 296 GT3 for Kessel Racing. It's a 206.7, 208.3 for Manuel Lauk. So last time by, yeah, but 1.6 seconds actually between them. So Fuminelli wanted to get the hammer down and get going.
Yeah, but a really good opening couple of laps from Vasily Benediktin. So he's the top Audi racer, and in behind another move coming, and another place lost. Joseph Kral of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. If you say that, you always think it's going to be red. It's grey, it's silver, it's yellow, it's black. But importantly, it's very handy in these conditions. Just moving ahead of Ian James in the heart of racing. Mercedes that started on the outside of the front row. But a little bit of caution at this point in the race is not a thing to be sniffed at. So I think Ian, with all his years, decades of experience, is just being a wise head there. Not dropping back, but just not taking risks at the moment. Getting the feel for these tyres. And we have to keep reiterating what they were praying for. If rain was forecast for this Saturday and Sunday, which it was, they wanted a little bit yesterday to get a feel for it. Maybe not in qualifying. There was a spit or two, but it didn't really count as rain. What they wanted it was this yesterday morning. That would have been a big, big helping hand.
It's definitely a voyage of discovery for sure, as they have to get on with it. But Ian James, of course, in the heart of racing, they're in the AM class. There's three categories within GT3. There's overall, there's Pro-Am, and there's AM. At the moment, it's being led by two Pro-Am cars, the Kessel Racing Ferrari, number 8, and the 73 Proton Hooper Porsche. Vasily Vladikin leads in AM in the Audi, 3rd overall. Then it's Ian James in 5th, yeah, because the Scuderia Praha car has gone up into 4th in the Pro-Am category. The first GT3 overall is actually Red Ant Racing in 7th place right now in the car number 93 for Kenny Hire.
Yeah, I think it's really worth picking out Joseph Carr's performance in the Scuderia Praha car. He started down in 14th, he's got up into 4th place, but a driver who deserved many more breaks. He sort of rose quite high up the single-seater ladder, but then it didn't work for him. But for any Czech team, of course, they want him on board. He's a really quick, safe pair of hands as well. So he's making the progress in the early laps.
Yeah, double winner at this event. If he were to win tomorrow, sorry, he would be joint with Daniel Alleman, Robert Renauer, and Ralph Bowen as a 3-time winner. As another change for position as Alex Prince is charging in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes. Just gone past Ian James, gone up to 5th now. Alex Prince started 13th on the grid.
Ajith Kumar Racing, Mathieu Detry just checking out how the gravel is in the wet, and he's managed to get back on the track, but is about to lose 1, 2, 3 positions. The RPM Racing entry with Nicholas Jonsson pulling aside, getting past. A little slip up. That was the final corner of the lap. Bucin is a corner that drops from top to bottom, from entry to exit, and many a driver goes in the gravel trap, but he did continue. But that was 3 places lobbed out of the window.
Really tricky in the Porsche 992 Cup category. There's four cars all going into turn 1, all in different parts of the racetrack, trying to find the grip. This is where the driver can make such a difference in the wet. You know, the driver always makes a difference, obviously, but in the wet, that's just multiplied. What they can do if you have a driver who's got a feel and a grip and a understanding of how to go quick in the wet, it can make such a difference. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a real flip of the order, particularly in GT3, as well as spin for Seb Lejeune Racing, car number 888. Sebastian Seb Lejeune himself, full 360, keeps going. No problem.
There we are. He was in that 4-car battle. He made it a 3-car battle. He's going to join all over again. But I tell you what, Mathieu Detry, having gone off in the gravel half a lap ago at the final corner, he is picking off places already. He's picked off Nicholas Janssen, fighting his way back. But in the middle of a 3-car train, Mathieu Detry had just gone past, and at that corner I was mentioning earlier, Materazzi, it seems to be really, really treacherous there. Another spin, but importantly, not into the gravel for Seb Lejeune.
Did well, just it didn't stall the car or anything like that, just popped it in the first gear, off he went. Didn't actually lose a huge amount of time there from Sébastien Lejeune, the team owner of Seb Lejeune Racing, the beautiful purple machine with just like sort of floral notes on it over the car. Looks beautiful, kind of black and white stripe around it, French tricolore on the driver's door.
At least he knows he's not going to be shouted at by the team boss, because he is the team boss, so that's one worry out of the window, the rather steamed up window for Seb Lejeune. But getting it on the island, but you know, even if they knew these tyres, still drivers are having to adjust to wet weather tyres, but they're learning as they go. Just it really, what we said, a voyage of discovery at the start of the race, but they are, I'd say, they've actually put on a really good performance, because when the cars came on their formation lap, there was a little bit of dampness on the track, and it just suddenly accelerated on that second formation lap just before the start of the race. That made it very, very interesting indeed. Haven't talked about GT4 for a while, and the team that's just committed to the whole season, Venture, with a fantastic-looking Mercedes, lead that class quite easily from Nicholas Gebhardt, the father-son team in his Porsche Cayman, and tucked in behind Lotus PB Racing. And those are very close. They're nose to tail, but between they've got the IRC, which is the space frame car up from Australia. Great looking.
An amazing job, and it was just a joy to watch.
It was. When we talked at the time, it's very rare that you can have a sport in which generations of a family can compete together. You know, the pride of what they're doing was fantastic to see, and they're going to get a lot of driving, because they're one of 6 2-driver lineups in this event. So do the maths, they can have 6 hours each, or so they
joy to watch.
It was. When we talked at the time, it's very rare that you can have a sport in which generations of a family can compete together. You know, the pride of what they're doing was fantastic to see, and they're going to get a lot of driving, because they're one of 6 2-driver lineups in this event. So do the maths, they can have 6 hours each, or so they choose. They can split how they wish. But David Fuminelli leading this race. At the end of the opening lap, it was just over 1 second. He's quadrupled that. 4.22 seconds clear at the end of the previous lap. That's 4 laps on the board. At the end of lap number 5, coming up any moment now. He just seems to have settled down so nicely for CCC Kessel Racing, and I'm fairly sure it's going to go out again. Still the chase being led by Manuel Lauk, but Lauk no longer really in the background of the shot. He's falling away. Yes, the spray, not as much, I would suggest, as there was right at the start of the race. But then again, the cars are now in Indian file. They're not running en masse. And Joseph Kral is the driver on the move. He's now starting to close in 3rd place. Remember, he started down in 14th, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and he's right towards the front of the field now, going very, very well indeed. In fact, he was faster than race leader Fuminelli last time around. We talked about the pace of Ferraris. Clearly, they're looking very good, particularly in Joseph Kral's hands.
Dry or wet. Seems that dry pace is carrying over to how they run in the wet. This Ferrari 296 GT3 came on the scene a couple of years ago now, and it's kind of changed the game in GT3 in terms of what you can do and what is expected. Is Ian James holding on to 6th for now, but he's under pressure from Sabino De Castro, who's right beside him. In fact, De Castro trying to make a move here then to turn 4. Around the outside he goes and makes it work in that Manamuri Energy Machine. They started 9th, so they're making good moves up the field, up to 6th now for Sabino De Castro.
We're still listed as having Kenneth Hire in the Red Ant Racing Mercedes. I know when you say Red Ant Racing, you're supposed to say Porsche 992, but they've stepped up to GT3. But I'm fairly sure he had his race suit on down on the grid, but didn't look as though he's about to get in the car. But then again, as he said, he's already done 7 races this year, so he's probably completely attuned to hopping in, strapping up and getting going. But if I had a driver in that car from Red Ant Racing, driver used to not just the Mercedes GT3, which Kenneth is, but also driving in the wet, I would put him in the car. The others are still taking their experience to the Porsche 992 Cup class. The 2 Red Ant sons, Ayaton and Yannick. And we have, oh dear, just talk about a car and off it goes, and that is the Red Ant Racing Mercedes reversing on the track at this point. Is it Kenneth Hire? Still saying that on the graphics. We'll go with that. More flurries of rain, more drops of rain on the camera, so it's blowing around at the circuit as well. But you know what? An enormous gravel trap. He basically kissed the outside of it, but then swung the nose around and got it going all over again. So there is scope for having an off without necessarily hitting anything, but it's a circuit where the harder you push, is the track drying out? I really don't think so. It seems fairly uniformly wet, but you can be sure that Kenneth would have been pressing on, and then you throw in a dose of commentators' curse, and off they go, but only a small off.
And the good thing was he didn't get stuck in that gravel, because the gravel here is deep, and once you're in, you are stuck. We saw at last year's edition of the Mugello 12 Hours, the circuit crew with their lifting, I can't remember the brand of lifting truck, but it would not matter. Amazing how busy they were, having to lift cars all the time. As soon as you're in that gravel, you are not going anywhere. So Kenny was a little bit lucky there, actually, not to get totally beached. And you know, Kenny's a driver with a lot of experience in that car, in the wet, in tough circuits. And, well, you know, if even he can make a mistake, shows you how treacherous it is out there.
Absolutely so. Now a chance to revisit the start of the race. 32 cars spread across the classes, 15 GT3 cars at the front end of the field, with one of the GTX Vortexes in that mix as well. But a brilliant, brilliant start from the pole sitter. Got it right, hit a really quick getaway. So he got his nose in front. That's David Fumanelli, the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Outside of the front row, the Heart of Racing team held to second place for Ian James, but the car making the moves was Manuel Lauk, up several positions in the Proton Huber competition Porsche, and he has been the only driver to keep David Fumanelli honest in the opening laps. They pulled away very quickly. The Heart of Racing Mercedes gradually began to fall back as Kenneth Hire was the first driver to start attacking, but a car that was making the moves was Joseph Kral from further down in the pack, from 14th to be precise, working his way up very quickly to what is now only a handful of laps into the race as we go around lap number 7 up to 3rd place. He was the driver, huge amount of spray in the opening laps, a couple of little slips and slides, but really nothing untoward.
David Fumanelli clearly is the star driver in this number 8 Kessel Ferrari. That his pace is very clear to see. He's the pro-graded driver, multiple race winner in European Formula 3 Open. He raced in GP3 as well, and he's won all over the world. But the team have got to be careful, because they only have a maximum of 4 hours that they can have him in the car. That's not including pit stops, but it's every bit he is driving on the circuit, they have 4-hour maximum for today and tomorrow. So every bit of time with him in the car, they have to make use of it. So if you get a code 60 where the field is neutralized and you think that it could be a long time, get him out the car. Don't waste it, because even I'm as fast as David Fumanelli in a code 60.
In the ballpark.
Even you.
In the ballpark. Yeah. Oh, yeah, as if. But no, I mean, that's the thing. Do you go, is he at his very, very best, his greatest driving ability when it's full wet? But when are you most likely to get a safety car period full wet? Yeah, no, it's a gamble, but I think they wanted a nice, clean, tidy start. He's provided that, and how. His advantage, I mentioned it was 4 and a bit seconds. It's now 6.6 seconds, settling down very, very well indeed. Just needing to see where the better of the Vortex is. We had the spin from Arno Gomez, and he fell from about 10th place. He's down in 15th, and he's got Robert Kupsikas challenging him. That's the Porsche Baltic car, one of the cars that are very funky livery. It's a sort of almost a lime green or acid yellow colour with multicolored flashes along the bottom of the doors and around the tail. That looks very good indeed. The team from Lithuania, and they've been big supporters of the championship for the last year or so.
And isn't it remarkable? I mean, we talk about how quick drivers from Belgium and the Netherlands are in the wet. Look at how the Dutchman Rick Breukers is doing. He's in 8th overall, leading the 992 category by a very decent margin right now. The last time over the line, he was 33 seconds, so he was nearly 20 seconds ahead of the nearest car in category.
Yeah.
After 17 minutes of racing. Wow.
At that sort of rate, by the end of the stint, he could have almost got a lap advantage. And we have to talk in full digits here, full integers. And if you can get a lap on the opposition and you've got that at the end of the 7 hours, then that's a huge, huge advantage. But Rick will be doing all that he does, which will be escape. He's absolutely supreme in a Porsche 911. Those behind having a very, very entertaining scrap indeed. The car had a little bit of a moment for Mathieu Detry is fighting back. It's Ajit Kumar's car. Hold on, I think we've got news coming from the Socky pits with Diana.
Matt, MTN Motorsport, Tom Coronel is here. So we were going to chat to you, Tom, at the beginning of the race. Great to see you back, by the way. And how are you?
Yeah, very well. Always excited. It's the beginning of my racing season. My first race of 2025. Directly a 12-hour. Everything seems under control. Good teammates. nice car, back in the same car which we used last year, the 12-hour of Spa. So a good season we're going to expect for myself.
What did you learn during the sort of practice sessions, for information-wise? I mean, I know it was in the dry, not in the wet.
Conditions are changing all the time. Of course, we were driving, as you said, in a complete dry condition. Just before the start, it started to rain. So we were like, it's drying up. No, it's raining. So it's mixed conditions. These are the type of things that I always say. It's the brain of the race car driver to control, to bring the car back safe, to keep it on the black part. And that's where it's all about at the moment. Jelte is in the car. He's doing a great job. Really, really fast. And I'm happy how the situation is at the moment. In these type of conditions, of course, experience counts. So I just gave him some advice on the radio, and you can see he's improving big time. It's a young boy. And we had a big discussion. Tom, you will do the start. I said, no, Jelte, I've done so many starts in my life. You need to learn. And he said, yeah, I would like.
What did you tell him?
I told him, be clever. It's a 12-hour race. You saw at the start, he overtook directly a few cars, so he knows how to play the game. I saw the confidence is there. He doesn't have a lot of experience, but together with the confidence, that's where it's all about. And at the moment he's doing a great job, so I'm very happy.
How important is it to sort of feel comfortable in the car when you're in those conditions, certainly when you've not got the experience that you have dealing with conditions like this and the traffic?
The good thing was that you see what other things are happening around you, different lines. You have to keep on searching how the car wants to suit in these type of conditions. And I saw he was absorbing this very well. And I gave him a few tips on the radio because we have an onboard camera. Everybody is watching together. So we're in the same time driving, only he's in the car. So it's big enjoyment to see that young people are choosing these type of races to have seat time, because it's very difficult and very expensive, of course, to have this time on track in a car in different conditions, and that's what they learn here now.
Well, that's what the 24-hour series delivers, isn't it, to drivers at all points in their career. It's fantastic track time, which is obviously a benefit to everyone.
Yes, absolutely. This is why I'm also here. This is why I'm enjoying it. It's not anymore about those last 1/10 of a second. It's about being clever, changing conditions, different drivers, different strategies, because that's also a key point of this series. No, I like it a lot. I would love to do all the races, but we will do 2 of the 6, yeah.
Great. Well, it's great to see you here. But finally, just let me ask you about this Mugello circuit. How would you describe it from a driver's seat?
Well, it's good that Formula 1 came here, so it's one of the best tracks there is. The last time I was here was in 1994, European Opel Lotus. I won that race, European Series. So I haven't been here for a long time. I've just seen it from TV. We have not been testing here, so also for myself, to absorb the track, there are some nice tricks in it because it goes uphill and downhill. So some blind corners. It's a challenging track, but also with space if something happens. So to me it feels good, very good. It's one of the coolest tracks there is. It's changing of condition, changing of directions because of a lot of the chicanes. But it's all high-speed chicane, 3rd gear, high-speed corners, then the blind one uphill. So it's very exciting. It's like, yeah. Oh, yes, I made it. It's a good track.
I'll take your word for it. It looks like a roller coaster to me watching.
Sorry?
It looks like a roller coaster at parts for me watching.
Yes, it is. But that's what we like. We don't like flat tracks. We like different circuits, and that's why it's good to be here.
Tom, thank you so much. When are you getting in the car?
Second driver, so I think 40 minutes.
Great stuff. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks a lot.
Irrepressible Tom Coronel, 30 years ago since his last visit, and the fact he's had a career that's filled all the years in between as well. Tom and Tim Coronel. Tom's done a bit more racing over the decades. He was second in the European Formula Opel Series that year. One of the 2 wins was the one he got here, but that level of enthusiasm, and don't forget, of course, that he wasn't the first Coronel in the family to race. His father did before him, so brought up at race circuits, and clearly just always so plugged in, so enthusiastic. But we were really impressed with his young compatriot yesterday, Schelte Hoffner. Yes, he was just starting to fly. We thought, would he go top in the 992 class? Oh no, someone's brought out a red flag. Oh, actually it was Schelte who got it wrong. Little spin, gathered it up, got going again, but certainly showing good pace. But here he is. The track I've been very observant, is wet, not dry, so he's learning as he goes today as well.
He was awesome yesterday, really a revelation. Hjelte Hofner won the BMW Racing Cup in the Netherlands last year. He signed with Michelin Motorsport for the Carrera Cup Italia. So in terms of experience for what to expect in this exact same type of car in Carrera Cup Italia is really, really important. And having effectively a mentor for the weekend in Tom Coronel, what advice you could get. Like I said, doing a race start with a big bunch of different cars, so important. Meanwhile, Rick Breukers is making a nuisance of himself amongst the front-running GT3 cars and the leading 992 car by a big margin. He's battling away with Kyle Tilley at the moment over 9th position. And Kyle Tilley's just managed to nick it back again in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. Newcomers to the 24-hour series this year. They've had a lot of success in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. They've won the Rolex 24-hour a couple of times in LMP2. They've won the Sebring 12 hours. They're a really impressive outfit, and they've got their eyes set on the 24-hour series this year with a Pro-Am class entry. Is right behind them as well as the Gulf-coloured Pelin Ferrari, the number 29. That's driven by Carl Marcelli, who's the pro driver in that car. Has just gone around the outside of Rick Breukers. And I think Rick also may be thinking, I think I'm just to let these guys go a little bit and try and get into my own rhythm, because these cars, they make their lap time slightly differently. In a straight line, there is not a great deal to separate them. When they hit the brakes for turn one, they're both hitting a kind of top speed of 165 miles an hour, but it's the apex of the corners where the GT3s have a lot more performance.
Yeah, no, Sakar doing a very good job, but you can bet your bottom dollar that Rick Breukers, in fact, he just lost 2 positions, but that's because he's let them by. But he'll enjoy just troubling them. This is a game for him to play, something for him to have focus. But certainly that pale blue and orange Pelin Racing Ferrari being driven very, very nicely. But then Carl Marcelli, you expect that from the Canadian racer, the guy from Ontario. He's raced tracks all around the world and seems very, very at home. As I say that, he runs too deep into Materazzi, loses an advantage. That means Carl Tilley may be able to attack at the next corner. Not quite, just covered off, chopped across his nose. Haven't talked too much about the car in front of them. Oliver Campos, the one Aston Martin here this weekend. That's the Spanish team, E2P Racing. He's keeping it neat and tidy. He's gained several positions, but again, forgive us, but quite a few of the cars making moves in the opening lap were hidden in the spray. It was very wet at the start of the race. There is a little less spray now, though. That's good.
The Oliver Campos driven car is a brand new car for E2P Racing, a team that we know well in the 24-hour series. They ran an old spec Porsche last year. They've purchased a brand new Aston Martin GT3 Evo, the Vantage Evo, which Aston Martin have developed that to be a more driver-friendly package for non-professional drivers, which will really, really help in these conditions, to have a car that's not quite as edgy and is a little bit more comfortable for the driver. And Oliver Campos doing a really good job in that number 90 machine.
Again, when you're looking at GT racing since the sort of advent of GT3, you get a cycle. One manufacturer will bring in a new model 1 year, or an Evo model, and they're being adapted. But the two marques that really seem to be selling the most are Mercedes and Aston Martin, for the simple fact they are the ones that cover what you just mentioned, having cars that the AM in a car can be as comfortable in as the Pro, and they're certainly much more predictable. I mean, the Ferrari looks fantastic, but it's a bit more edgy. Starting to sense that conditions are changing a little bit. I think the track is beginning to dry, but not uniformly. Well, there's no surprise there, according to where the sun isn't hitting, but certainly seeing a group of the cars in the 992 Cup class, including Nicholas Jonsson. How many decades of experience has that Swede got? Getting it slightly wrong, basically, because suddenly they had a bit more grip than the previous lap as they were starting to turn downhill at Casanova, which is effectively the 5th corner of the lap, and then suddenly finding in the middle bit of the tarmac on the track, it was a bit wetter. So 3 cars in a row suddenly had their front end washed away. They all had drivers of suitable caliber to get them back, with Paolo Bras Silvero for Scuderia Faraon doing a good job in front, but it certainly was a moment where their heart rate would have just gone up by a few beats, that's for sure. Out front, though, the margin is just growing with every single lap. David Fuminelli, the best part of 14 seconds clear after 12 laps of racing. That's impressive.
The 992 AM category is going to be so hotly contested all the way through this race, but it's been a great start for Ajith Kumar Racing. They're up to 2nd overall in 992, the leading AM car, and we know, we're well aware of just how much support there is for that car. Ajith Kumar is always so polite, always smiling, saying hello to everyone, but he is a mega star, and it's so nice to see so many new fans of 24-hour series that he's brought to this championship, and we're delighted to have you along.
So if people are new to the 24H series and didn't watch the Dubai 24 Hours, what does Ajith do for his day job?
He's a Hollywood actor, and we were not prepared for how much of a megastar he is. And Dubai, we had enormous viewership figures on our live stream on Preventing Motorsport TV, and indeed listening on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, but also at the circuit it was packed. We actually had to close the gates because they could not fit any more people in, quite literally. So it's brilliant to have them as part of the championship, and Mathieu Detry right now doing his job very, very well. He's just ahead of Martin Rump, who qualified very well yesterday in the drive for Mühlner Motorsport. Meanwhile, battle over second position. Manuel Lauk in the Porsche hanging on to second position for now, but Joseph Kral in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, the silver and highlighted yellow machine, really putting the pressure on, and we know how quick Josef Kral can be so far in these conditions. In fact, he holds the fastest lap of the race, a 2:06.5. The fastest lap for Lauk, a 2:07.4. Fiminelli, a 2:06.6. So he has the ultimate potential right now.
Okay, well, I mean, the battle is under half a second between them for second and third. Manuel Lauk in his Porsche, but just you talked about that lap pace. That's best part of 18.5 seconds down on a dry circuit time, which is the best lap in qualifying. Well, of course, they were aggregates when we came to qualifying, but the pole aggregate was 1:47 flat. And so we're way off that. I do sense, I don't know if you sense as well, there does appear to be not so much a dry line, but a slightly less wet line that's gradually developing. But the worst rain is due to be coming in, where are we now? In about half an hour's time. But it's been chopping and changing the weather forecast. We're going to get rain, we don't know when, but for all these drivers, they're still learning about the Michelin wet weather rubber because they haven't had the wet weather running. And then what happens when they get to the pit stops? There will be driver changes, and the next driver is going to have to get their first feel of a wet circuit here at Mugello on the tyres that they do not know as yet. So how fast someone can adapt, that's going to be hugely important.
And that feedback to the next driver going in is vitally important for those who are out on track right now, saying the watch here's good as, whoa, the GT3 front runners, whoa, trying to get past Nick Gebhardt in GT4 now. He is in the category right now. He is not leading. In fact, it's the car that qualified third in GT4 is up to first. Matthew George.
Been there from the outset.
Yeah, he's driving superbly. The driver from the UK up by a good margin on the CCS Lotus, as Nick Gebhardt in the Porsche just dropped back to, in fact, he's jetted up to second, actually, as Lotus PB Racing are in third right now. So GT4 hotly contested, but Venture doing a good job.
Yeah. Committed for the season as well. Oh, gosh, the battle for second place. It's still Porsche in second place. It's still Manuel Lauk, but Joseph Kral is ducking here, ducking there. Okay, sometimes he gets very close and he gets a face full of spray, but he's probing, he's pushing, and Manuel Lauk is not going to be feeling too comfortable. But as they went past poor Nick Gebhardt, when you're in a lower performance class car, you stick to your racing line. He was trying to do everything right, but there was one point of the track that was very wet. He did slightly try to get out of the way, and then he put the car sideways in front of them. So it's such a difficult situation.
Brilliant to see Joseph Kral back, and Scuderia Praha. You know, they're a team that really transcended the series about 7 or 8 years ago. They won the 2017 edition here. They won the 2019 edition. Scuderia Praha, Ferrari dealership in Prague. They run a lot of Ferrari Challenge stuff, but great to see them back here in the 24-hour series with the latest model, the 296 GT3, an amazing machine. As Kral just gets a little bit of a wiggle as he asks for the power from that. And the thing is, it's a quite heavily turbocharged engine. When you look at the boost figures and you compare it to the old model of Ferrari, the 488, which ran a bigger capacity V8 engine, and you look at the other turbo cars here, the Aston Martin, for example, which again is a turbo V8, it's only a 2.9 litre V6 in that 296 Ferrari, so it's very boosty. So in the wet, it's got to be a wee bit of a handful when you ask for that power.
Look, 100%. I remember in the very early days of turbos arriving on road cars, some of them you didn't know it was a turbo. It said it was turbo on the boot, and then suddenly, some while after you asked for it to arrive, it would deliver the power. And the most vicious one I think I ever drove was a Ford Tickford Capri. And I remember putting the power down on a road that just had a wall along my side of the road. I suddenly thought that was a bad idea because the power was massive when it came, but you did have to sort of be aware where, remember that you pressed the pedal some while earlier, but of course then turbo boost was brought far much more under control. But you know, we've moved on since then. But of course, most turbos now are on larger engines. But back then they were tiny engines or smaller engines, you know, 1.5 litres, etc., etc. But anyhow, supercharging, turbocharging, it comes, it goes, but different purpose for it now. But one thing that doesn't change is fact motor racing should be good. It should be side by side, and it most certainly is for second place. And down, protecting the inside line into San Donato, the first corner. The Proton Huber competition Porsche did the job, and again trying to accelerate a little before the car had any grip. Joseph Corral, as you go to the uphill exit of the corner, getting a big twitch in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, but stays in third place.
The rain is starting to fall a bit more intensely now on the start-finish straight. It was a drizzle. It's now solid rain, I would say, coming down. So that is the conditions. They were getting better. We've seen a lot of drivers setting a personal best. I think that's going to wind back again. So as the conditions, I think, are going to worsen now. I mean, when you've got just a drizzle and you send 30 race cars with hot, sticky tyres around, it is going to clear a little bit, but I think that could come round. Amazing job from Manuel out there to hold his line firm, forcing Kral to go around the outside, and he just got that little bit deep on the brakes and got onto the painted curb and had to be patient to wait to get back onto the tarmac, get the power down, and just loses a little bit of time, but he's still only 3 or 4 car lengths behind Laut. Great battle over second, but who is this benefiting? David Fuminelli out front. It's 20 seconds up the road. We know they've only got 4 hours of Fuminelli time. They've got to use every minute, and, well, Fuminelli's doing his job. 20 seconds to the good.
Well, now the rain is falling onto the puddles. The puddles have formed. The rain is coming down. I could actually hear it on the cover of one of the cameras around the circuit. So it's sudden flurry. We had sudden flurries even as we left the hotel this morning. It's generally been drizzle, but while this battle for second place is rejoined with Joseph Kral in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, trying to catch the Proton Huber competition of Porsche of Manuel Laut all over again. David Fuminelli escapes. Now, what did we hear from Tom Coronel? He reckoned, I think, an hour and 10 minutes into the race, the 992 Cup Porsches are going to start pitting. How about the GT3s? They normally have a shorter stint time. They normally go about an hour before they require. Of course, they're not running quite at full throttle the whole way around at the moment because it is suddenly becoming a whole lot wetter. While some of the cars had stopped using their wipers, they're definitely back on full time now. Good scrap. You look down towards the tail of the top 10 and just beyond ARC Bratislava. Actually, to be honest, we haven't even mentioned the Lamborghini, the only Lamborghini in this race, and Chinese racer Jiadong Liang is at the wheel of that, but he's got someone to play with, because right in front he's got Juta Racing with Arunas Gesalkas at the wheel, and just slightly ahead, the metallic green MP Racing family-entered car, David Gossner at the wheel, and just ahead of that pesky Rick Breukers leading the 992 Cup class in 11th place overall, easily keeping them in his wake, but they have got onto his tail. But again, you talked, Peter, about how a lap time might be quite similar, but the way a 992 Cup class delivers its speed is different. It's not so good in the corners, but down the straights, talking of straights, just going onto the start-finish straight, Rick Breukers will pull away again, maybe hit about 165 miles an hour before they have to consider braking for that first corner, and you take it up a rise, and the start-finish straight is slightly curved, there's a bit of a kink in it, and then all you see is a wall of gravel up ahead, but the track, San Donato, it turns right. Oh, and Rick Breukers so deep into turn 1, nearly hit the painted bit on the outside, and we know the story of rain on painted curbing. It can lead you off to another world, and luckily for him, he didn't end up in the gravel trap, but I think he was actually just troubled by David Gossner running very deep into the corner, and he had him in the corner of his eye, and I think maybe just slightly missed the point at which he'd be completing his braking.
2 cars that qualified quite far up the order. The Heart of Racing SPS Mercedes, that's the qualified second, is at the moment sitting in 9th with Ian James at the wheel. Right behind him is Kyle Tilley, who started on the 2nd row of the grid, sitting in 10th, and at the moment just in survival mode, really, with 37 minutes down. And yeah, I think we could see them drive to an hour and 5, maybe even an hour and 10 in these wet conditions. As through goes Tilley, it's Ian James leaves the door open. Tilley goes to the inside, puts 2 wheels on the painted curb. That's brave, but grip's actually not bad there. The car didn't kick out of line too much, so good move there from Kyle Tilley, driver who's got experience both in contemporary machinery like this Ferrari, but also historics and indeed rallying. He's rallied Mark II Escorts, Fiesta R5s, etc. So knows what oversteer and loose surfaces are all about as well.
He's got the bug bad. you know, the Tilley family, long time involved in motor racing, and you know, the last few years, Era Motorsport, they've just exploded across the world. And again, I see a lot of them coming to Goodwood, not with just one or two cars. They have a sort of multiple explosion attack. It's fantastic, getting some new faces in places to take on rivals across an array of machinery. So that's coming up very soon indeed. I haven't checked the entry list yet fully for the members meeting at Goodwood. That's in a few weekends' time, 11th and 12th of April. To kick the racing season off there. A circuit very, very different to this, but actually quite a few runners here will be competing there. You never know who's going to be on the track, but a rich taste in motor racing is all that's required. Right, Rick Brock, we've got a spinner going backwards, and again, it's the Red Ant Racing Mercedes. We saw a little bit of a moment from Kenneth Heyer early in the race, and now he's rotated it again at that point where you drop down to Savelli. The next corner is the first of the Arrabbiatas, and he's having to wait. He's off the circuit on driver's left as they're approaching that uphill right-hander, and the car is not running at the moment. The lights, no, the windscreen wipers are going, so he's waiting for a gap in the traffic and absolutely squandering loads of time. His nose is just coming onto the circuit now across the painted outside, and he gets to the inside, and actually as he clips the grass on the inside to turn into a Arrabbiata, there's a loss of water sitting down there, and a field of cars comes past him. So unfortunately there for Red Ant Racing, it started the lap in one position. Is going to have squandered when he's fallen down to, well, 20-something position. It's a classic downhill corner, didn't want to run wide, had to adjust the wheel, and so as you got into the compression there in the left-hander, around the tail went, nothing was hit, but that was about, what, 30 seconds squandered?
At least, yeah. It's not been a very Kenny Heyer stint, has it? This isn't what we would expect. I wonder, is there something that he's fighting with at the wheel of the car? Is it the setup? Is there a technical issue? Because to see him make one of those mistakes is unusual, but not unprecedented. But to see him make two, maybe just the conditions, maybe it's getting wetter, it's pouring with rain at the moment, so...
It really is. I'd just be really interested. I still had half a mind that it wasn't Kenneth at the wheel, because of all the drivers in that crew, the other three are learning what it is to be in a GT3 Mercedes. Kenneth does not need to know that. He's already done 6-7 races this season down in the Winters GT Series in the Iberian Peninsula, but anyhow, we'll wait and see. But it was also the fact he was talking on the grid. You know, didn't look as though he was about to get in the car when he spoke to Diana Binks, but, you know, he could have done. But it's just having seen the two spins. I'd expect it was someone else learning the car, learning the tyres, but who knows?
Well, maybe Diana Binks can find out for us from the 93 Red Ant crew if it is indeed Kenny Heyer at the wheel of that car, because, of course, the car doesn't know automatically. There is a manual switch. Every driver has a number, and you switch it to your number as you go, and the drivers were reminded of that when they were at the briefing yesterday. But Faminelli out front, he's opened up the gap now to 22.5 seconds in that beautiful blood red Ray-Ban Ferrari 296 GT3. They've got quite a busy lineup. They've got a lineup of 4 drivers, in fact 5 drivers: David Faminelli, Marco Frezza, Marco Tallarico, Alessandro Cutrera, and the man known as LMDV. His name is so long, even a sleek car like the Ferrari 296 is still not quite enough room to fit his name on there as well.
So, how long is this stint going to go? We're 40 minutes into the race, and as we said, 22-second advantage for David Fuminelli, the CCC Kessel Racing Ferrari. Joseph Kralt, so it's Ferrari 1-2. He's finally made that move past Manuel Lauk, and once past, he's actually pulled away quite quickly, though. Suddenly, 2 seconds he's found very quickly indeed. Rick Broikers, though, just playing with everyone he can possibly find out on the track. He's leading the Porsche 992 class, as you would expect. Started on class pole position, and he's just picked his way through the GT3 traffic, and those in behind are desperate to get back. It's a matter of pride if you think your class car should be ahead of another one. But just looking at Rick, he's so good in all weather conditions, but he's super smooth, which of course, around a circuit, any circuit, that's what you want when it's wet, but around a circuit like this, it has wonderful flow up and down, and it's serpentine, and we heard Tom Coronel describing just that.
Well, that 2019, the second of his 2 Rolex 24-hour wins, was one of the wettest Daytonas on record, wasn't it? So he knows how to win in the wet. Of course, Father Evo, unfortunately, normally part of the driver lineup, isn't going to be part. He described it as understeer on his e-bike.
Yes, he had the wrong setup, led to understeer, led to wearing a neck brace, a soft neck brace.
We wish him well.
But he's a bear with a sore neck, but he's acting like one with a sore head, because Evo, he wants to race every time he possibly can. But for sons Luke and Rick, it means they've got someone pacing the garage, someone who's observing their every move. But right now, Evo is undoubtedly his. Be so super proud of Rick, who's doing just this great great run. He's in 11th place overall. The next car in class, Mathieu Detry, who did have the early half spin, Ajith Kumar Racing. He is next in class. He's 5 positions further back in 16th overall. Now, right at the start of the race, we wanted to see how Arnaud Gomez could get on in the Vortex, the better place of the Vortex, the one that started among the tail end of the GT3 class. Had that spin early on, lost quite a few positions. He's running in 15th overall, leading GTX by a country mile. Second in this 3-driver class is the IRC, the car up from Australia, with Darren Curry at the wheel, sharing with his mate Grant Donaldson, who we thought must be very Scottish indeed, but he claimed not to be, which obviously upset my 2 Scottish colleagues, Mr. Mackay and Binksy.
But I wasn't upset.
You weren't upset?
No, never.
But Di was just saying, how can he not be Scottish with a name like that?
I would have gone with the same thing. He looks quite Scottish.
He does,
definitely. Matthew George, who's not Scottish, but he is from south of the border. He's from the British Isles, doing a superb job, doing his part in the Venture Engineering Mercedes. They won the Barcelona 24 Hours in dramatic circumstances last year. The ST Racing team were leading and they had an issue at the very last point of the race, and Venture came through and won the race. So they're back for a full season this year. It's great to have them here in this Mercedes AMG GT4, and Matthew George doing a top job right now, trying to put a stamp on their race early in GT4. Often in these 24-hour series races in GT4, it's all about having no mechanical issues. Pace is one thing, but we see this a lot where there's the odd little mechanical niggles that can happen. We saw it last year a lot. So it's more about just keeping the equipment going, making sure that you've prepared the car as best as you can, managing any issues if they come. And you wouldn't think you would talk about that about factory-built race cars, but they do have their niggles, you know, when you run them to a longer amount of time. So you've got to watch that.
Yeah, bear in mind quite a lot of the earlier cars in the GT4 class were really made for sprint racing. But when the news strikes, we stop talking and we hand over to Diana. Di.
I've got an update for you. We're talking about Red Ant Racing, so I've just come up to the garage to have a chat with the team. They said they've got a bit of a problem with the shifting, so they're having a look at that now, and they're going to look at it more closely when the car comes into the garage. But they think they're on top of it, but it's something they will obviously check once they get the car in. Oh, I didn't ask that, sorry.
Okay, I'm just inquiring there if it was Kenneth Hire doing the driving, because I still had slight doubt he's in. But anyhow, the more important news is a downshift problem. That wouldn't be too entertaining when you're trying to drop down the hill to the corner where it just had a spin, the downhill Savelli left-hander. You can imagine that's a whole bunch of fun.
You were talking about the rain as well, and obviously down here in the pit lane, it's still drizzling quite a lot, but there's not a lot of teams as you would expect out on the apron as yet. So I'm guessing it's going to be, you know, another fair bit of time before we see anyone come into the pit lane here.
Yeah, but Di, we were reckoning the cars may start coming in at about the hour mark. Bear in mind they had 2 formation laps. That could bring it forward by a lap. So, but if no one's there, you wouldn't expect for the next 5 minutes or so, but they should have put down their coffee cups by that point and walked to the front of the garage.
Yeah, the driver will be giving them, well, they'll know as well with the car what the fuel readout is as well. They'll know that they'll actually have fuel numbers they're wanting to run to. So I think it will be well after the hour that we see the GT3s. I mean, the GT. Now we've got a car off on the exit of the final corner of Buccini, and it's in the gravel. Now that looked like a vortex. It was bright orange.
Orange. It could be the tail end of Manuel Laut's car. Was that orange at the front, purple at the back? I can't remember.
At the back, I think. But that Buccini, that could mean we have our first code 60, and that will change the order. Well, if the teams aren't ready, they need to be, because code 60 is an opportunity to come in and top up with fuel.
Right, I just was going to say, let's look at the margins at this time. It is a Vortex, it's 7:01. It's the one that started down towards the tail of the field, and unfortunately Cyril Calmont has got it. Well, we talked about gravel, we talked about getting beached in the gravel, and that's the first one to do so. Buccini, it's a double left-hander, starting on high, dropping down low to the exit, and halfway around the corner. Unfortunately, clearly understeer has just taken him straight into the gravel. You can see, so he's actually had a spin because he's already got gravel over the curbs just before the point at which the car is beached. The lights are still on. Yeah, he went off part 1. Code 60 coming up in 20 seconds. Race lead was 21 seconds. It's slightly coming down. Joseph Kral in the second Ferrari, the one from Scuderia Praha, has been just starting to finally chip away at David Fuminelli. Lost in the race-leading Kessel Racing Ferrari, but Code 60 coming anytime now.
Now, this is interesting. Pelin Racing 29, Kyle Marcelli, Hoffer Racing Mercedes, and E2P Aston Martin all made it into fuel. Now, did they make it into fuel and get the pump going before the Code 60 came out? I wonder. Well, could they have made a little bit of a of a strategical win there. Now we are under code 60. So if you're new to the 24-hour series, unlike in, say, the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, where you will get a safety car will actually go out onto the circuit and pack the field up, and each class takes their turn to take pit stops. That's not how it works here. We have code 60, which means the entire field goes down to 60 kilometers an hour, and they can come into the pits, they can stay out however they wish. There are limits depending on what class you're in, how much fuel you can put in during a code 60, but even if it's a small amount, usually teams take the opportunity, because code 60, when the cars are going 60 kilometers an hour, it's such a difference. I mean, the race lap record here, the average speed is 176 kilometers an hour. It's going to be a lot less than that in the wet, of course, but still a lot more than 60 kilometers an hour.
No, exactly so. And again, experience in a championship. Many championships, very few championships have the same rules as other. You've got to read the rule book. It might feel a little bit dry, but it's moments like this where you can gain yourself a quarter of a tank of fuel or whatever. There's going to be a slight delay, and Peter's obviously going to want to check on what sort of rescue vehicle there is, because of course the tow vehicles in French circuit, you always go, it's a Manitou. Is this a Manitou lifting device here? I cannot tell you.
Manitou, that was it. Yes, that was the brand of lift. Now the Vortex team looking slightly concerned about what the story is already. E2P Racing, Aston Martin's already is come to fuel and is already back out on the circuit. So could they have made a bit of a jump here as they head back out onto circuit? They've kept Oliver Campos on board as the Manitou lifting machine heads into, and it's not far at all from Terra Firma, so it'll be hopefully quick lift, get that Vortex back onto Terra Firma, and it's not far to the pits if there is something wrong.
And as always, when a car goes in the gravel, it's where they put the gravel when they get back on the tarmac. Imagine you're struggling with a very slippery track, and then you find gravel on top as well as you're halfway through a final corner. Right, many cars in refueling at the moment. The race leading car, David Fuminelli, on the pump. In the next pump behind him, it's the one and only Lotus from Lotus PB Racing. And that is about to get going again. But it just depends where you are at the point of the lap, and you don't want to come in and queue for your fuel, that's for sure. So you can be lucky if you're the first handful of cars in, then you're going to get going. Oh dear, unfortunately for the Lotus PB Racing car, he had to be pushed back again. Another car was in front. But let's go to Diana.
Yes, it's all quite manic now down here in the pit lane, the heart of racing. Mercedes, the number 27, has just come in. We had to jump out of the way just to let that come onto the pit apron, so they're changing tyres just behind me, but I'm just waiting on the race leader to make their way in, and the number 8 CCC Kessel Racing Ferrari 296. The team are ready here. They've got new tyres, new wet Michelin tyres ready, and there is going to be a driver change here as well. Alessandro Vieira is getting ready to jump into that car, so they're just preparing themselves with the seat insert, and the car is just making its way onto the pit apron now.
Now, that shows you why you always have to have your next driver ready in case of a sudden flurry. He wouldn't have expected to get in for another 10 minutes minimum, but sitting at the back of the garage, he had to be suited, booted, and ready to go. Fresh set of Michelin wet weather rubber coming out for that number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari. David Fuminelli out of the car. Fantastic job from him. From pole position, got his nose in front long before the first corner, and was never headed. Right at the end of the stint, he started to lose a few seconds to the chasing Joseph Kral in the Scuderia Ferrari that is now leading this race by dint of not coming in. And for a few cars down in the refueling, they get caught out by those around.
A little bit of a delay on the rear right tyre there, but they've got it done. In fact, they've got the tyres done before the driver change is done, so a little bit of delay with the driver change there for the number 8 CCC Kessel Racing Ferrari as the Vortex has got going, so we should be going back to green fairly soon. The driver change is still going on. That's a little bit of the delay there for the Kessel crew, but they get back going again. So will that effort from David Fuminelli, will that be burnt up there? That's a little bit slow, you would think, for a driver change.
Yeah, quite hard to tell, but as I said, down in the refueling area, the one car, the little Lotus I was looking at, not only had to be pushed back so it could get away from refueling, then got pushed back, and then another car pulled across its nose, had to be pushed further back, so they've lost handfuls of time. But clearly there's great pace in the Kessel Racing number 8 Ferrari, and they might have squandered a handful of seconds here or there, but they are just leaving the pit lane now. And the car that had 2 moments in the first part of the race, the Red Ant Racing Mercedes, and Di has confirmed my supposition was entirely wrong. It is Kenneth Heyer who did the starting stint in the race, and he is at refueling at the moment.
But as we pondered, did they have a technical issue? And the answer was yes, a shifting issue. That will make you spin. If the car is not shifting how you want it to, that will just, you know, at the speed they're going, easy to spin the car. If you know, downshift goes wrong, very, very easy.
Easy to do that in the dry, but on a track that's not just uniform, not just wet, it's not even uniformly wet, it's changing. You start to see the beginning of a dry line appearing, you get another flurry of rain. Di, have you got something more for us?
I have. I'm with Ian James from Harter Racing, the number 27. Ian, you took the start of the race. From where we were standing, it looked quite tricky, but how was it from your seat?
Yeah, it was very tricky. Unfortunately, our car wasn't very good in the wet. I think we missed the tyre pressures there, so I was falling like a stone there, so just trying to survive. Luckily, we've got a code 60 there, give us a chance to reset. But it was drying off a little bit, then got wet, and then dried, and then wetter and wetter, and then dry again. So it's very changeable, so you just got to be really careful.
From an experienced driver like yourself, what's the approach when you're in conditions like that?
Well, I think first and foremost, survival, right? You know, you have to put your ego aside and let the faster cars go by. And then as the stint changes, you catch them up or you lose to them. So just got to think big picture, 11 and a half hours to go.
Obviously, don't have a lot of info on the wet tyres, the Michelin tyres as yet. What did you learn?
Well, I don't want to pass judgment quite yet, because that was one of the scariest stints of my life. So hopefully it wasn't related to the tyres. I'm sure not. They're always pretty good. So we just got to get our act together.
It's a challenging circuit, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, it's a fun track to drive on. The different undulations and the hills just make it even more of a challenge. So having fun regardless.
Thanks, Ian.
Thanks.
Well, we're just about to go back to code 60 because the Seb Lejeune racing car has spun off. It looks like turn 1.
Yeah, so it's halfway around the first corner, San Donato.
And interesting, the Vortex 702, the Gomez car, spun as well. So it are actually the tyres when they're put on, even though they're wet, so you've got to get a bit of temperature in them by the looks of things.
Yeah, one thinks so, in a corner that's very popular, if you could say such a thing, for going off. In fact, I tell you what, a mistaken identity. There's a different corner for Arnaud Gomez, looping around deep into a gravel trap in a left-hander in a two-part sequence, but that was Borgo San Lorenzo, turn 4 of the circuit, in which he looped it around, but got away with that. Little pieces of gravel out of the back of, that car, and of course the sister car. But the good news, when Cyril Calmon was pulled out of the gravel at the final corner at Buccin, he very assiduously stayed outside the circuit on the way down the slope. He stayed on the painted stuff to deposit some of the gravel that went into the back of his Vortex, and so well done for that.
Interestingly, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, which was in second, didn't pit under that first code 60. They were the only leading car to do that, but they decided they've come in under the second code 60. But curiously, looking at the Kessel Racing Ferrari is just on its way out. That'll come back. And interestingly, Proton Huber Competition, who were sitting in third, they've put Klaus Bachler aboard. So they've taken Manuel Lauk out and Klaus Bachler in as Joseph Kral brought the Scuderia Praha Ferrari in. And then we'll see if there's been a driver change there or whether they're going to keep Joseph in the car. No, they're going to keep Joseph in the car. Now, big advantage for that car, Scuderia Praha. Joseph Kral, because he's semi-pro graded, he does not have a minimum or a maximum driver time. The other two drivers in the car, Matos and Miroslav Vajbo, they have to do a minimum of 6 hours together. So if they plan it right, Joseph Kral can do 6 hours of driving over today and tomorrow.
Yeah, what I really want to see is the margin between the two Ferraris. The Scuderia Praha, that's car number 56 with Joseph Kral just leaving the pit exit now. And the number 8, the Kessel Racing car that Alessandro Cutrera has taken over from pole starter David Fuminelli. Right, the Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche for the 992 Cup class has been extracted from the gravel at San Donato, the opening corner. It's going, and we do have a new full-time race leader because the number 8 Ferrari only now is turning into the first corner, but Joseph Kral is over the hill and up the slope at Poggio Secco, so he's suddenly gone from 21 seconds down to a handful of seconds ahead. So that was an inspired decision not to come in and queue for fuel, but to wait, and then they were gifted almost as soon as it went green. He came in next time round when we suddenly had the second code 60.
I think the Scuderia Praha car didn't take tyres.
Okay,
I think they
certainly
took
fuel.
Went straight out, fuel and straight out.
Yep.
So this is going to be curious. This is going to give us an idea of the longevity of the Michelin tyre in the wet, at least. Because normally it's, we've seen it in the past where you're basically throwing on new tyres wherever you can. There's no limit on it. So the Scuderia Praha Ferrari going a little bit off strategy to everyone else. Of course, an identical equipment that they've received. The same Kessel Racing get the same car from Ferrari Customer Racing, but of course it's then what you do with it. Who do you put in the car? Who do you get to engineer the car? How do you set it up? And so many other
I mean, this is one of the, we're going green again, so the second Code 60 comes to an end. That's the essence of endurance racing, of sports car racing. You can do things differently. There is scope to take a gamble, and to what we saw in the opening round of the World Endurance Championship at Bahrain. Teams only fitting, let's say, 2 new tyres or 3 new tyres, not doing the full 4, saving a bit of time. If you know, when the team strategist says, right, do you think you can do another stint without any new tyres? Yes, I've already done 2. Can you do another stint? Yes, I can. Let's go for it. You gamble, and unfortunately, Porsche Baltic have taken to the deep gravel trap at that same first corner. San Donato, car 992, stuck in the gravel down there. So that's very disappointing for them. It was actually an overtaking manoeuvre into the first corner. Is that the Red Camels Jordan's car? Trying to keep out of its way. And on the inside of turn 1 was the Vortex. And I tell you what, Red Camels Jordan, how their car is still there, because the lime green and multicoloured 992 went straight across its nose in the middle car. The jam in the sandwich was squeezed to the outside.
Well, Rick Breukers was luckily he was more the crust of that bread than the actual middle part, because if he was the middle part, he was getting ploughed by that Baltic car. Wow, back to Code 60 again. So we've had 3 Code 60s in quick succession. There definitely seems to be a particular challenge when the drivers are coming out of the pits and the tyres are still cold. They are really, really tricky. We've seen many drivers drop it on those out laps.
Could I just also point out something there, is that Robert Kupsikas was actually leading the 992 class car. They both made a pit stop. Clearly he hadn't taken on something that was new, and it would be probably the fact he stayed for a second stint on the rubber. Turned down after his first flying lap after that pit stop and just didn't have the grip. We've heard from Ian James, the grip around the circuit is changing almost by the lap. It seems though the rain has eased off for now. But, you know, one lap to the next, it can feel very different. You had the Vortex coming out of the pits, protecting the inside line in the middle of the part of the circuit down to the first corner was a Porsche Baltic, attacking on the outside, and he couldn't have gone any deeper into the first corner, was Rick Breukers. Then around, as they were halfway, not even halfway around the corner, went the the Porsche Baltic 992 right across Breukers' nose. Somehow, he managed not just to avoid it, but not spin off in conjunction.
Well, in that very brief period of green flag running between these 2 Code 60s, Proton Hooper competition got a little bit caught out there, because when we went back to green, they were still in the pits and Klaus Bachler was driving through. So we know that of course, when it's green flag, the cars are going much faster than they do on the Code 60. Of course, interestingly, our former leader, car number 8, the Ray-Ban Kessel Ferrari, has come into the pits again. It's almost as if they just keep topping it up with every Code 60. And of course, but interestingly, under a Code 60, if you're on the track, you're burning up driver time. When you're in fuel of the pits, you are not burning up driver time. So that's a consideration. It's all the strategy.
It is strategy. Over the years, a lot of teams that have had huge success, Herbert Motorsport always had the policy of top up every single time. So in short order, we've had 1, 2, 3 Code 60 periods, and the first and the third of those, CCC Kessel Racing have decided, come in, take the hit in track position, get the fuel on board. Alessandro Cucciaro only did a handful of laps after taking it over from David Fuminelli. Now, coming down the pit lane, we know this car had a tyre change. We don't think the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, the car that was challenging for the lead, did, but we also know that the tyre change seemed a little slow on the rear right, and as Alessandro Cucciaro goes up the pit lane, he is not coming in again in terms of coming in for any fresh rubber. Didn't expect him to. He is now leaving, and at that very moment, the Porsche Baltic car onto the track, or the edge of the track again, out of the gravel at the first corner. San Donato dropping gravel as he goes. He's on the uphill side of the exit of the corner. That's not largely where the cars get to. So he's back in the race. Code 60 will be coming to an end in under a minute. Now, the car that's been leading GT4 is in the Venture Mercedes, is in for refueling. It's been a really good stint from Matthew George in that, leading the class comfortably. Alessandro Cucciaro coming back on the track, and if you just suddenly looked at a screen, you go, oh, what's going on here? Why are they going so slowly? Because it's Code 60. 60 kph is all the cars can do. And I honestly think, you know, it was very early in Alessandro's stint in this car. To come back out, it's actually really complicated. He doesn't know that these tyres in the wet. He wants to be at racing speed. I always think for a lot of drivers, they have to really force their concentration so they can stay focused when you're not running at full tilt.
Back to green flag racing then. Looking at that Scuderia Praha Ferrari, Joseph Kral went into the fueling area, but then as he entered the pits, when he left the pits was 27 seconds. There's not enough time to change tyres in 27 seconds. So if so, Scuderia Praha need to be in Formula 1 if they can change them that quickly. But that means that they're on an older set of Michelin tyres, and in terms of advantage, we need to wait until they come back over the line again to get a full picture, because the time screen takes a minute to come through, and we'll get a read on that as quickly as we can. Now, the outlier is the the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini of Jiatong Liang. He has not pitted at all. So they've decided to not take any service under those 3 code 60s and vault up the order. Now, this will give us a read on how long can that fuel tank go in the wet, and indeed with a couple of code 60s thrown in there.
Yeah, well, exactly so. It'll also show how if you didn't come in when other drivers are going around at only 60 kph, but when they're running down the straight at 260 kph, how much time you can lose when you go for refueling a full tank of fuel under green flag conditions. But it's all about keeping it clear. Now, just hearing there's been a bit of debris in the start-finish straight, and
this is the Hofer Racing Mercedes.
Oh, yes, okay. Right. Hard to pick out. Flying, probably about 10 metres in the air was whatever he was hit, whatever bit of debris.
I mean, it's hard to tell in the wet, tiptoeing through as he's coming around the final corner. Is he going to come into the pit lane to bring the car in to have a look at it? At the moment, Alexander Prince, I mean, it's hard to tell in the wet, tiptoeing through as he's coming around the final corner. Is he going to come into the pit lane to have a look at it? Don't want to be, and this is under green flag as well. No problem. Of course, they'll have tyre pressure sensors that they'll be able to keep a very close watch on to see if they do need to come in to change one of those Michelin tyres. But yeah, no problem. But that's going to give a little bit of a fright to the team. An hour and 4 minutes in 3 code 60s in 1, 2, 3 after each other, and it's Scuderia Praha who lead by 44 seconds from ARC Bratislava. So who haven't pitted. Then it's the number 90. No, we're just waiting for everything to come around.
It's the Kessel Racing Ferrari.
Our graphic is saying 90, so we'll wait till everything shuffles around.
And obviously the Kessel Racing Ferrari that started on pole for David Fulminelli has had 2 visits to the pits, 2 visits to refueling. The second one just involved taking on whatever fuel they could do during code 60. All they're allowed, it's not the full amount, but now settling down again. So the second visit to the pit lane just involved driving through, obviously under the pit speed. But suddenly, now Cutrera on the outside at the first corner, the E2P Racing Aston Martin challenging up the inside. So Oliver Campos has got his nose in front. That's why the graphic halfway around the lap said he had gone through into 3rd position. So the one Aston Martin in the race is starting to make itself felt.
Yeah, so that is correct. The number 90 is in 3rd place as the number 8 Ray-Ban Kessel Ferrari just getting back up to speed. Cutrera, of course, with a couple of trips into the pits, the tyres would have cooled right off. Full tank of fuel, so it's going to be a challenge for him. And he's an AM-graded driver. He's not a professional driver like David Fulminelli is. So, but this is how the series works. It's how you manage the balance of your driver lineup. That's why we have different classes, because not everyone here is a professional driver. We have some of the best drivers in the world here, guys like Klaus Bachler, who won at Sebring last week. David Fulminelli, who's the lap record holder here at this race, and lots of other brilliant drivers. So it's how you balance it and who you put in the car and when.
Right, one factor we considered from the outset at this meeting, not just this race, was the fact that we were going to have rain for the race. The race that runs 7 hours today, Saturday, 5 hours tomorrow. They weren't getting any wet weather running before. They're not accustomed, as they're just getting used to now, only for the first time, the Michelin wet weather rubber. So it really is learn as you go, keep out of trouble. But certainly that was a factor. But for Kessel Racing and latterly Scuderia Praha, who worked up from 14th on the grid at the start. I have to keep saying that because that's a fabulous first stint from Joseph Kral. And now at the sharp end of the field, and suddenly we've got Carl Marcelli, who was a while ago way down the order in the blue and orange Pellin Racing Ferrari, We just mentioned third place being taken by the Aston Martin. It's about to possibly lose it because Marcelli is really looking high, looking low, trying to go round the outside. There is no outside there. Down the slope they go. Savelli, it's the bottom of the slope, and then you've got the entrance to Arrabbiata. You go uphill, and the Aston Martin's on the inside. Oliver Campos going on the outside, but going past on the outside between the first part and the second part. Wow, that was quite a move for Carl Michelli, so the Italian team Pelin Racing will be delighted. One of their cars didn't get to start the race. They had a 488 GT3. That didn't come to play, but their newer car, the 296 GT3, it's not just playing, it's advancing. It's up to third place overall. Great run from Marcelli.
And we're not quite sure why. Perhaps Diana or Ben can find out why the other Pelin Racing Ferrari didn't start in the race. But this is an amazing job from Carl Marcelli, and the advantage he has, he's in fourth right now. They would have taken tyres because the other cars were in the pits just driving through 27, 28 seconds or so. The Pelin car was in the pits for 1 minute and 14 seconds on their pit stop. So that means they must have put new tyres on. That would be the only reason. But they've kept Kyle aboard. We could see the 29 Pelin Racing Ferrari, the Gulf coloured machine, really coming through. Now, Kyle Marcelli, he has a maximum of 6 hours over today and tomorrow. But I mean, if he's in the groove, keep him in the car. He can only do a maximum of 2 hours though. So at the 5 hour to go mark of today's portion, they have to bring him out.
Yeah, and also with every lap, he's gaining more experience, this new Michelin wet weather rubber, so he'll be able to impart. You know, when it was fully wet, they were like this. When it was less wet, they were like that. But every other driver in the crew is waiting to find out what is going to face them when they get out into their stints. And, you know, but he's the pro in their car. You've got the Pro-Am, which is Felice Gelmini, and American multiple female Ferrari champion in the Ferrari Coppa Ladies Series is Lisa Clark, driver from California, and she's going to be the one that really wants that information the most plainly. Has obviously the least experience, but you know, if it comes from the horse's mouth, it comes from a pro driver who's out there, has been racing in wet and dry all around the world for quite some while now. This is gold dust, whatever information can be imparted. And
I understand that Kyle is very much the role of coach for Lisa as well, as is very often the case. A non-professional driver will have their professional driver that they compete with is also a coach as well. But Felice Gelmini, he really impressed me in qualifying yesterday. Set some fantastic lap times and some really quick sectors compared to some of the other drivers. He's more of a touring car guy, a Clio Cup guy as well, but he's really gelling with this Ferrari 296 as the rain, all of a sudden, they've just turned the switch right back up again. The rain is tearing down here on the start-finish straight. It's kind of coming in and out all the time.
Yeah, were you getting comfortable? Well, try this, and it's dripping off the roof of the grandstand above us. We're on the pit side, looking across the giant grandstand. It didn't used to be there before it was built, mysteriously, but originally we'd have been able to see the downhill slope as the cars get to Correntaio and then go through the chicane, Biondetti 1 and 2 on the approach to the final corner. But it's still a fabulous stretch of circuit. Haven't talked too much about the IRC. One of 3 cars in the GTX class. GTX still being led by the 702 Vortex. The sister car is further back down the field, but it's great to have the IRC car with a sort of vaguely Chevrolet Camaro body shape atop. Darren Curry and Grant Donaldson running that. Decided they've had their fun in Australia. Let's go and race in Europe, and why not?
If I was to rank it in terms of intensity, I would say this is the most intense rain we've had so far at the circuit. This similar to what I came out of the hotel room this morning, going, oh, this is certainly, I would say it's bucketing down right now on the start-finish straight.
That's the proper meteorological term. Right, started the race with 31 cars, as we mentioned just a short while ago. Pelin Racing, they didn't get the 488 GT3 that was going to start with Terry Haugen, American racer, and Paolo Roberti, ultra-experienced Italian. We've still got 31 cars out in the race, but the rain, actually, if you reckon it was level 7, it's now level 8. In the space of the last 30 seconds, the tap has been opened fully. So, right, imagine if you were a driver who didn't get a new set of Michelin wet weather tyres. You will have less grip to disperse that water. This is proper monsoon rain. This is the rain that early this morning didn't look as though it was going to hit, and then just before the start of the race, suddenly the weather forecast changed big time, and we've got this. This could be in for the next 2 or 3 hours, maybe even to the end of all the Saturday running. We're running 7 hours here at Mugello, and I think I might defer my run over to the catering tent for lunch. It's not a tent, it's a monument. It's a magnificent building.
It is a monument of gourmet and gastronomy. So Jake Hill the reigning British touring car champion, a driver who's not unfamiliar with conditions like these in a rear-wheel drive car, but still relatively new in his GT3 career. He really impressed with Aero Motorsport in Dubai, and well, this is pretty much a baptism of fire really to drive a GT3 car at Mugello. Totally new experience. He's taken the car over from Kyle Tilley, and he's got a bit of job ahead because they're running just over a minute down on the leading car at the moment. So for Jake, really got to try and, for Aero Motorsport, they've got to try and keep the car on the lead lap. You can be coming into the end of the first portion of the race tonight after 7 hours of the 12, and you could have the leading car right behind you, and you can be just on the lead lap and no more. That's enough. That puts you on the lead lap for tomorrow.
Yeah, and
start again.
And bear in mind the pace we're seeing the cars at the moment, they're lapping in 2 minutes 15. So let's say it dries a bit, they lap down around 2 minutes mark. You could be the best part of 2 minutes down after 7 hours, which is still close, but in lots of racing terms, that's a big margin. But as long as you're on the lead lap, you'll gobble up those as a grid. If, say, you're running fourth, then of course you're going to be just 2 positions behind on the grid. But let's go down because Ben Constantiouros is the new voice in the pits.
Be here in Mugello, very different to the last time I was here, which was about 25 degrees and sunny. Not today. I've been observing the last 15 minutes, seeing what's been going on in the pit lane, especially with regards to the change of tyres, or not, from some of our teams. It's remarkable, actually, how good the Michelin tyre is coming off those cars that used it for the first hour and then changed it. Yes, of course, they don't have the sharp edges of a brand new tyre, but they're really not using up the tyre very much. And I imagine that only in the conditions that we're starting to see now, where there's proper standing water on the circuit, that those sharp edges would be coming into use. But before then, actually, wet tyres, if they've stayed on for another stint, would have been quite suitable in the rain condition that we had earlier. I've been at Kessel Racing. I wanted to go and chat to David Fuminelli because he was leading before the first of our Code 60s. But he is in tense conversation with his driver out on circuit, Kuchera, now down in 6th position. He will not speak to me because he is on almost corner by corner briefing with his driver, and you were talking about coach and driver between pit lane and circuit, and there is a huge amount of conversation going on because for drivers with less experience, this is really starting to get very, very tricky out there.
Great insight. It just gives you an idea of what when you're not driving, you're far from, you can't just go and have a coffee like we can. You've got to be involved all the time. Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Ben. 5 hours and 45 minutes to go in this first portion of this Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello, and that number 44 ARC Bratislava Lamborghini is still going on that original tank of fuel. An hour and 15 minutes into the race. Yes, we've had 3 Code 60s in that time, but of course the wet conditions make that stint time even longer too. So lap time wise, Jaitong last time was a 2 minutes 17.5. The car chasing Kyle Marcelli on the new tyres, 2:14.1. He's also in one of the new 296 Ferraris, which has proven to be the quickest car in the dry so far. 2:16 flat for Joseph Kral, also in one of the new Ferraris, but on the older tyres. So every time I've looked, the Marcelli Pellin car has been 2 seconds a lap quicker than Kral. Both very good drivers, both in the same car, but the difference, Kral is on the old tyres and Marcelli is on the new tyres.
Yeah, Bachler going very, very well in 4th place as well. So he's lapping, again, pole time, aggregate across all 3 drivers, 1 minute 47. Lap times at the moment, the best person out there is Klaus Bachler, the Austrian, in 4th place, 2 minutes 13, and only just in the 2 minute 13. So we've had this flurry of rain, and it has moved back down again from, we reckon, level 8 to level 7, about level 6 rain in the pit lane, whatever that means, but it's out of 10. Huge amount of spray has suddenly developed again. Oh, and a big, big twitchy moment. 2 Audis playing together down into the first corner. The one on the outside line suddenly found life was getting a little bit difficult there, and that's
Continental car going around.
Exactly.
Yeah, the Simpson Motor. It was run by a UK team, Simpson Motorsport, going around the Circle K back Juto racing car into turn 1 as the Juto car just moved across as the Continental car, driven at the moment by Vasily Vladikin, put a one Michelin wet onto the curb, and the car went, are you sure? And round it went, but managed to hang on to it. Great car control. Vasily Vatican really impressing in the wet conditions.
Yeah, he had a really good opening stint. Then obviously the order got quite jumbled, but that car was about 20 degrees out of true. He wanted to be turning to the right, but not before he'd reached the corner. But he got the tail back in line for Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsports, and is going very nicely indeed. But that was a massive heart-in-mouth moment there, down to San Donato, the opening corner of this circuit, where you have an enormous gravel trap ahead, but alas, you want to be turning right, not once but twice, and also going up the hill, the start of the climb, up towards the second corner, Lucco. And that in its own right is a tricky corner. There's a bit more space to play there, but great save. Right, Heart of Racing, we heard from Ian James when he was down with Diana Binks in the pit, saying that was a really tricky opening stint. Gray Newell is the driver on board the Heart of Racing Mercedes, and trying to work their way back up to the front. Hopefully he's finding, with the instruction he had from Ian James, a way to make it work in this wet weather. And it really is wet. Any chance you see the car, the water is streaming out of the wheel arches, any vent from the front, particularly the huge vents behind the front wheels on a Mercedes AMG, the spray pouring out of that. Dramatic TV images, but it is changing by the lap. Full wet, slightly less wet, full wet again, starting to dry.
What was a really interesting comment, I thought, from Ian James, who gave us some great insight with Diana Binks a little bit earlier on, saying that it was one of the scariest stints of his life. You know, this is a guy who's been racing for, decades. Really done the Rolex 24 at Daytona over 20 times, won it before, done everything there is to do in sports car racing. But he said it was one of the scariest stints of his life. Yeah, but then the biggest, most interesting part was the tyre pressures. He said, we got the tyre pressures wrong. That's all part of the learning process. How do you set the tyre pressures for these Michelin wet tyres?
I mean, that is always one of the elements that people who are new to sports car racing, new to racing, just don't understand how you can transform a car. And it's down to experience. So you can just play with the pressures and either get it completely wrong and make the car undrivable, or suddenly find the driver an advantage. But Heart of Racing team, they're a team run by SPS when they come to Europe, SPS Automotive, and they are savvy and they know how to run a Mercedes AMG. However, these are new tyres, the Michelin wet weather tyres, so they're learning as they go. They're all learning out there.
Yeah, but real learning experience for Gray Newell in that Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes. And the thing is as well is that in the AM class particularly, it's about not making mistakes. We've seen several cars end up in the gravel and lose a lap or more getting towed out because the gravel is so deep here at Mugello. You can't just drive out of it. You will be stuck as soon as you drop a wheel in. And that is something that in that, particularly the AM class, where it's not about absolute outright blowout lap times, it's about consistency, not getting penalties, not making any mistakes. I mean, speaking of, funny enough, speaking of penalties, I hope I'm not throwing the curse in here, but
I haven't noticed any.
No, none.
Okay, what we're getting though at this early stage of the race is drivers start to get you get a warning after 3 offences, and then it gets ramped up. So penalties always seem to come thick and fast later in the race. I think there'll be a little element of how shall I say, you're given a little bit more scope, because quite easily today you can see a driver's going on not because they meant to, not because they were trying to steal an advantage. But yeah, very good job. Before the start of the race, we thought the one thing you don't want to do is lose a lap. 30 seconds waiting for your car, or minutes even. Minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes, waiting for your car to be dragged out of the gravel, and suddenly you've done all the damage you were trying not to do in the first 7 hours.
Change for second position. Unsurprisingly, Karl Marcelli has gone round the outside of the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini of Jaitong Yang. So now it's a Ferrari 1-2 Scuderia Praha from Pelin Racing, and Karl Marcelli really using the full benefit of those new Michelin wet tyres. Ben Constanduros down in the pits mentioned about the sharp edges of the newer tyres. That's such a good point, because now we have a lot of standing water out on the circuit, and those grooves in the tyres are so important for clearing that water. So Marcelli is now 51 seconds back from the leader, Joseph Kral, but is lapping significantly quicker. Multiple seconds a lap of spin for Cotrera, the former leader. Number 8, Kessel Ferrari, spun around at the exit of Poggio Secco, turn 3, and is broadside across the circuit. That is a really dangerous place to be. There's yellow flags being waved by the marshals at turn 3, but for Cotrera, whoa, this won't be This won't be pleasant.
Half a dozen cars have gone past. He's there. He couldn't see if the lights were on, the windscreen wipers were going, but he has not either been flagged to get it going, or maybe he has now stalled. No, he's got it going. Heart of Racing Mercedes just nipped through. Another car behind in the spray. There's Scuderia Praha Ferrari as well. But for Alessandro Cutrera, remember, Ben said he's being coached with every corner by the driver who started from pole position in that number 8 car. That's David Fumanelli. He got away with that one. It could have been very, very different indeed, because it's not like anyone's got extra grip when they get into Poggio Secco. They're going to be right on their tiptoes. Did he spin entirely on his own? Yes, he did. Hadn't even got to the curb on the outside when it was already going away from him. I think he sensed he was going a little bit deep into the corner, or maybe just didn't have the feel that he wanted. He went off the track on the right-hand side, what we hadn't seen first time round. He then reversed across the track and blocked half it. His rear end was with the white line on the outside of the circuit. The nose of the car was absolutely on the central line, precisely where the following cars needed to be. Whoa.
Bear in mind, these conditions are as difficult as you can get, really. You know, bear in mind, these are circa 500 horsepower GT3 machines. They're capable of immense speed, and on full wet conditions, very, very difficult to control. So easy. And the thing is, also coming through Luca Poggio Secco, you're coming up over that rise, and as you crest that rise, the weight is actually coming off the tyre, and you're actually losing grip, so the car's getting looser, and you've got to be on top of it. It's so easy done. And in the dry, we saw so many drivers spin there yesterday in qualifying.
Yeah, the different thing there, they were pushing as deep into the corner as they could just to try and eke the fastest line out of the corner. Right, down in the 992 Cup class, it's Martin Rump now leading for Mullner Motorsport. Why? What's happened to Red Camels Jordan? They're down 4th in class. Well, they've served 2 pit stops. And you know what? I think that's Red Camels Jordan, always looking for tactics. And they've taken the decision probably to do just like CCC Kessel Racing did, come in and take 2 top-ups of fuel. But certainly it's a team that's always thinking with Paul Truswell down there at the helm, trying to work out the best strategy for them to follow. But we'd expect that to come up. Fabian Dantz at the wheel at the moment. He's a handful of seconds behind the Porsche Baltic entry that's been up and down the order a little bit. Remember, that was the car that ended up in the gravel at the first corner. I think that was causing the 2nd, or was it the 3rd of the 3 code 60 periods. But for now, Mullner Motorsport leading quite tidily there. Martin Rump at the wheel, 14th overall.
Fastest driver on the circuit right now, Jake Hill. In his first year of GT3 running, a 2:12.796 last time by. He's pulled that Era Motorsport machine up to 7th place. He's about half an hour into his stint right now. He's going 2 seconds a lap quicker than Klaus Bachler and 3 seconds a lap quicker than Kyle Marcelli. And guys who know GT3 cars inside and out.
Simmer down, Jake. Don't need to go that fast, but he absolutely is. He's about to pick off Alexander Prince's Hofer Racing Mercedes next, and that's the next target for him. And it is much, much lower when you look at the Ferrari from Era Racing, the Hofer Racing Mercedes, perfectly good shape and size. But again, that's one of the elements of essence of GT3. You can have different cars with balanced performance. You know, when you had the Bentley Continentals racing a few years ago, quite a few years ago now, they seemed enormous in comparison. The BMW M6s, but alongside smaller cars, and in a smaller car is Jake Hill. And just as he dives down the inside of Hofer Racing and the Mercedes, it hasn't quite got past. We have a car sideways across the final corner in front of them. It was one of the Vortexes.
Oh, it was a Venture GT4 Mercedes who just went past there. Jake Hill at the final corner. So he hasn't caught up quite with the Hofer Racing machine just yet. In fact, he's already passed them, actually. He's passed it before we even caught up with him. But the Vortex went for a spin, and that is the 701 again, Cyril Calmon. So yeah, great perception there from Jake Hill. Knew he could see the Vortex spinning and just tightened his line a little bit, held onto it, driving really, really well in this Moto Era Ferrari. He got the job done on Alex Prince, just coming into turn 1 and up the hill towards turn 2, as a little bit of a twitch from Alex Prince in the Mercedes, just opened up the gap a little bit, and Jake said thank you very much, and through he went. So Jake Hill on the charge in that Era Motorsport Ferrari 296 GT3, up to 6th.
Also looking for other cameo roles, we heard from Tom Coronel in the pits. He's been lapping super fast. He did a 2-minute 13 lap a short while ago. Last lap a 2-minute 15. He's in a 992 class cars, and that means he's faster than the front runners. Half of the front runners, he's slightly quicker than they are. So the long-term racer, Tom Coronel, doing a fantastic job. And again, he'll have more information to hand back to the other drivers in the MGM Motorsport crew. He's already talked about helping inform the driver who started that car, Schelte Hoffner, but he's certainly going to have more to offer when he gets back. And it's not bad. 30 years since his last visit. Bang on the money.
Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, Formula Opel Lotus. Superb stuff from Tom Cornell. And at the moment, he is lapping in another universe faster than everybody else in the 992 class.
Yeah,
so
the best of the rest is a 2-minute 19. The others are north of 2 minutes 20. He's doing 2-minute 15s, 2 minutes 14s. Wow.
That's GT3 pace. That's a solid GT3 pace that he's doing, and shows you his ability, but also the capability of a well-driven Porsche 992 Cup car. How close it is now to a full GT3 spec machine, which in some cases can be triple the price.
No, exactly. So
see why they're popular.
Yeah. Well, don't forget we've got an all 992 race later in the year, and that grid's starting to fill up, and it will be running on the rubber that's run by all the Porsche championships around the world. So that, you know, a lot of the teams that are playing elsewhere will go, that's cool, we know these tires, let's come and play at where? Spa-Francorchamps, yes please.
Well, the Ferraris are on the move. That was a 2:11.3 last time by, in 6th place from Jake Hill, but also in 2nd place Kyle Marcelli, 2:11.7. This has been a mega stint from him, making full use of those new Michelins. He's 42 seconds back now on Josef Kral. The pit times, interestingly, yeah, so the Kral, of course, saving a lot of time, not putting those tyres on. So, yes, he's losing time, but he'll then, at the next stop, he'll have to put them on, and maybe Pellin Racing might just keep the wet. So, actually, no, they won't be able to, because Kyle Marcelli has to come in 32 minutes' time, and you're probably not going to put a new driver in on old tyres.
So many elements to consider, so many places to place your car. Again, in the 24H series, it's multi-class racing. It's easy to just focus on the GT3s at the front, but of course they're out there with GT4s, with GTX cars. They have different pace, and it's how they behave together on a circuit, how they give respect to the other drivers. And if you're one of the cars that has less performance, you're expected to stay on your racing line. Don't try and guess where the chasing GT3 car is coming. Admittedly, today it'd be quite hard to see a chasing car. You'll spot headlights becoming brighter, but the spray, even at this point where it's stopped raining as hard as it was 20 minutes ago, still a difficult ask. Just double checking what's happening in GT4. Alberto Nascan leading, but only by a small margin in his Lotus from Nicholas Gebhardt. In fact, the Cayman is getting closer and closer, under a second between them now. They've had a couple of other cars come past from other classes, including Seb Lejeune Racing, trying to regain ground. And an enormous sideways moment from the Porsche Cayman. That's a corner I know rather too well. It's the Biondetti chicane, and the tail, I would say 15, 20, 25% degrees out of true. Brilliant hold, the second part of that chicane.
That fantastic car control from Nick Gebhardt, that could have really got away from him big time. I mean, in the drive, Biondetti 1 and 2, you almost straight line it, and you're just flat through there in most cars. So that was really, really impressive car control from the German driver, trying to chase down that Lotus. So we've got two mid-engine, 6 cylinders machine, normally aspirated for the Porsche, forced induction for the Lotus. And Gebhardt, oh, he's really deep on the brakes. He's got it all. No, he's in the gravel. He's in the gravel. Gebhardt is well into the gravel. Now, can he keep this going? We know how deep it is. Trying to keep the power in and try and make it to the grass. He's made it to the grass on the other side. So can he keep two wheels on the grass? This is really clever from Nick Gebhardt. He's splashing through the mud. Is this little Porsche going to get stuck? And he gets it going. Well done, Nicholas Gebhardt, but that could have been quite a bit worse. No, he's done all the hard work now, onto the hard standing, and off he goes again. Goodness me. Before we have any more drama, let's get down to Ben Constanduros in the pits. Ben.
Moment to come and speak to the team and the man that's leading in GT4. We're having a bit of a WTCC reunion, having spoken to Tom Coronel, and we had a lot of fun back in the day with Stefano D'Asti as well. Stefano, thank you for being back with us at Creventic.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm really happy to meet you. And I met yesterday Tom, and I was so happy because it's quite a long time that I didn't meet you and Tom. And yeah, this race we started very well. It is the first race that the Emira GT4 is doing as endurance race. So we are really doing a very great job because at the moment the race is still long, but we are in first position of the GT4, and we are very happy about the job that we did with the Lotus Motorsport before coming here, and even here in the last days. Alberto is doing a really amazing job in driving, because in this condition we didn't test before the car under rain, and I think that there is a lot of rain now, so I think that will be very difficult because you don't see very well, and Mugello is a very strange track on the wet because there are many parts with a high speed but very slippery. So it's not, you have to keep 110% of concentration, otherwise, yes, it's too much difficult.
We've seen you many times here for the first round in Mugello with a different Lotus, but you have a very strong bond with Lotus Motorsport, and you're going into Europe this year.
Yeah, sure. We took the program of the team in the European Championship. We took 3 Mira GT4, and we are on the grid of the Italian GT4 Championship that will start next week here in Mugello with 3 cars. And me and Alberto will be on the grid of the European GT4. And yes, it is a really exciting program. We are, as you told before, we are working from a long time ago with the Lotus Motorsport, and in the past we got so many satisfaction with them, and I'm really very happy and excited to do this for such a brand like Lotus Cars. And it is now 25 years that we work with the Lotus, and yeah, it is amazing.
For your experience next weekend, for your experience over the whole of the European season, I imagine you weren't expecting wet weather conditions and basically British temperatures here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the car on the wet is a very good car. We knew already because, yeah, naturally in UK there is a lot of wet always, and but we now getting many data to understand better how to use the car in the best way. But when you put a car on the ground, first time on the wet, and you do this lap time, it means that the product, the base car is really a great car.
They're very happy down here at PB and still leading in GT4.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. And of course, when he started his competition career, Stefano would have been on motorbikes here at Mugello. 1992 to 1998, he was racing bikes, so he knows the flow. But I thought some really interesting comments there that, you know, the base car, the car they started with, clearly handles conditions like this very nicely indeed. And when the car's got balance, that's a great place to start. But it's great to see, you know, such satisfaction of bringing a mark on, being involved with them, but also a career like Stefano. He had so many years in the European Touring Car Championship, the World Touring Car Championship, was Independence champion in his time, but just that passion still clearly courses through him.
It does. Now, interesting, looking at the fuel that was taken on by some of our front-running cars in GT3. The one car that we saw, the number 81 Era Motorsport Ferrari that's in 6th, being driven very well by Jake Hill at the moment. They had quite a bit more time in the pits. That is because they took a lot more fuel than everyone else. So thanks to the team for letting us know on that one. So they're going to actually could cycle further forward to the front of the field as more and more drop off. In fact, in terms of pit stops, have ARC Bratislava still haven't pitted, so they've done 1 hour and 35 minutes on the same tank of fuel. Yes, we've had 3 fairly short code 60s, but that shows you how much of a difference the wet weather makes.
It really does. So it may or may not get back round the lap. Will it have enough juice to go the way? Had the first penalty that we've noticed, and that's car 56, which happens to be our race-leading Scuderia Ferrari. 3 infringements for track limits, so the first warning has been served. You build up from here. It's not a good thing to do, but you don't get penalties immediately. You get warnings, and they're working their way through the number that they're permitted. But then again, it's not too surprising. It's very easy to exceed track limits when it's as slippery as this, but they have now got to sort of have, it's not the sort of Damocles poised above them, but it's something, just a bit of a warning. Keep it in mind. You're leading the race. You don't want to suddenly pick up a drive-through penalty or whichever penalty is decided to be appropriate for the crimes underneath you. Right, let's go down through the classes. Overall winner, leader is still Joseph Kral. He's in a Pro-Am GT3, the outright GT3 class without AMs. On board is Pellin Racing in second place with Carl Marcelli, who's been setting some fantastic laps. GT3 AM is 4th place overall. That's ARC Bratislava, the car that is allergic to the pits, so has stayed out, the Lamborghini. In 992 Cup class, it's still Martin Rump for Mugello Motorsport. GTX, 1 position behind him. And Arno Gomez, 15th overall to Mugello Motorsport's 14th place. And then you drop down to GT4, Lotus PB Racing. Alberto Nasca, we heard from teammate Stefano D'Asta, leading the way in that class as well.
Joseph Kral is really struggling on these older tyres right now. Last time by, he was a 2:16.5. Second place, Cal Marcelli on the much fresher tyres. What was he, 2:10.9, 6-second gap, huge difference. Likewise, Klaus Bachler in the Proton Huber Porsche, who's only 4 seconds behind Marcelli in second. It's 2:10.7 for him last time by too. So really, really impressive paces. Oh, off goes. Oh no, it's the Red Ant AMG off the road as well in the gravel, and did well to keep it going and not get beached.
Yeah, that was Arrabbiata between Arrabbiata 1 and 2. It's the uphill right-hander followed by it's another uphill right-hander, but it flattens out, and at that point you can imagine you're just trying to really push hard through there, because in dry conditions you should be the next closest thing to flat on the way up through the slope, hanging on admittedly, but simply actually at the turn-in point to the first part of the Arrabbiatas, the nose of the car wanted to go east, or was it west? Either way, off the track, and actually very well gathered together again to keep it vaguely near the black stuff. But for Red Ant Racing, they've had their problems, and for Ayrton Red Ant, well, he did end up in the gravel, got out of it though, but the prize for the biggest run so far has been Nick Gebhardt going all the way through the first corner gravel, and it was so wet in front of the tire ball where he could get his left-hand wheels on the grass, but unfortunately they were grassy water rather than grass, so precious little grip. Be very easy there to actually then clip the barriers, clip the tire ball, but kept it going to the right, but lost a lot of positions.
He really was pushing hard, maybe a little bit too hard at this stage, but it's such a fine line when the conditions are like these. Very uncharacteristic there again for Ayrton Red Ant. I'm going to guess that Red Ant Mercedes is still suffering from that downshift issue, because he just looked like he couldn't get the car stopped for the corner, and it wasn't doing what he wanted it to do. Yeah, not easy at all if you're trying to nurse that issue. Of course, the car's brand new to the team, so it's going to be a discovery for them over the next 2 days.
Yeah, but at the point you want just a little bit of engine braking to help you get the speed down and give you the traction, and it ain't there. Suddenly that's not so cool. Right, the track conditions chopping and changing. We're having flurries of rain blowing through here. The track was damp before the start of the race. There was drizzle. As they went around the second of their formation laps, it started to rain. Oh, some days the Joker can be played, but it's been ebbing and flowing being the operative term there, ever since. But right now, the spray, if you get a bunch of cars, it's almost like a wall of water. The camera's struggling to necessarily pick out the cars. You get the vague image in the background of some headlights blazing away. Hard to pick them out until the cars arrive down at, say, the first corner. But the camera crew is doing a fantastic job here. But for the drivers, they're doing a pretty special job too as well. And Joseph Kral continues to lead the race. He's got a bit of traffic up ahead, but his lap pace continues to fall away. 2 minutes 17 on that lap. The chasing cars 4, 5 seconds, 6 seconds faster in the case of Klaus Bachler, who's in third place, making progress for Proton Huber competition. Remember that car with Manuel Lauk in the opening laps of the race gained about 3 positions in the opening couple of laps, and was the first car to really attack in the race. Had it a couple of moments, but in terms of the pace, you'd have to say the Ferrari 296 GT3 seems to be the most comfortable car to run. We're seeing great pace from Jake Hill in the Era Motorsport car. We've seen brilliant pace from David Fuminelli in the Kessel car, and now leading the race, Scuderia Praha, Joseph Kral doing what he does. He has had a lot of success in Ferraris over the years, notably here in the Mugello 12.
That he has, yeah. It's and these conditions are where you know the quality of the headlight is so important. I sound bizarre, but you know, for cars in front of you, if they're in a slower class, for them to see you, if you've got really bright headlights that cut through the gloom and cut through the spray, it really makes it easier for the car in front of you to know that you're coming, because the closing speeds between, say, a top-driven GT3 car and a GT4 car or a Porsche Cup car, depending who's driving, it can be quite a big closing speed. The biggest closing speed is going to be the GT3 to the GT4. So you want the driver ahead to kind of anticipate that you're coming. So the brightness of those headlights is really important.
Yeah, and also a factor here. If you're looking from turn 1, San Donato, back down towards the start-finish straight, you can't actually see most of it because there's a twist and there's also a dip. So a car could be gaining fast, but they're in the compression behind you. You're approaching the braking zone. Code 60 coming in 20 seconds because Ajith Kumar racing the 901 Porsche is backwards. Is that Bucci in the final corner? I think it probably is. So yeah, turn 15.
That's been a popular spot, and we are code 60 now. So another strategical opportunity here for the crews. So everyone has to be down at code 60. They have a countdown in the car. They know when it's 20 seconds to go, 10 seconds to go.
We've already got a handful of cars in for refueling. One because it had to, quite simply, ARC Bratislava. That's their first visit to the pits with their Lamborghini. Giaton Lang coming in. The code 60 flags being waved around the circuit. So everyone out on the track down to 60 kph. If you exceed that and your limiter isn't set properly, then you're going to be picking up penalties if you travel too fast. One car not going fast at all is the 901 with Fabien Duffier sitting. He's rotated through about 250 degrees, so he's facing uphill when he should be facing downhill. He's in the gravel when he should be in the tarmac. That needs recovery.
Looking at a lot of cars, we're using quite a wide, wet line around that corner, but the problem is there's a very big painted area, and if you touch the painted area, you're off. I think that's happened to a lot of people. As in comes Scuderia Praha into the fueling area. It's a little bit busy in there, as it always is during code 60. Now, have they got the fuel nozzle in? No, the crew aren't quite ready, and they're having to push the car around. This is a big delay that they don't need.
Well, he gambled on going to one pump, and it wasn't, the car there didn't pull away, so that's still refueling. He's had to be pushed back to another pump, and only now is the filler going in. Hofer Racing also in the pits. Windscreen wipers still blazing away, but for Joseph Kral, gained the upper hand in that first round of refueling and pit stops by not taking on any rubber, but a lot of stuff has gone. Let's go down to Ben.
Yeah, and that worked out beautifully for the Lamborghini of ARC Bratislava. They were actually in the fueling bay before we went to code 60, which means they got a full tank of fuel. Of course, you don't do that if you pit under code 60 regulations. Ebby Motors was another car that was in just beforehand, so they're already refueled, retired, and heading back out, the 95 machine. But for the rest, yes, it looks like the whole field has chosen to come and pit. I'm on pit apron, and there is absolutely rammed full of brand new Michelin tyres and pit mechanics waiting to service their cars. I'm very, very curious to see what comes off the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. What's the quality of the tyre left on that car? Because, of course, they have done 2 stints when most people have done 1.
Era Motorsport do here, because as we understand, they put in a lot more fuel at the last code 60 opportunity. So are they going to take a gamble here and not pit under this code 60 and filter to the front, or are they just going to top up and keep Jake Hill on board? How far was he into his stint? He's 48 minutes into the stint, so judging what's happened with Joseph Kral with the tyres, with old tyres, I think you've got to come in and put new tyres on and keep throwing the new tyres at.
Yeah, let's just throw that figure. He was losing about 5 seconds a lap before this latest code 60, and then on top of it lost about another 10 seconds trying to get into the right position to get some fuel, get the fuel line into the car. Driver change being effective now, but that was a really impressive stint from Joseph Kral. As I pointed out, started down in 14th position for Scuderia Praha, got to the front, and that second stint on tyres that had seen better days and a track that kept on getting wetter, drier, never fully dry, I can guarantee that, but that was a really difficult stint. Plus, remember, they've got that third warning. The warning has been served now for exceeding track limits, and Joseph can blame no one else because he's the only driver to have been at the wheel until now.
E2P Racing come into fuel with it nice and quiet, so they shouldn't have any further delay as they come in. Now, how long were they in fueling for? Did they just drive through? Not sure. So the Ajith Kumar racing car has been moved and is back onto circuit again, so this code 60 will not last a great deal longer, you wouldn't imagine. We haven't had the notification to say it will be 1 minute to go, but I would imagine it will be very, very soon. As driver change for the number 73 Proton car, Klaus Bachler has jumped out, and they've put Manuel Lauk back on board that car, who he started the car, of course, so they're trusting him with the wet weather running. Now, Pelin Racing, who with their 29 Gulf-coloured car, they were looking really good. Kyle Marcelli charging up through the field, making full use of those new Michelin wet tyres. He's switched out, and it's Felice Gelmini who's jumped on board. He was super impressive in qualifying yesterday. Also an update on Era Motorsport. They brought Jake Hill in, brought him into fuel. He's showing is still in fuel at the moment, so they're look like they're topping it right up as much as they can. So Pelin Racing also beating Scuderia Praha out. I think that would come down to that delay that they experienced in fuel, Bruce. For
yeah, no, 100%. I mean, Pelin Racing with Marcelli had been attacking and gaining ground again. The tired tyres by being double stinted certainly affected Joseph Kral, but I think sometimes the racing can be going so well. They gambled with the tyres and it worked for a while, then it was coming down, but it's changed around. So Pelin Racing, blue and orange, and in the hands of Kyle Felice Gelmini now, setting off. He's going to see how he gets It's now taken over in 12th place, the Heart of Racing Mercedes. So they've been through the three drivers: Ian James, Gray Newell, now Hannah Grisham, and she'll be getting a feel. Well, hopefully she'll be getting a feel. Hopefully there is some grip underneath to feel. In the first place, and the IRC GT has looped around and is facing the wrong way. This is in the GTX class. And is that going to be a quick removal from the gravel for Grant Donaldson? No, not really. He's beached it, I'm afraid.
Oh, Grant Donaldson, this is at turn 4. It's the exit of Poggio Secco. Or is it going into Materassi? I think it's maybe going in, no, it's going into Materassi. So that means we're going to have another Code 60, surely, because that car is not going anywhere right now. He looks like he's not even trying. In fact, yep, Code 60 in 20. Seconds. Aero Motorsport, they've made a driver change, so they've switched Jake Hill out. They put Ryan DL in, so they're really starting to turn the screw in terms of putting in their quick drivers in these conditions. And they were in fuel for a good time. In fact, yes, we have gone Code 60. So, oh, it's all happening.
It's not guesswork for teams, but they have to. There is sometimes you have to go, well, let's hope there isn't another Code 60, or let's hope there is. And sometimes you can just have taken a gamble and suddenly other teams are given a chance to get it straight back from you. But that is the nature. Scuderia Praha, by the way, Joseph Kralaus, Matus Vibo on board the number 56 car. He's got his brother Miroslav to compete in that later in this 7-hour stint. We've got 5 hours following tomorrow. 7 and 5 is 12, but certainly for a lot of drivers out here, they'll feel that whatever stint length they've done, it's been twice as long. It's been stop, it's been start with the Code 60s. The rain has been intensifying, easing off, but it's been slippery and a lot of grip ever since. Now, just hearing the car 965 is going to be pinged with the penalty because it was too fast under Code 60. The number is 60. That's how far, 60 kph. The car came out of the pits.
Tom Coronel.
Oh, my word. Well, there we go. Yeah, Tom Coronel, COR on the windscreen. Did he not know it was a Code 60? Maybe it wasn't when the car came in. This is where you have to have so much communication within the team. But anyhow, so far, largely so good in terms of not too many penalties. But they, as we've said before, can really, really hurt your chances.
That could be quite a significant penalty because he gassed it up as he would normally coming out of the pits under green flag conditions. Well, keep a look at it. We'll keep an eye on the screens. In the meantime, let's get an update from Ben Constanduros.
Yeah, thank you very much. Down here in the Pelin Racing pit box with Carl Marcelli. You just came out the car. Tell us firstly your impressions of Mugello. Is this the first time you've been here?
I have been here once before, actually. Most of my time spent here has been coaching Lisa Clark, who I'm here with today, driving in this 296. But yeah, here for iChallenge World Finals. We also did an Italian GT round in her 296 Challenge car. So a little bit of laps around here in the dry, but never before in the wet.
And how are you finding the wet? How was the Michelin tire?
You know what? This racetrack's a lot of fun in the wet. You just got to sort of find the sweet spot where the grip is. Took me a few laps to sort of figure it out. Our first set of tires were maybe just a little bit cool. I'm not sure. I couldn't get the fronts to work very well. The guys made a small adjustment to pressures, and just it seemed to hit the sweet spot on the second set, and we were much faster. So, you know, big thanks to the Pelin Racing crew and Lisa Clark for having me here, and so far so good.
In your experience, they seem quite a hard tyre. Looking at them visually coming off the car, it doesn't look like you've used them much.
Yeah, you know, truth be told, I haven't spent a lot of time on this wet tire. You know, this is generally, to my understanding, an abrasive surface also, and we did find that earlier in the week on the slick tire that we were, you know, losing a lot of lap time over the course of a stint. But you know, so far here in the wet, it's pretty consistent start to end of a run.
And it must be positive looking at your teammates, looking at where you're at, looking how you were able to carve through the field on those in that second stint.
Yeah, I know we're really excited. You know, and I've got complete confidence here in the crew and the car and my teammates. Lisa actually enjoys the rain, so we're excited to get her behind the wheel and turn some laps. Felice has been fantastic. He knows this car and this circuit. He's been a good mentor, you know, as the group here has been as well. So we're just having fun. We'll see where we are in a few hours. If we're still at the front, then yeah, we're going to be going for the win.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Interesting, the IRC GT car that's beached in the gravel. This is, I would imagine, the first time that the hard-working marshals here at Mugello have seen an IRC GT. They're probably used to lifting 296 Ferraris and Porsche GT3s and Cup cars, and they're probably well used to those, but perhaps not. So there's a little bit longer. As into the pits comes Felice Gelmini under this code 60. So are they thinking about doing a top-up? Since they're in the lead and it's under code 60, yep, into the fueling area they go. Of course, they've got to go from 60 down to 20 kph, no faster than 20 kph in the fueling area. Get a quick stop at the pump. So that should put Manuel Lauk in the 73 Proton Huber competition, excuse me, Porsche, up to the front. Lots of strategical plays. Speaking of strategical plays, the former leaders, Red Camel Jordans, who dropped back in that last multiple sequence of code 60s, they've gone back up to the front because they have just done basically a quick top off by the looks of things. Yeah, just a quick top off of fuel. No stop for tyres. They've kept Fabian Dance on board, and all of a sudden back up to the front they go.
As if by magic. But yeah, I mean, it's chopping and changing. You know, often when you get a code 60 sitting on its own, you can sort of see it. But because we seem to get one followed by another, it's masking some of the performance. But and it's also quite difficult to keep track of who's put fresh rubber on board. But have they looked and seen what Scuderia Praha did by staying for a second stint? You can see at the end Joseph Kral, who would be as quick as anybody on any tyre, really struggling. Not the thing to do, but it's learning. It's all about learning at the moment.
You know, especially, you know, you heard it was a great interview there with Kyle Marcelli, who was talking about the tyre pressure and how they were a little bit cool, and just a little change in the pressure solved that issue, and the tyres came into the sweet spot much better on the second set. Ian James said tyre pressure the same thing, so that's something that, you know, there's a lot of engineers and technicians here from Michelin. They'll be advising, maybe try this pressure, try that, and there'll be feedback between them. And of course, Michelin are so experienced in motorsport. You think how long they've made top-level motor racing tyres. This is not their first rodeo at all, and many actually see them as the gold standard in many categories, you know, so that they know how to deal with these kind of challenges.
I am an optimist by nature. It may be the cameras making things look brighter, but everything looks brighter on the circuit. I think actually it's the brightest been all day. It's still what you call a grey day. It's still spitting with rain, but I sense we're going to start seeing some faster times coming fairly soon. The IRC GT, after several laps of delay of being stuck in the gravel, has been removed. The yellow and black car up from Australia, one of the three cars in the GTX class, is going all over again. Bear in mind, Darren Curry did the early heavy carrying, and Grant Donaldson hadn't long been in it. The Code 60 is still going, but the car that was leading the race came in for fuel. Pellin Racing, car number 29, Felice Gelmini at the wheel, windscreen wiper on, leaves the pit lane.
Critically got in and out with the code 60. That is so important, isn't it? If it goes green, you can just get caught on the hoop, and it costs you time. But for Pellin Racing, that's fantastic. And interesting comment as well from Kyle Marcelli, saying that Lisa Clark, their non-professional driver, likes the wet. She enjoys that more. So they'll get her on board. Of course, they've got a minimum driver to hit for her, and a maximum driver time that they've got to look out for as well for Kyle and for Felice. So that's something that the team will be looking at and monitoring all the way through. It seems that the Ferraris have the pace. They certainly had the pace in the dry. It seems that that's transferred to the wet. But if we keep having these code 60s all the time, it's going to be a real cerebral race here for the Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello. Green flag in the air, back to racing we go. We'll wait till all the drivers come around and come through the start-finish line to give an update for you. It'll just take a minute for it all to filter back together. But Pellin Racing managed to get not a free stop, but a better value stop there under code 60.
It is a gamble. You've just got to try and take in every element of information you can get. And Felice Gelmini pushing very hard through one of the trickiest corners. We're talking about waiting for the heat to come back in the tyres, and he certainly didn't hang around long down the slope into Savelli, and alongside us in movement of the arms. I haven't got a driver on board in the booth. It's Peter Mackay go sharp intake of breath through the Arrabbiatas, but somehow the grip was found there by Felice Gelmini. That was a potential 0 to 0 moment, but he's stayed on the right side of that balance.
Wow, my teeth are drier than a dodgy tradesman there. Just I don't know, with some big moments there. Great car control from Felice Gelmini, and a real insight to how difficult it is on the green flag after a code 60. The tyre pressures have dropped, the temperature in the tyres dropped, making it very, very difficult. We've seen, you know, we talk about yellows breed yellows, safety cars breed safety cars. Well, purple breeds purple here in these conditions, particularly as we progress towards the 2-hour mark. Now, have there been any drivers that are looking at... Yes, Nick Jonsson has been in since the start of the race. He's done 1 hour and 49 minutes of driver time. Likewise, Alberto Nasca in that Lotus PB racing machine. I'm surprised they didn't pull him out in that code 60, because they have to bring him in just under 11 minutes time, and if we stay green, that will be a far more painful stop.
Always when you have the restart, we talk about yellows breeding level, yellows, code 60s breeding code 60s. Who pushes too hard too soon, slides off into the gravel, causes the next code 60s. So far, so good. But after this first lap of the restart, I think the teams all relax and go, okay, now let's focus on our race again. And we have a spinner. One of the Gomez, is it the Gomez car? One of the vortexes between turn 6 and turn 7. It's Savelli before you get to Arrabbiata. And it's the 702 all over again. And that was close for those in behind.
That's Olivier Gomez there. Of course, it's so new for them, and it's so new for them to drive this car in the wet. They've had decent track time with it now in the dry, but they've only driven it once in the wet. So this is really a step into the unknown for Vortex, for that French manufacturer, with this completely bespoke machine coming down the hill. And just the rear comes out, it nearly catches it, and then it just snaps straight back. Quite a short wheelbase, that little Vortex is. Oh, little bit of avoidance there for the number 8 Kesso Ferrari of Alessandro Cutrera. Had to be really quick on the draw there to avoid the spinning bright orange Vortex there, and avoided it without any further incident. So now that we've got the drivers through, Pellin Racing lead by 36.3 seconds after getting that top up of fuel at the last code 60. Fantastic stuff there. Proton Huber Competition now are up to second with their Porsche, and by the last pit stop, they didn't take tyres at the last pit stop, they take a top up of fuel, they changed drivers from Klaus Bachler back to Manuel Lauk. Then in third, it's Scuderia Praha. Manamari Energy by Ebimoto, Sergio Nicolai, they've moved up to fourth, and Continental Racing in fifth. Era Motorsport Ferrari sixth, and then the former race leader CCC Kessel Racing seventh, Duta Racing in eighth, Hoffer Racing in ninth, and ARC Bratislava in 10th. And for the first time, welcome Ben Constantinos to the commentary box.
Back into the dry, back into the warmth, because it's almost British temperatures down there on the track, and it really does feel like an Alton Park kind of a day rather than a Mugello kind of a day, if you know what I mean. Diana's now taken over from the microphone down there in pit lane, and she will now start frosting up again. Diana, are you right down there?
Well, I've tried to sneak into a garage, actually, Ben, so I'm keeping out of the rain so far. It's not letting up down here, but however, I've caught up with RPM driver Nick Jonsson, who's been just jumped out of the car. I think you were in there for just under 2 hours, Nick. Looks like a hard job this morning.
Yeah, well, you know, physically it's not that hard because you don't, pull that many G loads and stuff like that, but the difficulty is the visibility. You know, if you come back up behind the car, you have to almost back off on the straights because you can't really see anything. You have to, look at the guardrails to know if you're on track or off track, really. So even if you can have a good pace in the back of the track and right on somebody's bumper, you have to back off when you come onto the straight, otherwise you just don't see anything. So for us right now, it's just about, staying out of trouble, really, and kind of get through the worst of the weather here, hopefully, and then we'll see what we get, what we got there later on this afternoon and tomorrow.
How more strategic do you have to be managing the traffic in conditions like this? Because you've obviously got not a lot of visibility, you're managing the tyres, and then the track is evolving.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning of the race there, it's not really raining much, so we had to kind of manage the the tires a little bit there to kind of try to find wet spots, even though it was still damp everywhere. But if you don't really cool the tires down, you start losing traction pretty quickly. So there was a little bit of that going on. But other than that, as I said, the big issue here is the visibility because of the long straightaways. And 20 minutes before I got out, it started raining harder, so it started hydroplane, towards the end of the straightaways, and that's kind of really get your attention. It's like, whoa, right now you're just a passenger here, so take it a little easy here.
I think we saw a couple of times on other cars and stuff on the track when they have that slide, your heart's in your mouth watching it. What's it like inside the car?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, like slide, this comes down to like drifting at that point almost, right? But you need to kind of not really panic and just let the slide kind of, come to an end, basically, because you can't really do much when it starts sliding. And I talked to one of the guys earlier. I said, you have to kind of find a happy medium, because if you don't push hard enough, you don't get tire temp and pressure, and then it's kind of, a vicious cycle kind of thing. You don't get the potential grip out of the tire. And if you overdo it, then you get into the slide situation, as you said, and then look, the tires start losing grip because of that. So it's very, like you have to find a happy medium in these conditions. And again, stay safe and, make sure you have somewhat visibility to see what apex and the track goes.
Thanks very much, Nick.
Thank you very much.
Very interesting insight there from Nick Jonsson. We thought he was still on board the car, but they obviously haven't changed the driver ID over, because he is still showing on our timing screen as being in the car, but as we just heard, he's very much out the car. Unfortunately, under code 60, because the MP Motorsport Mercedes, this is the Gosner family car, Corona Gosner, ended up in the gravel, and it's so unforgiving, the gravel. Once you're in, it's very difficult to get out, so they're using the GT3 lifting pins here. The Manitou is lifting the car up. The driver can actually stay on board when this process is going on, but they've seen this a lot, Ben, just green flag, code 60, back and forth and back and forth. These conditions really testing the drivers.
It does sound as though there's a real challenge going on learning this new Michelin tyre, so very different to what they've expected before, what they had with Hankook. Hankook and Pirelli, known to be quite soft sidewall, quite forgiving in wet conditions. The sidewall rolls onto the track and creates a comfort, whereas the Michelin tyre needs to be worked harder because it's a harder construction, especially the sidewall. And if you don't work them hard enough, as Nick Jonsson was saying, then you lose that grip and you lose the confidence, and it's a vicious cycle. So it does sound as though for some of our less experienced drivers that don't want to push hard because it's feeling like they're going to push over the limit, they're actually then finding themselves lacking that pressure, lacking that temperature, and then very easily find themselves in the gravel trap. So very, very tricky. I don't know if you remember the Top Gear special where Richard Hammond drove a Formula 1 car, and at low speed he couldn't keep it on the track, but at higher speed and pushing harder, you start generating the temperature that allows the car to work. That's what I think everyone's really finding here in a way that perhaps they didn't before.
And the thing is under a code 60, no matter how good you are, you can't get that tire temperature and pressure, because if you get a code 60, it's all dropping away and you cannot do anything about it. That's the really difficult part. Interesting, Felicia Gelmini has brought the number 29 Pelin Gulf-coloured Ferrari in. In fact, it's just gone underneath our feet at the start-finish line under the commentary position, so they're going to get back out again just before we go back green. So they've topped up with fuel again. A lot of the front-running cars topped up with fuel, so just to make sure that they've got everything, and they'll be just hoping they can get a really, really long run of green and use up all that fuel that they put on board, because it is just back forth as the little bit of mud and dirt coming out the back of that number 58 MP Mercedes onto the racing line. So that's going to provide another little challenge for the drivers coming through as we go back to green flag racing. Then 4 hours and 55 minutes left of this opening portion of the Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello. 5 hours on the clock tomorrow, of course. We go into Parc Fermé overnight. It's all really about staying on that lead lap, and if you can stay on the lead lap and start the car up tomorrow with a full tank of fuel and some new tyres on it, all the better.
And not use too many hours of your pro driver. We've seen a lot of pro driver usage in that first hour and a half, with all pro drivers actually going out to experience the circuit so that they then can pass that information on to their lesser experienced drivers. And again, I tried to speak with Joseph Kral just before I came up here, and headset went straight on. He was in there talking to Matthias Vibo, who's now in the car, and had no time for me. The fact that Carl Margelli was actually able to give us 5 minutes because Felice Ielmini, who is very experienced here in Mugello, Italian driver, not so experienced in GT3 racing, but they didn't feel like they needed to coach him round every single corner like so many others out there at the moment. Manuel Lauck, interestingly, back into this Proton Uber competition car, and that is why it's rising to the top of the field right now.
Yeah, they're doing a top job. They've got an interesting approach of how that they, in fact, in terms of the way that the driving time works, they are a Pro-Am car, so a semi-pro driver, which Manuel Lauck actually, bizarrely, is graded as a semi-professional. He has no minimum or maximum drive time, so they can use as much of him as they want. The only thing they have to be careful of is a 2-hour max in one go. Then he must take a rest. You have to take 50% of your drive time as a rest before you can get back in.
And I noticed Jake Hill's the same. He's a semi-pro. I
hope he enjoys his year as an FIA Silver, because I don't know if it's going to continue. He's too good. It's like he's too fast, and so, but he's, you know, making the most of it. That's what you got to do. Manuel Lauck then for the Proton Hoover competition car. Over the line comes Felice Ielmini in the Pelin Ferrari. And Lauck, let's see what the gap is as he comes over the line. 9.3 seconds, but Ielmini got that extra top up of fuel. So if we do get a prolonged period of green running, Pelin Racing got a little bit of an edge strategically. Then third place should be Scarperia Praha, waiting for them to come through in third place. We're getting another yellow flag showing at turn 2. That's been a real hot spot. In fact, that's where Manuel Lauck is coming up to at the moment. And back green again. I didn't see.
I think there was something on his right-hand side, but quite far away from the... And probably hidden by the barrier, so we are going to go code 60, and our camera, which is just here, won't be able to see because he's too far around the barrier there. We'll be hidden by the barrier and the catch fencing, but we are going code 60 once again. What can be really confusing in Creventic races particularly is the capacity of fuel tank that all these cars have is way and above the amount that they can take initially. And then when they do half a tank, it continues to be... So effectively, they can get more in the tank than they are initially allowed to. If you can basically fill, what, 1.5 times. And so that's why Felice Ielmini is able to go in every kind of 10 minutes and get another half a tank and top up, because he's going way above where he would normally be. And in these conditions, looking at those wet tyres, you therefore can run as long as the driver limit allows if you've got enough fuel in the tank. And I think we saw with the Lamborghini that we got to about 1 hour and 36 before they came into the pit, something like that.
At least, yeah, which is normally in the dry running of GT3 is around 1 hour, depending on the circuit. It may be a little bit less for a Daytona or Le Mans, and a little bit more for a maybe more less thirsty track. But yeah, in the wet, it makes a huge difference. And of course, code 60, you're using nowhere near as much fuel. Ryan DL for Era Motorsport, they, at that first sequence of code 60s, they lost a little bit of track position because they topped up as full as they possibly could, and they're now sort of chasing back again. A good stint from Jake Hill. We can't exactly see which car it is. It's got an orange roof.
Could it be the Lamborghini? Because
it doesn't have an orange roof, the Lamborghini. It could be a Vortex, or it could be one of the 992s. We will know when the Manitou car lifts the car up. It's at turn 2, that's all we can tell you. It's in just a slightly awkward position for our camera operators, and we thank them all for their service today, because it has been pretty damp all day. So braving the elements to bring the pictures on Creventic Motorsports TV and give us the information to describe the pictures to you on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Thank you to you all for tuning in wherever you are as the Evi Motors Manamuri Energy cars come in for another top up, as Sergio Nicolai brings it in. So taking that chance while they get it, it's going to be revealed as the Manitou is going to pull up using the lift to find out what car is it. We know it's got an orange roof. It's maybe going to be revealed to us in just a moment.
There's only...
the suspense.
There's only 4 cars that have not completed Sector 1 of the lap. One of them is a Vortex. One of them is Ryan DL, who we've seen on track. Tim Muller in a Utah Racing Audi, or the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Those are the options.
can't handle the tense.
So
it's so
is it,
tense.
therefore, probably, if you think it's a Vortex, it's Olivier Gomez, who is the leading GTX car, was up in 15th place before this, although timing screen doesn't say stopped, which is really annoying. Stop's really useful.
Stop is a very useful. We can follow that. Still behind the barrier, and if that is the Olivier Gomez car, the 702, that then might bring their sister car. Well, actually, every GTX car has had a trip into the gravel and has had to gain assistance. The IRC car did not that long ago, and the sister Vortex is being pulled out. I mean, there are not many cars with a pure orange roof. The Vortexes are some of those cars, so we'll get a confirmation to you as soon as we possibly can. Pelin Racing again taking the chance to come in and top up, so they're just a little splash and splash and splash. It's like when you see taxis come into a fuel station, they put a $5 in. I've never understood why that is. Maybe early in the shift, just as they're building up their earnings.
Crucially, that last visit has handed Manuel Lauck the lead now. Previously, those last two kept him ahead because he had such a buffer, but he's now dropped to second position. I don't know how vitally important that is, and it's so hard to know so early on in the race with all the various wranglings of strategy, and it's quite hard to keep up as to who's on what fuel. But yes, Felice Liamini now dropping down to second behind the Proton Uber competition, number 73.
I'm surprised there's actually any room left to fill.
Well, that's
they've been in and in and in all the time, and just keeping topping up as they go. Potentially in one of the earlier stops where they had where the tank was more empty when they came in, maybe they short filled, which is what brought them up the order a little bit, and then they're now catching that back up again. So maybe this actually string of code 60s is not such a bad thing for Pelin Racing, and they don't have to worry about driver time with Felice because he's semi-pro, so they can do as little or as much as they want with him. So that's really important. In fact, it's the Pelin Ferrari passes under our feet at the start-finish line.
There you go. It was a Vortex.
It was a Vortex. Good spot.
Well, it was your spot. Patting yourself on the back there.
Well done, me.
Olivier Gomez, 702. Must be, I would imagine.
Yes, it is. Yeah, the 702, the leading GTX car before that. Be interesting to see if it's hung on to that advantage, although its rivals in class, as we mentioned, have also had a trip into the gravel. So it's one apiece in the three GTX cars. Pelin Racing have actually also lost. They've lost second position as well, by the looks of things, to Scuderia Praha during that top up. Now, one car that we're looking to see what penalty they got. We had very few penalties so far today, but the car 965 broke the code 60 coming out of the pits, and I cannot see a penalty for them yet, strangely. Maybe that's still being assessed. Back to green flag we go. I'm looking at the wrong times. There we go. Nope, it's not on the penalty list either. Very strange. Okay, we'll keep a close watch.
Breaking rules.
I know. That was very surprising. 4 hours 46 minutes to go. Let's take an update with Diana Binks down in the pits.
I've just come to the Red Ant Racing garage, and I also just jumped out of the car from the number 93. You've been in the car so about an hour and a half now?
Just over an hour indeed. Was quite wet.
It looks very wet. How tricky is it with the conditions constantly changing and the car evolving?
Making the best of it. It's just having fun. Okay, it's slippery, but it's like it should be every time.
You had a bit of a shifting issue earlier on, I think when Kenneth was in the car and then when you jumped in. Was that resolved?
The AMG guys plugged their computer in and reset the fault, so I didn't have any issue at all. So should be good to go to the end, I think.
And how would you describe the conditions out there at this point in the race? Very early on, of course, but obviously everybody's facing these sort of challenging conditions to manage the tyres and to manage the traffic.
Okay, there's a lot of spray on the high-speed sections, but it's very good doable with the Michelin tyre. It's the best rain tyre out there, so it's perfect to drive.
You have a great team behind you here. You guys have all raced together for some time, so you know each other well. How important is that?
It's the most important. Doing the great pit stops, making sure the car keeps on driving. Without that you can't win.
And how would you describe this Mugello circuit?
For me, it's one of the best tracks in Europe. It's fast. It's no room for error. It's perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, another spin for the IRC GT. Luckily, been able to keep going. It's Grant Donaldson on board. Him and Grant Curry have made a big journey to be here and to take part in the 24-hour series, and it's a very popular spot. Coming out of turn 3, Poggio Secco, gets quite hard into the barrier, the rear left corner, getting into the barrier at the wheels, so you hope they've not bent anything out of shape there, Ben.
Very, very easily spun around though, just got on the throttle and the rear end loops around without any hesitation whatsoever. Interesting that Yannick there was saying that he's very happy with this Michelin wet tyre. It is a tyre, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong here, that is designed for Super Cup. It is designed for the 992 car. That is its basis. And therefore, they are going to be in 992 most comfortable with it versus bolting it onto a GT3 car where perhaps it hasn't been developed for. It's not a bespoke tyre for this series.
Yeah, it's interesting that, because Red Ant Racing are a great example there, because they won the 992 championship last year. They're now in an AMG Mercedes, so that's a really interesting thing. And we heard Ayrton saying it's the best wet tyre, and you know, he's from Belgium, he's used to racing in the wet like we are in the UK, so he can definitely tell us how it goes. I mean, the one thing I've heard is, especially the guys at the Nürburgring talk about this, about how good it is in that sort of, if you get a drying condition or a wet or dry to wet, it's very, very good, whereas other brands might tear up more when it's not in its ideal window. It can be very good. Of course, every tyre company has their own theory and solution to the problem, and all have their own benefits and drawbacks in certain areas. You can't get to be perfect everywhere as well. That IRC GT car, you can imagine in wet conditions when the tyre's still cold, you've got the lowest power tune it runs is 550 horsepower. You can have 640. I don't know if it'll be running all that today, if that's the case. But so easy to just lose it on power there, especially coming over that crest at Poggio Secco. Okay, back to green flag running. 4 hours, 42 minutes on the clock. Manuel Lauk leads by 45 seconds from Pellin Racing Ferrari, who make that 41 seconds because that was a really quick lap from Felice Gelmini. 2:11.1, 2:15.3 for the Proton Huber Porsche. So in 10 laps time, in theory, that would hit that rate, that would have us back fighting away for the lead. Then a further 14 seconds for the back. It's Matus Vibo for Scuderia Praha, double winners at this race in the past, of course. Continental Racing, they've done really well in these wet conditions in their Audi run by Simpson Motorsport. They're in fourth, and Ryan DL for Era Motorsports, only 9 seconds behind them in fifth. Oh, there's another spin for the IRC GT as Grant Donaldson, clips off the concrete wall in the front left. Now that could be a bigger problem. This IRC GT is built tough, but it grinds to a halt, and he's got, I think he's maybe just centered it there, Ben, on the drop off of the curb onto the gravel. This could be yet another code 60.
I think we even heard tyre squeal from the camera. Let's have a quick look here. It breaks away so easily. Then he gets on the brakes to try and stop it, but it's almost as though it's slightly accelerating without him, isn't it? Concrete this time rather than tyre stack, and that may have done further damage to that left side, which was the same side.
Are looking really, really a handful for Grant Donaldson there. Just not, like you say, just almost getting away from him. You're right. And it looks to be slightly centred on in the Global Broadcast Centre from the right-hand side of the car. The impact was on the left. So there could well be damage to the front left suspension. When he clipped that concrete wall, it's going to be a lot less forgiving than the tyre stack. Yellow flag's being shown at the moment. Now the drivers get a 20-second countdown to code 60 if there is going to be one, to make sure they're ready to go back to code 60. In fact, we've just been given them that countdown start now. 20 seconds to code 60 again. So I've actually lost count, Ben. I was planning on keeping count, and I've lost count of the amount of code 60s we've had.
There is a count on the timing screen.
There is.
Don't worry, yeah.
So we can get that to you, but
you don't have to do it yourself.
Lots for this stage of the race.
But not a lot of people with issues in the pits. Everyone's very reliable, and I guess that's what you get with wet running. You're not asking too much of the car. He's got the IRC car away from the gravel trap and onto the track, but now has ground to a halt again. This is opening the opportunity for fueling. So Scarperia into the fuel area to get half a tank of fuel or as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, they didn't do the little top-ups in the last Code 60, whereas Pelin Racing, who've now moved back up to second, did. Proton Huber competition in front, they didn't do their top-up, so they might come and do that. But the teams will be watching very closely to the progress of this 111 IRC GT car, because if it gets moving and drives back to the pits on its own power, we'll go back racing again. If it needs help, the Code 60 will be much longer. So it's actually almost taking a gamble how that's going to work, because right now the Scuderia Praha car is still in the fueling area, so topping up with fuel. Before that Code 60 came out, leader was Proton Huber competition and of course Pro-Am car. GT3 overall was Pelin Racing. Am class for GT3 is Continental Racing Audi. 992s, it was Milner Motorsport, who have been leading for most of the day. We saw Red Ant Racing doing well early on before the first stops, and they've still got good strategical advantage as well. In the AM class for 992, it's RPM Racing, which is Tracy Crone. They've now changed the driver ID around. GTX is still that 702 Vortex, despite that little issue a little while ago. And in GT4, it's the Lotus PB Racing. Indeed, the Manitou has been deployed to deal with the 111 IRC GT, so it will be lifted to a place of safety.
No GT clips on the roof that you can bolt straight on, and the Manitou will have a particular lifting system to be able to bolt into a GT4 and a GT3, but because this is a bespoke car, we're lifting from the wheels. My slight concern is the damage on the left side, whereby he's hit the wall. That wheel may not be very well attached to the car. We shall see.
That could be the issue, yeah. I mean, he drove off and then didn't go a great deal further, so maybe thought, oh no, this isn't going to go back on its own. This is such a shame for this Australian duo who we saw at Dubai, and they won actually the Middle East Trophy in the 24-hour series across Dubai and Abu Dhabi. But let's get down to Diana Binks in the pits. Who's got more for us? Diana Pinks.
Did you call me Pinks?
Pinks, is that your ulterior name? Never mind.
No, not at all, not at all. I'm with 111 Racing, and Darren Curry is just his teammate to Grant Donaldson out there on tracks, just watching what unfolded out there on the circuit. I mean, it looked quite... how would you describe it?
Look, it's very challenging conditions out there. Bit unlucky. Axel hadn't done any wet weather practice or anything, obviously. I was fortunate enough to do a couple on the outlap. Really, really unlucky.
It did look at, and obviously these conditions are very, very tricky.
It's tricky. We do race quite a bit in the rain in Australia. Whether the temperature here has caught us out a little bit, I'm not sure, but yeah, just a difficult day.
Disappointing for you not to get back behind the wheel?
Disappointing, but never say never. These guys will work their ass off till tomorrow. We've got plenty of spare parts, so fingers crossed we can get back out there.
Thank you very much, Darren.
Thank you.
So, that is very true. In the GTX class, the other, racing up against Vortex, there's two of them. They can have issues just as easily. These conditions can catch anybody out. So, yeah, get it back to the pits, get it fixed. You never, ever know.
Yeah, don't forget that just because they've been put behind the wall around the circuit does not mean that they are retired out of the race. They can be delivered back to the back of pits, put into the garages, and then guys can get working. Maximising track time is one of the key principles of the Michelin 24H series, and regardless of whether the misadventures you've had on track, you can still maximise. And if you've come all the way from Australia, then you're going to want to do so.
Yeah, you're not going to park up for sure. Oh, a little bit deep for Felicia Gelmini again. This is the cold tyres under the Code 60. The pressures drop as Phil Gelmini coming out of turn one. He's got the rear coming around, and he's just dabbing the throttle away. Fantastic car control, fantastic pictures if you're enjoying them on Creventic Motorsports TV, or if we'll describe them to you as best as we can for listeners on RS1. But wow, Gelmini just waiting for that temperature and pressure to come back into these tyres. It's caught so many drivers up.
Because it was brakes as well. Remember, the brakes get cold, and if you press too hard on cold brakes, they snatch, and then you lock up, and it's irrecoverable. Whereas, so you've got to play...
Or the ABS cuts in.
Yeah, exactly, but that then doesn't make your braking as efficient, and I'm afraid we're going back to code 60.
Oh, not again.
Again. Then, you know, once you've got that aggression through, and also the temperature in the brakes affects the tyres and the rims and vice versa, then everything starts working for you. But the Elmini going very deep into turn 1, coming out of turn 1 sideways, and unfortunately, that is that the Coronel still in that car, the Porsche?
No, it's Jan-Jaap van Roon for MDM Motorsport, who's gone well off the road and will need them. I hope they've put enough diesel in the Manitou. I'm sure they have more than one Manitou because it's been very busy. But, you know, we saw this in last year's edition of the Mugello 12 Hours, that even in dry conditions, if you go off the road at all here, the gravel is so deep that there is just no getting out of it. You have to wait for a little bit of help as one of the marshals arrives on a scooter. 2 more. It was through it as well.
When Formula 1 were here, it was a concern, wasn't it, about how deep the gravel traps are. They're built deep to keep bodies away from barriers when motorcyclists fall off. That's why there's not too many tarmac runoff areas, and the gravel is really, really important to when MotoGP come here, and Superbikes as well come here. I can't remember. I think they used to.
They used to, yes. And they do quite a lot of MotoGP testing here, or Ducati do anyway. But the Italian Grand Prix, the MotoGP, is always a highlight of the MotoGP year. And when you think about it, when they come over the crest, a GT3 car is doing 165 miles an hour, hits the brakes, and Apex is at 60 miles an hour. That's quite impressive. MotoGP bike, 220 miles an hour now. Just probably a little bit excessive nowadays. So the Manitou is sprung into action again.
A good display of how easy it is to recover the homologated GT3 and GT4 cars. 2 clips on the roof. Those holes and the clip and the system, all part of the development of GT4 and GT3, so you can easily recover the car. And Jan-Jaap is going to be put back onto the track. We'll have to shake that gravel out, but Coronel's been in there for, what, an hour and a bit. He will have been trying to brief Jan-Jaap on what exactly to do out there, but it is clearly very, very tricky.
Very. And interestingly, Proton Huber Competition came in to do a little top-up of fuel, as have Red Ant Racing. Pelin Racing have come in to do a top-up of fuel, so they're clearly sticking to a very clear strategy. Just keep coming in, top up whenever you can. Now, the MDM car has been put back onto the circuit, and I tell a lie, it's not a Manitou, it's a New Holland. Very important. My stepdad, he's a New Holland man. With he's got a New Holland tractor. He's also a Ford tractor man, but anyway, that's another discussion. But so if you go off at if you go off at Pelagio, you will be picked up under New Holland power. If you go off at Poggio Secco, that'll be a Manitou. So there you are. The information you get while we're under code 60 and not racing. And this is, it must all be about the tyre temperature, tyre pressure that drops during the code 60 and makes it so difficult. Proton Huber Competition have made it out, so they've been able to come in, fuel up and get back out under code 60. Pelin Racing are still in fueling, and we're getting the countdown to going back to green. Are they going to get caught out here, that Gulf-coloured, the orange and blue Ferrari? They might well do, you know, because...
And that's where this strategy works against them. If you're stuck in the pits or in the fuel area when we go back to green, then you're losing time. Be interesting to be on board with one of these cars when we do go back to green. We're cycling through all of the different onboards that we have, just to see how tricky it is to cope. There we go, green flag now, back up and running with Maximilian Partel. On those lights that flash on the dashboard, which are rev lights, they are also lock-up lights as well on there, and brake traction lights under acceleration. So it'll give us a good idea as whether anything is snatching into turn 1 under brakes, being careful.
So Manuel Lauk, a driver who's won 7 times at the Nürburgring 24 Hours in class. If you want to win, well, if you're going to win that much at the Nürburgring, you know how to drive in poor conditions, and that's exactly, I think, why they've put him in under this difficult part of the day in that 73 Proton Huber Competition. Porsche. So did Pelin get out before that green? Nope, they're still in the pits. So this is really costing Pelin Racing now, as they're just going under our feet at the start-finish line now, still under green flag racing. So that has really, really cost them. I mean, on a dry lap, the average speed lap record speed is 176 kph. Okay, it'll be less than that in the wet, but still you're talking a big difference from doing it at 60 kph. So if you get caught out with that green flag, it's really, really punishing. So Proton Hubert competition coming around Corintau at the moment. Manuel Luik trying to make his way past the red Camel Jordans number 909, 992 class machine, which is being driven right now by Luc Broekers, who's taken over. So they've cycled through all three of their drivers already. Rick Broekers starting the car, then Fabian Dance, and now Luc Broekers aboard.
Serious caution from some of our drivers out there on circuit at the moment. You can see they're unable to lean on the car to get the tyres to bite into the surface, and therefore just tiptoeing through these medium speed turns. It's almost easier when you have a stop-starty track where you've got big braking zones that you could lean the front tyres into and get that front tyre grip, and then come out the corners lighting up the rear tyres. That gives you the temperature in the fronts from the brakes, and then temperature in the rears from the acceleration. All these medium speed turns we have here at Mugello means you're just tiptoeing all the time. And Olivier Gomez in the Vortex V8 702, the 2.0, looks like he's tiptoeing along the straights. It's so tricky.
It's a light car, you know, 1,000 kilos and 550 horsepower. That's a quite short wheelbase, and they've got so little experience with the car in the wet. Not bad experience with it in the dry. It's a relatively new model, but it's it's going to be every lap they're going to be learning all the time. And of course, Olivier and Arnaud Gomez, they're the designers of the car. Olivier was very much involved with the aero of it. Let's get more down in the pits with Diana Binks.
.928 then.
So HRT performance
in the garage. That's the first car we've had in the garage across.
It is actually, you're absolutely correct, Ben.
Yeah, well, everyone else, as I said, it's been quite good reliability-wise.
So the Lotus Emira GT4 in its first proper endurance race, I understand. Running, we see a few of them entered in British GT, but of course they're shorter races. They lead in GT4 right now by 22.9 seconds from Jim Gebhardt, the father of the two, in the CCS Racing Porsche GT4 RS. Then just 7 seconds behind them is the Venture car of Matthew Higgins. So really, really close at the moment in GT4. 3 different cars, 3 different teams, really, really tight indeed. And great to see the Lotus Emira out there, powered by that venerable Toyota Camry V6 with forced induction, a car that's powered Lotuses, an engine that's powered Lotuses for many, many years now. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Remember when PB came here with their quite mad Exige that was always in GTX, and every year it spawned another massive wing on it. That's still apparently in the factory, but they got a bit fed up with it because it never quite worked. And so it stays in the workshop, it stays in the forecourt, because they are also a road car distributor here in Italy of Lotus road cars. And out the back is one of those electric, what they're called, the new electric Lotus.
Electri.
Is it that simple?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Electri, yeah, it's like an SUV thing.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I was lucky enough to have a Lotus Exige V6 for a year. Amazing car. It did go in and out of the garage once or twice, I'll admit, but anyway. Now, the battle on circuit for third place, Manamuri by Ebby Motors in third. They've got Ryan DL right behind them in the Ferrari, the Era Ferrari, and right ahead of them. In fact, it's a 3-way battle for second, excuse me, because Continental Racing are right there with their Audis. You've spotted something on the timing screen, Ben.
Yeah, somebody's got a penalty, but we haven't quite got the scroll. Oh, there's a few penalties that have now come in.
Now, this is so one for car 888. That's the Seb Lejeune Porsche Cup car, 30-second time penalty for not respecting flag signals, so they'll have to serve that in the penalty box at the end of the pit lane. Car 965, now this is the one we were waiting for. This is the MDM Motorsport car where Tom Cornell, under a code 60, accelerated out the pit lane and broke that speed limit quite significantly. So 60-second time penalty, that's a huge one.
Yeah, but it's overtaking another car rather than speeding. So
I guess they probably did both at the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
Given that everyone else is at 60. So, yeah, even someone as experienced as Tom Coronel can make these errors where it must just be almost automatic. You go, I'm coming out the pits, right, put the power down. You go, oh, no, we're under code 60. No, that's not so good. That took a while to come through. I wonder if the team wanted to have a debrief and a discussion about it. But I'm sure race control said, that's the decision. Off you go.
Button trouble, I imagine, on the steering wheel. Because you're going to have one for code 60 and you're going to have one for pit limiter. But you might want the pit limiter to be, well, the code 61 to be on, and then the pit limiter to be on as well. So when you come out the pits, you can release pit limiter, but code 60 is on, and oh dear, that car is back in the gravel trap once again.
Oh no, well, it's all happening. So that same car that now has a 60-second time penalty is in the gravel. This is going to be code 60, but big news for car 81, Era Motorsport, overtaking another car during code 60. That is a 60-second time penalty, and at current speed, that's half a lap. That is really, really punishing, and you have to serve that under green too.
Particularly punishing for a car that has more pros than perhaps it lets on, with Ryan DL and Jake Hill in that car. Yes, it's a Pro-Am entry, but they're pretty talented and have risen up to 4th position now. But just say 1 minute at this stage isn't too bad, because so much can play out with code 60s to shuffle you around. It's so hard to predict, but certainly a disadvantage, of course. But a long way to go.
It is, yeah. That's going to put them on the back foot a little bit. As the 9, we're going back code 60 again. No, there is not a problem with your stream, whether that be visual or audio. We are going back code 60 again. It is not like a stuck record, but it feels like it, as the 965 MDM car is going to have to require intervention, so it will be picked up and put back onto the circuit. Code 60 indeed we go, with 4 hours and 22 minutes left in this first part of the Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello. And probably a perfect time for our own driver change in the commentary box.
Yes,
I'm going to go and have a nice
food.
bit of lunch, and the very capable Bruce Jones will step into my seat in a moment, just as he's derobing at the moment. Don't get excited with it, ladies and gentlemen, too much. This is radio, of course. As Bruce jumps into the chair. A pleasant lunch, Mr. Jones.
Magnificent lunch, thank you very much. Every army marches on its stomach, and it seemed there's not lots of incident when I was down having lunch. I'd look up, I'd look down, there'd be code 60, but the track is definitely drying out. That's good news. And let's see how everybody gets on. But that penalty, as I was walking back into the booth for Era Motorsport, could be a factor. Ben, you're quite confident that they may be able to smooth out that little ruffle in their path over the remaining hours in this race. Of course, we've still got 4 hours and 20 minutes of today's opening 7 hours, but you know, in all forms of endurance racing, it's about minimising your penalties. It doesn't mean don't have any. It's almost impossible to have none. But certainly it's a little factor. They've just got to be on their toes and read all the other situations as they unfold in front of them. But what we really need in this race is a stint where it's green flag for long enough to people to get back in the swing. Some of the crews, when you had code 60, goes back green, code 60 again, guessed right in terms of getting extra fuel into their tanks, but others realised the queue was going to be too long. They just happened to be in the wrong part of the lap, the early part of the lap when the code 60 was thrown. And the last thing you want is to come in and wait in line for your fueling. Any advantage you're going to gain is going to be thrown away.
And that is why, at this stage, penalties, yes, it's a minute where you're stationary, but you can have that same situation happen, losing a minute in queuing for fuel, or getting the code 60 slightly wrong, or it doesn't fall in your favour. So we so often big up problems early on in the race, and then find by the end of the race they have absolutely no influence on the result. And you sometimes go, oh no, that's one of our favourites has got a big problem, and actually in the end they still win.
Yeah, it's also about just being sure that you're on that lead lap at the end of the first 7 hours of this 12-hour race. And if you fall just by dint of a small penalty the wrong side of that margin, you're just suddenly a lap down by dint of, let's say, 5 seconds, and it really does hurt you a bit. But you've still got 5 hours to come back and play again on the Sunday. But looking around the screens, I know the cars aren't kicking up spray because they're going at code 60 pace, but the track is much drier. It is brighter. You can see the top of the mountains in the background. You certainly couldn't do that when we came into the circuit this morning, and even more certainly couldn't do it at the start of the race when suddenly we had the first really heavy flurry of rain.
Yeah, and I think this is where the Michelin tyre struggles a little bit because it's not quite as soft. It is still retaining its structure, which is there to get rid of water, but there's not much water to get rid of. And so, you know, you want the F1 Pirelli style where the intermediate tyre chews up so much and becomes a slick tyre. That's sort of where we're not quite at yet, but if it stays like this in an hour or so, I think that's where you'd want to be. This is code 60 number 9. We're about 46 minutes of code 60 running of 1 hour and 47 minutes of race running, and Diana is down the pits.
111 Racing IRC GT car is now back in the pit lane. The team are taking, well, it's been taken off the truck. They're just lowering it down on the pit apron, and it's obviously causing a little bit of congestion down here, but they seem to be working as hard as they can. I can see a lot of gravel and grass in the front of the car. I don't see any major damage to the left-hand side. They're just turning it around now. The bonnet is slightly loose, but they're going to get that back into the garage. They said they've got lots of parts, so they are definitely going to work hard to see if they can get that back out and on track. And I know that Grant, who was behind the wheel, is obviously pretty upset, doesn't want to talk at the moment, but I'll go back and have a chat with him a little bit later.
I imagine frustrated as well, because it really did look as though over the course of a couple of laps he just couldn't get on top of the car. The car was sort of had
it
a
seemed
mind
to just
of its
go
own.
away from him, didn't it, when
Yeah.
he actually started that spin out.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a nice drone shot of the recovery process, which, yes, if Holmgard Motorsport wants to pit right now, or even Ebby Motors, they are not going to have any opportunities.
Holmgard were just in a few minutes before, so before they actually took it off the truck, they came in, did their stuff, changed driver and went back out.
As if they knew.
Yeah. And it stopped raining down here in the pit lane. Just thought I'd let you know that.
And we go back to green. So we go on board with Proton Uber competition. Manuel Lauk still leads. He's just come out of the pits. We think he still leads, with Matis Weibo in second with half a lap difference.
Yeah, and again, this is the point at which you hold your breath. And will anyone spin at the start of the rejoin? Yes, the E2P Aston Martin has gone around, but the track is as dry as it's been. So that was just a case of not a lack of grip per se from rain, but simply from tyres that lost their pressure, lost their temperature, running at 60 kph. And that's been a car that's been going very smoothly through this race, just around the tail of the top 10. But alas, as it sits with its nose in the middle of the track, or two-thirds of the towards one side, the engine is running, waiting for a gap to rejoin, but you know, all your good work just gets crumpled up and thrown into the waste paper basket, doesn't it? Now he's got to drive on the grass, and that's been wet all morning, and he's going to, on the other side of the track, then he's going to rejoin, but a lot of rear wheel spin there, and gets it back on terra firma, wet terra firma, and always that element, Ben, when you drive on the curbs, the track might be drying out, but the curbing is always wet after there's been rain, consistent rain as well.
And you explained how this area has been affected by flooding. That means that the grass isn't just wet, it is sodden, and he was trying to go uphill there on the grass. That was lucky that he did not get bogged down Oscar Piastri style from last weekend's Grand Prix, because Paolo Buguera was asking for trouble there, and he has managed to get out. He was heading for a sausage curb as well, just to stop his progress, but just about missed that, and will potentially drop from 12th position, but there was a big gap to the first of our 992 cars.
Yeah, I mean, it's, what you forget is on a circuit like this with a lot of gradient, it's one of the steepest parts of the track. Trying to go even across level wet grass is one thing, but trying to get it harness all the power and get back up the slope, and then, as you say, cross the curbing onto the track. But he's managed to do so. Tyres will have been messed up a little bit there, but coming back round, I don't suggest he'll need to go into the pits. And he. It's always interesting when you've reached. Oh, actually,
wow.
So, you know, just trying at full pace and snaking around. But again, even though we talk about the track drying out, there is very much the racing line that's dry. But anything beyond, even though it looks fairly dry to the eye, it definitely is not. But right. Apart from that little spin for the E2P Racing Aston Martin, the first lap, 2 laps after the restart have gone smoothly. That's the moment at which the danger of a code 60 sort of slightly dissipates. Everyone's now got right temperature in their tyres, temperature in their bread.
Change for second place here. Felice Jelmini looks to the outside of Matthias Weibo. Remember, Jelmini losing time in the pits, being in the pits when it was green flag. Wasn't able to do it all the way around turn 1, but had the inside line for turn 2. Does seem as though at turn 2 a lot of people running around the outside, the karting wet line, rather than using the racing line. Seems to be better there. Unfortunately for Felice, having to take the racing line, but the shorter distance travelled put him up to second position, 45 seconds back from Manuel Lauk at the moment.
Yeah, this is the start of his second season racing GT3 cars, but for Felice it's been TCRs for many years, but he's really adapting very well indeed. And Pelin Racing being impressive, they decided not to start the number 23, the sister car, which was the 488 GT3, just because, I don't know, I think they were slightly concerned about the 2 days of potential rain and decided to maybe keep that car for later in the season. Still 4 more rounds of the European 24H series for 2025, and maybe that was a wise decision, maybe not. But anyhow, now people are learning about the tyres they didn't know much about before the start of today, which is how Michelin's wet tyres would work for them. Up the slope from that fantastic double apex first corner, and again the deep line into turn 2. If you don't get grip on the outside line, then you've got painted curbing, and then you've got gravel. So you've got to be sure. But right from the formation lap, you can see the front runners going very, very deep, staying right when they wanted to be turning left until quite deep into that second corner, into Lucco. But clearly it works for them. There is not just up and down in this track, but certain points on the circuit it's slightly banked there that pulls you to the left and then drops away. Not so much for banking when you get to the third corner, Poggio Secco, and that's why we saw so many cars, even in the drive, running over the curbing into the gravel trap and then bringing it back onto the circuit. But one of the hardest corners is turn 6 when you're going down the slope from Casanova to Savelli, and we've seen an awful lot of people getting it wrong there. And if you get it wrong, you're then going to get your entry to the next corner, the first Arrabbiata, because it follows very soon afterwards. You're going to be all over the place, and certainly it can cost you big time. Quite a few spinners down there.
One of the interesting... Oh, another spin from the 901. Keeps it out the gravel, though, so should be able to continue. He does. Who's in the 901 at the moment?
Well, it's his car. It's Ajith Kumar. The name's on the door. The name's on above the door as well. So, super popular actor from India who just brought so many fans to Dubai 24 Hours, getting it wrong. And the E2P Racing Aston Martin, by the way, is short-cutting back to the pits. Instead of turning to Savelli, it goes off at turn 6. That means the first part of the lap doesn't count for anything. He's starting the lap all over again, albeit in the pit lane. But that's the car that had a rotation as soon as we got going. For the latest restart. Ajith Kumar is running back at a more normal pace. He's on the black stuff now, but changeable conditions, and even if you're just changing from slightly wet to almost dry, you know, it's just a point of evolution. And again, it's driving experience. So Ajith started racing a long time ago in single-seaters, but his acting career took him away from all that. But it's good to have him here, and he'll be loving it. He's looking forward to the circuits through the remainder of this season. Next stop, Spa-Francorchamps. That sounds good, doesn't it?
Curiously, the Aston Martin there, Huguera, missing half a lap, therefore that whole palaver doesn't count at all for anything. He must be very, very desperate. I mean, he can't be desperate on fuel because he's only been in the fuel area a short period of time. He's now heading into his pit box, so there must be some damage there for that car, which is, we never saw any collision with any barrier.
No, it was an innocuous spin all on his own, ended up sort of half on the track, half off, but unless he damaged the car restarting going up the slope on that wet grass. But it might be a driver confidence thing. He just might have something in his mind that he felt tipped him into that spin. Luckily no other cars around him.
Another change. This is Sergiu Nicolai trying to go around the outside of Matthias Weibo, and at that point it didn't work. But such was the confidence, he fired it down the inside and made it happen at turn 2. We saw just the very end of that in live. They were very lucky when I was in pit lane, the AB Motors guys, to get themselves pitted under green flag conditions just before code 60 came out, which meant they were able to fully fuel and get the whole service done. And then the code 60 encouraged everybody else into the pits. Meanwhile, they were already done. So that worked well for them, and they've managed to make that work in a way that the Lamborghini, who was in a similar situation, the ARC Bratislava car, hasn't really taken advantage of it. But that's a fully AM car, so it's kind of expect it to fall down the order once once the most pro driver got out of it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's fortune landing in your lap. But I must say that the pace of Matus Vibo, he's really, no wonder he got passed by Sergio Nicolai. The last lap, there was a 6 seconds between them in terms of pace. So the Erstwhile race leading number 56, Ferrari from Scuderia Praha, for now falling down the order. But pulling away at the front of the field is Manuel Laut, Proton Huber competition. Porsche weren't really anywhere. It was all about Ferrari and Mercedes in the dry conditions in qualifying or following practice. But ever since the start of the race, when Manuel Laut was really pushing on, that car has been looking very handy indeed. Felice Gelmini is trying to give chase. In fact, he's faster. Last time around, took about 2.5 seconds out of the race leading Porsche. So Ferrari still in the mix, and Pellin Racing came here, I think, with high hopes, but didn't really show their hand when it went through practice. But they've been getting better and better through the course of the race. And Felice Gelmini, I heard just like nipped off for lunch, Peter extolling his virtues, because he really got stuck in and put in some really great sector times. Peter went and crunched all the sectors overnight and came back saying, well, yeah, like Ferrari can really string them together. And one of the stars was Felice, so that's now being proved as well out on the track.
Yeah, Felicia's actually, since being in that car, has done 4 different pit stops, but has stayed in the car throughout them. We've seen lots of those stops as the 44 Lamborghini runs perhaps a little too wide. You can run wide, yes, of course, and I imagine that Italian flag paint is FIA spec paint, which has a sand in it, which gives it some grip. That is what's recommended to paint all the white lines at any FIA grade circuit, and most importantly FIM grade circuit, to give the paint some grip. But when you go to street circuits, it's not necessary. So a big slide on the entry into, can't recognise where we are there.
I'm just thinking it was a Arrabbiata 1, so they'd come down the slope to Savelli, and again, if you run deep in the corner, your options become limited quite quickly, and the Lamborghini driver got away with that. Gerhard Twerres, the Austrian, he's running in 8th place overall, lapping a lot faster than the heart of racing Mercedes and Hannah Grisham that's in 7th, so I guess that's why he got sight of her and was going, right, here's my target. And, you know, you just get encouraged to maybe just attack a little more. But what we have to say, if you're just joining us and you're looking at, oh, it's a dry, they're using the windscreen wipers, but it's dry, there's no spray from the cars. Conditions are changing all the time. These are the best they've been since the drivers were out in qualifying. 2 days of sunshine, almost spring-like weather here, and it's reverted to much cooler temperatures here on the Saturday. This is the 7-hour segment of the race. We've got 5 hours to complete it on Sunday here at Mugello. The drivers loving the experience, but for this race, they're learning about the 2025 Michelin wet weather rubber for the first time, and it's not always ideal to be doing that when you're in racing circumstances, but we're now quite a while in, and it's been quite a while since we've heard from Di. Let's find out what the latest news is.
Number 90 E2P Racing, Aston Martin Vantage came into the pit lane, as you saw earlier. You talked about it had a spin and went off track. That car has come back into the garage, and the team have taken the car into the garage area. They tell me that after the spin it lost power, but when it came in to the pit lane, obviously there was lots of grass and stuff in the front grille, so they're doing some electrical checks now and checking throughout the car, but it's still sitting in the garage. They've obviously taken the front off the car to have a more in-depth look to see if they can find it, but they were sort of shaking their heads a little bit to find out why that power loss had happened.
And we also saw it spitting a lot of flame, didn't we, as it was coming back to the pits, almost as though it was consuming unburnt fuel in the exhaust system, which is a telltale mechanical sign that there's something going on, but more often than not, it's an electrical problem, as Karina Gosner has once again spun around in that Mercedes. It's the second time the MP Racing car is facing the wrong direction. Good, though. She's found some tarmac to spin on this time, and that means we don't have to go code 60 to retrieve her.
Sitting all wheels off the circuit on the exit to Savelli, just before the entrance to the first of the two uphill right-handers at Arrabbiata 1 and 2. But windscreen wipers going, lights flashing, either waiting to rejoin or has some problem. I can't see why, unless the marshal's saying, stay, stay, stay. We have a handful of cars coming down the slope to Savelli, and now she goes. The GT4 Mercedes from Venture goes on past. Who's at the wheel of that? Matthew Higgins, a second driver in that car. Going very nicely in class, but actually it's fallen back to 3rd in class. In fact, the pace has changed a little bit. That's now the Lotus leading the way with Massimo Abati top in GT4. On the start-finish straight, there is still spray to be had when you get a whole grouping of cars. Let's take a look at the pace of the cars at the front of the field. It's the car in second. It's Felice Gelmini who's the quickest of those front runners, almost 2 seconds a lap faster than Manuel Lauk last time around. So Pellin Racing having a go at taking down the chunk. It's under 40 seconds now to race leader the Proton Huber competition car with Manuel Lauk on board. Quite a few of the crews, Ben, have got their third driver on board the car, but certainly for the race leading crew from Proton Huber competition, they've only stuck with the race starting driver. Manuel Lauk has had a good old run in that, and Klaus Bachler popped in. He's the superstar in that car. He's been doing extraordinary things in Porsche 911s for many years, but they've still got two of their drivers who haven't been out in this race.
Yeah, they've used the best two, really, the strongest two, and Lauk's done nearly 2 hours of the running of, what, 3 hours that we've been going so far? Nearly, not quite. So really has done the lion's share of it, and Klaus Bachler doing the rest means that maybe that car is artificially higher than it can possibly be come race end. The combination of all the different drivers, especially in this series where there is such a difference, does make reading the picture very, very hard at this early part of the race.
Oh, look, Ben, even in qualifying it was difficult. You had 3 sessions for each of the categories, and you had your aggregate time across all 3. And you had to put your least experienced driver in first, so you could have a car that's actually got a very good least experienced driver, so that's the top of the tables. And then you've got to be mated to your quicker drivers who go in sessions 2 and 3. So it really was up and down. I thought it was a fantastic qualifying format, but you had some teams that were first after the first, second session, second after the second, then 12th after the third, as they knitted all their bits together. So it was chopping and changing, as is the weather here. But now even in getting to see the mountains the far side of the valley, so things are definitely improving. But northern Italy has had a lot of rain in the past 10 days. Landslips making the roads around here, a lot of them being closed while they're clearing it up. Overnight rain released yet more mud. But out on the circuit, it is a brilliant circuit. Things are looking as good as they were before the cars went to the grid this morning, where there's been spit overnight, spit drizzling on the grid, and then suddenly on that second formation lap, down came the rain, and ever since it's been increasing, decreasing. And I must say, we've had a few spins, a few moments, but actually I think they've kept their nose very clean so far. On tyres, they do not know. That cannot be stressed enough. They're getting used to the new Michelin wet weather rubber. We've had other rubber for this series in the past, but it's a learning process. Not in how much tyre grip have you got, how much circuit grip have you got in this circuit. A lot of drivers haven't been here. Tom Coronel made me laugh. 30 years since he was last here. Just the mere 30 years.
And it sounded as though if you didn't quite pick your tyre pressure correctly and you didn't get the tyre in a window, then it really wasn't working for you at all. And there was a lot of chat down in the pit lane during the hour that I was down there that you couldn't get the tyre working. You could see drivers going out and just sliding for no real reason. But if you worked them hard, if you had the pressure in the right window, if you then generated that temperature, then they came to you and were working nicely, and most importantly, seemed to be able to last.
Yeah, and entirely. Actually, one of the interviews that stood out to me was with Ian James from Heart of Racing, because he was saying just basically it was frightening out there. We had the wrong pressures, and the car just didn't want to do what you wanted it to do, so he tumbled down the order. The car started, car number 27, great livery there, there's sort of 2 shades of blue, the yellow flashes on the side of that Mercedes. It's not like Ian doesn't know a Mercedes AMG, but it was a voyage into the unknown on the wrong tyre pressures, and the car, he knew what it could do, wasn't entirely sure what it could do on the tyres, and then he realised that other people go better, they clearly had more grip. But it's a learning process, and it's due to be raining again tomorrow, so it's essential they pick up all the performance and understanding they can. Hannah Grisham driving the car now, third driver in that cycle, is 7th overall. Gerhard Theresa is just a second or two behind her, nearly 3 seconds down actually, in 8th place in the ARC Bratislava. Lamborghini giving chase, and not too far behind we've got Maxi Partel as well, the Hofer Racing Mercedes. So 3 cars just at the tail end of the top 10, covered by about 5 seconds. That's a little battle to keep an eye out for.
And Heart of Racing almost ignoring the fact that we've had Code 60s and all of the tomfoolery from Race Direction. They have done their strategy. They've each done a big chunky 2-hour, 1.5 hour stint, and then pitted and changed driver. So we've seen Gray, Ian, and now Hannah in the car. They haven't been coming in and out in between times to do half a tank of fuel here or a new set of tyres there. They've just stuck to it very conventionally, and they still sit in a decent position. So it's so hard to really predict how to best treat a Creventic race, because there are all these opportunities, but sometimes they don't seem to actually make much of a difference, oddly.
Yeah, and I think again, Ian was saying, right, okay, we went out, we got it wrong with the tyre pressures, we'll learn, we've got to form, but he wasn't panicking. You know, it's a race split 7 hours today, 5 hours tomorrow. Try and stay on the same lap as your rivals, then you can close right up when the grid is formed overnight. The cars park on the start-finish straight, get covered up, get unveiled in the morning, and we'll start again. So it's about not losing a lap, and they're learning as they go. Hannah's doing a really good job here, learning the circuit, getting a feel for the place. And for Gray and Ian James, well, it's just stay cool, stay calm. Let's see what happens on the Sunday. But you look down the list, the front-running car, the race-leading Proton Huber competition car, 6 pit stops. Their car down in 7th place, just the 2. Driver 1 to driver 2, driver 2 to driver 3. No extraneous pit stops. Maybe they could have gained a position or 2, but I think learn the car, learn the tyres. That's what they're doing today.
Hannah here under a bit of pressure. 7th position at the moment. Lamborghini just behind our graphic right there in 8th, and then Bartel also part of this little battle. So 3 GT3 cars fighting over 7th position right now. And at the moment, Hannah's pace better than she managed at the start of her stint. Her average is a 2:17, but she's down to a 2:13 on that last lap. And perhaps the sight of the bright yellow ARC Bratislava Lamborghini urging her on.
Yeah, that's one of the few that actually stands out on a dull day when it's giving chase. Very sort of acidy yellow with multicoloured flashes on it, but it's getting closer and closer. Up the rise along the start-finish straight, they go down towards the first corner, San Donato, and it's still 7th place for Hannah. Grisham going deep into the first corner. A lot of drivers taking that line. It's a rather smoother exit there, and all along the car, the Lamborghini is giving chase, is catching her, and in turn Maximilian Bartel in the Hofer Racing.
Oh, no.
Mercedes is the one that is catching the pair of them, and Seb Lejeune Racing. It's not their first, it's not their second. It might be the 3rd spin for the Treble 8 car, and will that make us code 60? No messages as yet, but it's parked in the gravel.
Absolutely.
Beached at effectively turn 2 there, crest of the slope.
And it's Seb in the car again. It was him earlier on that had the spin, and he got out of the car when I was down in the pits, and he's back in the car again and back in the gravel again, I'm afraid. And that's a great battle that we were watching. Look, 3 Mercedes and a Lamborghini now temporarily put on hold as we go code 60.
Yeah, code 60 just striking a couple of seconds time. Race lead, by the way, 38 seconds between the Proton Huber competition Porsche of Manuel Lauck and Felice Gelmini, who's been quicker and has been closing in, but the pinky purple flags around the circuit. It's code 60 down to 60 kph, slower than a snail, crawling pace. But of course, in a group of cars, looking at the 7th place battle, heart of racing, Hannah Grisham tucked in behind and only just behind Gerhard Twereza in the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, and right behind Maximilian Bartel in the Hofer Racing Mercedes. I think are waiting to pounce when the circuit goes green again. But it was turn 4, actually, where Materazzi caused a lot of trouble for the drivers early in the race when it was particularly wet. And unfortunately, though it's rather dry, Seb Lejeune has rotated his purple and white 992 Cup class car. And it's sitting, windscreen wiper still beating, but it's beached in the gravel. Only just about a car length off the edge of the circuit, but in the gravel it is stuck.
A lot of teams, I believe, will want to take advantage of this to go back into the pits and fuel. We've got a lot of drivers on 1 hour stint lengths. Already we've seen early into the pits, Matthias Weibo for Scuderia Praha Ferrari. He was able to come in straight away. Of course, it matters where you are on the circuit versus when the code 60 is called. But that has worked out quite nicely for Matthias Weibo. And we'll see.
Come into the pit lane right now. They're changing tyres. It doesn't look like they're changing drivers. And that's a very quick stop by the team there, so that car has made its way out. 56 Ferrari has come into the pit lane right now. They're changing tyres. It doesn't look like they're changing drivers. And that's a very quick stop by the team there, so that car has made its way out. Now, on the pit apron, I can see the Proton Huber competition number 73 GT3. They're waiting with a driver at the ready. The crew are out all on the pit apron, but that's it for the moment. But I'm seeing lots of other teams coming out now, so I expect in a couple of minutes I'll be back to you with more updates as they all make their way into this pit lane area.
Indeed, look behind you, a whole flurry going in that 7th place battle coming into refuelling. All together as they were on the track, except for the Lamborghini. Never likes to come in, the ARC Bratislava car. So Gerhard Twereza jumps from 8th, and bear in mind he was the back of that trio, but catching the other two. Now he's got the track cleared for him. However, I think the important thing is that Manuel Lauk is in the pits in the Proton Huber competition car. He was 38 seconds clear from Felice Gelmini's number 29 Ferrari from Pellin Racing, and was being caught little by little, but now he's come in to get the fuel. And the car, the one Heart of Racing team, they only had 2 visits to the pits. They're only on their 3rd. They've been very, very parsimonious, as has the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, but for the first time they have come in during a Code 60.
I've got a theory, Bruce Jones, that when I left the commentary box, handed over to Ben, we were green, and I went and had the bike to eat, and I've come back, and it's been green all that time, and I literally stepped back into the commentary box, bang, full course purple. So if any team strategists want to put maybe an AirPod on me to see if I've left the commentary box, you're going to be green flag if I'm not there.
Yes, it's amazing how when in the commentary boxes over the years you have a commentator change, and coming in, say, Spa 24 Hours, Martin Haven and I, going through the night, a 9-hour stint, you go in, and within 2 minutes, you've gone to full yellow, and you go, oh, we wanted them to race, and then you get fog coming down, and of course, last year, the Nürburgring 24 Hours, well, that was really quite something, with fog, and more fog. Conditions have certainly improved. It was just starting, it stopped raining when you went out to get some nose bag, get some lunch, but it's brighter now. All around the circuit, it's much brighter, but we're still getting cars slipping off. And what you probably didn't notice as you were pacing down to the catering mansion was the fact that as soon as you go back from Code 60 to green, you think, please, everybody get around the first lap. We had the E2P Racing Aston Martin going for a loop. I don't know, is that still in the pit lane? Let's have a double check. It's tumbled down the order, yeah, it has, and it's still in the pits. They feared there was a problem with that, a mechanical problem, whether that happened before or after. But again, that was a car that had been going so well, and really unfortunate. But as long as they can get that going, it'll come out. But what it is now is 10 laps down on the race leader.
That's such a pity. Pablo Berguera was the last person to drive that car. I did notice that on the screens in catering. And the temperature outside is actually reasonably pleasant, and yeah, the rain has gone off. Forecast-wise, in terms of while I check the forecast, let's get down to Dana Binks in the heat of the pit lane.
The Manamauri Energy by EBI Motors, the number 95 Porsche. That came in as well. Again, a very well executed pit stop, change of tyres and a driver change for that team. But these crews have really got this down to a T, haven't they? They are incredibly slick on these pit stops. Even in these, challenging conditions that they're all facing. Now, a few other cars that are back in or coming into the pit area now is the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, the 69. That is just pulling up onto the pit apron now. Tyres are at the ready. Crew are jumping in to change tyres. Driver change for those guys as well. So I think, as you said earlier, they're making the most of this opportunity to come and do these changes now to get back out there.
Looking at the forecast at the moment, showing at this exact moment, it's showing a 49% of rain. Well, 51% chance of it not, and it's not raining outside. Then it stays fairly consistent until 4 o'clock, where there's a slightly increased chance of rain, and then drop.
But that's just picked up in the last few minutes.
That's never good.
Are you confident on your hat choice at this point? You don't want one with the brim, do you?
I might have to choose that one from the next episode.
In around the time that we'll go to the checkered flag of this first portion of the Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello, when we get to 4 o'clock local time, it does the chance increases quite a lot, and then drops back down to the lowest chance it's been heading into the checkered flag of this first portion at 6 o'clock local time. At which point it'll be starting to get quite dark, because official sunset here is 6:29 p.m. Now, given that it's pretty grey anyway, it's going to be pretty gloomy by that stage.
Yeah, what we had yesterday afternoon at about 4:30, it felt as though it was going into evening, and then it actually brightened up. By the time we got to the end of qualifying, it was no darker than it had been an hour and a half before, and then actually the evening fell quite quickly after that. Change of driver in the race-leading Proton Huber competition, Porsche. That's car number 73. Jörg Dreisau, third driver in that cycle. It was started by Manuel Lau. Klaus Bachler did a short time in the car. They're saving him for a little bit later on, quite clearly, and we're also waiting for the fourth driver in that crew, Laura van den Hengel, Dutch racer, who's an AM in that crew, getting her chance to come out and play. Still on it, that 73 Porsche from Proton Huber competition, deep into the first corner and too deep, so across the paint. 60 and flurry of cars coming in and out, and that included them coming in from the lead and returning to the circuit. Windscreen wipers still on it, that 73 Porsche from Proton Huber competition, deep into the first corner and too deep, so across the paint, luckily manages to get the car turned to the right and up the hill. Again, that is a driver just getting accustomed to the car, to the grip, to tyres they've not competed on before. I have to keep saying that because each new driver in is having their first experience. Beautiful weather here on Thursday, lots of testing. On Friday, dry weather. And they were desperate to try the wet weather tyres, and now they can, but they're doing it through the course of the race.
So Jörg Dreisau is an AM driver, as you say, Bruce, in the car. Going to be trying to hold off Sabino De Castro for the number 95 Manamuri Energy team, who have been working the strategy all the way through these Code 6s, just dragging themselves up the order. Sabino's a really impressive driver, actually, in that crew. So we'll see what he can do, and see if he can put in some hot pace. At the moment, the gap is 33.9 seconds. So all of a sudden, we have a Porsche 1-2. Porsche were, I can say they're nowhere, but they were struggling in the dry.
They were just ahead of nowhere.
Yes, just ahead of nowhere. But in the wet, they've just worked it well. And the first of the Ferraris is the Scuderia Praha car in third. ARC Bratislava's Lamborghini, by dint of being in the pits a lot less, are in fourth. And then Lisa Clark has jumped aboard the Pellin Racing Ferrari. And we heard from her coach, Kyle Marcelli, he said she does enjoy the wet. So she is more comfortable in those conditions. So let's see how she gets on, because Pellin Racing, they've been quick all day.
Yeah, no, they really have. I mean, they worked their way up the order very nicely indeed. Let's look down through the classes. The 992 Cup class, it seems to just belong at the moment to Mulder Motorsport. They're leading that, and Martin Rump did the early running. Then Valsa Sviedris is the driver on the board at the moment, 11th place overall. Next car in class is the Red Camel Jordan's team. He's down in 14th place and lapping quite a lot faster. Let's take a look at the second flying lap, of course, after the Code 60, and see what it settles down to. But equally, looking at the front end of the field, what we saw before is for Scuderia Praha, Matus Weibo just wasn't on the ultimate pace that we saw set by teammate Joseph Kral, and was falling down the order a little bit. Let's see the next, so we'll look at the timing screens in about a minute's time and see what they're doing on the second flying lap. One driver who's desperately trying to have a little bit of a thrash and go past is Gerhard Twereza. He's in fourth place. He's right on the tail of Matus Weibo now, so we could have a change. And of course, ARC Bratislava, Miroslav Konopka's team, is one of those that decided not really to do all these little stops under Code 60s. They've done, bar one, they've all been standard refueling pit stops. And right now, they could be rewarded. The one Lamborghini in the race, and certainly Gerhard is looking very confident in and comfortable in the 44 car, tucked in as the conditions become less and less gloomy. It's not a dry track, but it's a drying track. We'll see how it evolves. But then again, we could go and look at some more weather forecasts and see what's coming between now and the 6 o'clock conclusion of the first part of this race at Mugello.
Well, if it stayed dry, you know, if that wind that Dana Binks was mentioning stays and it doesn't rain again, it stays dry, you just don't know how things can evolve. Certain tracks dry faster than others. I have to say, I'm not exactly sure how quick, whether Mugello is a fast drying circuit or not. You think about circuits like Assen in the Netherlands, it dries really fast. Knock Hill actually dries incredibly fast.
Well, you know what, that's because the wind can get at both of their racing surfaces. But here, as you experienced on your first visit here, it's deep in its own little valley. So down at the bottom part of the circuit, not much of a chance. Possibly the stretch that would dry the most would be on the Scarperia side. You've got up to a fairly high point after Arbriata. There's a bit more, the hill isn't immediately above it. There's a bit more space, but it's not a Silverstone, it's not a Thruxton, it's not an Assen, that's for sure, in terms of allowing the wind to come in.
So it's more the cars themselves and the hot tyres with grooves in them actually clearing up the standing water and then clearing a line if it stays dry. But I love when we do motorcycle race meetings at Not Kill and it's wet, and all the solo guys, they're like, just send the sidecars out. Send the sidecars out. They'll dry it up for us, you know, like they're cannon fodder.
Exactly. A bit more rubber on the surface.
Very unfair. Very unfair. Yeah, ARC Bratislava, they've taken a totally different view to the rest. You know, you look at Pelin Racing, for example, they've just come in top up after top up after top up at each of those code 60s, whereas ARC, they've tried to go exactly the opposite and just fill up when they have to, but if they don't, they stay out and try and get the track position back.
Yeah, I think when you've started a little bit further down the order, what you crave is track position, and you hope that when it comes to the end of the 7 hours, the first 7 hours of the 12, where we conclude today's race at 6 o'clock local time, that they are on the lead lap. And at the moment, it's going quite nicely for them. They're not on the lead lap, but they're not a million miles off it. So, but Gerhard Twereza giving chase to Scuderia Praha, Lamborghini chasing Ferrari, going past the one and only Lotus in the race. That's running in the GT4 class, keeping out of trouble. And in terms of position in GT4, it is the Lotus. Massimo Abati leading the class, 6-7 seconds clear of the venture Mercedes and Matthew Higgins, with Jim Gebhardt in the CCS Racing Porsche very much in company. In fact, the 3 cars covered by really not a lot of time, 7 seconds in all. That's it.
I think we might have seen a change for the lead. In fact, we have. Sabina De Castro has gone through into the lead for Manamuri by Heavy Motors. So former 992 Cup class front runners now running a GT3R, the full fat Porsche GT3 car. They move up into the lead. They were actually, as they crossed the line at the last lap, they were 2.3 behind, but went 3 seconds quicker through sector 1. So they have quickly taken the advantage over from the 73 Huber car. The Jörg Dreisod just seems to be struggling a fraction in these conditions. Not so for Sabino De Castro in the splatter gun paint scheme on that Manamuri Energy machine with the Italian tricolore on the pillar of the door.
Started down here in the pit lane, very light at the moment, but there's some sprinklings of the rain appeared just in the last few seconds.
As you said that, the cars just started to put their windscreen wipers back on. They got to the point where the track had been dry enough for them, unless they went to a point where the water was still sitting on the circuit. They get the spray, and certainly are points, including the entry to the final corner of the circuit, Bucin, where you get spray. Other parts further around the circuit a little dry, but thanks Dai, always good. It's chopping and it's changing, the visibility is improving, but it's still much lighter and brighter than it was when we lined up for the race start this morning at 11 o'clock.
So yeah, confirming there is a lead change there. Sabina De Castro goes through at the front of the field. Jörg Dreisod just taking a bit to get up to pace in these conditions, and you can totally understand that. With how many cars have we seen chuck it off? And imagine that you jump aboard a car that's in the lead, and it's your responsibility. That's a really tough position, and Jörg Dreisod just taking his time here. And
well, he is.
Get his driver time done.
He lost 12 seconds to the more comfortable Sabine De Castro. But it's Porsche from Porsche, you said. We just swapped the order around, but better to spend a few laps squandering seconds here or there than sticking it in the gravel. You'd lose a whole lot more that way around. So I think that's Jörg Dreisod's approach. But bear in mind, he's very much the am in that car. Really only got racing last year, 2024, when he raced in the Le Mans Cup GT3 class for the Proton Huber team. So settling in, learning a new circuit. And again, you look at the championship for 24H Series and Seb Lejeune Racing, it seems to be the car that's taking the prize for the most spins. It's just added another one there, the 888, and it's again, that's the third spin that I've seen for the team owner, Sebastian Lejeune. Rear wheels in the gravel, front wheels of his purple Porsche just on the edge of the circuit, but unfortunately as the throttle was planted, the rear has advanced nowhere and it's lower to the ground, it's sunk in. Is that bogged down completely? There's a lot of gravel trapped behind the rear wheels within the wheel arch of that car. That could be another tow out, it could be another code 60.
I think it probably will for that. And yeah, looking at this number 73 Proton Huber competition car, between Jörg Dreisod and Laura van den Hengel, they've got to do 6 hours between them. across the next 2 days. And that can be split up how they want. But Manuel Lauk, the semi-pro, he can do as much as he likes. No minimum, no maximum. Klaus Bachler, they can use him for a maximum of 4 hours, as we do indeed go code 60. So, and with the rain starting, that's not a great time for a code 60, because then the tyres get cooler, temperature goes away, grip goes away, and it makes it even more difficult.
No, very much the case. And for Seb Lejeune Racing, this hasn't been a day to remember. However, they will be tumbling down the order. They're sitting in, where are we now? 20th position, 7th in class, 4th in the 992 Cup AM category. But that will be tumbling down the order. So they were still sort of in the mix, but having had 3 or 4 spins now, it's hurt them each time. And this one has been the worst. This has been for them when they're bogged down, can go nowhere. Marshall's just running up to that purple Porsche now, but still waiting for a rescue crew. There's no way with the rear end of that car so deep in the gravel. That is going to be driven out. It's going to need a tow.
Well, the Mugello circuit team have been very busy. Now, did he get a help here, Seb Lejeune? The 973 Porsche Cup car right in behind him. Really, really close. No, he spun on his own.
Yeah, it was Ricardo Pera giving chase, but you again had to look at the replay. It looks certainly Pera, you'd expect to be quicker. He was quicker, but he wasn't quite close enough to tap the rear. It was round on its own, sitting in the gravel trap.
Now, we may have our third different brand of lifting equipment here. We've had a Manitou, we've had a New Holland, but this bright green machine might well be a third different brand of lifting machine. They're all getting a workout. Maybe the Manitou's away at the fuel station.
I mean, this one is sort of Kawasaki Racing Green from many moons ago. The light, well, emerald green effectively, but mid green. It's light, it's bright, it matches the grass in the background on this rainy day. But Seb Lejeune Racing has no time for that. They just want their car back onto terra firma.
Yes, they do. Yes, we'll take any brand of lifting device. What do they call it? The telelifter? No, telelifter's got a little forks on it.
Let's not get into the minutiae, but I do believe you're correct.
Machinery.
Right, 4 wheels in the air on the treble 8 Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche, and that's at turn 5. It's just before you go down the slope. That's Casanova before you drop down to a corner that's caught out a lot of drivers. The bottom of the slope, Savelli. Actually, a relatively unusual place to go off. He clearly just understeered. It's a corner where...
Corinthau.
Oh, sorry, Okay, always when a car is lifted out of the gravel, you just hope and pray the driver is in some control of the car, and in terms of not dropping the gravel that it has gathered onto the racing circuit. And waiting for Seb Lejeune Racing to get to terra firma with gravel popping out, and luckily it was at the edge of the circuit. Hopefully that won't catch someone else out. It's been a day with very little grip for them, getting used to these wet weather tyres in changeable wet, full wet, slightly less wet conditions. Now it's almost dry. Seb Lejeune distributing a fair bit. It actually looks as though the left rear wheel is slightly at an angle, but it's not. It's just the mud on the sidewalls giving it a rather unusual appearance and making all seem other than right. But Seb Lejeune off the racing line, swerving left to right to get rid of the gravel. It's still popping and pinging as it hits the circuit behind him, but at least he did it away from where you should be racing.
Under 1 minute to go until we go back to green flag. Did we see that the CCC Kessel racing car came in with Marco Frezza it's still in fuel at the moment. Likewise, the Milner Motorsport car, which leads in 992, has come to the pits as well. They may well get caught on the hop here if we go back to green flag racing. Everybody, of course, at 60 kph right now until we go back to green flag racing. The Scuderia Praha car waiting for a bit of clear air, and off under the green flag, off they go, with the ARC Bratislava car right in behind. So they sit in third position. This is a battle over third position now between Praha and Bratislava.
Yeah, it was a 3-car battle, but when the car up the rear of their grouping, the Hofer Racing Mercedes, dived for the pits with Alexander Prince on board, we lost the third player, the one who was the quickest of the trio, right now on a track that's even drier than it was when we had that code 60 thrown for the 888 Porsche from Seb Lejeune Racing, entering the gravel and getting stuck there. Battle rejoined, but certainly in terms of pace, before the stoppage there, not the stoppage, the reduction of pace for code 60, it was the Lamborghini in Gerhard Tuarez's hands that looked the handier, and as soon as we go code 60 to green, I think we might need another. The number 71 Juta Racing Audi is in the gravel. Nicolas Michelin has got it wrong. That was 8th position. And now it's down at the first turn, halfway round. It's actually facing the drivers as they come in. It's very much a two-part corner. He's halfway round, but he's deep in the gravel, facing the drivers, looking back at turn 1, head metaphorically in hand.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's not what we want to see. That might well send us back to code 60. Yep, indeed, we've had the countdown as, the number 71 Circle K Audi beached in at the deep gravel traps. Meanwhile, let's get down to Diana Binks in the pits.
I am down here in the pits. I think you just said that's another code 60 going on behind me. So an ideal opportunity to grab Valters from Muller Motorsport from the number 921. You've just jumped out, I think, just before that code 60 came in.
Yeah, just in the last code 60 jump.
How was your stint out there on the track? We know it's very challenging for a lot of people managing the drivers and the traffic, but how's the car handling?
The car is great, and it's the most difficult part is to do it with the changing conditions, because so many code 60s, you come back to the track with full speed and you need to adapt to the track really quickly, because it was drying at some point, then again rain came, so it's changing all the time. And also the code 60s, it's not possible to get in some kind of rhythm, so you all the time need to adapt to new conditions. That's the hardest part.
In a way, it must be a little bit frustrating, because you're not really getting up to that race pace, are you?
Yeah, it's difficult. As I said, it's hard to get with this rhythm. You just all the time get there, and then the code 60 comes again. But it's understandable why it happens, because on the braking zones, it's really hard to judge that braking point. If it locks up, you're just out of the track, and it's difficult to get back here because the gravel is really if you get stuck, you get stuck, proper stuck.
It seems like the conditions, because we know the rain is sort of intermittent off and on, and it looks quite wet on some parts of the circuit, but it seems like a number of teams have been going off in these conditions, which it seems as if it's clearing, but it's not clearing. How would you describe it?
Yeah, when the track is starting to clear in these tricky conditions, when it's starting to get not wet but damp, sometimes it's even more slippery than when the rain comes more. So it's pretty much like driving on ice sometimes. And also it varies on the point of the track, because for the turn 1, in instance, it's not so slippery, but then again, in that part, the second sector of the track, it's more slippery again. So again, not all the track is the same also traction, so you need to adapt so much, each lap is different.
How crucial is it to start to understand the tyre at that point?
Yeah, of course, the tyre also, when the track gets drier, it starts to overheat, so you need to manage the tyres also, so you last all the stint. And if the rain comes and you are too high pressure, it's also really bad, so you need to manage the tyre also.
That's where the experience comes from.
Yeah, that's true. It's great to be with Molnar and all the teammates. Yeah, it's a really nice team. I'm happy to be here.
It's great to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Molnar Motorsport, always an impressive outfit. So much success at the Nürburgring, always a front-running team. And competing here in the 24-hour series, by our reckoning at the moment, it's Red Camel Jordans who've just moved back into the lead of 992. And on outright pace in the dry, it was a battle in qualifying between Red Camel Jordans and Molnar Motorsport, Bruce. But here in the wet, it's a battle really on the pit wall. It's a strategical, it's a cerebral battle between them today.
It very much is. You might say, oh, the pendulum's swung one way. No. Just they're chipping away. They've both got plans. They both have a lot of experience, Red Camels Jordan and Molnar Motorsport, in this form of racing, in this championship, in equivalent championships. And who's got it right? Hard to tell. But I thought that was a really interesting comment from Valtteri Sviedris there, that it's actually seems more perilous on the track. Now it's drying out a bit. When it was more wet, fully wet, it just seemed easier to attain the balance than you can now, because you're guessing, and it is drying quite fast. There's no sun to dry it out, but it has been brighter in the last 20 minutes, and it has been since the start, since the end of play yesterday after qualifying came to a conclusion just after 6 o'clock in the evening. So back to green flag racing. We are very nearly, in the next minute and a half, at the halfway point of the Saturday running. 7 hours of racing. We're very nearly at 3.5 hours elapsed.
And the battle rages on then between Scuderia Praha for third place and the 44 of ARC Bratislava with their Lamborghini, their first generation Lamborghini Huracan. So they're making the most out of that old paddock. Now, as if to rub salt in the wound for the number 71 Circle K Juta Audi, basically went into the gravel, caused the code 60, got lifted out, and got so excited, we're out, hey, let's go, hit the power, and went way through the code 60, went over 60 kilometers an hour. That will be a big penalty.
It really was. Again, I had a little pause there, a little sort of, actually quite a big sigh. It's just one of those things. It's actually completely understandable in terms of saying, I've lost so much time, I must not lose any more. And you press off, you forget. It's supposed to be a 60 kph maximum. So the gravel bed at the first corner has got some more and more interesting tyre marks through it. And I guess the best one so far in terms of the most traction through there was the Gebhardt Porsche Cayman that ran the whole way to the back. Nicholas Gebhardt at the wheel and bounced around on the grass just in front of the tyre balls on the outside. Other tyre marks go in and come to a stationary point from which they had to be rescued. Right, green flag. Can we get through these first 2 laps while they're getting the building up the speed again, getting the heat in the tyres, heat in the brakes? Can everybody behave, or are we going to have another spinner? We've certainly had a flurry of them. It'd be great if we could get to a period of green flag running, let the race settle down. Where are we in terms of who's leading what? Well, it's Sabine De Castro, Italian racer for Manamari, Energy by Ebi Motors, Porsche race that leading by, get this, 37 seconds of Jörg Dreisau in the Proton Huber competition car. But let's see how Dreisau is in terms of his lap pace. He was losing about 12 seconds a lap when he got passed by the number 95 Porsche from Manamari, but maybe he's gained the knowledge, gained the confidence, and now they're back to full green flag racing. He can press on. Battle for third place is still tough though, isn't it, Peter? Matus Faibo, Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and about 2 seconds behind him, maybe slightly, this is Gerhard Twereza in the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. Bear in mind, that has always been quicker in this stint than the car it's giving chase. So the battle for third is going to tighten up.
And if the circuit continues to dry, if the rain stays off, then that's really going to help. If we do go code 60 again at some stage, it's going to make it easier to get the tyre back in its window and be able to keep that tyre temperature up. Of course, the drier the road gets, the wet tyre temperature will increase quite significantly and to the point where it overheats and then it's time to come in and get slicks. Will we reach that point today? Well, we'll see. You never write anything off sometimes when it comes to the weather. Now, just a quick run through penalties in terms of those still to be served. The 965 MDM Porsche, that's the Coronel car, they still have a 60-second time penalty hanging over them for when Coronel broke the 60-kilometre speed limit coming out of the pit lane. We also have the 111 IRC car that's not respected the minimum sector time during a code 60. They've got 20-second penalty to serve. Again, the MDM car, this is another 6 seconds, so they've got 66 seconds of penalties to serve. Hope they've got a book on board. Car 907, this is the RPM Krone Racing car. They've got 32 seconds of penalties. In fact, I tell a lie, they've just served them. Scratch that. The only one left to be served is another one for the IRC, which is a further 2 seconds for not respecting minimum sector time. So I think they've got their 60 kph speed limiter button just set a little bit too ambitious.
I think it's on the imperial scale, 60 miles an hour. Right, it's getting brighter, or less grey, one could say here. The track is drying out, and some of the drivers still haven't been out in their cars for those crews that are running 4-driver lineup. And maybe, just maybe, when they do get it, they won't even get to experience a wet track, which is what the others have had to experience, A, because it's raining, and the fact they needed to experience it because they're getting accustomed to Michelin's wet weather tyre. Didn't get to try it now. And finally, the battle for second position has just changed because the Lamborghini had fleetingly got up into that position, and the Proton competition car has been passed. And at the same time, the Duta Racing Circle K Audi has had another off-track moment there for Nicolas Michelin, but he drove through the grass, kept going, and now up into second place, Matus Faibo. Basically, the battle for third place has become the battle for second place, and the car that's been deposed is Jörg Dreisau. Erstwhile leader, fell to second, now in short order, went to third, went to fourth.
Jörg Dreisau, all he's got to do, he's got to just get his driver time done safely. Don't get any penalties, anything like that. Just keep the car on the road and let you've got Klaus Barkler waiting in the garage, one of the best GT drivers in the world. There's job to be done as spin for the number 11 Hofer Racing AMG. Now, does it get back going again? It's Alexander Prince. That's a rare mistake for him. They're in 7th at the moment, 2nd in the AM class. In fact, make that 3rd in the AM class. This is at turn 3 and an area where we've seen so many issues. Poggio Secco, you're coming over that little crest and easy to make an error there. Many have spun it around there as through goes. Do they side by side for second position then between Twerarzer and Vibo? This is ARC Bratislava versus Scuderia Praha. Ferrari, they touch. They touch coming through turn 3 and side to side contact, and the Bratislava for Lamborghini goes through. Diana Binks down in the pits. What, Diana?
Sorry, I had turned my mic off. I was just to let you know that the 111 Racing, the IRC GTX car, has made its way back out. So they've repaired that car. It stopped at the end by the penalty box section, but it's now gone out and rejoined the track. So they did their best. They said earlier they wanted to see if they could get the car back out, and they've done that. So I think they've probably lost, 45 minutes, something like that.
About that, they'll lose a bit more time because they're back on the track. They can start serving some of the time penalties they've gathered. But I think their job is to get to the end of the Saturday running here and see how tomorrow unfolds. It's not another day, but it is another day. They have 5 hours, the 12 of the Mugello 12, and hopefully for the Australian crew they can have clean running. They've had their problems, they've had their delays, they've had the penalties, and now it can settle down.
28 laps they lost, but any issue at all for either of the Vortexes ahead, that could be, you know, similar fate for them. So they just got to keep on trucking, keep going. They've got those penalties served and keep on going. Great. This is a great stint so far from the 44 ARC Bratislava car. Gerhard Twerarzer, the 36-year-old Austrian, who was the 2006 Lista Formula A champion. So he's been racing a long time. His experience, class wins in GT World Challenge, GT Open, Super Trofeo, FIA GT. So he's an experienced driver. So this will not be his first rodeo in the wet in this kind of car. Yeah, for those listening in black and white, when you say Lista, that is Lista as in the tool company, the sponsor, L-I-S-T-A, not as in Lista sports cars in the 1950s, L-I-S-T-E-R. Just thought that was worth clarifying. I thought they were office supplies.
Is it office supplies?
Office design and supplies.
It could be.
Yes.
Actually, I think you're right, because they raced in the States for quite some while, didn't they? Freddie Lienhardt was the driver. Selection of cars. He's running all forms of sports car racing. I think even started in Interserie, that peculiar series where you had sports cars and Formula 1 cars with wings over their wheels, covers over their wheels. Right, Jörg Dreisau, he's back into 4th position. He's gradually improving his pace, but he's still north of 10 seconds off the, sorry, as I knock your notes, off the ultimate pace. But you said 5-10 minutes ago what he needs to do is complete his stint, get his driving time done, and that's precisely what he's doing now. Windscreen wiper blazing away, but it's not really raining. I think he could probably flip that off. Yes, he'll get spray if he gets someone overtaking him, but it is drying out now. Di mentioned a short while ago down the pits, a little bit of a breeze coming through. That may help blow the rain clouds away and dry what has fallen. But for a lot of the drivers now, they're just settling into their order. What they haven't enjoyed is code 60, green. You start running again, back down to code 60, tyre temperature drops, brake temperature drops, brain temperature drops. Now, we've had quite a few Ferraris leading this race, and one of them was the CCC Kessel Racing Ferrari. It's down in 5th place at the moment in the hands of Marco Frezza, but it has quite a long way to go. It's almost a minute it needs to gain to catch Jörg Dreisau in 4th. Is lapping faster, has actually, you know, close with every lap, but it just shows how that front group of cars has really stretched out. And all the time, Sabine de Castro just doing a really good job at the front of the race. Not the quickest driver out there by a second or two, but consistently on the money in the Mane Mari Energy by IBI Motors Porsche. And it's certainly the most commentator-friendly car to spot through the gloom at Mugello with that paint scheme on it, for sure. In the 992 category, the 909 of Luke Breukers leads by 8.5 seconds from Julian Hans's for Milne Motorsport. So the intriguing, exciting battle that we saw between these two cars in qualifying in the dry is playing out here in the race conditions in at the wet. Luke Breukers with his light blue helmet on. Easy to spot even through the slightly tinted glass there, and he's right behind one of the GT3 Ferraris. In fact, it's the Era Motorsport car driven at the moment by Dwight Merriman. So right now, last time by Merriman at 2:22, and
Red Camel with 2:21, so they're quite similar in pace, actually. In fact, Miller Motorsport are flying at the moment. They're 4 seconds quicker on the previous lap than Red Camel were, so that gap could come down quite quickly. Also, Ricardo Pera flying with a personal best lap time for that car throughout the whole race, 2:14.186. So there's an early indication that we're starting to get towards the best track conditions we've seen so far, as Luke Broiker's going to try and get past the Ferrari here, coming into Buccini. Up the inside he goes. Dwight Merriman gives him plenty of space. Broiker's just coming up the inside. They're side by side as they go around. Buccini, of course, the GT3 car have that little bit more grip, and in a straight line there's really not a great deal to tell between them as they go side by side down the start-finish straight as well. Merriman on the outside. Well, actually now it'll be back to Merriman on the inside as they head towards turn 1.
And Dwight Merriman, driver, decided, the American, that he wants to race in Europe this year, gain some experience of the great circuits here, and why not? Variety is important. Right in front of him. Luke Broiker's running too deep into the first corner, into San Donato. Not the first, won't be the last, but it's that moment. Have I got grip? I haven't got enough grip, can't turn in. Drives right through the gravel trap, onto the grass in the background, right against the tire wall, onto a little access road, and then rodeo rides onto his circuit, putting all sorts of muck right in the path of one of his rivals.
And that brings Julian Hanses right into the picture. The Red Camel car had a big lead there until just got it just too deep on the brakes there, into the gravel at turn 1, had to loop it around. Did exactly what the Gebhardt GT4 car did a bit earlier on, get it all the way to the grass on the other side, missed the barrier, drive back, and Luke Broiker's did a good job to get it back onto terra firma. But the problem is now he looks in the mirror and his nearest rival is right there, Miller Motorsport.
It was 10 seconds difference when they crossed the start-finish line, so that trip through the gravel, back across the grass, the curves, and getting onto the circuit cost the best part of that. It's now almost nose to tail. Down the slope to Savelli they go. Red Camels, Jordan still leading, car number 909, top in the 992 Porsche class, and right on his tail. The only other car that's shown really true pace in this class has been the one from Mulner Motorsport, and the third driver in that cycle, Julian Hanses, doing a very, very good, tidy job, the sort of job you'd expect from him in that. Good run from Valters Sviedris, but certainly the start driver, Martin Rump, the Estonian, you know, no wonder Porsche like him, no wonder they keep him on their books, because he has been very impressive. And Mulner Motorsport, of course, a lot of experience. You'd have watched them racing in the States for some years now. They had their overseas operation, I think it was based in Florida, DeLand in Florida, I think it is, that they were based at, but...
yeah, they ran LMP3 cars as well. As round goes, Hanses just goes round the outside of Broiker's at Corintau as they go through the Biondetti chicane, where normally they're going using all the paint there. So it's, you know, that's showing you that they can have got the grip there that they want to come up towards Buccini, the final corner. Now can Hanses, now that he's got the track position, can he pull away from Luke Broiker's here in terms of where they are on their stint? Hanses has been at the wheel for, let me see, he's been at the wheel for 18 minutes. Broiker's has been at the wheel for 1 hour and 24. So maybe Hanses just made a little bit fresher, actually, because the mental power required to drive at this speed and this type of condition is so difficult.
Look, in conditions that are mixed, on tyres you still don't know very well. I mean, it's a question of where, not if, you may have a problem. You are really, the permutations are so huge, but the confidence that Julian Hansen showed there, you really don't want to be going right out to the painted lines at the edge of the circuit, because that's where the moisture lies, and then suddenly your quicker lap ain't going to happen. You'll be getting a tank slapper, getting a moment through Poggio Secco, the third corner of the lap. Both the cars challenging for the lead in the 992 Cup class. The Mulner Motorsport entry, and tucked in behind the 909 of Red Camel Jordan, of Luke Broiker's, running right to the edge of the circuit. These are drivers confident in their cars, Peter.
They are, yes, and these are not easy cars to drive. They do not have traction control. These cars will be fitted with ABS. There's basically an optional extra Bosch system that you can fit to the cars. They don't run them in Carrera Cup Germany or in the Super Cup, but you can in an endurance spec put an ABS kit. In fact, in Carrera Cup North America they do put ABS on them, but no traction control. 500 horsepower rear engine car, of course. It's a unique thing, but the Broikers boys, they love that car. They adore it. They tried a GT3 Audi in Barcelona. They enjoyed it, but they love their Porsche GT3 Cup car more.
Well, you only find that out by trying another category, and of course they've been staunch supporters of the 24H Series run by Creventic for a long time, but the one in the team who's least happy this weekend is Father Evo, who hasn't got to race. He's got a a neck brace on at the moment, soft neck brace. Ricardo Berra comes in because he had a little off on an electric bike, and therefore has to be on the sideline this weekend. It's been some very quick laps from the driver who's come in from 16th place in a 992 Cup class, puts it in 4th position overall. But Ricardo Berra, so many years now, in about 3 or 4 years in the World Endurance Championship, did a very, very tidy job there. And you picked out the fact he was almost as fast as the very fastest GT3 runners in that stint.
Yeah, it was some really impressive pace running with Manthey Racing in the World Endurance Championship. So he'll be at Le Mans this year. He's won in the World Endurance Championship, Carrera Cup Italia, ELMS, Asian Le Mans, and won the Italian GT4 Championship back in 2021. So yeah, a driver with real potential for the future for certain. Scarperia Praha, they're of course former winners at this race on 2 occasions. If they could get to the checkered flag tomorrow afternoon, they would equal Herbert on 3 wins apiece. Let's get an update down in the pits with Diana Biggs.
You were just talking about Ricardo Berra, who just jumped out of the number 973 EBI Motors. So he's just had a quick drink. Ricardo, how was that stint out there for you?
Wow, it was very tricky, I have to say. It's very difficult to keep this 992 GT3 Cup on track, especially in these conditions. Very tricky situation with the code 60, as the restart, the tire were so cold, so every time was very difficult. But we managed to, I think, get into P1 again. Now let's see. I mean, it's like a survival race at the moment.
Is that where you sort of think about it a little bit more before you make a move? Are you sort of weighing everything up at the same time?
Yeah, it's very difficult. Now at least it was not so much water on track, so it was pretty easy to follow a car, but before it was very tricky, I have to say. So make a move was not the best out there. You need to be very sure about it, but I managed to have some moves, and let's see now what my mates are doing.
Are you satisfied as to how your race is evolving so far?
Yeah, so the start was not the best. We were like P6. Now we get again into P1 after my 2 stints, I think, 2 hours, more or less 2 hours. So now the other 2 my mates are going to the car, so let's see at the end of the day what's going on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ciao.
Ricardo Berra for the 973 Ebby Motors Porter Cup machine. Ebby Motors running 2 cars here. They, of course, they run the car that leads the race right now, the Manimori Energy machine, the full-spec GT3R. And actually, they did have a class win here last year. They ran the Porsche Centre Ticino car, but my memory serves me correctly. So they know how to win here at Mugello.
Yeah, and that's just been taken over from Ricardo Berra into the hands now of Davide Roda. So we'll see how he gets on. Right. People getting on board, these might be drivers having their first stint in the race, might go, what do you mean I've got to learn about the wet weather tyres? Because they won't be on them now. It's dry weather conditions. Still spray coming off the circuit here at Mugello. We've passed the halfway point in this race. A lot of cars will still be on the wet weather tyres, but I think right now anybody looking at a tyre change will be going, yeah, not actually quite slick weather yet, but it's going that way. However, grab your phone, look at the weather apps. No, actually it's way off. Let's face it, the fastest aggregate of the pole qualifying car was 1 minute 47 at the moment. I know we're stop-start, but only the very quickest will get under 2 minutes 10. Scratch that comment about the slick weather tyres. I was looking out the window rather than the lap times achieved.
The other issue is the temperature. The temperature's not there. I mean, it's not just the moisture on the surface, it's the temperature that the tyre works at. And if they're having tyre temperature issues with the wet, it's the drop. Well, you wouldn't even want to know what they feel like, I would imagine. I don't think anybody would want to know. Nobody would be brave enough or silly enough.
But imagine if you had decided, I think that it's going to come to us, but then you're having code 60, they cool down your slick tyres and you're trying to get them going. It take a few laps to get heated. It would be a nightmare. Right, what's happening at the front? Sabino De Castro leading the race by 1 minute 46 seconds. Matheus Vibo from the Scuderia Praha Ferrari has just come in to have a pit stop. He's in the refueling area. That's in 3rd place at the moment. That means Marco Frezza, CCC Kestel Racing, should be promoted to 3rd. That means Ian James has been making good progress in his 2nd stint. The Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes should also go up a position. But right now, for AB Motors with the Manamari Energy by AB Motors Porsche looking very tidy at the front of the race, running good pace. The next car in line is falling down the order. Jörg Dreisau at the wheel. That's the Proton Huber competition thing. So with every lap, their advantage is growing. Sabino De Castro, car number 95. It's a Porsche. Porsches were nowhere through dry practice, dry qualifying, but as soon as we got the rain falling today, suddenly they're right in the window.
We had a brief yellow flag at turn 3 at Poggio Secco, which has been a hot spot all day long, but it's gone back to green flag clear in that section. I mean, that's quite a quick corner in a GT3 car, 80 miles an hour through there, and you go over a crest. We've seen so many drivers, as they ask for the power, the rear just kick out and go. The marshals at that particular point, I hope they've got a big box of chocolate biscuits to keep them going, because they've been busy.
Certainly, yes. There we wanted the 5 hours today, the 7 tomorrow, but it's 7 hours today, add the 5 tomorrow. And the cars, if you're new to 24H Series race, they don't go to the pits, the pit garage overnight. They get parked in the position, in the order in which they are when the checkered flag falls after today's 7 hours. They stay on the grid overnight and they'll go out and resume tomorrow with 5 hours to go through to the checkered flag. And then we'll see who's on top, not just in the race, but in the various classes through the order. But right now it's Manamari Energy by AB Motors. It's a car that's very, very discreet in its race livery. It's black underneath, covered in bright pink, bright blue, bright green, bright yellow splodges of paint. And then you almost lose the red, white and green on the Italian tricolor on the B pillar of the car, because there's so much colour to contemplate. But again, it looks good in the day, it looks good at night.
And they're a team that have been together for so long and have competed in the series for so long. They, for me, one of their standout performances was when they got on the overall podium at the Sebring 24-hour in a 991 spec Cup car, Porsche Cup car. It was quite remarkable. They've had some great giant killing performances. They've won the Middle East Trophy in the past, and they're really, and do you know what, when we go and speak to them on the grid, they're always smiling. That's the biggest thing about it, this Manamori AB Motors team. This Porsche, it's interesting, like we said, didn't really have the pace in the dry, but in the wet seems to be going well, and the teams have played the strategy well. It runs as the second heaviest car in the field at 1,300 kilos. The Mercedes AMG is the heaviest in the field. Got 95 litres of fuel to use, but at the fuel stop they get 90% fuel flow. And a yellow flag again now for the 901 Ajith Kumar racing machine, running 8th in class at the moment. Let's see which corner that was, but it's Ajith Kumar at the wheel right now. It looks like it's coming into Materazzi.
Yeah, turn 4, he had a rotation there before, but again, the good thing from his point of view, it loops around, facing the wrong way, went from the black stuff, the red, white and green painted curves, but did not go into the gravel on the other side of that. Briefly kissed the grass when the car rejoined, drove across the circuit to the far side, but gets going all over again. So the Indian actor will live to fight another day in this race, but all the time gaining experience.
And this, in terms of baptism of fire, this it really is. You know, a wet Mugello, track condition changing all the time, interruption of code 60s, everything being thrown at Ajith Kumar here, but he's taking it in his stride, along with the Baz Kuten team that run this car. Now I think we just had a quick change for second position. The Kessel Racing car making a move past Jörg Dreisau from the Proton Huber competition team. Marco Frezzo, who set some great times in qualifying yesterday in the dry, he's now moved up into second. So it's interesting, we saw Kessel Racing charge away with David Fiminelli on board early on. They've dropped back again, and now they're fighting back to the front.
Yeah, and also bear in mind there was that battle for third place that briefly became for second place. The Scuderia Praha, Ferrari and the chasing Lamborghini. They both had driver changes, and they've tumbled not out of the top 2 or 3. They've tumbled down to respectively 12th and 13th position. So it's Miroslav Vibo now, having taken over from Matas Vibo into the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and Miro Konopka, irrepressible ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. And as the MP Racing Mercedes matches the grass, because it's on the grass, is off the circuit again, Diana has an update.
The number 56 Ferrari, Matis, has just jumped out of the car. How was that session out there for you?
The beginning was a little bit hard for me because I haven't been driven on wet surface for quite some time. But then I got a grip and I was relatively fast, I would say.
Did that come to you quite quickly?
Oh, it took 5 to 7 laps probably. Yeah.
And how challenging was it?
the conditions have been changing. So at the beginning it has been a little bit dry, then it started to be wet again. Many caught 60s, so the tires had been cold and warm. So it has been quite challenging, but I really enjoyed this stint.
It's quite a solid performance from the team. How important is it to have everyone in the team sort of working together with each other to help each other through races like this?
I mean, it's very important. I'm driving with my father, so it's technically a team of 3 together with our coach, and we are enjoying it as a family thing. So I really like it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think if you were asked to describe 24-hour series in one word, family would definitely be up there in the choices. So many teams running, whether it be father and sons, father and daughter, brothers, you name it, we have them all here in the 24-hour series. I love that about this series, because I think it's the dream of any motor racing people who are fanatical about motor racing. I think that would be a dream for any family to go and drive. I'd love to go and do an endurance race with my mum, actually.
Yeah,
she's the speed freak in our family.
You said that she could easily be goaded to drive a little faster, so you try and wind her up in the car. Terrible child.
Guilty.
But what was she driving? Was it something that was quick in any hands, or just quick?
She had a Subaru. She could pedal that. Yeah, she had a Skoda Fabia VRS, one of the first ones. I think that was her favourite, actually. Yeah.
How much influence did you have in her choosing her car? Were you badgering and going, come on, get one of these?
Well, that's a more complex answer we don't have time for right now.
Okay, there we go.
Maybe over a beer tonight I'll explain that one.
See if we can schedule a beer. Right, almost blue sky in the distance, said the eternal optimist, because certainly it is much brighter than we thought. But when we arrived at the track this morning, there was a little bit of light drizzle, but it looked as though we might get away with almost sunshine towards the end of the race, or broken cloud. We're getting there now, but bear in mind an hour into the race, or not even that, suddenly looked like it was going to be heavy rain throughout this opening 7 hours of the 12 hours of Mugello. It's looking rather better now. Windscreen wipers still on, particularly if you're chasing another car, but track conditions, you just want to have a constant run now. Whatever the conditions are, it still wouldn't be good enough for slicks. It's still wet weather. What's the fastest lap time we're getting at the moment? 2 minutes 13 from the race leader, almost 2 minutes 14.
It's still
way off the pace.
Yeah, way off
of the dry pace.
Well, we didn't really have a dry start to the race. Way off the dry pace for sure. I mean, the fastest lap of the race was set by David Fumanelli, 2:06.6. That is over 20 seconds off his qualifying time in the dry yesterday. But at the moment, we're nearly 30 seconds off the dry qualifying time. That is really a big gap. Really a big gap.
Really interesting. Looking at Ajith Kumar going around, the Indian actor, or racer turned actor turned racer again. And well, again, the international spread of this. We've got IBC Tamil Sports covering this live from India. Isn't that really cool, the global spread of motor racing? And you saw it, the Dubai 24 Hours, where he brought his own, not a handful of fans, a legion of fans, and they stayed in the grandstands for hour upon hour, cheering his car every time it went past. You were talking about the sort of massive boost of the global audience. It was enormous, absolutely huge.
We've never seen attention like it, and we're so grateful to all the Indian fans watching, and I know they're all here to watch how Ajith is getting on, and the challenge that he's taking on is massive, you know, and he's taken it in his stride. And what's really struck me about him is when he's walking around the paddock, walking around the catering. Yes, he's a mega star, and yet he's so courteous and polite to everyone. He say good morning, good afternoon, how you doing, and smiles to everyone. A proper star in every way, cool. And we're delighted to have him here.
Yeah, cool, calm, collected, charming, but also for a lot of people who followed him simply because they know who he is, this season could be their first season of looking at these fabulous cars racing, multi-class racing, endurance racing, so much to learn. And here we are, deep into this race, and Ajith's in the middle of 3 cars, cornering 3 abreast, going round the final corner on a slippery track. So it's tense, it's exciting, beautifully captured by the cameras, and again, with every lap, gaining experience. And even if he came here on a completely dry or a completely wet track, it's the changing conditions that just forced you to keep on learning. So we hope you're enjoying it in the early evening, or actually probably quite late evening, over in India on Tamil TV. Good to have you.
And then stay with us for the whole season, because Ajith is on a European adventure all season, going to Spa, to Paul Ricard, Misano, Barcelona. He's going to be here enjoying it all year, and we're delighted to bring you the coverage on Tamil Sports. Just over 3 hours to go then until we take our intervention break, as it's called, and then we go back to racing for the final 5 hours tomorrow. And the idea is stay on the lead lap in your class, get to the end. The one thing to bear in mind though is that for the final 10 minutes the pits close. So you have to, if you want to top up before, you have to get it done before that 10 minutes.
Yeah, and don't come in with just 12 minutes to go, because that means there may be someone else at the pumps and you don't get your turn. Does that mean a little sound from the pits perhaps? Is that you, Di? No, microphone check perhaps down there, or maybe the buffeting of the wind, because we did hear Di say the wind was picking up, and in some ways I think that's helped dry the circuits out a bit. Still waiting to see. Quite a few drivers are only just into their stint. We mentioned ARC Bratislava with their Lamborghini. They're only, what, under 10 minutes into their stint. Likewise, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari with Miroslav Vibo on board. But quite a few of the others at the front end of the field, the cars that could be setting quick lap times, are getting towards the end of their stint. They're getting towards the 1 hour mark. You can go a bit longer than that, but I expect the quick times to come when they get a fresh set of rubber in the next quarter of an hour or so and go back out onto the circuit. But right now, the best lap last time around, 2 minutes 12. Car in second place. It's Marco Frezza, the CCC Kessel Racing Ferrari, giving chase, but you know, some distance down on the race-leading Manamari by Ebi Motors Porsche. That's leading the way.
Yeah, it's interesting now, the track seems to have hit a kind of plateau in terms of speed. You would expect it, given the rain's eased off, you would expect it to keep drying with the cars going round under green flag conditions, but hasn't quite done that so far. Well, as we reach the top of another racing hour, it's 3 hours to go here for this first portion of the Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello. Let's take a rundown of how our teams and drivers look with 4 hours down and 8 hours left in total of this edition of the Mugello 12 Hours. In the lead at the moment is the number 95 Manamori Energy Porsche of Fabrizio Broggi, Sabino De Castro and Sergio Nicolai. They're being chased though by the Kessel Racing Ferrari, the number 8 machine, with the third placed Porsche for Proton Huber competition just a further 25 seconds further back. In fourth, it's the Heart of Racing, who started on the front row of the grid with their Mercedes. It's Ian James, Gray Newell and Hannah Gresham taking on driving duties for them. With the top 5, in fact, Hoffer Racing, they just crept their way forward throughout the day. They qualified in 12th. They're up to 5th and very competitive indeed in the AM class. In 6th, it's the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi, number 69. Then in 7th, it's the Red Ant Racing Team, formerly 992 champions last year. They've made the step up to the full spec GT3 and they've chosen a Mercedes AMG. They sit in 7th. They fought a little bit of gear shifting issues earlier on, but they've managed to get on top of that, and the car is running smoothly again. Number 71, Circle K Jutta Audi, sits in 8th. Then it's the first of our 992 class cars sitting in 9th overall. Quite impressive for that crew. And then rounding out the top 10, it's Pellin Racing, number 29, with Cal Marcelli, Felicia Gelmini and Lisa Clark, who's at the wheel at this exact moment. Sitting in 11th overall and second in class is the 909 Red Camel Jordan's car of Luke and Rick Breukers alongside Fabian Dance. 12th is the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. 13th overall, 56 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, but both those two cars I've just mentioned have not long had a pit stop and have come into fueling, so they're a little bit behind the score right now, but they will filter back forward. Aero Motorsport have had great pace at points, but a couple of big penalties have hurt them. They're in 14th overall right now. Leading in the 992 AM class, it's RPM Racing, Tracy Crow, Nick Jonsson and Philip Hamprecht. A crew that had to start from the back of the grid, the 902 Holmgard crew, they're climbing slowly up the field. They're up to 16th now, just ahead of the GTX leaders, the brothers Arnaud and Olivier Gomez, with their beautiful creation, the Vortex 2.0. Then it's Porsche Baltic, car 992 in 18th. The MDM 965 Porsche, again, have been very quick in wet conditions, but again have picked up a couple of penalties. They sit 19th overall. And rounding out the top 20, it's the Ebi Motors Porsche 992 class machine, car 973. in 21st overall at the moment. It's the Gosners in their MP Motorsport Mercedes, followed by the 901 Ajith Kumar racing machine with Ajith Kumar on board at the moment. The 888 Seb Lejeune car is in 23rd overall. They've had a eventful day so far, but they'll fight on. Then leading in GT4, it's the all-Italian driver crew in the very British Lotus Emira. They lead in GT4. Then it's the 949 Porsche Cup machine, Scuderia Farron, and now the second place GT4 car, 26 overall, it's Venture Engineering with their 421 Mercedes. Nick and Jim Gebhardt sit 3rd in GT4 and 27th overall, just ahead of the GTX Vortex number 701. Then it's the 928 HRT Porsche with Titarenko and Denisov. Unfortunately, still in the pits for the number 90 E2P Racing Aston Martin. Something not right at all there, sadly, with their debut with that beautiful British machine. Then it's the 111 IRC GT, which had a pretty lengthy delay in the pits, but it's back out running again. Unfortunately, a non-start for the number 23 Helen Racing Ferrari. That is your 32-car rundown. And, well, there have been many highlights so far, a few lowlights across the opening 4 hours. Let's have a little summarisation of them now. 4 hours and 6 minutes down. 2 hours and 53 minutes remaining in this first portion of the Mugello 12 hours. And oh no, terrible news for the Lotus fans. PB Racing are in to the pits. They've had to go into the garage. There's something wrong with the Emira GT4.
Well, about 3 minutes ago, there's a message saying a car had stopped at pit entry. Couldn't see which it was, and I maybe am not Inspector Clouseau. It could well be this Lotus. They may have then managed to just get it pushed into, you know, away from blocking the pit entry and get it down there. It could have been someone else, but I would suggest that the money is on this being the car with the problem. It's such a shame. It's a fantastic looking car, the Emira, and we heard from Stefano D'Aste early just eulogising about they've run Lotuses for years, but this is new to them. They're going to be racing this across Europe. Yes, indeed, it was their car that stopped at the pit in. It's neat, it's pretty, it sounds fantastic. But for now, it's got a problem and is falling down the order into the bottom position in GT4. But I'm sure there's plenty more to come. Fingers crossed they can get it out, not only just for the rest of today, but for tomorrow as well.
We talked about it at the early part of the show, that that GT4 is more of a battle of attrition. It's a reliability battle in many ways. We see it so often here in the 24-hour series. It's, no matter what the package is, it's not manufacturer specific. It's about getting the running without technical issues. And if you do have a technical issue, being able to repair it quickly. Ben Constanduros, I'm sure, will be down there. He'll have a report for us in a minute, I'm sure. But all of the crew, they're pouring into the cabin. Driver's still aboard. They've also got the rear cover off, and some of the faces in the paddock, the longest faces in Mugello right now, and just from the lead of the race, from the lead of the category. I mean, particularly Alberto Nasca, who was in. So, you know, he was just beaming with joy after his qualifying run with Diana yesterday, and he could not look more of the opposite right now. So disappointed. Let's get down to Ben and get some more.
Watching this came in whilst the highlights were playing and wheeled into the garage backwards. They initially had fuel bowser out, potentially suggesting that there was an issue with fuel flow, but that was soon put away. The laptop was plugged in, as you tend to do as par course, to diagnose an issue. Now the electric meter is being plugged into various systems behind Stefano's seat. Stefano D'Aste in the car, the team owner, of course, as well as the primary driver. So this has gone away from being a mechanical and more of a electrical fault. But just trying to overhear what's being said, because there's mainly Italian. But there is some English being spoken, and I think they're saying water pump. That is what they're reporting, which is such a shame. As you say, these GT4 cars don't tend to be designed to do big, long endurance races. They are primarily made for the kind of 1 hour races that we see through SRO, which own the rights to the GT4 regulations. And whether it be in national championships or indeed the European Championship, that's kind of the length of the race for them. So to put them through these 24-hour races is a lot more than they are used to. probably something they can fix here down at PB, and they will want to gain that advantage. But Stefano's getting out the car, I'm afraid.
Thanks for that. Yes, I saw the mechanics there with the voltmeter, but you know the big problem is it's also the Emira is only in its second season of racing, and you know, very few cars from the manufacturers, whether it's GT3, GT4, hit the ground running. You know, you hope the ingredients are right, but there's so much to learn. And again, it is about the fragility of the moving parts. But when it becomes electrical, you want something in the old school you'd have hit with a hammer, but you can't.
Well, that might be the case as Stefano D'Asti actually getting out the car now with the open-faced helmet there. That's just a bit of disappointment. And the thing is, you're absolutely right, Bruce. It is with the new package difficult, but we've seen again lots of times in 24-hour series very established packages in GT4 having technical problems, and it's, you know, so if you can run clean, it's you got a good chance of winning that category. It's just the way that it's worked. And Ben's right. In general, the cars are ready for. They are ready for that kind of 1 hour sprint race. We're getting word from Ben in our ears that it is indeed a fuel pump problem now.
And again, when that's been established, they have to become accustomed to how to change a fuel pump as fast as possible. You know, experience doesn't come overnight. It's something you've got to work away at. And we were talking when we arrived at the circuit on Friday about how we looked at some of the rear end sections for the 296 Ferrari stored in position. Was it outside Era Motorsport, or was it? No, it was one of the other teams, Penn Racing, I think, further along. In fact, you can see on their car there's blue and orange at the front, but a black tail end, so they've clearly opted for another bit. But it went back to the sort of the unitary construction that Audi in particular championed at Le Mans about 20 years ago. Don't just fiddle around with a bit, take the whole thing off, put a whole new unit on. And they even had for every element, right, fuel pump, what do we need to change? They'd have a set of tools specifically in a drawer ready for that, rather than having to go to a toolbox and gather those. It seems very simplistic, but from a long way back, teams have been working out how they can save, you know, not just seconds, almost nanoseconds when it comes to mechanical maladies. Get them fixed efficiently and as fast as possible. And for people running the Lotus Emira in GT4, there's still a lot to learn. But as we did hear from Stefano D'Asti, he was extolling the base virtues of that car. So it's a good starting point. A car that handles well, is quick. Lotus, a little bit fragile to start with in the early days of Emira, but let's hope they can sort all those problems. Right, up the front of the race, it's now 2 minutes 10. It's almost precisely a lap between Sabino De Castro, leading in the Manamari Energy by AB Motors Porsche, and the chasing CCC Kessel Racing Ferrari, and they're lapping at near identical pace as well, so no real gain, but a lap between first and second. So the 95 Porsche from Manamari ahead of the Kessel Racing Ferrari. That's kind of great, but Kessel Racing car has just had to go past a gaggle of cars in other classes, and that will have cost him a bit of time.
Just seen Lisa Clark come into the pits in the former race leading number 29 Pellin racing car. Just done over an hour of drive time, which means that she's got that will be 1 more hour to do between now and the checkered flag tomorrow. So done her job, got the car back clean, no mistakes, no penalties. That's what it's all about. Each one of these crews will have non-professional drivers that they've got to cycle through and get that driver time done. That's all part of the strategy and how you put it all together. That issue for PB Racing with that Lotus, that GT4 was very, very tight prior to that issue. Now Venture Engineering with their top driver on board, Matthew George, lead by 47 seconds from CCS Racing and Nick Gebhardt.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been going through the driver cycle at Venture, but it certainly started by Matthew George, and he pulled clear in the class, started third in the class, pulled clear. Matthew Higgins went in next, but I don't think we've had either Christopher Jones or Neville Jones have their running as yet. Still plenty more time to go, but very good point there that Lisa Clark was effectively knowing she's going to do, she had 2 hours to do across the 12, but doing one today, one tomorrow. But the big question was looking at the weather forecast constantly as it changed. Do you want her in when it's full wet? Probably not. So they had to guess, and the weather was changing all the time. And in fact, most of this star has been relatively dry. Haven't been actually too many code 60 periods either, but I think they chose very well. But whether that was their plan ahead of the race, or I think they have to do it all on the move, all on the sly, all on the hop, and just react to situations as they come your way. But I think they timed it very well, Pellin Racing, for the Californian racer.
That's a really tricky conundrum, isn't it? Because they also don't want to drop an extra lap before we shut off tonight. If they've got a good bit of gap behind them, then they might try and use that driver time up. But of course, Lisa Clark's a Ferrari Challenge racer. She'll come to the Ferrari Challenge World Finals, and an hour stint is a pretty good, as you say, training run for a Ferrari Challenge race. You know, I know they're slightly shorter than that, but in general, it's a really good marker of how to handle that challenge.
Yeah, we heard from Carl Marcelli, teammate and coach as well, that they did a round together in the Italian GT series last year. Of course, they have the Sprint Championship and the Endurance Championship for Italian GT, but it was learning a circuit, you know, coming to the home of Ferrari, and I'm sure coming to a circuit owned by a Ferrari. This one, Mugello circuit, is another thrill for Lisa, as she has her Ferrari racing sort of odyssey as she picks her way around the world.
Likes the Ferrari road cars too.
Yes,
of course.
They've named. Oh God, should we go to the dog conversation?
Let's go to the dog conversation.
Okay, what's her dog called, Peter?
Enzo. Enzo raced at the old Mugello, actually. That's Enzo the man, not Enzo the dog. Ben Consanduros.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter. It's fresh out of the car after an hour stint, Lisa. High fives all round here in the pits.
What was that?
High fives all round here. Good energy from your team.
Yeah, no, my team's very supportive of me. You know, I'm the bronze, the slow bronze, so they're trying to keep me, you know, happy and supported in the car. So great team to be with.
And how was your experience out there? Because this has been the trickiest of days.
Yeah, it's really a lot of mixed emotions because of the rain, then no rain, then semi-dry track, then wet. So you're kind of constantly tossing and turning on which direction to push, you know.
And how much help was Kyle on the radio to you? We saw him in here quite a lot on talking. What is it kind of things he's saying to you?
Yeah, Kyle's like my Zen coach. He like brings me down, you know, to where when I'm like, rah, he just kind of, okay, Lisa, harder brake, tighter apex. You know, his voice is very soothing for me. So no matter what he says, it's just that soothingness that kind of like pulls me back together.
Now, I tell you, I don't think this was your responsibility, but the back end of the car has changed colour since the last time I was in the pits. What happened?
Yeah, that was my decision, I guess, apparently, or the car's decision. Yeah, no, we weren't really sure, actually. I went out on new tires. They were heated, and for some reason, I was barely on the throttle, but I had some rear tire spin going into one of the chicanes, and the car just slowly snapped on me, and away it went, yeah.
So a little bit of damage, so they swapped out the rear end.
Yeah, they managed to get it fixed. They're awesome. You know, it just messed up my paint scheme, but other than that, I'm glad I could be here today and we could race.
You've done a great job. Well done.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Lovely to hear from Lisa Clark there. And again, we were talking about that rear end of the Ferrari, how you can take it, you can just clip the old one off, put the new one on, and a great insight to just how easy it is to just, you think you're okay, and then you just step over the mark. The conditions, and perfect, just as we talk about that, Red Ant Racing have backed it into the gravel. So easy to just step over the edge. The drivers have been on a knife edge all day long. This is at turn 1.
That's the first flying lap for Kobe De Bruyke, who's the last driver in that cycle of 4 drivers to get in the car.
New tyres.
New tyres, just, you know, whatever you were told by other people in previous stints, they've had different weather conditions, different track conditions. So for young Dutch racer Kobe De Bruyke, that's a big disappointment. Hopefully that can come out without causing a foot. No, that's properly bogged down. And I'm afraid we're going to go code 60 again. In 20 seconds, it's coming our way. The first corner, San Donato, has been one of the points on the circuit. Turn 6 as well, the downhill. Savelli has also been a point in which drivers have spun. But in fact, I think the prize for being the most deeply embedded has now been taken by Kobe De Bruyke. The car sitting wedged rear end deep, particularly on the left-hand side of the car. No, actually both sides of the car. That's a classic case of going in backwards, because you can see the diffuser has been filled from the rear with the gravel as that Mercedes. Lovely looking car, and it's deep blue with red flashes, sitting in the gravel at turn 1.
It almost comes up to the centre lock of the wheel.
Correct.
In fact, the marshals are having to sort of palm the gravel out of the way to try and clear away everything. They'll use the roof hooks to allow the lifting device to come in and pull out the Red Ant Racing Mercedes.
So I think, actually, for Kobe de Bruyke's point of view, hadn't even done a flying lap. I think that was down to San Donato and round it went, because when I quickly looked at the screen, it said his stint length was 30 seconds. He'd already been beat for about 15, so... Oh, well, it's all chalk it up to experience. I must say the Manitou crew down at San Donato have been very quick. If you could leave that half ton of gravel in the gravel bed, that would be good. So other cars coming in under code 60, including Ajith Kumar. We've just been talking about him. He's going to the refueling bay, where the cars turn in, and just before pit in, they have to double back on themselves with a very tight right-hander, then a left 90-degree bend, and they get to the refueling area. And importantly, if you're the first ones in, you shouldn't have to queue for a pump. But Ajith looks so he's got the timing spot on. He'll come to a standstill. They're not the sort of refueling rigs you'd find in Formula One and things where it happens super fast. There are regular, grip pumps as you use at your local fueling station. What you have to hope is your mechanics are down there ready by a pump to flag you in.
Now, in terms of driving time, that's been a really long stint there for Ajith Kumar. In fact, 1 hour and 41 minutes. That is an Ironman stint there. And the thing is, yes, the physical load is less in the wet, but the mental load is 3 times as much to keep the car on the straight and narrow. Now, if my memory serves, that'll be nearly all of his minimum driver time done. 2 hours minimum for RAM drivers in most cases. So that should mean that Ajith Kumar Racing they can then put in back into the car guys like Mathieu Detri and Fabien Defoe have been really, really strong. Yes, it is. It's a minimum 2 hour driver time that they've got to adhere to.
I think whatever the initial plan was, as I said, with the changing conditions, they're thinking on the move, thinking on the hoof, and I reckon they thought these are almost the most constant weather conditions we've had. Just stay out. Can you stay out and do a double stint? And, it's not because the conditions were changing almost by the lap for the first two hours or so. But here we are, under 3 hours to go in the Saturday running here at Mugello. And driver out, so it'll be either Detri, who started the car, or Duffier hopping on board. Ajith's out, but he's almost got all his running done. He'll have some more, well, maybe later today, but I would think he'll be there for the Sunday race. And he looks pretty happy with himself. Good stint.
Yeah, great team spirit there. Fabien Defoe there to give the congratulations, and how you support one another in an endurance racing environment is vital, absolutely vital. Everyone has to be supported as much as possible, and debrief going on between the two of them.
But, whether you're a seasoned pro or someone who's got fewer racing miles on the clock, you'll be chock full of adrenaline when you get out, but it dissipates so quickly, and you will sit down and just every part of your body will just go, you just realize how tense you've been, as much as you try not to. Even a stint of that length in fully dry conditions, fully constant conditions, would be a strain, but it's the mental strain as much as anything. Always having to feel as though you're on the tips of your toes as you try and gain, what understanding of what grip is out there.
So it's Mathieu Detri now aboard that number 901 Ajith Kumar Racing machine with that white, red and orange paint scheme. I tell you, you replace that white for silver and it's a Tunnix caramel wafer car.
We are getting to about tea time in the British afternoon time there, but
I think it's caramel wafer time, I think, with a cup of tea. We're both looking at Diana Biggs, don't know why, but
well, she might have had a supply of Tunnix tea
she might have
in a bag.
She might tea cakes, or it's more the weight caramel wafer, actually.
Is it?
Colour.
You feel?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's wait and see. I haven't seen the teams offering them to their drivers, so maybe there are none available in this part of Italy.
Well, you couldn't get a better brand ambassador than that, could you? Imagine that. This is what motorsport's about, making connections.
Absolutely.
Anyway, we're just throwing it out there.
Well, you know what? Conditions, if you just happen to join us, having skipped the first 4.5 hours this race, you might go, track looks a little slippery, but nice spring day, a little grey, whatever. But we've had some rain here, trust me. We've had rain on the Saturday at Mugello, while Northern Europe seems to be having a sort of like spring-like weather, 20 degrees or so. Down here, a week after huge rainfall, a lot of flooding, a lot of landslips, still blocking some of the roads in this part of Tuscany. It's been grey. Now, let's take a look. Yeah, some bodywork repairs going on for the 69 Audi. Audi, so that's not exactly what they've been expecting to do when it came in. That's had an off somewhere. It had a lot of twitchy moments when in the early stages of the race, but just behind the front wheel, clearly there's been a run through some gravel that seems to have bent some of the underbody work there. That's the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. That was quick in the early stages of the race, wasn't it? It really started to pick its way up the order.
It's gone in backwards. The main part of the damage is on the rear left of the car, and the tyres look pretty well worn down too, so they might need to be replaced if they wish. In fact, no, they're going to run them as they are.
Well, it was the driver who started the race who was going so well, Vasily Vladikin, who's the one who's had that little tumble. But you know what? They've checked it over and said, off you go, jump back on the track, and stay on the track, by the way. But it's clearly had contact with a tyre wall somewhere. Bear in mind, Peter, at most points around this circuit, you've got to go across gravel traps or quite a lot of grass to get to a tyre wall. So I don't know where that went for its rotation, but clearly went in backwards. But they've obviously decided nothing is snagging on those rear wheels, nothing snagging on the front wheels. So back goes Vladikin into the race.
Interestingly, just getting in our global broadcast centre, getting some shots of the Venture Engineering GT4 that leads in that category, Matthew George. 26 minutes into the stint, there was a red light coming up on the dash, which often can be you need to come in for fuel, but after 26 minutes, that's not likely. But a big crash
out of third place.
Oh no, Proton Huber competition. Jörg Dreiser has dropped it as off the road also, but keeps back going again. Is the home guard Porsche Cup 902. It's all kicking off here with 2 hours and 33 minutes to go of this first portion, but that's a big one for Proton Huber. He's thinking about moving the car, but honestly, I'm not sure.
Not sure at all, and suddenly I'm having second thoughts about exactly where that was on the circuit. I thought it was on the descent to Savelli, but front left-hand corner, no longer with the car. The car sitting on the grass, it's coming sideways across the grass. It's pointing, I think, towards the direction of travel as I try and gain my bearings, or I could be looking at someone else. It's right, turn number 8, and that, to me, should be Arrabbiata or out of Savelli. Yeah, probably out of Savelli, down the slope it comes. The trouble is there was some tyre marks coming in from the opposite direction. It could have been from a rescue vehicle. Driver still on board, windscreen wiper still beating. Front end of the car, behind the car, unfortunately. The bodywork there, that front wing is sitting behind the car on the grass. The front end of the car facing towards the circuit. But interesting to see if we can get a replay. It won't be happy viewing, unfortunately, for your Dreiser. Good point. Okay. The tyre marks going up the slope. We just had a call from Ben. He was in the commentary booth with me at the time. That was where the E2P Aston Martin pulled onto the infield. It's on the inside of San Donato, the first corner. That's why I couldn't work it out. And then it drove up the bank, really struggling to get gripping on the wet grass, and it's much steeper than it looks. But for Jörg Dreiser, third place, no more. So suddenly that puts the Kessel Racing Ferrari in second place in a better position.
It can't be turn 1 because he's gone through the first sector. So
hold on, it said turn 8, didn't it?
Yes, so that can't be the case.
Okay.
So, well, wherever it is, it's a challenge of victory scuppered for Proton Huber competition, because even when they get the car back, they've got a lot of repair work to do. That front end is taken a lot of damage. Yeah. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, well, it's we don't necessarily need a timing screen. It's about 4 or 5 metres between Manamuri Energy by Ebby Motors Porsche.
And 1 lap. That's the thing you need to know.
No. That will tick over as they come through. CCC Kessel Racing will be now, will they? Yes, they've been spinning into the pit. Sorry, Brice, I do apologise. Yes.
There's a full lap between them. They're nose to tail, with the Ferrari in second place with Alessandro Cutrera right under the rear wing of Sabino De Castro's Porsche. Well, Jörg Dreiser is out and shaking his head. Physically, he looks fine, but it would have shaken him up, because anytime you have a rotation in its own right, squeezes between the wall and the Manitou rescue vehicle, he's suggesting how they can get his car out from where it's... Actually, he's looking fine, but he just wants to oversee the rescue of his car.
That's so frustrating.
Yeah, well, it is Savelli. So he's come down the slope at Savelli. It's before you get to the Arrabbiatas, but he's spun quite early, and I'd suggest he's gone off on driver's right, and then it's whipped around, and he's then gone onto the outside of the circuit and had the contact.
Interestingly, that gap, you're absolutely right. There is a lap between Manamuri Energy and Kessel Racing, but the Contreras Kessel racing car had just come out of the pits 7 minutes or so ago. So that will actually, I would imagine actually, by the time the Manamuri car pits, then the Kessel racing car will go into the lead. But we'll see who pits under this code 60 intervention. It's the car, the Proton Huber competition car, being lifted up now with the hard-working marshals as Jörg Dreisau's walked away from the car now.
Walking away in the distance. We've had the cars are going around a different corner. Okay, so you know what? It is the second part. He's crashed between the first and second parts of the Arrabbiata. So you've gone through Savelli, that downhill corner, then you're turning through the first uphill right-hander, and somewhere between then and the second part is where he ended up on the grass, and leaving his nose behind him. He's walked away, but the display of driver despair is something that is just... this was a car that was in the reckoning, but it's clipped the wall on the inside of the circuit. The car's carried on a little bit, leaving its front left wing behind it. But for Jörg Dreisau, he will probably go and sit down somewhere quietly for a bit, because, you know, they came here with a good hope of aiming at victory. The Porsche's been better and better as the conditions have been wet and mixed, and they were working their way towards the front. And he was quite deep into his stint, wasn't he? Yeah, he was very near the end of his stint. He's got 1 hour, 24 minutes, so he crested when this accident happened about 1.25 hours, so he was probably almost on his in-lap. And then that would have been it for him today, and he'd do some more tomorrow. And as you say, he's the am in that car. That was a car with a shot potentially at victory, and that's been snatched away. That's what probably makes it even harder.
And everyone is on that knife edge. We've heard so many drivers talking about how it's so tricky out there, and it looks like he's come out of Savelli, the fast left, which in the dry, GT3 cars doing 105 miles an hour into that corner, and then entering Arrabbiata 1, the fast right-hander at about 110, but that is in the dry. In the wet, it's quite a bit different. So I think he's got onto the curb on the exit of Savelli, and that's piked him around and then into the inside wall. As Manamuri Energy by Ebi Motors, in they come into the pits, as does Kessel.
Yep, they've come in nose to tail, with the Porsche coming in, not just a car length in front of the CCC Kessel Racing Ferrari, but an entire lap clear. They'll take on a similar amount of fuel. But the big question is, what will they do in terms of putting rubber on board? Will they need any fresh rubber now, or will they make their pit stop the shorter by continuing straight through the pit lane and back onto the track? But I must say, with every passing lap, for the Manamori Energy by Ebi Motors Porsche team, it's looking better and better. They've got the early call to get enjoying this code 60. And again, as we've said many times, Peter, if you just started your lap when a code 60 happens, it's an awful long time, and a lot of cars are ahead of you that may decide to dive for the pits, and therefore you could be delayed. It looks though Ebi Motors had the very slightly better refueling pit stop. They gained a second or two, I think, over the Kessel Racing Ferrari. But remember, they're not going anywhere fast. They come into the pit lane, and it's 20 kph.
So this is so in Manamuri Energy look like they're going to come in, and they're going to do a driver change as well and take Sabino De Castro out of that car, changing to new Michelin wet tyres.
Have we had? I think this would be the first time Fabrizio Broggi will get into that car, because he certainly, in my notes, but I could have missed while I nipped out to have some very fine lunch, that he's had a go. But certainly the car, the Ebi Motors Porsche, was started by Sabino De Castro, then Sergio Nicolai got in. I don't think Fabrizio has driven it as yet.
No.
Looks like it was a quicker change though, or a quicker pit stop for the Kessel Racing Ferrari, because that's departing the pit lane, and it came into the pit lane out of refueling behind the Porsche, and it's come out ahead. Seems to have gained about 5 or 6 seconds there, so maybe that's all, or maybe slightly more, because of course they run so slowly down the pit lane before they rejoin.
There's two reasons for that. One, the Contreras Kessel Racing Ferrari had just been in before that code 60. It had just been in for fuel. It got fuel, so it needed less time at the fuel pump, but also it would have had tyres at that last stop, so was able to just drive through after the fuel. But now the Manamuri by Ebi Motors Porsche has got a full tank of gas, or close to a full tank of gas, and new Michelin tyres, most importantly.
No new driver, though, for the Porsche, though, because it's not Fabrizio Broggi. It's Sergio Nicolai's got back in.
So
De Castro out,
Nicolai in. So they're keeping Broggi in. He's the AM driver in that car, but he's got to do... that's interesting, because Fabrizio Broggi and Sabino De Castro have to do a combined 6 hours between them. So they're... that is interesting. Ben Constanduros has more.
Lovely stint, Sabrina. I just saw your engineer come over and say perfecto.
Yes, I love when the track when there is a rain, I'm very happy. The whole team work very good, and I hope to fight tomorrow for the podium.
Big changes in the track over the last 2 hours, from very wet conditions to, I guess we would say in English, greasy now. How did it feel inside the car?
Yes, the grip changed totally after 50 minutes because rain fast, stop, and it's very difficult to find a good line to push hard. But I'm very happy, and the car and the team is perfect.
And looking at where you are, the pit stops, the code 60s have so far fallen into your favour.
Yes, yes. Now we are in first place. Fingers crossed, and I hope tomorrow fight.
We haven't seen Fabrizio. You hold him back for tomorrow?
Maybe, or in the final race today or tomorrow, race more for drive.
Okay, thank you.
Just looking through the double-checking the rules, so Sabino De Castro, who we just spoke with there with Ben Constanduros, and Fabrizio Broggi, they have to do 6 hours between them. But Fabrizio Broggi has to do just 2 hours of that 6. So effectively his minimum driver time is 2 hours. So you could do a single stint before today and a single stint tomorrow. That would work. And Sabino De Castro, he's already well on the way to doing the lion's share of the rest. Sergio Nicolai, they can make him work as hard as they like.
No, exactly.
No minimum, no maximum.
Yeah, I mean, I would suggest with your bronze, if you've got 2 hours to run, you do give them 2 1-hour stints, one yesterday, one yesterday, that'd been qualifying, one today, one tomorrow. Don't do them a double stint, but it depends what the driver feels. It depends how they're... Oh, that's what I was doing. I was going to look up the latest weather forecast around here. What have we got due for the remainder of this race here? A little more rain coming, but not... well, we end at 6 o'clock, which is 30% likelihood of rain, but the previous hour... Oh. Well, 2 hours before that, it's 58% chance. There's still plenty of chance of rain. Chances for drivers to slide off, but they're still doing that in their own right.
I think we have a 100% chance of code 60 here, because we've got, we've just had it, the confirmation in 20 seconds there will be another code 60, because the Circle K due to Audi has gone off at Arrabbiata 1 by my reckoning.
Correct. It's Nicola Michelin, and if you ever get an aerial shot of this circuit, it's like a desert of gravel. You can go a long distance, and he actually went almost all the way towards the grass at the back, couldn't quite get there, and then drove seemingly back deeper into the gravel again. But that might just be the physics of the car. But that due to race run for Nicola Michelin hasn't been the best of ones in this stint today.
No, it has not.
Changing conditions.
No, it hasn't, unfortunately, for the Duta Racing team. With the white and red colour scheme, Circle K's. When I'm out on my travels in the European Rally Championship, I often stop in a Circle K and they have their hot dogs. They have excellent hot dogs. It's always good for a quick lunch.
Important for a man or a woman on the road, just needing to know a little bit of food top up. And also, it is something I sort of joke about nipping out for lunch and stuff, but you know, for any person working for a pit crew, any of the teams, when your energy level suddenly falls, I'm a big believer in top it up in advance, because you never know if that next meal is going to be coming in 5 hours or 8.
Your
I don't go
breakfast.
that long.
You're a big fan of the buffer breakfast.
Yes, indeed. An air and a spare.
I've never thought of breakfast in that way before.
In fact, I do seem to remember, I'm trying to think, it was in the days of the British Touring Car Championship, very long time ago, when Caliber was sponsoring Andy Rouse Racing. They used to do a fantastic race, breakfast, and I was known as Bruce Two Breakfast Jones. Never let a chance go by.
No, definitely not. Well, Kessel Racing, they've stuck to their theory of top up when you can. They're definitely doing the Bruce Jones air in the spare theory, because they've just popped into fueling to top up their number 8 Ferrari 296 GT3, as have Manamuri Energy by Epi Motors. And I guess they can sort of cover off what Kessel are doing, because whatever they do the same, and they'll maintain their gap. That's very clever from Manamuri Energy by Epi Motors. They're not long been in the pits, but of course if they cover off what Kessel are doing, they can't then be caught out on the hoof. Likewise, Era Motorsport have brought in their Ferrari with Kyle Tilley aboard, as have Pellin Racing with their Ferrari, driven by Kyle Marcelli at this moment in time.
Interesting that, you know, at this stage we're talking about how much the track is improving. It's still not fast, but the previous lap, before we got to code 60, was the quickest lap set by Milner Motorsport with Julian Hansers, you know, really hooking it up. But it is, for all the drivers out there, they just want to get in the swing, have consecutive laps, many consecutive laps on the conditions as they are now, so they can really start to get the most out of their car. The number 8 Ferrari, you just were talking about it, Kessel Racing back in at the soonest instance, out of refueling now, and likewise the race leading car, Manamori Energy. But just remember, their order was reversed, but there was that entire lap between them ahead of the previous code 60. So they're making the most of the rule book, working it to the Pelin Racing Ferrari. We were due to, but the more modern one, the 296, Carl Marcelli at the wheel, exiting the pits right now.
This puts Kessel Racing back on the lead lap.
Indeed. Well, it already got on the lead lap because remember its previous pit stop was marginally faster, but it was the tail end of the lead lap. So they'd have gained 2 or 3 seconds, and you just got to keep chipping away. But you've got to stay on the lead lap, and that is absolutely crucial.
But Sergio Nicolai is probably the stronger driver of the two. He's a semi-pro graded driver. Alessandro Cotrera is an AM graded driver in the Ferrari. So that could mean then that they get put back down a lap, and with 2 hours and 19 minutes to go, these things matter, because if you can go into dinner tonight, go to bed tonight with a lap advantage, starting tomorrow's second portion with a lap advantage, that is gold dust.
That gives you that wonderful thing in any sport, options. You could then choose, you could be more cautious, not have to go for it, whereas everyone chasing is going to have to go for it. It's rare that anyone gets to the end with a lap advantage, but you must say with every passing moment, Manamori Energy by Ebi Motors are eking out an advantage. And that is good team management as well as very good driving too.
Green flag then, fantastic work again from the Mugello circuit team. The team they've been very, very busy today. Both
they will
at the
sleep
wheel.
well tonight, won't they?
They will, yes. They've earned their crust for sure. Great stuff from the team there. Whether they're at the wheel of the Manitou lifter or running into these very thick gravel traps to help the drivers who have come a cropper. 2 hours and 18 minutes left of this opening portion. Remember, the pits close with 10 minutes to go. So if the drivers and the teams want to top up, they've got to do that before that pit closure with 10 minutes left.
In endurance racing, there's a certain tipping point in the race where you start counting backwards from the end. And we're definitely towards that point with just over 2 hours remaining, because not only are you trying to complete your stint time for your bronze driver and get as much of that on board as you can, but also where your natural pit stop marks. Then you've got the guesswork of where are we going to get more code 60s. On the evidence of what we've had so far, we've had a flurry of them. Yes, almost certainly. But when will they fall? And will that quarter tank of fuel or whatever you take on be enough to just eke you an advantage? What we have, though, for our race leading cars, of the top 5, the one that's furthest into its stint, with maybe another quarter of an hour to go, is the car in 5th place, the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. Everyone else is quite early in their stints, you know, 15, 18 minutes in. And our race leading car, Sergio Nicolai, not even 8 minutes into its stint. A really good long stint, followed by a shorter one. Well, no, an equivalent one, another hour or so, will take it through very neatly and tidily to the end of the 7 hours. It's the first part of this 12 hours of Mugello. So plot backwards to where we are now, work out the fewest number of pit stops you can take and the natural pattern of the sequence, the stint lengths, and how it fits together. Oh, Alessandro Cotrera, now he's in 2nd place, giving chase, and you were talking about how he's sort of less experienced driver than the race leader Sergio Nicolau, but he suddenly had a real tussle with down into the first corner of the lap with Kyle Marcelli, and Kyle's car, a similar Ferrari, but is 8 places further back, was the quicker, but they were racing, and on the outside line going to turn 1, the Kessel Racing Ferrari twitched and twitched again, so Cotrera will now be super wide awake, doesn't need to race the Pelin car, but I think human nature kicked in there.
A little bit. Looking at the weather radar, there is a band of rain which is very, very close to the circuit. Will it come over the circuit and affect the moisture on the track, or will it miss us? The way that we sit in this sort of bowl here at Mugello, it could, it couldn't, we just honestly don't know, but it is, according to the weather radar I'm looking at, is very, very close.
Look, when you snap that up on your screen, suddenly there was this strong, vibrant, multicoloured thing. I thought it was the Ebi Motors Porsche to start with, our race leader, but it was a an array of very bright colours, showing the intensity of the storm that is somewhere in the vicinity. But very good point. When you're in the mountains, it can come close and sail past, or it can come and fill your valley. Which one of those it's going to be? I don't think anything. I'm not going to guess, actually, frankly.
Who would want to be the weatherman? That's for sure. Or the meteorologist, maybe a more accurate term. Is the number 8 Ray-Ban backed Kessel Ferrari. Pushes on with Alessandro Cotrera. They've been getting his driver time well and truly done. In fact, he probably will be, once this fuel tank is done, I would think his driver time will be done as an AM driver. Yes, it will. He has to do, so along with LMDV and Marco Tallarico, between the three of them, they've got to do minimum 6 hours. So yeah, split it up 2 hours. 2 hours each, and in fact, if he does a bit more than that, then that means the others have to do slightly less. So it's at the moment they're getting that out of the way, and they've saved quite a bit of David Fuminelli time for tomorrow. Yeah, he's only been in the car once.
Tallarico, I think, got dropped from the driver lineup. They had 5 drivers, and I think I've got the latest entry list, and I think he's stood down for this event. He was on the initial one. Now, lovely touch. Creventic, that organises the 24H Series race. We've watched them develop over the years, and one of their absolute standout points is they think about the teams at all time, how to make the experience better. We're in Italy. It may not look like Italian weather, but it does rain and be grey from time to time, but like every year, says Peter Fry, we have pizzas for the teams, and we start at box 19, I believe. So they work their way up the pit lane, and I remember doing an event with them on their home patch in at Zandvoort, and they were going around with meatballs and a dipping sauce. And I tell you, when you get into darkness, exactly, you know, to pick up the crew, and they were going around in the longer races serving hot chocolate. You know, when your mechanics in particular are sitting uncomfortably in the pit lane, something like that powers them on for the next few hours. It doesn't cost a fortune, but it makes the world of difference. Later this year, there's a visit to Paul Ricard. I remember many years ago, it was hyper hot there, and they went to put little paddling pools for every single team, so the drivers or the crew could go and cool down when they came out of a pit stop.
Brilliant idea. They do that at the Suzuki 8-hour motorcycle races. Oh, issue.
A potential problem for Mulner Motorsport. It just was, there was smoke or something coming out of the back of the car, and it then ran wide at the next corner. Let's see, round the final corner and continuing. Don't know what the problem was. I just suddenly looked from a timing screen to the moving monitor, and maybe there's nothing untoward. Maybe it just simply ran wide out of that very tricky chicane, the Biondetti chicane. I can vouch for that being tricky. We won't go there.
Yeah, very interesting as it comes down into San Donato, turn 1 now for Julian Hanses. This is the leading car in the 992 category. Julian's done a great job all weekend. Of course, former podium finisher in the Carrera Cup Germany, and if you can get on the podium amongst that crowd of drivers, you are seriously handy in that type of car. At the moment, they're running in 7th overall right now. That's amazing.
Well, it owes us a pit stop. It's an hour. He's an hour and 20, an hour and 21 into this stint, so he's coming towards the end of it. But it was just, you know, when you suddenly see a car, he's running off line there, but that's just because he's trying to make the shortest line. I'm not sure if he's got a slow puncture or something, but his lap pace last time was perfectly good, 2 minutes 13.
That would be a real pity if that's the case. I mean, his time through sector 1 is 31.9 seconds. Rick Broikers, that's a good benchmark, 31.4. So he's bang on. Yeah, he's in the ballpark anyway.
I think what's happened, he possibly just had a little bit of a messy exit from the Arrabbiata, not the Arrabbiata, the Biondetti chicane, and therefore his tyres suddenly got wet again over the curbing, and therefore he wasn't quite on the line when he got to the final corner to Buccin. But actually his lap pace is looking good all over again.
So this is what I love about the 24-hour series, is how you can keep pace in hand, or you can keep your fast drivers in hand, or you use them up early and hope that the strategy works out. There's so many different solutions to the question, and Kessel Racing, you know, David Fuminelli is clearly their quickest driver. He's only done 48 minutes of driver time so far in this race at all, and he has a maximum of 4 hours that they can use him for. So they can just chuck him in for most of the day tomorrow. In fact, they might even put him in before the end of today's portion, just to get them back in the conversation a little bit. But so Kessel Racing, yes, you might think, oh, at the moment they're a little bit behind, they're just on the lead lap and no more, you know, but as soon as they put their top driver in, the pace changes quite dramatically.
Yeah, again, counting backwards from the end of the 7 hours. We're nowhere near that yet, but 2 hours left on the clock, or thereabouts. The race will end at 6 o'clock local time today. The cars will be parked on the grid. Haven't looked too much at GT4 for a while, and Venture, British team with the Mercedes, were entered for this race. Before this race, the news came through they're doing the entire season, and what a way they're starting it, leading the GT4 class. Matthew George at the wheel, still waiting for the Joneses, Christopher and Neville, to have their runs in the car, but certainly the lion's share being done by Matthew, and he's looking quite...
Yeah, he's a minute 22 to the good at the moment on a very similar strategy to the CCS Racing Porsche, but of course that's the same lap. This is crucial, because if Venture really need, right now, I think they've got to try and put CCS Porsche a lap down. That's what they're aiming at the moment, so that they start tomorrow with that lap advantage, because they can have a minute and 40 advantage, but that's not a lap, so that gets completely wiped out. If they don't have that lap advantage, it's as good as nothing. So that might be what they're now working towards, is trying to put the CCS Porsche, the car that is working that is racing against them now, because the Lotus unfortunately is still in the pits. They'll really be aiming for that in the next 2 hours and 8 minutes.
So Ben, busy down in the pits, what have you got for us?
Not too busy generally in the pits, to be fair, at the moment, but the Proton Uber competition Porsche is back from the tow-in that it's had around the back of the circuit, and being able to observe the damage a little bit closer from the mechanics. I would say this car could be out pretty quickly, to be honest. The front bumper is damaged, and it has lost a front left wheel arch. They're about to take that front wheel off to see if there's much damage to the suspension and steering arms. But the main kind of bent area is the rear left. That's obviously taken the brunt of the impact into the concrete wall, and that is definitely bent. But moreover, is not rotating, and there's a bit of a struggle to get that wheel off. Once that's off, I imagine that there's a couple of pieces to be replaced in there, and as long as there's not too much of an impact through the drive shafts into the gearbox, then fundamentally this car could be ready to go back out if they choose to do so. I'm not going to have a chance to speak to the driver. Very, very upset with himself, clearly, as they were in a really good position to take a very good result here. But ultimately, there's a bit of carbon fibre to be replaced. There's certainly at least one corner to be replaced, but other than that, not too bad.
Thanks very much, Ben. And often you see a racing car when it's at the side of the circuit and it looks really broken, but the way they're modular and the way that a lot of the parts just do their role, they absorb the energy. But the fact a lump hammer is being used to try and sort the left rear corner, suggesting that wheel's not coming off so they could inspect all that's behind it. And this is where ingenuity as well as a bit of brute force is required. And it's so painful when you see something that's not necessarily a big problem, but the fact they can't remove an element like the wheel to get to it is just so galling.
It looks seized.
It does look seized.
So the out comes a hammer. Well, for those watching with endurance racing bingos, we've had yellows breed yellows. Lump hammer, if you had that one, tick it off. Bashing away at what is a very expensive wheel, I'm sure, with the hammer. But it's seized solid. It's not moving. Oh no, what a shame for Proton Huber competition. They were in such a strong place. And Jörg Greiser, he was 95% there with that stint. He'd done everything right. It will have been, we didn't get a replay of it, but it will be the smallest error.
It will, and it could very well have even been his in-lap. And, you know, sometimes, and I know this full well, that you can just take your eye off the ball a little bit. You're not going 100%. You're thinking about just make a nice, clean exit and get it into the pit lane tidily. And then changing track conditions, maybe just not quite hitting it. And that is where the problem starts. By the way, if you wanted to know how many pizzas are going to be delivered by Creventic, I'm told the figure is 80. What do you want on yours?
I'm just a margarita man, actually.
Oh, yeah, very good.
I like to take big risks in life, Bruce.
Margarita, nothing too spicy.
Yeah, no. A good margarita pizza, if it's a good pizza, it doesn't need any more than that. You just don't need to reinvent the wheel. Well, the lump hammering has not done the job, so Proton Huber competition trying another method to try and free this rear left wheel. And this must be so frustrating. And yeah, put yourself in your dry sauce shoes. You'd be sick, absolutely sick, and it's just so easy to do. That's just why motor racing, it's the agony and ecstasy, particularly of endurance racing. There's such a long, such a long race that if it goes well, the elation is huge, but if it goes wrong late in the piece, it's just agonising.
And look, well, not so much now, but 20 years ago when the cars were far more fragile and they weren't literally flat out from start to finish at Le Mans, it was a sigh of relief. We got to the finish, and most teams wouldn't have revealed that they'd been nursing a problem for many hours and driving around things that didn't work. Look at Jaguar's first modern era victory in 1988. What people didn't know was that Jan Lammers had the car, wouldn't go below third gear, so trying to get it out after the final pit stop, but somehow the Dutch magician made it work. But, you know, from the outside, you couldn't tell how close it was. And think just a handful of years ago with poor Toyota with a lap and a quarter to go. Their first potential victory in the race, and it was snatched away from them. How hideous must that have been?
There's so many examples of it, isn't there? I mean, Paul Newman would have been a Le Mans winner in 1979. They had a seized wheel, didn't they? Late on in the race in the Hawaiian Tropic Porsche 935, and the Whittingtons went on to win.
Look, Mario Andretti never won the big race. Coulda, shoulda, didn't though. But it's down to small things. But the good news now, and particularly in this amazing era of sports car racing with the manufacturers really coming to play, is that the cars are just so much more robust than they were before. Of course, this year we've got Aston Martin racing with the Valkyrie coming on board, but they're behind the curveball. You're not likely to win in your first year. The problems will come your way in year one. They'll come your way in year two, but they will get there. But they do win a prize already. Best sounding car on the circuit with the V12 engine. You heard it at Sebring, and just quite special. No, very special.
Yeah, and had a strong run at Sebring. I mean, for a brand new car, it was impressive. And they did a 24-hour test on Tuesday after the race, so they're definitely putting in the miles. I mean, that's what Audi used to do after the Sebring 12 hours to prepare for Le Mans. They did the Sebring 12 hour and a 24-hour test, or sometimes even 36-hour test at Sebring to really put the car through its paces. Era Motorsport, they were running up towards the front end, and unfortunately that 60-second penalty for overtaking under code 60 really punished them a lot. They're in 8th at the moment. Kyle Tilley at the wheel. Their next car up the road is only 7 seconds up the road, and actually that's a 992 class car. That's the leader in 992, Julian Hanses for Milner Motorsport. Then it's another Ferrari about a further 8 seconds up the road. So if Kyle Tilley want to be getting his head down here and try and drag Era Motorsport back up towards the front.
Yeah, he's doing a decent job. I'd suggest that Julian Hanses, leading the 992 Cup class, is about to pit somewhere soon. He's best part of an hour and a half. He's over an hour and a half into his stint. The 992 Cup class cars can run longer, of course, than the GT3s, but also longer than you'd think, simply because they've had a fair degree of code 60s, slower running, less petrol burnt for all the runners and their abated pace. But Era Motorsport, yeah, they'll be ruining that penalty, doing their best to make sure they don't fall another lap down. At the moment, they've got 107 laps on the board. The race-leading car, 110. You can do the maths yourself on that one. They're not where they want to be.
So the pizzas are making their way to the garages. Big delivery from the local pizza shop. Bet they're doing a good trade today as the mechanics, the hard-working mechanics at PB Racing, they've got their Lotus back out going again.
They have, because there's only one in the garage. There's a spare one in the background.
I think they've definitely deserved the first pizza delivery. Also MP Motorsport, the Costner family watching away there, just go, yes, pizza, definitely, why not? There's always time for pizza.
Driver saying, I'm coming in now. No, you're not. Stay out. Give us 5 minutes.
And Thomas Costner, Father Thomas, he's just gone, yeah, margarita for me, thank you very much. Fantastic, I love it.
God, I really feel for, when you get someone serving you in a restaurant, you've got 6 people just trying to work out whose pizza is who. Imagine a whole pit lane. Unless they say you can have any colour you like in the Henry Ford style as long as it's margarita.
As long as it's There's only one choice, really. It's margarita pizza. That's what the drivers need. That's what the mechanics need. Power on with pizza here in Mugello. The PB Racing team. Now, if anyone's earned a pizza, it's them having to change a fuel pump. They've got 2, so only 1 for MP Motorsport. PB have got 2. don't worry about it. Move that timing computer. There's more important things arriving. Get the pizzas on.
Yeah, then Manamori by Energy by AB Motors. I suggest the mechanic with the lump hammer gets one to himself when he's finished his crashing and bashing, and I just hope he can get that left rear wheel removed from the car. The Porsche that was leading the race was falling down a little bit, but it was very nearly the end of Jörg Dreisau's bronze drivers stint.
Proton Huber.
What did I say?
Oh, Manamori.
I've gone mad.
They're leading the race.
I know.
Don't
exactly
panic.
What I'm not talking about. Yeah, so, yes, Proton Huber with their Porsche, and these things happen. Really, really unfortunate.
Although both with paint schemes that kind of look like Austin Powers curtains. Psychedelic.
Yeah, full on.
Into the final 2 hours of this portion of the Michelin 12 hours of Mugello. It is Manamori Energy by AB Motors who lead with their Porsche. Sergio Nicolai on board with Alessandro Cotrera for Kessel Racing in second. Gray Newell for Heart of Racing has crept his way up there in third. So they had a difficult start to the race. Ian James said it was one of the scariest stints of his life. Didn't quite get the tyre pressures right for the Michelin wets. Now they're into their groove, and we know how quick those Mercedes are, especially in AM-class trim, because they have that wider restrictor.
Yeah, and bear in mind that car was qualified second, so all 3 drivers, including the 3rd driver in that grouping, Hannah Grisham, have clearly found some pace. It's a car the team knows very well. However, it was the tyres they didn't know well, the wet condition tyres, and we certainly had wet condition at the start of the race. And in fact, they didn't find the pace pretty much through the first cycle across all 3 drivers. But at the second time of asking, start driver Ian James has had his second stint. Gray Newell's having his second stint, and it's going better and better for them. And you said right in the opening hour, it's, you know, many things can happen, not just in the first 7 hours, but as long as you stay vaguely in the hunt. However, the excellence of Manamori by IBI Motors with their Porsche does mean they're sitting on a lap advantage. That is gold dust. Imagine starting tomorrow's race with a lap in hand, but all it takes is another penalty for someone, and that pretty much gets thrown out the window.
I recall back in the Monza 12 hours a couple of years ago where Herbert were up the front as they normally were, and they had the opportunity to basically not pit and put everybody a lap down on them, or fill up with fuel, new tyres, ready for the run to the flag, but then be on the same lap starting the next day, and they chose the latter. So sometimes it can be tempting to go, yeah, let's put them a lap down, let's stamp on them a bit, but actually sometimes there can be even more value of starting with a full tank of fuel and brand new tyres. The thing is, though, as well, the other thing we have to consider is, if you go into Parc Fermé with wet tyres on, now let me get this right, if you go into Parc Fermé with dry tyres on, you are allowed to change to wets, new wets.
Not the other way.
You can't go the other way around. So I was thinking this, putting new tyres on, you know, could be good, it could be a waste of time, because we could come back tomorrow and the track be dry. Now the forecast isn't showing that, but stranger things have happened. But in general, you know, having those new tyres is a good thing.
Yeah, it is something you have to definitely consider, how much fuel you'll start the race. It was a bit like a handful of years ago, actually probably quite a long time ago in Formula 1, where you chose how much fuel you went out to qualify because you had to start with what was left. And that was an interesting factor for a while. Peter's checking the weather mapper again. There is again some very dark cloud pattern coming towards us. Blue is the colour. It's not what you want to see, but it's moving on through. But it's going to be wet again tomorrow. It's a question of how wet. It does suggest it's going to be more intermittent showers, whereas today we went fully wet for a while. And it does seem the storm pretty much comes to just south of the circuit here in the rolling hills of Tuscany and hasn't gone past yet. But hey, we've got just under 2 hours for it to come and play all over again.
We might get away with it.
I think we might, as we're scrolling through.
Yeah. Oh, it might have just missed us, you know. It just needs. That's the thing, is when you're in these rolling valleys, these Tuscan valleys, you just don't know. It reminds me of actually going on the Faf Rally in Portugal, which is a lot of valleys one after the other, and you just don't know where the rain's going to come through or not.
Track is still slightly greasy in various places. Just looking at the Mulder Motorsports 992 Porsche, tail a little bit happy, just being hauled back into line by Julian Hansers. Carl Tilley has caught past him, but just remember Carl's in a GT3 Ferrari, so you'd expect that. And he's lapping about 4 seconds a lap faster than Julian Hansers. But the lap pace one needs to look to is The driver second in the 992 class, Rick Broikers, 5 seconds faster than the Mugello Motorsport car that he's chasing down. The gap between them in terms of seconds is down to next to nothing. They're almost nose to tail as they started this lap. Is Julian Hanson's about to pit? Well, he's got 1 hour and 37.5 minutes on the clock, whereas Rick Broikers giving chase is only 42 minutes into his stint, so he'll continue. Doesn't necessarily need to overtake on the track to get past Hansen to take the lead in the 992 Cup class. Might have actually even done that around the course this lap because he's absolutely flying. Good to see the Lotus PB Racing entry, the Emira back on the track, looking neat, nimble, but way down towards the tail of the field. It's got 86 laps on the board. It's running in GT4. The class leader has fully 20 laps more under its belt. Mugello Motorsport still hanging on by just 1.3 seconds, 1.2 seconds now clear of Rick Broikers. They're 9th and 10th overall, but the Red Camels Jordan car is coming ever closer to the tail of the Mugello Motorsport blue and white Porsche. That should be surely pitting anytime soon. Also looking to see who's putting in some quick laps, some very quick laps coming from a young Tom Coronel. When I say young in spirit there, 2 minutes 10 seconds. That's a very quick lap at the moment. In fact, only two cars on the track, and they're both GT3 cars, lapping faster than Tom is in the MDM Motorsport Porsche that's running 4th in the 992 Cup class. So he's showing the mere 30-year interlude from when he last raced here, when he was a single-seater, young single-seater driver. Time passes, time flies, but he's as quick as ever. And as we heard in the early interview, Peter, he's absolutely loving being back here.
He is. I mean, you think where all the places he's raced in his career, and it's great to see that joy is still there. It's quite remarkable how that still burns bright. I'm looking so closely at their weather radar, and I don't want to say it because I don't want to get it wrong, but the only risk now, I would say, is in about 1 hour and 10 minutes, where we are right on the, again, just like how we've just dodged a shower that came very close, with 1 hour and 10 minutes to from now. So
with sort of 40 minutes remaining in today's 7 hours.
Yeah, there's one that's going to get quite close, but is it going to come over the circuit? It's difficult to say. Difficult to say at this moment in time. So. Oh, this is who would want to be a strategist?
I know, difficult. I do remember one of the Formula 1 teams long ago used to fly a meteorologist over from the States, this young meteorology student who just seemed to have the golden touch, and suddenly people didn't know who he was, but then suddenly they noticed the team really rather liked him, and then they realized that he was reading the weather incredibly well. Maybe he just had a lot of fortune that went with it, but you know, in any form of racing, particularly endurance racing, you've got to have good ways of checking how the weather's changing. Of course, you're just looking on your laptop. There are many channels you can use now to do the job, but back then it was I think he used to nip out and check the Stevenson screen to check the barometer in the back of the paddock.
That might be more useful than the various websites we're looking at, but the teams will have a bit more sophisticated equipment than that. But right now it's conditions fairly consistent, and the lap time's now starting to creep towards what we saw earlier on. We're now sort of seeing a few 209s popping up on the screen. Max Partel's just on a 209 flat in the Hoffer Mercedes. So interestingly, as we come into these conditions, the AM class Mercedes are now coming up to the fore. So is there something in that? Is it that the full wet, the Mercedes didn't really like it as much, but as we get a little bit more kinder conditions, are the Mercedes reacting better? Is that straight line? Of course, the AM class cars have a more favourable balance of performance to the same car in a Pro or Pro AM class. Like for example, the Mercedes, it's a naturally aspirated car. It has an air restrictor on it. The AM class cars have a wider air restrictor, more air going through equals more power. So can you use that straight line speed advantage more in a drier condition?
Well, I mean, the answer is I'd say there's, with absolute certainty, that would be the case. Right, also into the pit, a car that's been at the front end before, the Praha Racing Ferrari. It's had its moments. It's slipped down the order just a little bit, and driver change going on there. Don't know if that's Ben is anywhere near there, but certainly the pit's having a little flurry of business.
looks like Josef Kral getting back on board.
Yeah, Miroslav Vibo's got out, and that would be the cycle. We went from Kral, who was super quick, and rose to the very top with his double stint at the start of the race. And Miroslav Vibo's just got out, carrying his seat insert away in the background. Nice yellow and black one to match some of the colour scheme on the outside of that very good-looking 296 GT3 Ferrari. Brand new set of Michelin tyres.
Nice smoky burnout to get a bit of temperature into them as well. Judging by that, I would think this is Josef Kral. Just it was a purposeful pull away from the pit box there. It's the Scuderia Ferron 992 car also into the pits as well. And car number 949 brought in by Agustin Sanabria. So at the front of the field, still, in fact, Sergio Nicolai putting in some time into the second place car, the Triple C Kessel racing car of Alessandro Cutrera. So you've got Sergio Nicolai is the strongest driver in that Manamuri Energy Porsche. Alessandro Cutrera is the non-professional driver in that car. So I would not be surprised to see David Fuminelli getting installed in the number 8 Kessel car to try and bridge that gap back down again, because he's been really the standout driver of all this week.
Yeah, now under 2 hours remaining in this race, and certainly the track is probably about the best condition it's been since the outset, because suddenly we're starting to get drivers setting their cars fastest time in the race. There have been moments where the track hasn't been too bad, but it's stop-start because of a flurry of code 60s. But now the drivers, a lot of them are sort of halfway through a natural stint length, so their fuel load is down a bit. The tyre performance has fallen away a little bit. We discussed this yesterday with the dry weather tyres from Michelin, is the fact they've got really good performance. It falls away quite quickly after a handful of laps, but then it plateaus. And I think at this point, with the drivers in the swing on these tyres, on these wet weather tyres on which they're running, they can still get performance out of them nearly an hour into a stint. But I think it's the fact they're just getting continual running under green flag at the moment that is the biggest help of all for them.
Definitely, it is. And also for the actual evolution of the track, that's so important, because the faster the cars are going round, the hotter the tyres are, and therefore the more it drives the track surface up. It sounds very basic,
no,
but that's
entirely so. But Vasily Vladikin, who's running 5th, has just set a very quick lap, 2:07.9. That's within a second and a bit of the fastest lap of the race. And I think there's a bit more to come from Sergio Nicolai. His last lap was a 2:08.6, and his best lap, or the best lap for that car, is a 2:07.3. So yeah, track conditions looking better and better. Top of the mountains behind, still swathed in cloud above the tree-covered slopes. But drivers also, I notice, are starting to be more confident about running towards the edge of the circuit. And as I said that, suddenly Sergio Nicolai in the corner that, when the conditions were dry, people were taking liberties with. The third corner of the lap, Poggio Secco, ran very wide indeed, not into the gravel, but certainly prepared to run deeper over those curbs.
Yes, he is, isn't he? Yeah, just at the moment, pace-wise, in fact, he had a very strong lap there. It was nearly 4 seconds quicker than Alessandro Cutrera, about 3 seconds quicker than Gray Newell in third, and Max Partl's going well in fourth, 2:09.5, and as you mentioned, Vasily Vladikin, that 2:07.9 there. So it's all starting to really evolve now on circuit, as it's a little bit clearer as well, that little bit better vision too, which will help as well, help the drivers spot the drier patches on the track, and they'll be really searching those out, certainly at this stage. And then if you end up getting a drying line, you'll see them coming off the drying line to actually cool the tyre back down again to get it into its exact temperature window.
Right, this lap for our race leader Sergio Nicolai will be a little slower. He was slightly delayed, no fault from the GT4 Mercedes from Venture with Matthew George. He tried to get out of the way as soon as he could, or hold his line, so Sergio just had to bide his time. He's got the RPM Racing 992 Cup Porsche just in front of him now, in one of the 2 Vortexes. So there we are, a real variety of cars, but he's got to make his way safely past all of them. And while all of the circuit looks pretty much dry now, definitely if you're on the racing line, you're laughing. That's going to be the driest bit. So every overtaking manoeuvre still has potential jeopardy, particularly if you run on the outside line. Great little battle for 5th place, and Pelin Racing, Carl Marcelli has been hunting down Miro Konopka and just made his way past.
That's into 6th.
Turn 1.
Yeah, into 6th for Kyle Marcelli ahead of Miro Konopka. Great move. Yeah, just set it up nicely on the outside. Round he went. Marcelli's been really impressive in this Pelin Racing 296 GT3.
Yeah, sorry, I read the screen incorrectly. Of course, it was the battle for 6th. Race leader Sergio Nicolao, Manamari Porsche. Second place, Alessandro Cutrera, the CC Kessel Racing Ferrari. Third place, Gray Newell, the Heart of Racing Mercedes. It's going better and better. Maximilian Partel, Hofer Racing. Again, that was a car that in qualifying looked very handy indeed for the family team. And then Vasily Vladikin is the driver in 5th place in his Continental Racing by Simpson Audi. Race leader, 118 laps in the board. And that is the Manamari Porsche.
An hour and 45 minutes left before we go into Parc Ferme tonight. So that is a really important time. We've got to really watch closely to see who, if we keep staying green, who pits when, and can they get to the end, or do they top up it before we get to the end? That's going to be really important to see who's on what lap as well for when we go into the 5-hour sprint, if you like, tomorrow.
Yeah, well, absolutely right. And even better lap, 2:06.9 for Hofer Racing in 4th place, Maxi Partel. Gray Newell's just done a 2:10, so not as quick, but still the fastest lap for the Heart of Racing team, Mercedes, that's running in 3rd place. Has a lot of time to find, nearly 42 seconds on the Kessel Racing Ferrari that holds down 2nd. But right now, it's the first real chance in the race for drivers to stretch their legs, get into the pattern. And this is a circuit that has fabulous flow. Up and down it goes, but almost constantly changing directions. But definitely, and you've seen this because you've watched a lot of motorbike racing, this is a fantastic circuit for them. They've got more space to come and play, but the flow as they're going around the circuit, a lot of the drivers who are new to Mugello this year really had been enjoying it in the 2 days of dry practice or testing practice qualifying. Been very tricky for them today, but I think they'll have learnt an awful lot. What the weather brings tomorrow, we suggest it's going to be showers, potential sunshine at some point within there, but again, it'll be a different mix of wet and dry, but at least they've got today under their belt.
Well, and that might be even more strategically complicated, because if we have portions of proper dry, then that can make things very, very challenging in how you go on and off. Now, this is something with the previous tyre manufacturer in the 24-hour series, where the wet tyre was good when it was fully wet, but as soon as it started to dry out, it then struggled, and you had to get onto the dry tyre quickly. From what I understand, particularly for a lot of the drivers from the Nordschleife, they say that the Michelin wet can hold itself together pretty well in drying conditions. So let's see how that goes tomorrow. Again, that's another step into the unknown for the teams. And for me, speaking very selfishly from an entertainment perspective, that's what we like to see. It's intriguing, seeing which team cracks the code first, which team gets the advantage first.
And it's not simply down to how much rainfall there is, it's also down to the temperature, and a few degrees difference can make the world of difference. I mean, this weekend, today is the opening round of the NLS, that's the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, and many around there is cancelled because of snow or the fact it's only 3 degrees or whatever, and so the drivers there are learning on the trickiest circuit in the world how to get their tyres right. And we heard from Heart of Racing talking about having the tyre pressures wrong in the opening stint, or maybe the first 2 stints in this race. But think about it, if you want to adjust them around the Nürburgring, it's 25 kilometres. If you've got them wrong, that's a very long distance to be travelling with a car that is as some people would say in motor racing circles, suboptimal.
The stagger is starting to unwind in 992, because Rick Breukers for the Red Camel Jordans team has gone back into the lead ahead of Julian Hanses, and Julian Hanses needs to come in because of his driver time in 9 minutes time maximum, otherwise he'll get a big penalty. So that means then that Milner will have to drop back a little bit, but also the Red Camel, they might have another 20 minutes of fuel left, something like that.
I honestly thought that Julian Hanses and Milner Motorsport would have pitted a handful of minutes ago, but 1 hour and 51 minutes on the clock, that is deep into where you'd expect them to be. But of course, there were code 60 periods when you are not guzzling the fuel at the same rate, running at 60 kilometres an hour. Of course you're not going to be, but again, they have to have very, very clear telemetry in their car, because the difference between running at that pace and running at full pace is night and day. However, I would be fairly sure he's going to be coming in super soon. But into the lead of the class, Rick Breukers, Red Camel Jordans, 8th place overall. Carl Marcelli has just brought the Pellin Racing Ferrari, that's car number 29, into the pits. He's in refuelling at the moment, and he too had got ahead of Julian Hanses. But for now, 909 is working its way forward. Bright light on its tail. It's getting gloomy again out there, but all the cars, because it's a wet weather race, have been told to have those on. It's all part of the rule book.
It's interesting that this a little bit of an emerging line for me, particularly on the start-finish straight there is. As Rick Breukers used all the curb and more coming out of Poggio Secco at turn 3. It's big, has to put a big dab of opposite lock-in as the car tries to break away with him. Are the tyres going away from him now? Now interesting, are those Michelin tyres, are they now starting to overheat? Is Rick Breukers, now that he's an hour into his stint, is the tyre actually now starting to overheat where he... I don't think we're anywhere near a tipping point for getting from a wet to a dry tyre just yet. But, you know, are you having to go offline to try and cool the wet tyre down and bring it back into its Goldilocks temperature range?
It's just another factor that's in the mix to be considered. Light conditions changing, track conditions changing, not just in terms of the amount of moisture, but the track temperature. Bear in mind, at the start of the race this morning, it was an 11 o'clock kickoff. Track temperature was, air temperature was only 12.2 degrees. So we're not going to have a huge temperature swing because overnight, I think it's going down to about 6 degrees. So there's not much of a swing at all. You think about some circuits between night and day, you could have a, air temperature difference could be 30 degrees Celsius. That's a huge swing. Here it's going to be very small indeed, and the track has
to pit because of his driver time in now 6.5 minutes at the absolute latest. So that Milner car has to come in by regulation now because Johan Hanses is getting towards that 2-hour maximum. But as I say that, Gray Newell's just set the best lap of the race for the their best lap of the race for Heart of Racing. Likewise, Hoffer Racing for Max Bartel, who's very close to the absolute best lap of the race. Personal best also for Kyle Tilley for that best for that car. Likewise, Arunas Gukuskas and Juta, MDM, Tom Coronel, Stefan Perrin, also Nick Gephardt in the CCS GT4 Porsche. So the track is getting quicker and quicker and quicker.
Yeah, it's not coincidence you got 7 drivers on the timing screen, or do I now mean 8? Yes, I do mean 8, setting their car's fastest time. And this is after we've almost got through 5.5 hours of racing. It's 7 hours today, the Saturday at Mugello, and tomorrow we will complete it with another 5 hours of racing. The 2 vortexes we've had in this race are still circulating, and there was great promise from the 702 early on. We thought, let's see how it's going to play in the top 10. It qualified in 12th position, effectively ahead of a trio of GT3 runners. Unfortunately, an early spin after gaining a few places in the opening couple of laps put it down the order, and since then we've had a fair few rotations. It's down in 16th place for Arno Gomez, so he's well clear in class. A new fastest lap of the race from Hofer Racing. 3 consecutive laps in the 2:06 bracket from Maximilian Bartel. Not just quick, but super consistent. So that's clearly a car that's feeling good, and a driver that's feeling ever better. How long has this stint been? It's about 3 minutes under an hour. He's 57 minutes in, but 2:06.040. Come on, who can beat that?
Well, let's see. I wonder if David Fuminelli's in the Kessel garage going, well, you take my fastest lap of the race, watch this. I'll just get my helmet ready and ready to take over from Alessandro Cabrera. Ben Constanduros has some more for us in the pits. Ben.
Got the Pellin Racing Kyle Marcelli with what looks to be, well, certainly slick tyres on the left side. We haven't yet, presumably the other ones have been done already. Yes, they have. 4 used slick tyres on Kyle Marcelli's car. He's already fueled up, and I've been waiting down at Mullner Motorsport to see if they were going to go slick tyres, and actually they've prepared themselves wet tyres. I was feeling around and they were definitely had slicks in the garage, but it looks as though the call is for wet tyres for them, so no change there. Watch out for the times of Kyle Marcelli though, because he is on used slick tyres, but no change here at Mullner Motorsport. I'm going to chat to Julian in just a few moments' time.
Thanks very much. Really exciting news. So let's see how low we can go. The best lap so far, 2 minutes and 6.148 seconds. Where is that going to end up with Kyle Marcelli, who's been super when the track's been wet? The track is drying out. We'll keep an eye on that one for you.
It's actually, they've done a driver change. How quickly have they got that done? Felice Gilmini is
yes,
on board.
Yes, been running for a while.
So he said, give me the slicks, I'm going for it. He's obviously been watching the timing screen very closely, and we're going to watch his sector times incredibly closely, because this, and I'm sure everybody up and down the pit lane in GT3 and indeed elsewhere is going to be watching this. Oh, he's off. He's off. He just asked for the power. Round it went. And now does he get stuck in the gravel? Oh, he's got 2 wheels on the gravel. He's got 1 on the hard standing. Felice Gelmini just asked for the power. There was no tyre temperature at all. Round he went. That was at the Materazzi Borgo San Lorenzo chicane. He's refired the car again. Now, does he have drive to get out? I think he does. So, yeah, it's turn 5. Yes, it is. So he's managed to get back going again. Now, is he going to brave it, or is he going to come back in and try the wets? Where they were in the race, where they were running, it was worth the gamble. Will the gamble still pay off? Let's see.
Well, he's lost about 20 seconds, but other teams might be going, you know what, those slicks, you can put them to the back of the garage now. Well, let's see. He's calmed it down. I mean, from his point of view, from the Italian racer, Fabrizio Gelmini's point of view, very concerning. And we're just hearing it starting to rain. Some of the camera crew out around the track, so they gambled and immediately they were given a rap across the nose. Haha, don't you try and play with the weather here. We know what we're doing. Ah, my word. So Pelin Racing, a roll of the dice for Fabrizio Gelmini. Maybe in some ways it would have been, if they wanted to do it, you know, if you've got a driver going into his second stint, because of course Carl Marcelli had been running for quite some while on this drier circuit. Peter continues to check the weather map to see what is coming our way, but it was the smallest of moments, and it really was a sort of a pendulum motion to the left, to the right, and then around and facing backwards for the 29 Ferrari for Pelin Racing. So Fabrizio Gelmini be feeling very sorry for himself, but also the good news, he got the car going again. The bad news is the rain has just started to fall. Oh, it's fickle here.
But how is it? Just spits, or is it going to be? Is it going to come to much? No, it did get a clean third sector, so let's have a look and see what that is. Bear in mind there will be a couple of laps of tyre heat up. Felice Gelmini, the last time by 50. Oh, he's very close to the wet weather tyre drivers. If he can get some temperature in these tyres and not spin again, oh, the rear is all over the place as he comes up the hill, probably the lowest traction part of the circuit, up the hill out of San Donato, turn 1, but up to Lucco, and the rear is coming all over the shop.
Yeah, but that's because he was also really working the front of the car, and he was really turning the wheel from side to side to just try and get some more heat. So I think he's realised the message is loud and clear for him. Don't dive too soon, just try and be smooth, get the heat into these dry weather. They were used scrubbed Michelins, but anywhere he gets close to the curbing on the outside, he, for now, better not to touch it, because that nearly had the tail coming around the very same point he rotated on the outlap.
But if we stay dry another 10 minutes, we're at that crossover point. How brave do you want to be? Do you want to risk it? If you're in the leading position, do you if there's no big change in lap time, don't take the risk. The wet is the safer tyre, but can you make a wet can you make the wet tyre last a whole stint? I don't know if you can. I think the wet tyre is going to overheat if you try and do a full stint on it now.
Yeah, quite possibly, but just remember that, of course, track temperature is still quite low, which is a factor that gives them a bit of a helping hand. Right, trying to look at sector times for Felice Gelmini. Early part of this lap. No, he's not yet quite on the pace of the front runners on wet tyres, but is the track drying? Hard to tell. The light is starting to become gloomier and gloomier here at the Mugello circuit, and if you get it wrong in one corner, the corners come at you thick and fast, and at any moment you see a driver running a little bit wide, it's going to hurt. So down to the final corner, Bucin. In the background you can sort of see the mountains in our little valley, we can see the fields, we can see the trees, but as that Ferrari accelerates away from the final corner, staying off the green and white painted curves, along the start finish straight he goes. Remember the best lap of the race, what was it, 6.1 seconds or thereabout, 6.040 seconds.
Well, he just said his personal best of that car's personal best of the whole race is sector 3. So as the tyre temperature keeps building, oh, he's late on the brakes into San Donato turn 1 and nearly ends up in the gravel again. The rear of the car, as soon as he asked for the power, the tail just kicks out, slips and slides. And when we went for our track walk yesterday, that incline up from San Donato to Lucco, if you're watching on our pictures on Preventing Motorsport TV, it does not give it justice. It is so steep, and we've all driven on a wet road up a steep hill, and you'll lose traction. Racing car, imagine that with way more power. Oh,
Yeah, it's steep enough to get your calf muscles working, that is absolutely for sure. But right now the other teams are looking and give them another few laps. Still some quick laps coming in. Martin Rump now back into second place in the Mugello Motorsport car in the 992 Cup class. Of course, he's just got back on board that, taken over from Julian Hansers. Class lead is Rick Broikers, 7th overall. He's lapping 2 minutes 12. Mugello Motorsport, Martin Rump, 2 minutes 10, but then he's on fresher rubber, but he's on wet weather rubber. Only one driver out there on slick tyres, and that's Felice Gelmini, Pellion Racing. And down to Ben.
With me, but I've gone down to Era Motorsport because they've been in the fuel area for a long time, and they now join me down in pit lane. Carl Tilley's going to be jumping out. We'll have a chat with him in a few moments, but Jake Hill is getting back in, and guess what tyres Jake is taking? New slick tyres, shiny new slick tyres. We saw the Gelmini with used tyres. That was to get rid of the shine, but Jake Hill reckons he's got the confidence enough to be able to get rid of that shine and get these slick tyres to work. So another Ferrari, another GT3 car going on slick tyres. No one else is brave enough as yet, but it's the young guns that are.
That's interesting. That I'm surprised they don't have any scrubbed dry tyres that they would want to put on, because they don't have that shininess that they have when they first come out the mould. But let's see, because those sticker tyres in the wet is, or wetish is not so pleasant, I don't think. But no, Jake Hill's going to give it a go. Again, Era Motorsport need to roll the dice, because they're running a little bit further down where they want to be. Yeah, well, they're listed down in 9th place. Moments ago they were 8th, but Jake Hill comes out into 9th place, but worth a roll of the dice. But with all the dry weather running, you'd have thought they might have just put one set, given them a little bit of scrub through practice. But anyhow, we are not them, they are not us. But certainly adding an air of excitement. Just under an hour and a half remaining in the first 7 hours, this 12 hours of Mugello, and to see not one but two teams seeing what they can do to pick up the pace. All race so far it's been on wet weather tyres, two teams, both with Ferraris, but unfortunately for them, the windscreen wipers going. Yes, it is raining out on the track, so bad news for Jake Hill, even worse here for Felice Gelmini. And oh yeah, it's now started. The rain is not just trickling down, it is hitting the circuit hard. Can't quite work out where on the circuit that is, but that is proper rain. That could be the start-finish straight, actually. Well, and imagine now you're on dry tyres and the rain starting. In fact, yeah, that rain around village of Scarperia, which is down the road from here, we knew it was going to be close, but we thought it had missed us, but it hasn't. The 29 Pellion Racing Ferrari is now trying to get, and will just be trying to get back to the pits without crashing now. I know, absolutely so. And his flying lap, the one without the twitch, 2 minutes 13, the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 6, so not getting close, 7 seconds down, and that is going to be coming into the pits perhaps. Now let us wait and see, because is he going to be able, as the track becomes wetter rather than dry, will Felice Gelmini have another moment? He's already had that one spin on his outlap on the scrub slicks. The only other driver to follow him onto slicks is Jake Hill, the Era Motorsport Ferrari, and his weren't even scrubbed. They were fully brand new, shiny, slippery tyres. But at the moment, that little flurry of rain, but we don't even know if it's the whole way around the circuit, but there was a point on the circuit in which it was raining properly hard. The Pellion Racing Ferrari, no, he's not coming into the pits, he's pressing on, he's carrying on what's left on the clock. 1 minute 27 seconds. Oh well, I mean, in terms of the sector times, Felice Gelmini, well, lap time wise, he lost quite a lot of time there. He's kind of 5 seconds behind the wet tyre equipped cars. As in fact, the leader is just going to come through now to put another lap down. That's not what Pellion Racing want, as Sergio Nicolai on the wet tyres slips and slides his way through as well. But very respectfully, Felice Gelmini just moves out the way to allow him through, knowing that it's more a case of just survival now. I think you've got to maybe just cut your losses, come in and put the wets back on. I think so, because having done a relatively okay lap, his 2 minutes 13 was followed by a 2 minute 15 second lap. So as you point out, the car's at the very sharp end of the field and lapping just under 2 minutes 10. And the weather map is showing certainly more rain on the way. What you can't tell from a lot of weather maps, though, is the sheer intensity of the rain when it comes. There was that moment a couple of minutes ago, we could see somewhere around the lap there's a puddle and the rain was hammering into it hard. But is it going to just keep blowing through? Well, we heard that Carl City would give us a word. He's down with Ben.
out of the car after a decent stint out there, but still very tricky conditions.
Yeah, very tricky conditions. We basically double in a bit stinted that wet tyre, which was made the last sort of like hour pretty tough going. Honestly, it was great fun. It was just a case of trying to keep it roughly pointing in the right direction. But no, the Ferrari's going well. Lots of fun driving it, and it's always special to drive a Ferrari in Italy. So.
How much did the tyre drop off versus how much did the track get better?
Obviously, track definitely was getting better and better and better. After sort of 25 or so laps, we noticed a fairly big drop in tyre performance. And from that point on, it was just about trying to find the puddles to keep them cool and try and stop them from turning to mush.
Now, I've noticed that Jake has chosen to go out on brand new slick tyres. How much of advice from the cockpit did you manage to give him?
I just let him know it's definitely getting to that transition phase, but it is going to be hard for him for sure. As long as he can keep temp, he'll be fine, because there's no standing water. It's just a case of keeping temp with them. Given if it was a slightly softer compound tyre, it would be a no-brainer, but this one's a little bit of a gamble.
So you're expecting him to struggle initially, but hopefully there won't be more rain and it will come to him at the end of this last stint.
Yeah, it sounds all right in theory, doesn't it?
Well done, Carl. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, what was interesting there is Carl Tilley was talking to Ben Constantinos in the pits. I thought, well, he is being careful. A 2-minute 24-second lap. Aha! Then suddenly some other colours came on the screen, followed by a 2-minute 9.5-second lap. So he's done the early laps. He's just being a little bit cautious, but now he's starting to wind it up. But only the drivers of the top calibre could do this. Anybody else, you're primed for failure rather than success when you go in these dicey, dodgy, changing conditions. In theory, they're dry, but that little flurry of rain would have made a big difference. It seems to have eased away again.
And it's the temperatures, everything. That's what Kyle Tilley mentioned there. If the tyre's within the temperature window where it's happy, not too high, not too low, it's good. And he was talking about not trying to get the wet tyre to turn to mush. That's because it overheats, because it gets too dry. So it is at that switch over. And Jake Hill was at the best sector of anyone all race long in sector 3 on that dry tyre. The best lap of that car that car has done all race, 209.5. He's just gone personal best again in sector 2. So interestingly there that and how is Felice Gelmini doing? No, not able to go quite anything like the pace of Jake Hill. They're both in the same spec of car, 296 GT3, and they're both running on that tyre. The one thing they really don't want is a code 60, because they cannot keep the tyre temperature in a code 60. Let's get back down to Ben.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely still a gamble, because we've seen 992 cars come in and take the wet tyres. We've just seen Sebastian Ajith come in, take wet tyres. The Lamborghini in front of me here, and they've gone wet tyres. So it really is only two kind of pro drivers who have decided that they are able to cope with it. And Felice Gelmini with that off and sitting stationary for a while. In fact, I think he's come back in at the top of pit lane, and I think it looks as though they might be changing the decision again. So yes, if you can keep the temperature in it, then it's fine. But as soon as you drop off that cliff, you'll never get back up it.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. And 3 consecutive laps in the 2-minute 15 shows the pace isn't there. The blue and orange car in the pit lane. And Jake Hill, though, newer rubber for him. 209. Nah, not quick enough. 208.3 the following lap. So British Touring Car Champion of 2024, a driver who is seemingly happy to jump into anything and get straight on the pace with it. He is making his work. Still not the fastest lap of the race. That's still set by drivers in the 206s too. It's the Hofer Racing Mercedes, 206.040. But this is impressive from Jake Hill.
Great news for fans of the Proton Huber Porsche team. They've got it repaired. They're back going again. At the moment, where did they get to? They're in 29th place. They've lost 30 laps in repairing that car, but they're back out and running again. So very impressive from that crew to get that, because that wheel was absolutely locked solid. So they've earned that pizza for sure.
Yeah, they certainly have. It's cold. It's sitting at the back of the garage. They shouldn't have been busy at the time. But we don't know. The E2P Racing Aston Martin had a problem after a small off, or maybe that's what caused the off, but that's still sitting in the garage. But everyone else is still going. From the 31 starters, Darren Curry's back out in the Treble 1 Racing IRC, running third and last in the GTX class. They had a long time in the pits, but back on the track. So good resilience from all the teams, I must say.
Yeah, very impressive preparation, and they've done a lot of running this week too, as Jake Hill has just gone absolute best in Sector 2. Remember, he's the only driver on the circuit with dry tyres on, by our knowledge. He set the car's best lap, the last lap, by a 2:08.339. Felice Gelmini decided to give the dry tyres a go, couldn't quite get them in the window. He's gone back to wets now in the Pellin Racing car as Jake Hill sets the best lap of the race at 2:04.629. That is 2 seconds quicker than anyone has gone all race long. And so those dry tyres are working. He's got them in that temperature range.
Yeah, and effectively that's the best part of 4 seconds quicker than his previous lap, which in turn was another 1.5 seconds better than the lap 4. A little bit of traffic across the nose of the Pellin Racing Ferrari, but for Era Motorsport and Jake Hill, he's got some cars up the track, but not too close for him. And how's he going to go? But 2:04.629. So in certain hands, but again, it was a roll of the dice. It can work, but it was about him not pushing too hard too soon. He certainly waited 2 or 3 laps until he felt the heat was there. You know, he did a lap of 2:24, but bang, as soon as he was confident, very next lap, 2:09. And then from there, he's been not just chipping away, chopping away, 2:04, by far the quickest lap of the race.
Well, Kyle Tilley was quoted when they announced this programme that Jake Hill was the best FIA silver-graded driver in the world. I can't come up with an argument against that comment. In terms of, I mean, the silver drive, you know, in FIA grading, you have bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Bronze is a non-professional driver, doesn't make a living from racing. Silver is, it might as well be called a grey, because it's a grey area of what falls into a silver, but it's such an important part of a mixed driver lineup. The gold drivers and the platinum drivers, they're also closely matched, but the difference between an okay silver and a really good one is massive difference. And what Jake's doing right now for Era Motorsport, what a secret weapon that is. Maybe not so secret now, sorry guys.
Look, it is, and you get drivers who are very much fantastic until it gets wet. He clearly gets better when it gets wet. That's the real mark of a driver, but it was also just he gets better when it gets wet. That's the real mark of a driver, but it was also just to have the feel for the car, the understanding when to really start going for it. It's about started the race at 11 o'clock this morning. We're getting towards 5 o'clock in the afternoon in another dozen minutes or so. And next lap around for Jake Hill, still down in 8th place overall, but not too far off his very best, just 0.2 of a second. 2:04.6 seconds, 2:04.8 seconds. Well, there you go. It's about speed, it's about consistency, and also in terms of difference there, it was about traffic. He had a couple of cars right in front of him. Don't take the risk, because there is a dry line, and there's the other line that looks fairly dry, but it certainly is not the racing line, and you won't get as much grip, and even less grip, of course, while you're on slicks.
And the thing is, until the next pit stops start happening, his advantage is actually only going to get better, because the drivers all the other drivers who are on wets, their wets are only just going to keep overheating and wearing out. So I think we could see a very busy pit lane. Ben and Diana are going to be kept busy over the next 10 or 15 minutes, I reckon.
Okay, interesting little element. Oh dear, we've got a spin of the 965.
Well, this could be that this is the code 60 that they want. This is not what Era Motorsport need. They need green flag to keep those tyres in the window. A code 60 is not what they need, and MDM are off the road at turn 1.
Okay, right, we had Pellin Racing coming back in. Felice Gelmini's just done a 2:02.4, and that, as far as we're concerned, was on a fresh set of wet tyres.
Okay.
Or was it?
Or
I doubt
was
he
it?
came in to get a second set of slicks, unless he felt, no, the scrub ones weren't much good, but that's 2 seconds faster than the best that Jake had managed. Code 60, though, everyone slowed down. The Heart of Racing team, Mercedes, literally the first car into the pits. Actually, 2 other cars. He's coming right behind the Hofer Racing Mercedes. They're going to be the ones that scramble in, along with the GT4 Mercedes from Venture and the RPM Racing Porsche. They will get first to the pumps. That's what they want to be.
Yeah, you want to be first in the queue. We've all been there at the supermarket fuel station and having to wait. You want to get to the front of the queue. It's no different here as they go into the fueling area. Heart of Racing with SPS. They're putting some fuel into their Mercedes.
Remember how sad we felt for Proton Huber competition? out after long repairs, and Manuel Lauk, who started the car, 2 minutes 2.7 seconds. So maybe that one was also put onto slick tyres. They were worth a gamble, having lost so much time sitting in the pit garage after the repairs, and it took forever just to get the left rear wheel off that car so you could continue their checks and investigations. But one does feel the pace that's running, it must surely be on the right rubber.
Did Max Partel get the overtake done on the heart of racing Aston Martin into Buccini there before the code 60 comes out? The race direction will be having a little study of that. He might not have, I don't know, but that's something that they were looking at. Is heart of racing still filling up there. Class Mercedes. Graham Newell brought it in, and was having a quick chat with the team manager and driver Ian James last night, and we were talking about Hannah Gresham and how good a job she did in qualifying. It's remarkable. And I said, is it true that Dubai was her first GT3 race? And he said, yes. He says, we've done that race and we've done some testing in our Aston Martin, but that is it. And she told us that she hasn't driven the car in the wet before. Ben Constanduros, you're about to get very busy.
Well, yes, it's already started to get busy. I can tell you that Red Ant Racing in their Mercedes, they're going on to a brand new set of slick tyres. Frustratingly for whoever's about to jump into that car, those slick tyres have been sitting on the apron for a while, so they've been losing a lot of temperature, and of course they're going to continue to lose more temperature as the cars go out on circuit. There was a Vortex that chose to stay on wet tyres. There was also RPM Racing that chose to stay on wet tyres. We've got the GT4 Mercedes in front of me here. No change of tyres for them, so they're staying on wet tyres. It's an amazing split of strategies here, and it doesn't seem particularly obvious for anybody as yet as to what the right call or the wrong call, or maybe there isn't a right and a wrong call. Now, next car to come to me, very crucially, is the heart of racing Mercedes. It's the wrong end of pit lane for me, so I have to change my direction of travel here. But what have they got on the apron? I can't see tyres prepared as yet. It will be a change of driver for them, and it will be wet tyres by the looks of things. Yes, so they're going on to wet tyres, you see. No one really is sure what's right and wrong. Still, Ebby Motors comes past me. Have they changed onto slicks, or they continue on the wet tyre? Wet tyres for Ebby Motors.
Yeah, but what we saw just ahead of one of the Ebby Motors cars, the Manamori Porsche, was the Hoffa Racing Mercedes having to be pushed from refueling into the pit lane. That suggests a mechanical problem. If you could look at that one, it's down near pit in. That came in from fourth place, and Maxi Partel have been doing some fantastic lapping in that car, but clearly it didn't really want to have to be pushed. It should be driving under its own power away from refueling.
It's never the right end of pit lane, is it?
Of course not.
No, never is. No, we're just making you work, Ben. Sergio Nicolai definitely wouldn't have wanted to see the Hoffa Racing car being pushed because it was in front of him, and that cost him a couple of seconds, but nothing too major. As Kessel Racing are in the pits now. Manamori have got out before the green flag, so green flag in the air now, whereas Kessel Racing are in fuel, so Kessel Racing are going to be punished hard here.
It really is swings and roundabouts, just according to where you are on the lap, where around the circuit you are when it goes to code 60. If you're just starting the lap, you're going to have to queue for your fuel, or do you just go, no, we'll just try and get fuel at a later date. But good news, the Hoffa Racing Mercedes is going under its own power. Don't know what the problem was, why it had to be pushed from refueling into the pit lane. Luckily for them, their pit garage was actually at the pit in end of the pit lane rather than the far end. Then they'd have had to push it a very long way indeed.
Jake Hill stayed out from that Air Motorsport Ferrari, so this is going to be a tippy-toe few laps, I think, because under code 60 the tyres are so cold, and just as he passed underneath our commentary position over the start-finish line, he was weaving back and forward like you see him in the British Touring Car Championship when they're trying to get the tyre temperature in on the warm-up lap, trying to do that. Although it's maybe not the quickest way in code 60, it's the tyre temperature is much more important.
It's down to experience, it's down to feel, but you just have to do everything you possibly can. Some ways of warming up the tyres works for some, for some drivers better than others, but Jack Hill is also during those repairs. It's just going to, the fastest laps has been lowered, of course, with Felice Gelmini, 2 minutes 2.4 seconds. Remember, down at the back of the field as well, after so long in the pits, Proton Hoover competition, 2 minutes 2.7. And that was for Manuel Lauk, who's been the star in that car. He's obviously so far back, so many laps lost during those repairs. It's just going to be a recovery drive. But how far up the charts? Well, you're going to have to work really hard over the next 6 hours. Another hour today and 5 hours tomorrow. See what they can do.
great to see Hoffer able to get going. I just wonder what that little hiccup was, but they're back out onto the track, and they're in it's an all asfalto back battle. Hoffer Mercedes in the AM class versus Harder Racing in the AM class. Same equipment that they received from the factory. It's just how those two teams set them up and how, of course, they're driven as well.
Well, I wonder how much time Hoffer Racing lost there. The fact they had enough mechanics to push the car out. Normally you'd only have one mechanic down there to do the refueling. Luckily for them, if the message came through, I can't fire it up, they were down near the refueling area. They could suddenly get 2 or 3 more mechanics down there to give it the shove into the pit lane. I think that was a big save for them, whatever it was. But is it a problem that's cleared? Who knows? But they got the car going again. Running in 4th place still, maybe slightly less at the end of this lap once the cars have completed a flying lap. No, quite possibly going to stay in 4th.
So curiously, Manamari Energy by Ebi Motors kept their same tyres on. So they had wets, so they're now on old wets, but that would have, of course, kept the temperature in it and would have cooled them back down again. So this, by Ebi Motors, that is interesting call, actually.
It's starting to rain again. Who's on slick tyres? Or maybe it was just a bit of spray, because Maxi Partel, I thought, has he fallen from 4th? In fact, with the Kessel Racing Ferrari in the pits, he's actually risen to 3rd for Hofer Racing, but his windscreen wipers are on. Ben?
Isn't it, for Kessel Racing? They've been fueling whilst we went back to green flag, and they've now come in and only just leaving pit lane. A full service for them, change of driver, but they have put used wet tyres back onto their car, so they're not comfortable with risking those dries right now.
That's very interesting. I wonder if it was David Fuminelli that they put in. No, it's Marco Frezza. So they're basically putting all their Fuminelli eggs in the Sunday basket at the moment.
Definitely seems that way. Right, what have we got left on the clock? 1 hour and 9 minutes. One stint, if you're lucky.
We've also just seen an absolute best in the 992 category set by Paul Meyer for Seb Lejeune Racing, a 207.683 in a Porsche 992 Cup machine. Good Seb Lejeune, Ben mentioned what tyre they went on. Ben, I'm sorry, I've forgotten. What can you remember what Seb Lejeune put on their car on the purple 888? We'll get back to Ben in just a second if we can. Try and find out what tyres Seb Lejeune Racing put on, because whatever Michelin rubber is on, it's working. Anna Grisham has just set the best lap of the Heart of Racing's race, a 207.263. So the timing screen is absolutely lighting up like a faulty car at the moment.
It's the new wet tyre that is working really nicely, but probably only for a couple of laps, because it's obviously a softer compound than the slick tyre, which we've already heard from Carl Tilley is quite a hard compound slick tyre. So they're able to use this softness of this wet tyre to really get a bang in a lap time, but it's not going to last 1 hour and 8 minutes. That's the problem, and they really can't afford to come in and change their wet tyres every 4 or 5 laps. So we're going to see those starring performances, but they're not going to be able to do the full stint.
Yeah, and also another element that you have to knit into that, Ben and Peter, is the fact that the drivers who are now starting to build up the speed on the dry weather tyres, on the slick tyres, they're coming up appreciably faster. The increment is far greater than it has been early in this race. And just looking at our race leader, Sergio Nicolau, wanted to turn into turn 1, and he got super close to the Lamborghini from ARC Bratislava that I don't think thought he was going to be there. But the closing speed was so great, so suddenly you've got another differential. Looking to see how many cars on the track have got their windscreen wipers going. At the moment, none of the group we're looking at, but certainly as the cars touch the curbing on the outside of the circuit, there is still a lot of spray coming up. Is there going to be any more rain before the end of this 7 hours at Mugello? And then, how hard's that rain going to be? Or is it going to continue drying? We simply do not know. But still a handful of drivers, and I must say in the Porsche Cup class, that lap from Paul Meyer, 207, is super competitive. He's way down in 7th in the class, but great to have the Dutchman. Recently returned to racing after a bit of a break, and he's just lost none of his speed. But it's a delicate balance. Eyes on the skies. The clouds actually seem to be hanging lower on the mountainside. The ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, I mentioned it, it's just had a little off-circuit run in the hands of Steno Mikuláško. Comes back on, but heart in mouth for the cars immediately following him, because it nearly took them with him.
So on the old wets, Sergio Nicolai has set a very strong time there, a 206.8 personal best for that car in the entire race. So there is still pace in an old wet as well. So that's an interesting tactic, how they would have been overheating when that Code 60 came out, came into fuel, and back into the temperature range, and then they come back up again. Very, very interesting. It's all, but you know, the temperature is as important as the actual moisture on the track. So important. Of course, the Michelin dry tyre, it's the H2. It's a hard compound, so it's not really designed for this condition at all. It's a little bit wide for the ARC Bratislava car at Puccini.
Yeah. Heart in mouth moment, just stayed out of the gravel, and for Pelin Racing with their bright blue and orange car, the Ferrari, heart in mouth moment for them because it rejoined right across their nose on the exit of Puccini, the corner that leads onto the start-finish straight, and the Lamborghini still playing around but running wider and wider. So I think for Pelin Racing, just hang back a tiny little bit for the moment. That's Felice Gelmini. And as I say that, the Lamborghini goes off at Arrabbiata 1, runs through the gravel. So clearly they have no grip whatsoever, really struggling to corner. Please don't put too much gravel on the track as it rejoins just in front of one of the two Audi R8 LMS. And also the Heart of Racing team, second place, Hannah Grisham driven Mercedes. Started second, tumbled down the order in the first stint, the second stint, but cycled through the drivers and going very nicely in the hands of the young American at the moment. But the Lamborghini in front is the one you don't want to be near. Clearly got no grip whatsoever relative to its rivals. It's been off 2-3 times in the past lap or so. Is it going to get it wrong across Grisham's nose? Grisham takes quite a wide line, looking to see where the Lamborghini is. Luckily not right across its nose now.
Very well handled there by Hannah Grisham, because you don't need to worry too much about these cars. Are not running on the same lap, so yeah, don't worry about it. Just get down, get your head down. I mean, bear in mind, this is our first day driving Mercedes-AMG GT3 in the wet. It's one of a very few number of times where she's driven a GT3 car at all. We talked about how impressed she was, the fastest driver of all three of the harder racing drivers in qualifying, and on the oldest tyres. As off the road goes the 58, the Gosner MP Mercedes, and luckily keeps enough momentum to get back onto the tarmac. Whoa! And gets out in front of the Red Ant car, which is on slicks, and just has a massive moment there. Ayrton Red Ant has to, well, do a bit of Ayrton driving to try and gather it all up there.
Yeah, you have to understand, from most of the drivers still getting heat into the slick tyres, those that are on them, they do not have too many options in terms of where they're placing their car at the moment, and suddenly have someone come from left field and land on the track in front of them as they rejoin. That was a twitchy moment as the Gosner car, which Gosner is on board. It's David Gosner at the moment, son Gosner.
The slick-tyred Air Motorsport machine of Jake Hill after 25 minutes in the stint, some of which under code 60. He's just done a 2:02.5. That's significantly faster than everyone ahead, but best of all for him, he's done the absolute best in Sector 2. Sector 2, that's the run basically out of Poggio Secco all the way through to Arrabbiata. So the fast-flowing changes of direction, the dry tyre really seems to be the one that works in that part of the circuit.
Yeah, and then you drop down from that valley side through Savelli, and then you start going uphill. That's the end of the second sector, but he's bided his time. He's waited for the heat to come back in the tyres after that code 60, building it all up to pace again, and keeping it neat and tidy. What is left on the clock?
Interestingly,
under an hour.
He's sick. It went away quite a lot in Sector 3. He was a little bit slower than Max Partel in the Hofer Mercedes, which is running on new wets. So that changeover point is, this could be, if we stay green for another prolonged bit of time, this could play back in the favour of Jake Hill. If we stay green, he needs it to stay green for that tyre to work. And if he's been at the wheel 25 minutes, hour and 2 minutes, if there's a little bit of code 60, he needn't actually pit. So Air Motorsport have got to decide what they want to do, whether they want to pit and maybe potentially lose some position, but they've got to think where they are and how they get back further up the front before tomorrow.
I think they've just got to consider when they want to come in and get some more fresh slicks and go out and see what sort of pace they can go. I have a slight element of jokiness about there, but there is factors you have to consider. A whole host of runners setting really quick times. Jake Hill, again in that second timing sector, improves his mark there. There is fair cluster of traffic there, which isn't everybody's friend, but I think for Jake at the moment it's relatively clear. Will he be the first driver into the 2-minute 1 second category? Quite possibly, but certainly that middle sector really handy. So in the sweepers around the back, he's making it work, but that does include where you drop down from Casanova to Savelli, and so many drivers have been getting it wrong there. So there's not a lot of grip, the track drops away from you, then you've got the compression at the bottom, but clearly he's got enough grip at the moment to make it work. And at the end of the lap, 2 minutes 3 2 minutes 1.1 second. There we are, as if on cue. Thank you very much, Jake. Could you see if you get way down to the 1 minute 59s, please?
You could be a race engineer and just say, yeah, that's very good, well done, very impressive, but more.
Yes, more.
More, always more. Brilliant stuff. So an hour and 1 minute to go before we hit pause on the Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello. We have 5 more hours to go tomorrow. The cars go into Parc Fermé. They will get parked up on the start-finish straight, and they will be started up again tomorrow, and we go racing in exactly the same condition that they were left in terms of tyres and in terms of the fuel in the tank as well.
But it's looking increasingly good for Manamari Energy by AB Motors with their Porsche. That's car number 95. Sergio Nicolai at the wheel of that has just set its best lap, 2 minutes 5.7 seconds. So, you know, 4 and a bit seconds off the pace that Era Motorsports Ferrari is setting in the hands of Jake Hill. But that is down in 8th place overall with only 133 laps on the board, but 3 laps ahead of that. Yes, 3 laps clear is our race leader, Sergio Nicolai. Lights bright on his car, livery bright on his car. He's tucked in behind one of the other quick cars out there, Felice Gelmini in the Pellin Racing Ferrari. That was a car that also was early onto slick tyres. And for now, no risk need to be taken by Sergio Nicolai, but he's again just stretching his legs, looking comfortable. This could be a very tidy margin of a lap that he's going to take in at this rate ahead of Hannah Grisham. He's lapping faster than her. Has he got enough time to make it 2 laps clear? I fear not, or hope not in many ways, but certainly for a team that didn't qualify at the very front end of the grid, it's been a really good 6 hours so far here in the 12 Hours of Mugello. The last 5 hours will be on the Sunday, but as we're now in the final hour of Saturday, every mistake that you can avoid is a good thing.
And one thing you maybe want to avoid, certainly if your name is Jake Hill, is rain. And right now the rain radar is all over it as we have a spin for the number 928 of Alexei Denisov. That's HRT Performance 992 Cup machine. Has stayed on terra firma though, and that is important because it's more likely that we stay green.
But he's still sitting on a bit of tarmac that a racing car might choose to drive over there, so just hoping he can get that going forward. It's just started to ease its way up the hill. It's halfway around the opening corner of the lap, San Donato. He stays wide, but luckily there wasn't a whole gaggle of cars coming around the corner onto the bit of tarmac where he was sitting. The Ferrari from Kessel Racing, Marco Frezza, he's been putting some impressive laps in, just comes along a few seconds later and is not interrupted, which is rather fortunate indeed, because as I said, any drivers out on the wrong tyres at the moment doesn't really have the luxury of choice about where they put the car within reason. Vortex is still going, still sounding magnificent. They're the car with the sort of bass rumble as they come along the start-finish straight from their V8s, but hasn't been as good a race for them. Their car's still early in its development process. The driver that does one of the 2 Gomez brothers, Olivier, the one who does most of the development work on the car, is lapping. Last time I checked it was 15th. Now still leading GTX down in 16th place. The next target, the Home Guard Motorsport 992 Cup class car, but that is lapping fast. In fact, that's just done the best of its lap in the hands of Magnus Holmgaard. Leading GT4, it's Matthew Higgins. Cycling through today with Matthew George, cropping and changing and running the car for Venture, but they're leading GT4, looking very neat and tidy. They've been really good all race so far. Well, in terms of weather, there is a cloud, there is a rain cloud that's, I mean, so close to the circuit that's passing through. Has it missed us? Has it not? According to the weather radar at 5 p.m, which was 5 minutes ago, there's a big rain cloud over, albeit a light fall from that rain cloud over the circuit. But when you skip forward another 5 minutes, it's disappeared. So we may have missed it. See it touching wood on my desk, but oh. I'll come back to you again in 5 minutes and see if you can revise that format of weather forecast, see if it's changed all over again. But all the teams, you can guarantee, are checking their timing screens a certain amount, but their meteorology screens a whole lot more. This is the final hour on Saturday. We've got 56, 57 minutes remaining. But the top 4 of the top 5 cars have just set their fastest race lap after 5 and a bit hours of racing. We've had rain of all varieties, heavy, light, intermittent, coming forward, going backwards. Right now the track is looking good, but you cannot be sure. We've seen the last flurry of rain today. And those that haven't gone out onto slick tyres at this late stage on the Saturday, do they fancy it for the remainder of this race? When do they need their next pit stop? Of the front runners, you'd expect Sergio Nicolai to come in fairly soon. He's got nearly an hour and a half on the clock for him. What's left on the overall clock? 56 minutes. He's not going to add 56 to 1 hour 26 minutes, is he, in this stint? So there's definitely going to be one more pit stop for him.
It's just personal best, just littering the timing screen at the moment. Every couple of seconds, another lap, another car goes over, improving all the time. So the track is getting better all the time, and it's at the point where if you do have wet tyres on your car, you've got to try and find every little hint of a puddle that you can, as we head towards the darkness. Of course, the official sunset, wherever it is, wherever the sun's hidden, is 6:29 p.m., which is in about an hour and 20 minutes time.
Well, the message,
so we're going to get dark.
The message on the gantry of the start finish straight was lights on. New fastest lap of the race, under 2 minutes. I ordered that, and Jake Hill has delivered 1 minute 59.1 second. I just want to talk Heart of Racing for the moment. They struggled in the opening couple of stints. They're a lap and a bit down on the race leader, but they can go to the end of the 7 hours without needing a further pit stop. So Hannah Grisham should be into the end, whereas Sergio Nicolai, he's put in his fastest lap of the race, but he's a 1 hour and 28 minutes into a stint. He cannot add another 55 minutes to that and get to the end. One element you have to we'll just reiterate, though, he's going to have to come in and have another pit stop. They cannot do that with anything 10 minutes or less before the end of the race. So they're going to have to do it soon, and that'll be that. But it does mean that the advantage over Heart of Racing teams, Mercedes, will come right down. It should still be a lap, but not nearly 2.
But how on earth is he doing this on those old tyres? Because he didn't take tyres at the previous stop. 27 seconds, which is the pit transit time, so he didn't stop in the box. So he's been on those tyres for the entirety of his stint. That is amazing from Sergio Nicolai, as the battle over second position raging between Heart of Racing and Hoffer Racing. Hannah Grisham with Max Partel on her tailpipe at the moment, and she's trying to make a move now on the Circle K Jutta. No, excuse me, it's the Continental Audi at Buccini, but can't quite get the move done as the Continental car moves across the road and has got to try and handle this now. Now, with the straight line speed of the Mercedes, right in the draft of the Audi, but also Max Partel's going to get a bit of a draft as they head down this long finish straight here at the Mugello circuit. As they head up over the hill, they'll be touching 165 miles an hour to come over the crest now, ready to hit the brakes for San Donato. And the Continental Audi, driven by David Pogasan, holds on to the position on track for now, but is not on the same lap, whereas Hannah Grisham trying to make her way through because she's got Max Partel on her case, as Jake Hill sets another fastest lap of the race, a 1:58 this time, 0.4.
Absolutely stonking laps from him, but in this battle for second place, Max Partel, he's putting his nose up the inside as they get to Materazzi, but the track goes left, immediately goes right. He's potentially 3 or 4 seconds a lap faster on his current tyres for Hofer Racing, but Hannah Grisham is holding on to second place, surely about to cede it, yes, as they go through Casanova, dive down the hill to Savelli. Second place now in the hands of Hoffer Racing, and that is a car, though, near the end of its stint. That will have to have another pit stop. Hannah Grisham does not need to fight him. She can let him through. She has let him through. He will have to have a pit stop for the end of the race, whereas her car does not need one. Could be massive for them, for Heart of Racing.
Yeah, Max Hoffer has to get out in 21 minutes time because of driver time as well. So it's regardless whether there's fuel in it or not, he's going to have to make that change. So that was smart driving there from Hannah Grisham, and this is every lap is a discovery for her. And it's not just in the overall times that we're seeing the absolute best being set. We just saw 1:58.4 from Jake Hill, but also Olivier Gomez in the Vortex and GTX, a 2:08.7. You know, that's quicker than some of the GT3s are going. That Vortex is impressive in these changeable conditions, as Martin Rump puts in a 2:06.197 in the 992 category, which at the moment Milner are in second. In fact, they might go forward a bit because Rick Breukers for Red Camel Jordans in the lead is in fuel.
Oh, yeah, well spotted, and a very, very frustrated Maxi Partel for Hofer Racing, getting blocked big time by the Audi sitting across his nose, the Continental Racing car. He has got clear of Heart of Racing team, but he wants to be pulling away. Down in the pits, it's Diana.
Yeah, you mentioned that the red Camel Jordan had come in for refueling, which it has. Rick Droyker's behind the wheel, just waiting for him to come into the pit lane. The team are waiting here to receive them. But just further back, so the pit-in entry area, the 965, the MDM Motorsport car has come back on the back of the truck, and they're trying to offload that. However, in the garage next to them, the 95, Manamaori Energy by EBI Motors, that they're waiting to do their driver change and final pit stop. So there's a little bit of navigation going on down here. The marshals have got it well under control. They have the yellow flags at this entry, so when Rick comes out, he will see those straight away. So they're just having to get themselves settled down here. The 902 Homeguard Motorsport, they're also waiting for a final pit stop, and so a red Camel, but it's just... It's a little bit grey in the air down here at the moment, so it's all going to happen any minute now. I can see a different array of tyres. The 965, they're not going to be doing anything straight away, but they've got slick tyres outside their garage at the moment. The 95 Manamaori, they have wets, as do Homeguard, and red Camel Jordan. I'll update you on that one when when Rick makes his way up the pit lane.
Thanks very much, Di. And I tell you what, you say it's grey in the air. The language might be blue in the pit lane shortly, because Maxi Partel, having got up into second place, was being blocked by a driver several laps down, David Pogosayan, who was all over the nose of his Mercedes, and when he eventually ceded track position, which he needed to do, not being on the same lap, he did precisely the same to Hannah Grisham in the Heart of Racing team Mercedes. And almost put, but let's hear from Rick. He's down with you.
No, he's not with me. He's just come into the pit lane, apron. He's jumping out, handing over to Fabian Dance, and they are going for slick tyres. They're taking off the wet tyres, which are well worn now, as you can imagine, and it's slick tyres going on to that 909 red Camel Jordan.
Interesting stuff there. That will take a little bit of warming up in the Porsche. But interesting to see if a GT3 car is easier to get that dry tyre working, or a Porsche 992. I guess the GT3 car has the traction control, has a bit more aero, which could work the tyre a little bit more. They both got ABS in this trim, so interesting. Let's see what it's a bit of a task there for Fabian Dance, but they're throwing the dry tyres at it as Olivier Gomez goes again quicker in GTX with the best lap in that class, a 206.386.
Right, Sergio Nicolai in fueling area at the moment. The Manamaori Energy by EBI Motors Porsche sitting on a lead of over a lap, but that's going to be tumbling down now. So maybe he'll be back out before Max Partel goes by, but Max owes us a pit stop very soon for Hofer Racing, and that should put Hannah Grisham back from third into second, and Hannah presses on, having been pleased to get past the Audi that was a lap or so down in the hands of Russian racer David Pogosyan, Continental Racing Audi. Still, we're getting a host of drivers setting their cars fastest lap, but still for quite a lot of the drivers at their final pit stops, they come up, they're going, yeah, give me the slick tyres now, because it's almost a record. There doesn't appear to be any rain for about 5 or 6 laps now. That's cool.
Yeah, that helps, doesn't it? And it looks like we've dodged that little fairly reasonable rain cloud. It was okay, it was the lightest on the scale of rain clouds according to the radar, but it seems to have passed through, so hopefully we are clean to go between now and the next 48 minutes. What I want to know is, what tyres do EBI Motors put on that Manamaori Energy, a leading car in this race, as Sergio Nicolai still in fuel, but I'm sure Diana Binks is waiting patiently at the EBI Motors pit to see what Michelin tyres are put on, and you want to try and keep them in the jackets as long as you can to keep them warm. Diana?
Down here, the car hasn't arrived onto the pit apron yet. They are waiting on it. The 965 MDM Motorsport that I told you about that came back on the truck was taken off the truck. They changed tyres, and I believe they went onto wets. And there's lots of gravel all over that pit apron. They're sweeping that up quickly as the 95 Manamaori Energy by EBI Motors comes in. It's a driver change for that team, and they've gone for another Michelin wet tyre, so it's a wet tyre going on to that GT3 number 95.
Thanks, Diana. Peter looked quite surprised at that, but you know what? They're the team in the position they don't need to gamble, and they could be running 3-4 seconds a lap off the pace of the very quickest drivers on the slick tyres, but I think they've taken choose to be safe. That's what they've done. They had a lap and a half advantage. It could suddenly tumble away. We have 46 minutes remaining on the clock. Now I think they've done their sums right. They should be in the lead at the end of this race unless something really changes quickly. Still the fastest lap of the race is that 1 minute 58.4 second lap from Jake Hill. He's moved Era Motorsport and their Ferrari up to 7th place overall. He's still lapping frequently just below 2 minutes, but maybe if they feel they can shed 4 or 5 seconds a lap, which seems enormous, but you know, all we're going to get in this race, if we've got 46 minutes remaining, is about another 20 laps for the race leader. 80 seconds, yeah, he should still be in front, the Ebi Motors car, Sabino De Castro, come the end of the 7th hour where we park the cars on the grid. Peter's pointed out before, I'll point out again, nobody can come in for a pit stop, a tyre change and anything pit stop in the final 10 minutes this evening in the lead up to 6 o'clock. So they've got to nail their colours to the mast before then.
It's been another fantastic stint from Max Bartel, come up into 2nd place. He's just set the personal best time there, 2:02.69. That's 3 seconds quicker than the Heart of Racing car behind him, and Bartel's got to come in by regulation as they come in the next 13 minutes. So the Hoffer Racing team will be waiting patiently for their number 11 car. And I've been curious to see which driver they put in for that sprint to the intervention break in 45 minutes time. They've had a great run, but that battle in Am particularly is really, really close, because you've got those 2 Mercedes for Heart of Racing and for Hoffer in 2nd and 3rd overall, but Hoffer in 2nd, Heart of Racing in 3rd. And then in 5th overall, not a million miles behind them, is the Continental Racing Audi, the run by Simpson Motorsport. So the AM teams have done really, really well today.
Yeah, they have. It's been a very, very tricky race for all parties concerned, even if they, you know, constantly changing weather conditions. But also what we forget is the fact, if you just joined us, this is the team's first experience on the Michelin wet weather tyre, and it really was a question of suck it and see how it works. Some got the tyre pressures wrong, but they very much got it right later in the race. That's why Heart of Racing team with Hannah Grisham up into 3rd place. They started 2nd, tumbled down to about a 12th position or so towards the tail of GT3, but they've chipped away, got it right. But there were many, many considerations to this. Not everybody was getting it right. In fact, I don't think any team has got it fully right the whole way through, because the weather conditions chopped and changed, wetter, drier. And then as it is drying out, the track is still damp. It's still damp at various points, and certain points as you look around the circuit, Peter, the track is actually properly damp looking. Maybe that's just parts of the track where any breeze that picked up doesn't touch the circuit, but the fact of the matter is we have finally got laps below the 2 minute mark, but that's still a dozen seconds away from the quickest laps, the aggregate laps in qualifying. It just shows it ain't natural slick weather conditions for them at all.
A little bit of a struggle at the moment on those dry tyres for the number 909 Red Camel Jordan's car. That's running 2nd place in the 992 category. Last time by, it was 10 seconds slower than Martin Rump in the leading Milner Motorsport car. Not sure what tyres Milner are on. I presume it's wets, but that is a big struggle, and that could risk the Red Camel Jordan's team falling off the lead lap. They have just had a pit stop, so that we have to bear that in mind. They're only 6 minutes into the stint, whereas Martin Rump is 52 minutes into the stint. So we should see the Milner car have to come in, and that could then put Red Camel back into the front of the field. However, if they're losing 10 seconds a lap, that could come back again.
Yeah, well, look, I'll keep an eye on that, because that could well be the sort of first lap they're doing on slick tyres. And, you know, let's have a little bit of caution there from Fabian Dance. But we'll see. 2 minutes 16 seconds last time around. What's he going to do this time around? His sector 2 time is not... No, it's okay for his class, but it's not earth-shattering. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, because it's been driven really well thus far. But some of the teams, bear in mind, we believe that Sabino De Castro, leading the race, is finishing the Saturday sector on wet weather tyres. He had his lap pace last time, 2 minutes 18. We want to see it next time around, his 2nd flying lap. But if he is back on wet weather tyres, or still on wet weather tyres, you'd expect it to be quicker than that, because he doesn't have to work so hard to get the heat in them.
It's a bit better this time, 2:12, but still dropped 6 seconds to Martin Rump.
For Fabian Dance.
Yeah,
I think he's building up to pace. I think he may well be on slicks. Just being cautious.
It's very interesting because if for example, we got to a point where they go into Parc Fermé with wets on, and then we come into a dry circuit tomorrow, they then have a huge advantage because they've got dries on and they can get going. I don't think that's going to be the case, but it's one thing to consider. Meanwhile, a little set two here between the Vibo-driven 56 Scuderia Praha car and the Red Ant 93 Mercedes AMG. The Red Ant car is running a lap ahead of the Scuderia Praha car, so it's not for position as such.
Yeah, but each of those drivers, despite being a lap apart, still has to just see where the other's positioning their car. We don't know if one's on wets, one's on slicks. Can't give you a full rundown, but what I can tell you...
The car is on slicks.
Yes. Okay, what I can tell you, though, is that the top four runners are running their fastest laps of the race. So Sabino De Castro stretches his advantage. He's 34 seconds clear of Hofer Racing's Maxi Partel, who's been doing a sensational job. 2 minutes 1 for Partel last time around for Hofer Racing.
There's a yellow flag at turn 2. Now, is that a code 60 threatening yellow flag, or is that just a little spin? I'm not sure, but turn 2, that is into Luco, and it's it the Hofer car?
Yeah, it seems Maxi Partel has had a moment. He's rejoined. He's got up to turn 2 now, but the entry to San Donato is tricky. A lot of people have been going a little bit too deep there, and it could well be that Maxi just undid all the good, not all the good, but a lot of the good he did. That takes a bit more pressure off the race-leading Manamari Energy Porsche. So every time the chasing car doesn't take a chunk out of your lead, is definitely a tip of the hat to you.
It's been an hour and 52 minutes at the wheel. I wonder if was that a little bit of a driver error? Was it an incident with another car? We don't know. We don't know at this point. But Max Partel, he'll be frustrated because he nearly had the perfect stint. Nearly. How many times? Well, we saw that with Jörg Dreisau with the Proton Huber car.
Oh, yeah, entirely. Just about to come in at the end of a run, and that car for Proton Huber was running in the top 3, was leading the race at one point. Now it's got Laura van den Hengel at the wheel of it, but that spent so long in the pit garage having repairs. Hofer Racing, there seems to be no damage. It was just a loss of time, and I should have said that. Round he goes, he spins.
He touched the tyre on the inside curb going into Luco. It's about in the dry around 70 miles an hour for a GT3, but a little bit less in the wet, of course. Stepped a tyre on the curb and whoosh, round he went. Oh, that's so frustrating. Just a tiny error. Didn't lose a huge amount of time, but time lost nonetheless. Wonder if we'll maybe see Max Partel now popping into the pits to go to fuel. 39 minutes on the clock, or is he going to keep going as long as possible? He's going to keep going as long as possible. He's got 6.5 minutes left on his absolute maximum driver time in this stint.
Was Maxi Partel's brain going, maximise your in-lap? It seems to be the lap before the in-lap, but 2 moments in the space of a lap and a half have undone a lot of the good he did. He's gone from second down to third, still in sensational laps coming in from Jake Hill. He can lap at ease, at will, in the 1 minute 58s, and does so again in 7th place overall in his Ferrari, catching. He's only 3 seconds down on the Red Ant Redon-driven Mercedes. That's a car that had many moments early in the race, but it's still there or thereabouts in the mix. But Jake's pace, he should put the Aero Motorsport Ferrari ahead of it before this is over, before his stint is done.
I think, well, he's done... What has he done? He's done 51 minutes at the wheel, some of which under code 60. So you would think that maybe you could maybe go an hour and 10, an hour and 15 on the fuel tank that he's got if we stay green to now and then, which would mean that he would pit just before the pits closes. So for Aero, they could come in, fill up with fuel, just leave those tyres on, keep the heat in them, or he might say just put new ones on. But because if it's wet tomorrow, he can put wets on free of charge effectively. Because if we start in wet conditions, you can put wet tyres on for free. So, well, no, you get a bill from Michelin, but you know, in terms of time, you get it for free. So, I'm curious to see what Aero Motorsport are going to do here. Is another absolute best lap, a 158.354 for Jake Hill, and he has gone past Ayrton Redan, who's just nipped into fuel.
And you know what Jake did? He did 3 consecutive laps in the 1 minute 58, a 1 minute 58.4, 1 minute 58.5, 1 minute 58.3, metronomic. And within that, he'll have been lapping other drivers as well, quite possibly. So clearly right on top of that Aero Motorsport Ferrari, and They've all been learning as they go along today through the wet weather, the slightly less wet weather, etc., etc. But to be so bold as to put the slick tyres on when most of the other teams hadn't thought about it as yet. They'd been having a consideration, but they hadn't put the wheels in the pit lane. Pelin Motorsport were the first to do so. And I tell you what, this next lap is going to be faster still. Sector 1, fastest of all for Jake Hill. Sector 2, fastest of all for the same driver. He's getting closer and closer to, in fact, Ayrton Redon has gone into the pit, so he almost caught him on the track. And for Red Ant Racing, their first season in GT3, having stepped up from the Porsche 992 Cup class, is going pretty nicely indeed. They had the moments early on, but they were not alone in that in this race. We had a flurry, several flurries of Code 60s. It set everyone back, but again, it's how you run your car. Do you come in during Code 60? How long will the Code 60 be? How much fuel can I get on board, etc., etc. So many things to consider, as well as the fact you're still trying to learn the new Michelin wet weather tyre.
And you know what? One of the best benefits for Air Motorsport, they don't need to worry a thing about Jake Hill's drive time. There's no maximum, there's no minimum for him as a semi-pro graded driver. So the only thing they need to worry about is doing the 2-hour maximum in one go. But that's not going to be an issue right now, as he does a 1:56.225. He's lapping, last lap by the car ahead of him in 5th. He was 10 seconds quicker. 7 seconds quicker than the Kettle Ferrari, 6 seconds quicker than the Hoffer Mercedes, nearly 9 seconds quicker than the Heart of Racing Aston, and 6 seconds quicker than the Manamuri Energy Porsche. Most of those cars I just mentioned are on wet tyres, of course, so there is the swap over point.
Absolutely so, but having done 3 consecutive 1:58, to suddenly do a low 1:56, I think there was clearly no traffic for Jake Hill. He's got someone up ahead, bright red rear lights on the car up in front. He's got to pick his moment. That's braking a bit before he would want to have it. It's a 992 Cup class
Red
car.
Camels.
It's the red, and that's on slicks, by the way. Just had a message from Di in the pits that Red Camels Jordan, Fabian Dance on slicks. But you know what, he waited for that. We thought that was the case because he was slow to start with. I thought he was getting the heat in the tyres. He's obviously listened to the team, and now he's found 10 seconds in terms of lap pace in the space of a few laps. So he's done exactly the right job.
And he's 3/10 quicker than Martin Rump in the lead. And that from who's driving with Milner Motorsport. Milner Motorsport are due a pit stop. Red Camel Jordans don't have to if they don't want to. They've only been at the wheel for 14 seconds. So Milner Motorsport and Red Camels at the front, they've been in the class of their own in 992, really, I think it would be fair to say. And they've just been back, forth, both on track, but also on the pit wall. The brains on the pit wall, I love it.
No wonder people are tired. Come the end, you might go, oh, we've only done just over half the race. 7 of the 12 hours we're going to have here, but I think everyone's got, particularly after a day like this, not just because the weather was changeable constantly, it was also learning the tyres, and also it's 7 hours of racing, so there's plenty to be going. But I think people are going to feel a little more emotionally and intellectually worn out this evening. Regroup tomorrow, feel fresh. Due to have maybe a little thing in the sky we haven't seen since Friday, a thing called the sun may poke through during the rain showers as they wash in, wash out, but don't bet on anything.
Well, today turned out slightly differently than rain was forecast, but the time at which it arrived was a little bit different than what we expected. This is the exciting part about endurance racing. It's over such a long period of time. You've got to judge it. I mean, looking at this forecast for tomorrow, we're due to go green at 10 o'clock. We go green. At that time, that is the highest chance of rain during the morning hours, 62%. Then it drops down the following hour to 42%, then 43, 45%. So, and then, towards the checkered flag, it goes to 70% chance of rain. So it could come and go tomorrow. There's this Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello. It's going to be a thriller. Make sure you join us tomorrow, either on Preventing Motorsports TV or listen in on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels.
Marco Fretzer caused me to have a sharp intake of breath. He's running 3rd in the CCC Kessel Racing Ferrari. He's tucked under the wing of the Continental Racing Audi, but they were 3 abreast as they went into Buccin. He is chipping away at the 2nd place Mercedes of Hannah Grisham. She doesn't need to pit again. He doesn't need to pit again, but I wouldn't really have to press too hard. He'll be on the same lap as her at the end. He's 1 minute and 17 down. I don't really understand taking those risks. He got away with it into Buccin. He actually backed out of that group, and now he's got ahead of the Continental Racing Audi, so he's done what he needed to do. David Pogosian was a lap down already, but he's got past him in the track. And Maxi Partl, after a really, really good stint, blotted right at the end. He's down his car's down the pit lane, and Diana's watching Hofer Racing rejoin for their final stint of this race.
Yes, they just came in as you started that conversation, and it's Alexander Prince that's behind the wheel on that, and they've gone from wets onto slicks for this final. We've got, what we know, 45 minutes remaining.
31.
Oh, 31.
Are you nearly
that
there,
happened quickly.
So
yeah, another great slick stop by the Hofer Racing crew, of course.
Brilliant stuff, yeah. And Max Partl, what a stint that was. Yes, there was that one little spin, but let's ignore that. There was some brilliant stuff in there as out
Two moments.
Oh, so there was, yes. Well,
but in very short order, in the space of about a lap and a half. But back in, Alexander Prince has been a very, very solid driver in this car. He showed great pace in qualifying. Let's see what he makes of this. Of course, the last time he was in this car, it was on wet weather tyre on a track that was changeable at best. So he'll have to see. The light is fading. It's really very grey here. I know we've got tinted windows on the box, but the sky is pretty much the same colour as the flanks of the Hofer Racing Mercedes. But half an hour to go, running in now 6th place after pit stop. But some of those cars ahead, no, I think all the cars ahead of him should be able to get to the end of this race without a further pit stop. So yeah, 6th is the representative position there. Ahead of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, but behind the Era Motorsport Ferrari of Jake Hill, who's at amazing pace, lapping in 3 laps in the 1 minute 58s, 2 in the 1 minute 56s, followed by 1 in the 1:57s. Just astonishing pace from him for Era Motorsport. That will put a smile on their face.
Nobody has been able to switch on that H2, that hard compound Michelin tyre. Of course, that's the only dry tyre available. There is no choice. Nobody has been able to switch that tyre on like Jake Hill's been able to. Just to be able to get it into that temperature window and keep it there. Not easy, and what was even more impressive was how he was able to do that coming out of a code 60 as well, because that's going to drop the tyre temperature and pressure very quickly. And I mean, this is something that's totally new to him. Just as we say that, he puts in yet another fastest lap of the race, 1:55.3. We're now within 10 seconds of the fastest qualifying dry time.
Well, that really is something. He's 26 seconds down with half an hour to go on the Continental Audi. He's lapping at the moment by, well, last lap he took 16 seconds out of it. Was a bit of traffic for David Pogosian, but actually, clearly at that rate of gain, even if that's halved, he's going to catch and pass it, move up to 4th place overall. This is a car that, remember, had penalties. It cost they lost a minute serving a penalty, and that includes also the in and out on that. So it could. Oh, and we've had a collision down at the final corner at Bucin, and the Seblaju Racing Porsche's been given a spin, but it looks like, is that Red Ant Racing?
It's the Hofer car. No, it is. It's the grey and pink Hofer Racing Mercedes is off in the gravel. So on dry tyres, Alexander Prince has gone off at Buccini at the final corner. This is a car that was in 6th place and competing in the AM class. He's sitting dead stick in that deep gravel trap. Now this will bring out the code 60, and I would think with 28 minutes left before the intervention break, we are going to go code 60 in 20 seconds. So many teams now are going to come in and make sure the fueling is going to get very, very busy. In fact, Jutta Racing are into fuel, as are MP Racing. I think right now you've got to be actually very careful not to get stuck in a queue at fuel.
Yeah, again, it's got into where you are. All I could see was a flash of cars in a long shot, and I can't tell you if the Hofer Racing Mercedes driven by Alexander Prince was making a dive down the inside of Seblaju Racing Porsche, or vice versa. You probably feel it would have been the former. But anyhow, code 60, will this be the last one of the race? And for a lot of the teams that still owed us a pit stop, this is the golden chance to come in and to take it without losing anywhere near as much time as they would had it been green. For Alexander Prince, for Hofer Racing, who really have hardly put a wheel wrong. Really, really unfortunate. Let's go and just run down through the classes while we have this period of sort of interregnum. 8th place overall, and it's in the 992 Cup class. Leading that class is Martin Rump. You're looking at a replay. Who pushed who off? Was it the Porsche pushing Martin Rump? Not Martin Rump, sorry, I've just said his name.
So
was
Alexander Prince is getting the tyres up to temperature and pressure. The Seblaju car goes diving up the inside. Prince is on the outside, and then the Seblaju car just tags him. Oh, no. No, what can Alexander Prince do? He's on the outside line. The Seblaju car goes by and just bang, hits him. That was Paul Meyer. I mean, in Paul Meyer's defence, he was not expecting to go past the GT3 car, but of course was trying to get those dry tyres up to temperature with Alexander Prince. But that is heartbreaking for them when they're in that such tight battle with Heart of Racing.
Well, you know, under fully dry or fully wet circumstances, the speed differential wouldn't be as great. But I think when you're driving a 992 Cup class, you expect the GT3 runner to be faster. But because a lot of the drivers are running about a dozen seconds off the pace on that first, even second lap out of the pits on fresh, slick rubber, and that's exactly where Alexander Prince was. And he's such a safe pair of hands. I was really surprised that he got involved there, but it wasn't really of his making, unfortunately. He was doing the right thing, not pushing too hard into Buccin on his first lap out on slick tyres, and it was a consequence he wouldn't have considered. But for Hofer Racing, well, the car will be got back onto the circuit. They need to get those roof hooks in so the car can be lifted, and even this isn't going smoothly for them. Really annoying.
Oh, it's such a shame for this team. The Hofer Racing is a big family effort with Alex Prince, his wife Chantal's dad Michael Kroll in there as well, and Max Partel, who'd not long got out of the car. They were doing everything right. They'd had a perfect run, and there's not an enormous amount they could do. Alex Prince opened the door up to allow the Porsche Cup car of Seb Lejeune Racing to go through. He didn't have the pace. He pulled right over, and Paul Meyer just makes a kind of late error. He's really pushing coming out of the second Biondetti corner, the chicane, went up the inside. He was given plenty of room, just got it a bit wrong, bang, into the, oh no, and actually got hard straight into the rear left wheel on that Hofer car, which we've seen that before, Mercedes. If it gets a hit at that point, it can bend the wheel, it can do all sorts. So they might get, you know, brought back to the pits here or allowed to drive back to the pits, but the rear left of that car could have damage.
Look, when your car's halfway around a corner, it's already sort of slightly unweighted, and the smallest of touches the back can spin it around. Trying to look at the rear tyre again when you get the mud that's all over the gravel, it's quite hard to see if anything is being bent out of true, because the coloration is gone. The light is fading. The hopes are fading for Hofer Racing, because by the time that is back onto the circuit, it's going to have lost another lap. So really unfortunate. They've done the hard work. They fell down the order after a good start in the race, and they were chipping away. They were one of the teams that were getting their tactics pretty much spot on. What it does mean is Era Motorsport would have gained another position. Jake Hill now up to 4th place in the number 81 Ferrari. That was the car that was setting flying lap after flying lap. He was the first of the drivers to get the dry weather tyre, the slick tyre, to work. We'd had Felice Gelmini tried a lap or so before him, didn't get it to work, came back in the in the Pellin Racing Ferrari. That has fallen down to 9th place overall, has had one of the late flurries, a late run into the pits. The clock continues to count down. 24 minutes remain in the opening 7 hours of the Mugello 12 hours. Cars still running in and out of the pit lane, and still waiting for Hofer Racing's Mercedes to be extracted from the gravel. Tick, yes, put down onto terra firma. Tick again. On the outside of the final corner, Buccin Racing, they've got to unhook the car. Eventually they lifted it via the front end rather than the roof hooks, and the Manitou will be detached, will remove itself, and hopefully Alexander Prince can get that car back to the pits for a quick check over. He may feel there's nothing wrong with it at all, because it was a small contact, but round the tail of his car went and deep into the gravel.
Curiously, Era Motorsport, Jake Hill in 4th, they've decided not to pit under this Code 60, and if they do, the Code 60 may go green for them. They're just around the latter part of the lap now. They haven't gone through Sector 3 yet, so they've got to be in Sector 3 somewhere, and it will go back to green fairly soon, because that Hofer Mercedes has been recovered. Alexander Prince trying to clean the tyres and get a feel to see if there is anything bent on the rear left, because they got a pretty hard thump from the Porsche 992. In fact, is that Max Partel actually videoing it just to show the mechanics and see if they can spot anything. Diana Binks is down there, bobble hat on. See if we can get a word with any of the team, see if they're getting any feedback at all from Alex. They're watching the footage back as well. We'll get to anything if we can.
Let's do some number crunching right now. Jake Hill has his stint length of 1 hour and 6 minutes. We've got 22 minutes remaining. Oh, is he going to have enough fuel to run through to the end of this race? Cannot pit. If he gets it wrong and they run short in the final 10 minutes, is not allowed to pit. I'm not trying to build jeopardy, it's there.
No, they had the opportunity to pit under that Code 60. They decided not to. My guess would be then that they feel like they can get there.
Absolutely.
Because you don't want to go into fuel under green. The difference of going into fuel under green rather than going under code 60 is enormous. So I don't think they would have done that by choice. I would think that they feel like they've got enough fuel in the tank to make it to the intervention break.
Right, under a minute until the end of the code 60 procedure. In fact, their message has been on the screen for a handful of seconds now, so it's under a minute. Code 60 still with us. Jake Hill, where is he around the lap? I think he just completed a lap. He's still in 4th place, so he's the second of the Ferraris. 3rd place Ferrari is Marco Frezzo, the Kessel Racing car. 2nd place, the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes, and Banamari by Energy by Ebi Motors Porsche leads this race by 3 minutes on the nose. That means Hannah Graham's car for Heart of Racing team has got onto the lead lap. That is a big, big moment for Heart of Racing team. They worked hard for that.
So Jake Hill then in 4th place for Era Motorsport, 21 minutes to go, and how impressive that speed was before that code 60. Might the goal change now? Might it be more of a fuel number game for Era Motorsport here rather than actual outright pace, because they do not want to pit for fuel under green? That is going to lose them a lot of time compared to their rivals who all pitted under code 60 and put fuel in under code 60. They probably are thinking, let's get to the intervention break, try and get on the best lap we can, and we can splash it tomorrow and take our chances tomorrow. Regardless, I mean, the job that Jake Hill's been brought in to do, I think he's passed with flying colours.
Yeah, no, he certainly has. Not just a flash in the pad, and as you pointed out, not only once he started on slicks did he have to wait to get the temperature in the tyre, he had to do it twice with the first of the code 60s. Now he's happy to do it all over again, but it was the second one that was really critical. He came out of that second code 60, got the tyres up to temperature, and the speed came, and it was consistently there as he chopped and chopped and chopped away at the fastest lap of the race, leaving it sitting at, what's it now, 1 minute 55.3 seconds. Still not on the pace of a fully dry track. And again, when you look at the track, there is a dry line, but it's taken an awful long time for anywhere off the racing line to be other than damp. Right, Di, what have you got for us?
I'm with Hoffa Racing. Max, we just watched you go across to the pit wall there to see how Alexander was. The car got back out on track. Is there any damage, do you think?
Yeah, I think we hope there's nothing bigger on the car. It's full of stones, so yeah, it was really stupid accident. In the end, it's racing, but yeah, we feel free to the Porsche guys to come here to the box for a coffee and a fair handshake, and it's endurance racing, so we keep on.
Yeah, it's, as you say, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's difficult to sort of really know till what. Did you get any feedback from Alexander in the car?
Yeah, we changed the tires from rain to the slicks at the moment, so it's a stupid moment for faster cars going on the wet tires. So it could work. It should. We hope it will work right now. So there are 20 minutes left, and then we'll see in the park from A what's going on with the car.
Well, the good thing is that you have got it back out on the track, and as we watched it sort of drive up the pit straight there, it seemed as if it was in good form.
Yeah, the first point is to get the car on the track, to keep running, to get rounds. I will say that there are 20 minutes left, so we will get the last 20 minutes, and then we take some pictures and to sum up what's damaged on the car.
All right, thanks, Max.
Thank you.
Well, while all that was happening, Era Motorsport, we were debating if they could go to the end. I thought it was going to be tight. You thought it was going to be tight. And they've come in for fuel under green. So who came up with that concoction? Because that's not going to help, because suddenly Jake ain't 4th anymore. Is he still in 5th? But he's still in fueling. But he should come out in 5th, because the next car down the line, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, was 4 minutes down at the start of the lap. But
the only thing I can think of is that they just caught the code 60 at exactly the wrong moment, and they missed the opportunity to go into fuel, and then of course code 60 going all the way around really slow, and then it was too late to go in. Then maybe, but
I think they still had time, even if half of their their refueling stop was, it starts under code 60. Now, talk about slicks and trying to get the grip. The car that went off into the gravel, Alexander Prince, has just run wide at the first corner, but didn't end up going off into the gravel. So a save there, but at least that was all under the driver's volition. Hoffa Racing fell down to 8th position. and they're not too many seconds down on the Mulmers Motorsport car that's leading the 992 Cup class. But no more slip-ups, please, because it was a team that had worked its way back up the order, the hard yards, through these 7 hours of the opening day of the two-day race meeting. Well, in terms of the actual racing at Mugello, and for it to come undone, really not of their making, was, it's hard to watch. But anyhow, good to hear that Seb Lejeune Racing went down and immediately apologised. You know, we do try and keep things family style and friendly here in the 24H series, but the frustration, you know, you could sense it in every sinew of Max Bartel's body there.
Just trying with our excellent onboard footage to see if the wheel is out of alignment or not. It's hard to tell whether it's ever so slightly right-hand down, but if it is, it's not by much at all. And pace-wise for Alexander Prince, the previous lap was the 2:05. Yeah, you would think once the bit more temperature comes into the tyre, it should go a bit better than that. In fact, David Gostner in the MP Racing Mercedes down in 17th place has just gone absolute best of anybody in Sector 1.
Yeah.
So there's pace in the track.
It's definitely coming. I'll tell you who's got pace at the moment. We could have a change for second place, because Hannah Grisham is sitting 10 seconds clear of the Kessel Racing Ferrari in her Heart of Racing Mercedes, but Marco Fretzer is on a massive charge. He's the second driver to get under the 2-minute lap mark, and we've got 15 and 3/4 minutes remaining in this opening segment of the 12 hours of Mugello. We're doing 7 hours on the Saturday and 5 tomorrow, but he's closing in very quickly indeed, that number 8 Ray-Ban liveried Kessel Racing Ferrari. He's got a few cars between him and the Heart of Racing Mercedes, but he's going to be able to see it quite soon. At the end of this lap, we'll see what the gap comes to. We're getting a response from Hannah Grisham, but she's certainly picking up her pace in the first sector, the second timing sector. But as they go across the start-finish line, a lap of 2 minutes 2 from Hannah Grisham, and another lap about to go on the board. 1 minute 57. The gap comes down to 5 seconds between them. So the chase is on. This is a doable thing. This is viable in this battle for second place. Both of those cars listed on the same lap as Sabino de Castro in the Manamari Energy by Evi Motors Porsche. But I think when he comes across the line, they're going to be another lap down. I think he's still sitting on a 1-lap advantage.
So it's a tense moment for the teams to see what are they going to have, what are they going to be fighting with over when they go into racing tomorrow. By my reckoning, the Manamari Energy car has a gap of 1 minute and 26 back to Heart of Racing. That's it within a lap. Likewise, the Kessel Racing car, which is only 5 seconds further back. By my reckoning, Bruce, there's 3 cars on the lead lap at the moment. Manamari Energy, Porsche, Heart of Racing Mercedes, and then the Kessel Ferrari. 3 manufacturers in the lead lap.
They should actually be able, those second two, the Heart of Racing Mercedes and the Kessel Racing Ferrari, whatever lap is completed by Sabino de Castro when he takes the checkered flag, they should come around behind. Bearing in mind, they're about 1.5 minutes behind him. So getting towards a whole lap, but importantly for them, not an entire lap.
Interestingly, looking at the pit stop times, Kessel Racing took tyres. So they've got new tyres on the car because they've stopped for 58 seconds, whereas the others were 27 seconds, as through goes the Kessel Racing car at a canter.
Absolutely so. It was a case of looking in her mirrors and going, oh, I need to look out the windscreen because the Ferrari's gone past me, thinks Hannah Graham, but her team, Hannah Grisham, but her team would have been keeping her informed. And for them, the real goal is they were one of the teams that struggled in the early hour or two of the race. They got back into the mix, and if they can finish on the lead lap, that job will be done.
And that is just pure tyre. We don't know if it's a new wet or a new dry on Kessel Racing's number 8 car. Maybe Diana can find out for us, because the thing is, if it's a dry tyre, they will, we come back to wet conditions tomorrow morning, they can get changed back to wets to brand new wets for free, basically, because if there's a change in condition, you're allowed to go from dry to wet. You're not allowed to go from wet to dry. So maybe Diana can find that out for us, what the story is, whether the Kessel number 8 has dry tyres on right now. Because although that being said, you know, they had to spend an extra 30 seconds in the pit box. Now, are they going to get that 30 seconds back in the next 12 minutes? Possibly not. So was it actually worth it? Hard to say.
David Gostner is absolutely flying around the circuit. 1 minute 56.5 in his MP Racing Mercedes. This is a car we've seen off quite a few times when it was track conditions were at its wettest, but right now, clearly on slick tyres, it is flashing its way around the circuit faster than every car, bar the car that's got the fastest lap of the race by a small margin, by only a second, and that's Jake Hill in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. But Jake's car is in 5th place, the empty red Mercedes down in 16th. But David Gosler, the conditions have come to him, and clearly he's absolutely lapping it up.
That previous cold 60 really helped Milner Motorsport in the lead of 992, because they would have had to pit under green, and Red Camels could have potentially not pitted under green and maybe forced them a lap back. But it's more status quo now. We're interested to know how much how much fuel they have compared to Red Camel Jordans, because they hadn't long been out and they put more fuel in. So if they stay where they are, they're going to start absolutely side by side on the same lap, and it's going to be just go time from the green flag. And well, I can imagine Red Camels might have the Rick Breukers warmed up and ready to go for that charge off the line tomorrow. So much to enjoy tomorrow from 10 o'clock local time. Do join us.
That Kessel Racing Ferrari, number 8, has only got one working headlight, so clearly it's been rattled over the curbs at some point, but I'm sure that's they'll have words, and tomorrow hopefully we won't need headlights at all. But so we're getting into the early evening here on the end of a very grey and soggy day at Mugello. Hofer Racing still pressing on, trying to regain the ground they lost, but the clock will not be their friend. Actually, it's only a few seconds down. The hunt is on. There is half a chance. Martin Rump, though, who's sitting in 6th, one position ahead of them, is in a different class in the race. He's leading the Porsche 992 Cup class, so he doesn't have to fight this one. But for Alexander Prince, he's just going to want to gain as much ground as he can, just to make himself feel better, because he was the one that ended up being pitched off just as he was having his first run on slick tyres. A chance to build up, wait to get the temperature in, and then attack. And he was sitting in 4th place at the time, but with the contact with the Seb Leger Racing Porsche from the 992 Cup class, he got tipped into the gravel, and all the wind was taken out of their sails.
I can only imagine that Marco Frezza in that 2nd place Kessel Ferrari is on dry tyres, because he's just done a 156.1. That wouldn't be possible on the wet. So put on that for the sprint, and you know, he's 10 seconds a lap quicker than both the car ahead and Sabino De Castro on the wets, who stayed on those wets. So yes, actually, although he was 30 seconds changing them, 3 laps he's got that back. So that was a really interesting strategical call there from Kessel Racing with 9 minutes to go. And if they really want that to stay green, because under code 60 you can be on whatever tyres you want. You're still code 60, but under green, of course, then that advantage keeps going. This your heart goes out to Hofer Racing. They ran the perfect. They were running the perfect race all day today. Every single one of their drivers doing their best job, and then they get taken out by another car, no fault of their own. They gave as much room as they could possibly give without running off the circuit, and they still get taken out. That's where endurance racing can be cruel. As Marco Frezza on those fresh, dry tyres, 154.7.
So he's found 6/10 over the best lap set by erstwhile fastest driver Jake Hill. So for Kessel Racing, and clearly the Ferraris, we've seen the Ferrari and the Mercedes, they seem to be the cars that shone when we had qualifying and practice and testing on dry circuits, and we're getting towards a dry circuit and certainly coming to their own. But it was about nursing those tyres, making sure you had enough heat before you put the pedal right to the floor, and they've made it work very nicely indeed. Alexander Prince, we talked about him for Hofer Racing, getting closer and closer to the tail of the Milner Motorsport car that's leading the 992 Cup class in 6th overall. I thought for a nanosecond there I was seeing a little bit of rain blowing through, but at this point with 8 minutes remaining, it's really not going to matter too much.
Look at...
Oh, there we are.
No.
I did spot some.
Definitely started to rain.
Yep, the rain is coming down, and
quite heavy at the moment. So it's just started.
8 minutes left on the clock. So the drivers who have got wet tyres on, whether they're worn out or not, they are now dancing a jig. So Marco Frezza, who just done the absolute best lap of the race on dry tyres, now he's got 7 minutes, and he was in dreamland, and then within 30 seconds all of a sudden he is in a world of pain. 7 minutes and 44 to go, and now the rain is coming down hard as the Hofer car, which is it's the Scuderia Praha car, off in the gravel, and does he get it out? Oh, using all the power of that Ferrari V6, and he finally gets going. Oh, and the Vortex is off. This will be code 60 because that car is beached up to well beyond the tyres there. So we could go code 60 with 7 minutes and 22 seconds to go, but the pits are closed. But if you're in pure wet conditions on dry tyres, code 60 is maybe just doable. Maybe uncomfortable, but doable. I think as we surely will be going code 60 as in fact we are 20 seconds to a code 60 with 7 minutes left on the clock. So that effectively neutralises the field. But how heavy does that rain get? If it's just little spits, you can probably survive on the dry tyre. Oh.
Back it off. This has not been a race that's let anybody relax. Drivers, mechanics, team strategist, team meteorologist, and only person that could relax was the one that was given a pizza in the pit lane. 80 of those distributed to make the teams feel better, but a lot of teams will be feeling, oh, if it hadn't been for X and Y, if I hadn't put the slicks on then, if there hadn't been that code 60. But for Manamari Energy by Ebi Motors, oh, and the rain really is coming down as we get a sight of that car. The clock continues to count down. We've got 6.5 minutes remaining, but they're sitting on an advantage of 1 minute and 11 seconds. That's like a dream. But two other cars on the lead lap, the Kessel Racing Ferrari that just set the second fastest lap of the race, and Hannah Grisham driving the Heart of Racing Mercedes in third. Nobody else on the lead lap, so they've got quite a mountain to climb tomorrow. But really, across the board, Manamari Energy have done a fantastic job for Porsche to lead this one.
So yes, Hannah Grayson just on the lead lap, just at the moment. So, and the thing is that this was not what, with the rain coming down, when it was dry, Manamari Energy must have been praying for a code 60. They must be like, please stop the pain. We're on old wet tyres and we're getting destroyed by the Kessel Ferrari that's on dry tyres. And then the rain starts. They're going, okay, no, we didn't mean that. We didn't mean that. Stay green, punish them. And then the code 60 comes out. This is Christmas Day for Kessel Racing in second, because they're on the, yes, they're a minute and 10 behind. They won't be a minute and 10 behind when we grid up tomorrow, because, well, they're on the same lap, so they'll start alongside them on the grid. And if we come into wet conditions, which is what we're expecting, they can get a free tyre change to shiny new Michelin wets.
If
that is, but then if not, it's dry.
Yeah.
And then that means Manamuri are on old wets and they've got to come in and change. So whether it's wet or dry, Kessel Racing, I think, are going to enjoy their dinner tonight.
I think so. We've seen from that car great pace at various points through the race. I mean, the form has ebbed and flowed in terms of where the code 60s have fallen, whether you were at the start of a lap when it was served, and therefore knowing unless it's going to be a long code 60, there's no point coming in after you've limped the whole way around at 60 kph to get fuel, because there's going to be a queue. And that is where the form and fortune can come. If a code 60 is thrown and you're coming towards Buccin or maybe going through the Biondetti chicane, you've got a chance to get to those pumps before your rivals, not squander any time. A lot of the teams would jump at that opportunity every lap, every opportunity that came their way. Others are a little more cautious. If you were at the wrong place on the lap, is the code 60 going to be long enough for me to go around and come in next time around? Or will it be only long enough as I go around? When the cars are lapping at about 4-minute laps when you're on code 60. It seems a long time, and a car can be lifted and cleared within that time, so you don't always get 2 laps to go, I'll miss this one, but I'll come in next time. And you don't want to be taking doing your refueling when suddenly it becomes green again, everyone's back up to full speed. So there's a lot of speculation, but a lot of it really has been down to where you are on the circuit when a code 60 is thrown. This surely will be the final one of the Saturday here at Mugello. Hopefully will be, because I don't think we're even going to get that Gomez car out. Sorry, it's 701. It's the sister Vortex out of the gravel before we've reached the end of 7 hours. It's Philippe Bonnell at the wheel of that.
Well, in GT4, Venture Engineering, who didn't have the pace in qualifying, but they really charged through. They've really handled this wet condition really, really well. They're going to start a lap ahead of CCS Racing in GT4. The PB Racing Lotus has been running well since that fuel pump they had to change. They're 23 laps behind, though, so they're going to need an issue for both of the cars ahead of them in GT4, but we've seen that happen before. We'll see it again. It's potentially. So Venture are, well, in a good position to back up their victory at the 24 Hours of Barcelona last year. So, in terms of 992, we're going to have 2 cars on the lead lap there, Milner and Red Camel, and they've been in their own division all year. Sepleju, despite all of their trials and tribulations, somehow they're in the lead of the 992 AM class. I'm not entirely sure how they've managed that, because they've been in the gravel, they've had spins, they've had incidents. Quite remarkable, quite remarkable. We haven't seen any penalty come through for that incident with the Hofer Mercedes. That doesn't mean there won't be one, but we haven't seen one come through yet. Well, I have to say, Bruce, I am mentally exhausted with it. This has been, I don't know how the teams do it.
No, I mean, we spent most of the race sitting down there, buzzing around their garages, having to effect tyre changes, and but the brain power of just trying to predict, you know, how much rain is coming in the next natural stint length. But for Manamari Energy by Ebi Motors, they want the track to be wet because the Porsche doesn't seem to have to be equal in performance in the dry with the Mercedes and Ferraris, and embarrassingly for them, or unfortunately for them, their lead of really well over a minute is going to come down to just being on the pole position with the Kessel Racing Ferrari on the other side of the track. But it's all about getting to the end of the 7-hour mark when we close the racing for Saturday on the same lap as the race leader. Only 2 other cars will have managed that, the Kessel Racing Ferrari in second and the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes in third position. Everyone else is on the back foot for tomorrow, but as we've seen today, the pendulum can swing one way, swing another. The leader is now on their last lap of Saturday here at Mugello. The leader is the Manamari Energy by Ebi Motors Porsche. Sabino De Castro is the driver who is bringing that to the end of the Saturday action, but still waiting to see how tomorrow is going to shake out. The weather forecast is slightly better, but as we've seen today, the weather hasn't behaved according to the forecast, so that will keep all the teams on their toes.
Three cars on the lead lap, game on tomorrow, one of which an AM category car. Really impressive. I mean, you've got to think that the Hofer car would have been on that lead lap as well if it weren't for that incident, and they're, I'm sure, as aware of that as anybody. So you'll have just 1 lap behind. No, actually 2 laps behind the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi. And then a further lap behind them will be Jake Hill in 5th, so he's got 3 laps to catch up.
Have you got the checkered flag, Peter? If so, wave it, because the Ebi Motors Porsche is coming to cross the start-finish line. 7 hours of racing here at Mugello on the Saturday completed. So many tales to tell, so many ifs and buts and maybes, but the best job done with Sabino De Castro completing that, building really on the very hard work as well of Sergio Nicolai and a little bit from Fabrizio Broggi. So smiles down there. The first part of the job is done. It's one of the friendliest teams in the pit lane in 24H races, so double smiles all around.
Fantastic stuff. Yeah. Oh, they've even got a team dog as well. That's always a good thing to have.
I think so.
For morale. So checkered flag out then, but that's not checkered flag of the Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello. Oh no, we have 5 hours of racing for you tomorrow. We've got the team dog. It's a King Charles, an Italian King Charles Spaniel. Fantastic stuff. That keeping the smiles out in the team. I love it. Brilliant stuff. Keeping dry as well. Very important. Diana Binks is down in that Ebi Motors garage.
I certainly am, and I was going to chat to the doggy, but I won't. Fabrizio, what a great way to end part 1 of this weekend here.
Yes, it is absolutely great, but of course the race is long. We have learned, unfortunately, with some sorrows that races do end at the checkered flag on the second day. So we will see.
We'll get you to just walk out with us. Yes. We've just got a little bit of an issue here. I think the weather's affecting all of us. So if you just wouldn't mind, that's great, yeah.
It's been a very difficult race for everybody. People that put slick and tried, then they went out, and it was worse. To gain 5 seconds, then you were losing a few minutes. We have been lucky. We did a decent race. I sacrificed my stint today to be in this position. I haven't been in the car because they were the safest. And I haven't had a chance to try ever the car on the range. So I decided to sacrifice my part today, since tomorrow it looks like it's going to be dry, and then tomorrow I'm going to be in the car.
So have you been involved in talking to the team as the day's gone on?
Sorry?
Have you been talking to the team and engineers as the day has gone on?
Yes. We have always been discussing if we were going to go on or not, because they wanted to put me in. I wanted to drive. It would have been fantastic to experience the wet, but probably it's going to be fantastic at least for the first time be on a test and not on an actual race. And then we saw other AM drivers getting into the car and spinning and getting into the sand. So we decided, let's not take the risk, let's position the car, and tomorrow is going to be a race on.
Well, we've got 5 hours to go tomorrow. Now, Sergei's just behind us here. He's been out in the car, hasn't he? Yes. We'll just grab him for a little... Sergei, we were just chatting about how challenging the conditions have been today. How was it from your seat?
It was actually pretty good. It was our second time in the rain. So we did a good job, but we still have 4 hours tomorrow.
5 hours.
5, sorry.
I hope it's 5.
Yeah, it was a little bit longer for me in the rain.
Well executed at this point. Obviously, we've got tomorrow to go. So obviously, we wish you all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Brilliant stuff from the Ebby Motors team. Always smiling. And this was a step up. They made it 2 seasons ago to step up to the 911 GT3R. In fact, it was last year they moved up to it. They were always running the 992 Cup car before that. Yeah, 2024. They, I mean, and it's a big step. You're talking triple the price probably for a the latest GT3 car, which that 992 is.
No, absolutely so. It's a big step, and you're coming up against teams that have other experience already with the GT3 cars. It's a big learn. Now, one thing that's really unusual here is the cars will form up on the grid. They will not be parked in their garages overnight. So the car we're looking at to come round and form up on pole for tomorrow is that number 95 Porsche from Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors, and it's working throughout. The evening is falling very fast over the circuit here. 6:29 is sunset, but we haven't really seen the sun. Can't set today. It's just a different form of cloud, I think, today. But we've had thrills and spills. We've had chopping and changing order, and there's so much for these teams to consider. If we'd had this weather in a year where they already knew the tyres would be one thing, but they were learning as they went. And we just heard from Fabrizio Broggi there saying that he sacrificed his space in the car today so they could get their position with his 2 more experienced teammates. And tomorrow will be his turn to learn. And would it be nice to learn the wet turn in testing? No, the West tyre is being tried for the first time in the race for all of these drivers. So tricky for them.
Well, if we arrive tomorrow with dry conditions, there's a chance, but it's quite literally 50-50 by the forecast that we're looking at the moment. The thing is, though, that Kessel Racing in second place and will start, on the same lap. Like you say, we've got 3 cars that will start on the same lap: Manamari Energy, Porsche, Kessel Ferrari, and Heart of Racing Mercedes. Kessel Racing are in a unique position because they have dry tyres fitted to their car right now. So if we have dry conditions tomorrow, they don't need to pit to change. Ebby Motors do, Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors do. But if we come to wet conditions, Kessel Racing also get to change for safety reasons. They get to put wet tyres on. So Kessel are in the pound seat, and they only put 1 stint in for David Faminelli. They still have 3 hours of his driving time they can use up. That is gold dust. So if, right now, who is in the absolute most comfy position? Yes, Ebby Motors crossed the line ahead, but actually it's the Kessel Ferrari, it's that blood red Ray-Ban Ferrari that's in a good spot, in my view.
No, I absolutely concur, but I sort of had a sort of wry smile on my face. I was still thinking they've got to get round the first corner tomorrow. It might have 5 hours of racing. I'm not trying to be the old cynic, I'm just being old. But, the advantage has come their way, but it didn't come their way by just good fortune. They had to interpret the situation. We heard from Fabrizio Broggi. He knows he's going to have a lot of time in the car tomorrow. He hasn't done that. That's the car that came home first with an advantage of best part of 2.5 minutes, but that's nothing, because when the cars are forming up on the grid, which they are now for tomorrow's race, it's only 1 grid position. It's not 2 minutes and 29 seconds. No, sir.
So it will be, David Pogosayan for Continental Racing by Simpson Audi will be 1 lap down starting tomorrow. The Era Motorsport Ferrari, after some amazing work in those last couple of hours by Jake Hill, it must be said, they'll be 2 laps down. Now, the biggest one for me, though, Bruce, and I did not see this, was Milner Motorsport actually finished a lap ahead of Red Camel Jordans. So they're on 158 laps. Red Camel Jordan's in second in 992. They're on 157 laps. So that I did not expect that. So that late code 60 really did play in the favour of Milner Motorsport. In terms of the AM class, Sebletu, I cannot believe they've managed that. They've also managed to be a lap ahead of RPM Racing, of Krone Racing. So it's all to play for. GT4, Venture are a lap ahead of CCS Racing. So very, very tight. In fact, it's at the front of the field where it's the tightest. It's the only category where we have multiple cars on the lead lapping category.
Yeah, really, really is. But it's been an enthralling day. And night appears, the cloak of darkness is falling across the Mugello circuit. But it's been enthralling. The teams have learned as they went along. And then that gamble in the final hour, people starting to go, you know what, let's try slicks. Didn't work for all of them. And certainly you had to feel for Hoffa Racing being spun around there. Alexander Prince, the innocent party there, unfortunately, but that's put them several laps down. And you work so hard for 6.5 hours to gain track position, be on the right tyres at the right time, not just for the end of the race, but for tomorrow's race tomorrow morning. A little bit of contact, and it can all change. That's racing. That's endurance racing. Smile on my face. I think it's been a brilliant Saturday here at the 12 Hours of Mugello. 5 hours to play. Who's going to win? You reckon it could be Kessel Racing. They're certainly starting from the outside tomorrow with an advantage in their Ferrari. Or are they?
I don't think there's any guarantees, but who has got the best position heading into tomorrow? I would say it was Kessel, but there is, as was proven today, nothing is guaranteed. And with the weather being so unpredictable, I don't know. But everyone has seen the checkered flag now, albeit at slightly reduced speed under code 60. So 3 cars then on the lead lap. That is the number 5, Ebby Motors Maramuri Energy Porsche, the number 8, Kessel Ferrari, and the 27, Heart of Racing Mercedes AMG. A great job from them. They're an AM class car, and they're there on the overall lead lap. Fantastic stuff. We've seen it before. CP Racing as an AM class car winning overall in these races. Could Heart of Racing repeat that feat? Let's see. 2 laps back from them is the Continental Racing Audi, number 69. Then that's in 4th place. 5th place, a great fight back from Jake Hill in the final couple of hours, making that brave call to go into dry tyres, and fortune definitely favoured the brave there. They're a further lap back, 3 laps off the leaders. They're on the same lap as the 992 class leader, the 921 Milner Motorsport car, which is in 6th overall. In fact, there's a lot of people on 158 laps. It's Aero Motorsport in 5th, that leading 921 Milner car, the 11 Hoffer Mercedes, the 71 due to Audi, and the 93 Mercedes for Red Ant Racing. So very, very exciting there, who comes out on top. Then one thing that just didn't quite fall their way was Red Camels. They are 2nd in category, but they are going to start a lap down on Milner Motorsport. There's going to have to be some strategical genius and some great driving from their pit wall and indeed behind the wheel. In 11th, it's the number 44 ARC Bratislava car. They're on 157 laps. A further lap behind is the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Then it's the 29 Ferrari of Pelin Racing on 155 laps, which they share with the GTX leader of the Gomez brothers, who actually brought out that code 60 towards the end of the race. Leading in the 992 AM class, a team that have had an incredibly eventful day, I think it would be fair to say. The 888 Sebletu Racing team there in 15th overall, sharing the same lap as the MP Mercedes, car number 58. Then it's 2nd in 992 AM, that's the 907 RPM Racing machine of Tracy Crowe, Nick Johnson and Philip Hamprecht. A good fight back from Holmgard Motorsport. They had to start at the back of the pack. They're going to roll off from 18th tomorrow on the same lap as that Krone Racing car. Then it's Ajith Kumar Racing. They're on the same lap as the 2nd place car in class. They're 3rd in class at the moment. 901 Kumar Racing. They are in a fighting position for tomorrow to see how they can go and see if they can take the honours in the AM class. 973 Ebby Motors, their 992 Cup car, sits in 20th. In 21st, then, it's the number 949 for Scuderia Ferron car. Then 22nd, it's the 992 Porsche Baltic machine. GT4, really interesting. GT4, there's actually 2 laps between the Venture Engineering Mercedes and the CCS Porsche, the Gebhardt family outing car. So At the moment, it's Advantage Venture. 965 MDM Porsche in 992. They've shown a lot of pace, but they've just had too many incidents, unfortunately. They're a little bit off the pace in terms of laps for 992, but let's see what they can do tomorrow. The number 701 Vortex is in 26th. The 928 HRT Porsche is 27th. The Lotus PB Racing Machine, unfortunately, a lot of repairs required to get the fuel pump repaired. 33 laps they lost there, but they'll come back tomorrow fighting. A big crash for the 73 Proton Huber car put them down the order. They'll start from 29th tomorrow, and also the 111 IRC GT. A few problems for them. They came home 30th and will hopefully come back out fighting tomorrow. I don't know if we'll see the E2P Aston Martin tomorrow. They've been in the pits throughout the day since that incident on lap 58. Hopefully we do, because it's always great to have our smiling Spaniards out on track. Unfortunately, it was a non-start for the Pelin Racing number 23 machine. Well, be sure to join us tomorrow on Crevending Motorsports TV, or indeed on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We'll go live tomorrow at 9 o'clock local time, ready for a green flag at 9:30, so it's a little bit early, 10 o'clock. So we'll early start tomorrow, bright and early. We'll be powered by coffee, ready to go, and make sure to join us there. Final thoughts before we sign off and go and have some supper, Bruce?
I'm ready for supper, because I tell you what, I'm hungry, but I'm also just emotionally battered. And there was so much to consider. 7 hours of racing. Let's take a look back at the highlights. So much to chew over as we have our supper.
Definitely is, isn't there? Yeah, there's so many highlights throughout the day, up and down the field. Highlights most of all for those top three: Manamura Energy, Kessel Racing and Harded Racing. They were the teams that had the least eventful day, would maybe be the best way to describe it. So we have we have to come back tomorrow and enjoy it all again. At local time will be live from 9 o'clock European time, local time here at the circuit in Mugello. Do join us on Creventic Motorsports TV or indeed on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. But now from here in Mugello, it's good night. Thanks for watching.
This is something I wanted to experience firsthand. I could form my own team, Ajith Kumar Racing.
Number 901 car, every single time it passes the pits. This is the Ajith Kumar racing car.
You see these guys? I love them unconditionally. Acting and racing, emotionally demanding jobs.
Q Pharmacy, quality healthcare at affordable price.
Manaka Manaka Masala, Manakadu Chicken Masala மற்றும் Chili Chicken Masala.
Manakadu Masala. Daily, daily. Taste daily. Taste the daily.